This scruffy old beggar before me has surprisingly lived for 100,000 years. In the ancient era of immortals, he once created humans alongside Manhwa. He also had a brotherly bond with the king of hell. He made the first emperor bow his head in reverence. Simply because he is an immortal, during the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, he single-handedly sparked the 100 schools of thought. Confucius and Mozi both revered him as a deity across generations. The old beggar has also gone by many names, such as Fushi and Pangu. Legends about him, almost mythical in nature, are told in every corner of the world. However, as an immortal, he must undergo a rebirth every 1,000 years. And during this rebirth, he loses all his memories. This time of slumber is his final rebirth. Upon awakening, Qinshan curiously examined the small, dim room around him. As his memories gradually returned, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. His rebirth location has always been on Mount Taishan, but now it has become a national 5A tourist attraction. After a nap, he found that even his home was gone. Moreover, during the construction back then, he was inadvertently dug up himself. And because he was in the midst of rebirth, he acted crazily all day, leading the authorities to think he was a trespassing old man. The local authorities painstakingly checked the household registration and found information about his descendants, then sent Qinshan here and ordered his descendants to take care of him. After sorting through his memories, Qinshan also learned the name of the great-granddaughter in front of him. When the authorities found Qinshan, this girl had just graduated from university and was at the best age of her life. She then met this old man, and after confirming that he was her great-grandfather, she took care of him wholeheartedly for 2 whole years without complaint. Due to his previous erratic behavior, he was unable to go out and earn money, so he was confined to this small house every day, doing some live streaming. Live streaming was something Qinshan had mentioned to him many times in the past. Although he didn't fully understand what it meant, he remembered it. It's not easy, he sighed with a sense of relief. Qinshan opened the door. This apartment is a simple 1-bedroom layout. For the past 2 years, Qinshan had been sleeping in the only bedroom while Qinshan made do on the sofa. His entire life was confined to a small living room, barely 10 square meters in size. So when he opened the door, he directly saw Qinshan live streaming. Hearing the sound, Qinshan turned around and was startled to see the old man had come out by himself. "Great-grandpa, don't move around, be careful." She hurriedly ran over to support Qinshan. "You've worked hard these past 2 years, good child," Qinshan said, looking at Qinshan with softened eyes. "Great-grandpa," Qinshan looked at Qinshan with disbelief in her eyes. "Is your illness cured?" Qinshan sighed and lovingly ruffled Qinshan's hair. He had witnessed everything from the past 2 years in his memories. With great-grandpa around, good children will be fine from now on. The last time he underwent nirvana was during the Republic of China, although the Great War had not fully erupted yet. But the signs of danger were already apparent. The chaotic times had arrived. He had made some preparations before his nirvana, leaving behind considerable wealth and resources for future generations. He originally thought that with those arrangements, even if they couldn't make his descendants rich, they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. But now it seems that those methods clearly didn't work. "Qinger, this place is too small. Great-grandpa used to have several courtyard houses in the capital. Let's move there to live." "Great-grandpa, you said you have several courtyard houses in the capital?" Qinshan's mouth dropped open. "Those are courtyard houses in the capital, worth at least tens of millions each. Could he really be a hidden wealthy man for many generations?" Qinshan chuckled. "Little Emperor, Fui also gifted Grandpa a courtyard house back then, right next to the Forbidden City. The deed is still around. I remember it was kept at home." "A courtyard house next to the Forbidden City?" Qinshan was taken aback, then rummaged through an old box by the living room and pulled out a piece of paper. And it turns out it was gifted by the last emperor. Qinshan couldn't help but smile wryly at great-grandpa. "You mean this deed, right? The property certificate from that era is no longer recognized by anyone." Qinshan finally realized that before his rebirth, the Braid dynasty had already reached its end. With each new ruler comes new officials, and these land deeds might really be useless. However, Qinshan waved his hand dismissively, saying it was no big deal. "I stored some antiques at HSBC Tower back then, and it's still in business now." "HSBC Tower, Great-Grandpa Zhang, I really haven't heard of it." Qinshan remembered that her livestream hadn't ended, so she hurried to the computer and found the screen was already dull. "Is the old man talking about the HSBC Tower in the Magic City? Why do I feel like he's not fully awake yet?" He starts bragging at the slightest disagreement. Qinshan's face turned a bit awkward, but she still asked softly, "Great-Grandpa Zhang, are you talking about the HSBC Tower in the Magic City?" "Yes," Qinshan replied matter-of-factly. "I could tell back then that your grandfather was quite disappointing. I left a portion of my wealth for your grandfather, stored in HSBC Tower. Those items were worth a few million silver dollars back then, and the money I left for your grandfather was enough for you all to squander. I didn't expect you all to end up like this. It really proves the saying, wealth doesn't last beyond 3 generations. Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh. Great-Grandpa Zhang, if what you say is true, as long as we take out the items stored in HSBC Tower, we'll never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives. Let's go. Chen Shen nodded, suggesting they take a walk and retrieve the items. Soon, they arrived at HSBC Tower. Great-Grandpa, should we go in? Chen Sheng didn't look at the comments but asked Chen Shen while supporting him. He felt a bit anxious. This place was located in the most bustling area of the Magic City, clearly not ordinary. Let's go in, Chen Shen said with a slow nod as the two walked across the street towards HSBC Tower. Arriving at the entrance, they were stopped by 2 burly men in suits. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? One of the men asked. You need an appointment just to pick something up? Chen Sheng is quite bold. Miss, here's the thing, we store valuable items at HSBC Tower, and both depositing and retrieving require an appointment. Without an appointment or a VIP card, you cannot enter. The streamer must be dumbfounded. The rules of HSBC Tower require at least a week's notice to retrieve items. Seeing these comments, Chen Qing's face flushed slightly as she turned to Chen Chen and whispered, Grandpa Fong, we don't have an appointment. We can't go in today. Let's go back and make an appointment first, then come back. Before Chen Chen could respond, a seductive voice reached their ears. Isn't this our campus beauty, Chen? I remember you used to be quite aloof. Why are you with such an old man now? Following the sound, they saw a man and a woman approaching. The man in front looked pale and somewhat listless, as if he hadn't slept all night. His female companion, however, was very beautiful, dressed in a qipao, with a pair of phoenix eyes that were openly glancing sideways, clearly lacking manners. It was she who spoke. Li Ziting, what are you doing here? Chen Xing asked in surprise. She was his college classmate, but their relationship was quite poor. My boyfriend says jade nurtures people and insists on picking an ancient jade for me. I really can't deal with him. Li Ziting pretended to be helpless as she finished speaking, glancing at Chen Shen and continuing her sarcastic tone. Oh, back then, I didn't know who kept saying things like life depends on oneself and realizing life's value, which were hard to understand. Chen Sheng, it was you. You were ruthless enough to latch onto a rich guy and directly seek this burial piece. That old man is quite scheming. After saying that, he held his head high and walked into HSBC Tower with the wealthy second-generation Zhao Yi. Chen Shen squinted his eyes, but after some thought, he decided against taking action. In front of his granddaughter, he didn't want to take a life. At that moment, seeing the two walk straight in, the burly man at HSBC Tower not only did not stop them but instead bowed respectfully. Chen Sheng was so furious that he could explode. Did those two make an appointment just now? Why were they allowed to go in? The well-dressed burly man politely recalled, Young Master Zhao is a diamond member of our HSBC, and does not need an appointment. If you wish to enter now, you can also apply for our membership. A bronze membership only requires an annual fee of 500,000. Chen Sheng reluctantly stepped back, angry that he didn't have that much money. The viewers in the live stream were nearly dying of laughter. The host's disheveled appearance was truly adorable. HSBC Tower, after 80 years of development, had long since become a colossal hidden gem in the Magic City. As long as you have money, it's said you can even buy the terracotta warriors. Chen Xing glanced at the comments in the live stream, slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected such a significant background here. Lowering his voice, he said to Grandpa Zhang, let's leave for now. I'll make an appointment, and we can come back in 7 days. Chen Shen waved his hand, a bit impatiently saying, where do all these rules come from? Do I need an appointment to be here? Is Song Haiping still alive? If he is, have him come over. The two strong men's expressions changed slightly. Cautiously, he asked, do you know old Master Song? Song Haiping, the founder of the HSBC pawnshop, was a renowned figure during the Republic era, a legendary figure from 80 years ago. The guards at the entrance had the keenest eyes. Seeing Chen Shen's demeanor, they felt he might indeed have connections with the old master and dared not offend him easily. Not just knowing him, Chen Shen wiped his mouth. Since he's still alive, go tell him that Chen Shen is here. This casual and nonchalant tone made the strong men feel that this person had a background. Please wait a moment, I'll go report to him right away, he said, hurriedly entering the HSBC building. The viewers in the live stream were also shocked. Just before, someone had explained the might of the HSBC building, and now old Master Chen actually knew its founder. What a significant background. Grandpa Zhang, is the Song Haiping you mentioned the owner of the HSBC pawnshop? How do you know him? Chen Qing asked curiously. Upon hearing his granddaughter's voice, a hint of surprise appeared in Chen Chen's eyes. Song Haiping? I met him when he first came to the Magic City. I remember he was just a kid back then, carrying a sack, collecting dishes and bowls. Back then, he had some business acumen. I lent him a few $100s, and he started this pawn shop when HSBC Tower first opened. Song Haiping often begged me to come over, but now you even need an appointment just to get in. Hearing this, someone in Chun Xingyu's livestream burst out laughing, nearly losing their teeth. The Song family at HSBC Tower is impressive after all these years. If they were begging the old man for help, it would be too ridiculous given his status back then. In the luxurious office on the top floor of HSBC Tower, a man with sharp brows and an angry demeanor looked at his subordinate and asked if his name was Chun Chen. That's right, that's the name. He said that as long as you mention it to the old master, he would know. The man frowned. He was Song Hushan, the third-generation eldest son of the Song family. Trained as the heir from a young age, he knew the Song family's network well, but he didn't recall this name. It must be someone trying to infiltrate. Handle it according to the rules and remember not to offend anyone. After saying that, he put the matter aside and continued processing his documents. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered such a situation. There had often been uninvited guests trying to use their connections with the Song family to sneak in. He was experienced in dealing with it. The burly man nodded in agreement and exited the office. With a click, the office door just closed. Song Hushan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his grandfather calling, so he quickly answered without hesitation. Why did Grandpa think to call me? I'm planning to visit you this weekend. I was just thinking of playing a few games with you. As the most favored third-generation member of the Song family, Song Hushan spoke quite casually. Hee hee, you sweet-talking brat, but this time I'm not here to play chess with you. There's something important. Next Wednesday is the day our Song family's benefactor enters the mountains, and I need to go to Taishian Mountain to pay my respects. You should come along too. If it weren't for you, Grandpa Chen wouldn't have brought our Song family to where we are today. We must not forget our roots. After all these years, Grandpa is getting a bit forgetful. Sometimes I can't even recall what our benefactor Chen Chen looks like. I don't know how many more years we can go. On the phone, the head of the Song family was still rambling on, while Chen Hushan's eyes widened in shock. The name his subordinate just reported was indeed Chen Chen. Even if the person outside isn't Chen Chen himself, they must be related to him. It's highly likely that it's a Chen family member whom Grandpa has longed for all these years, and he nearly burst into tears. Nervously, he mentioned this to the old man while hurriedly running downstairs, not even stopping to take the elevator. Voices continued to come through the phone. If you can't stay, I'll break your legs. At the entrance of the HSBC building, Chen Chen and Chen Shang were still waiting, and at that moment, the burly man who had gone to report back had not yet returned. Li Ziting and Zhao Yi came out first. When he saw Chen Xing, he couldn't help but pause and flaunted the jade bracelet he had just put on. He ran his fingers through his hair and said sarcastically, "Oh, Chen Xing, you're still here? Without a membership card, it seems you can only make a reservation, right? So, what do you say? Do you want to beg me? I can have my boyfriend take you inside for a tour." Oh, Chen Xing's face turned icy. There's no need for the cold frost. My great-grandfather knows the head of the Song family, and will be invited in shortly. After saying that, he slightly regretted getting flustered. How could he say such things? If it turned out to be true later, it would be even more embarrassing for his great-grandfather to brag. Opposite them, the young master Zhao Yi from Magic City couldn't hold back. Not to mention this old man beside you, even some of the big shots from Magic City might not be known to old Master Song. As he spoke, Zhao Yi's eyes shone slightly as he scrutinized her. The more he looked at Chen Qing, the more stunning she appeared. Then, he suddenly freed himself from Li Ziting's grip and flashed a confident smile. "Miss, may I invite you to sit at the HSBC building?" They had just arrived at a batch of new jade items. "If you see anything you like, I'll cover the bill. My worth is certainly not something this old man beside you can compare to. He wouldn't be able to afford even a pair of my shoes in his lifetime." "No thanks, I'm not interested in you," Chen Qing said with a glance. Zhao Yi's face turned from green to red. As a respectable young master from Magic City, didn't he care about his face? The little girl should think carefully before speaking, or else halfway through, he couldn't help but pause. The bodyguard from the HSBC pawnshop returned, but he didn't meddle. Instead, he politely addressed Chen Chen, stating that the person in charge was not present today. "We cannot verify your identity, so please make a proper appointment and come back in 7 days." After saying that, he handed over a business card with both hands. He actually claimed not to know him. Chen Chen frowned slightly. He had once done a favor for the Song family. If this was just a younger generation, it could be excused. But if Song Haiping wanted to be ungrateful, he wouldn't hesitate to teach him a harsh lesson. This Song family, having experienced many hardships, his principle in dealing with the world has always been one: what I give you is yours, you are not allowed to take it. If you dare to have any ulterior motives, then it's simply death. This rule transcends time and cannot be violated. Throughout history, countless nobles and ladies have perished at Chun Chen's hands. A mere wealthy merchant like the Song family is insignificant in his eyes. Beside him, Chen Qing's face turned red, struggling to resist the impulse to drag old Master Zhang away immediately. He had no idea what the old man's thoughts were. He just felt that it was an embarrassing exaggeration, almost digging his toes into the ground in awkwardness over a 3-bedroom apartment. The viewers in the live stream were as cheerful as during the New Year, laughing, this is hilarious. Getting slapped in the face in public, so awkward for the host for a whole minute. Beside him, Zhao Yi completely relaxed. He thought, how could it be so unfortunate to randomly bump into a girl on the street and drag Songjia into this? Turns out it was just bragging. He tugged at his collar with a mischievous grin. Chen Qing, right? I mean no harm, I just want to get to know you. If you refuse again, that would be disrespectful to me. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Chen Qing's hand. Chen Qing's face showed clear panic, but he bit his lip and stood firmly in front of old Master Zhang. Don't mess around. If you do, I'll call the police right away. Before he could finish speaking, a scene unfolded that left him dumbfounded. Zhao Yu was launched like he had been hit by a cannonball, hunched over as he flew 2 or 3 meters through the air, crashing into the antique wooden door of HSBC building. Not only was Chen Qing stunned, but the viewers in the live stream were also shocked, as were the 2 strong men in HSBC building. What had happened? Everyone's gaze turned to Zhao Yi. There lay a business card quietly on his chest, the reservation card from HSBC building, just delivered to Chen Chen by the strong man, such a soft card. As for Chen Chen, the old man merely cast a casual glance, his gaze cold as if a deity were looking down upon mere ants. Li Ziting shouted and hurriedly ran over in her small high heels to crouch down, only to see Zhao Yi's face was as pale as paper. Blood was oozing from the corners of Zhao Yi's mouth. Zhao Yi, are you okay? Don't laugh, I'm just a girl who just stepped out of school, I've never seen anything like this. Trembling in fear, tears streamed down Zhao Yi's face like blooming pear blossoms. The live stream went crazy. Oh my god, did you see that? This old man must be the legendary Gu Wu Deng Deng. As Chen Shanha rushed downstairs, he was met with this chaotic scene, immediately spotting the old man Chen Shen standing with his hands behind his back, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. There's no doubt about it, the portrait hanging in the main hall of the Song family's old residence is definitely his. It's not just somewhat similar, it's exactly the same. He forced himself to suppress his thoughts and walked quickly, but before he could reach Chen Chen, without waiting for him to speak, Chen Chen snorted coldly, "You look a bit like Song Haiping. Are you his grandson or great-grandson? Where is Song Haiping? The Song family has actually forgotten about me." Given Grandpa's current status, no one in the city would dare to speak of him in such a tone. Chen Shanha quickly waved his hand. "Senior Chen, please don't be anxious, it was my oversight earlier." He explained the previous matter, clarifying that it was a misunderstanding. Song Jia would never dare to forget the name of Chen Chen, the benefactor. Grandpa often spoke of him and would go to Taishan Mountain to pay respects every year. This has continued for decades without interruption. Hearing this, Chen Chen's expression softened significantly. "What are you talking about with paying respects? I'm not dead yet." He then strode into Huifeng Tower, having walked for 80 years, to see if the taste of the tea there had changed. "Come on, my good granddaughter, keep up. Please, senior, come inside." The old man finally agreed to enter, and Chen Shanha let out a sigh of relief. He had just felt an immense sense of danger. He always felt that if things weren't handled properly, it could lead to a disastrous fate for the Song family. Zhao Yu watched Chen Shanha leave, his face gradually becoming sinister. He was used to bullying others. When had he ever been bullied? However, he wasn't foolish. He knew that Song Jia's attitude towards that old man meant he definitely had some background. It won't be easy to deal with him in the official circles of the Magic City. Even Song Jia can fend him off. Looks like we'll have to play dirty. Let's head back and have old Hei find a few skilled hands. As they spoke, the two of them limped their way out. Song Shanha led the two to the top floor of HSBC Tower, to an elegantly designed tea room, which is the most prestigious reception room in the building. Only those with at least provincial ministerial level status are qualified to sit in this tea room. Chen Qing had taken a course in antique appreciation during university. With a hint of pride, he whispered to the livestream, "Brothers, look at this set of 3 chairs and 1 table. They're all made of top-grade rosewood. The value is at least a small target. And over there, the jade rui covered by glass on the wall is definitely a product from the Tang Dynasty's official kiln. I guess it's worth over 20 million. Wow, everyone was taken aback, and naturally, a lively discussion ensued. Hearing this, Song Shanha smiled and turned back after inviting Chen Chen to sit down, saying, "Miss Chen, you might be mistaken. Although this set of table and chairs is also quite valuable. The jade ruby is another matter." He then opened the protective cover on the wall. He took out the jade ruby with both hands and placed it on the table, inviting Chen Xing to take a closer look. Upon seeing it, Chen Shang was instantly stunned. The jade ruby was crystal clear and had the finest watercolor. But that's not the key point. The crux of the matter is that there is a line of small script at the end of the jade ruby, specially commissioned by a craftsman for Mr. Song Yu as a keepsake. In the history of the Tang dynasty, only one empress, Wu Zetian, had 4 people who enjoyed engraving dance characters. This jade ruby was actually a personal gift from Wu Zetian. "Mr. Song, please put that away, it's too valuable." Just then, before Chen Xing could finish speaking, an event occurred that left him completely stunned. Grandpa Zhang casually picked up the jade ruby, and Chen Shang was so scared that his legs felt weak. If the old man were to tremble at this moment and sell him, the compensation wouldn't even cover it. What's there to be afraid of? Everything in this room is what I left for the kid Son to hold up the scene. The things I told you to store are all from our family. Then, during the conversation between Grandpa Zhang and Song Shanha, Chen Xing confirmed that he was indeed a hidden wealthy 4th-generation heir, the kind that was extravagantly rich. His gaze towards Grandpa Zhang was now filled with stars. "All right, we've had our tea. Send the kid to get some money, I should be heading back now," Chen Xin said calmly. "Aji, Senior Chen, my grandfather is on his way here. Please let me stay, you still have these antiques," Song Hashan said with some difficulty. Chen Chen waved his hand, saying, "Just stay here. It wouldn't be of any use for me to take it back. Just go get some pocket money." Soon, someone brought over a card, which Song Shan placed respectfully in front of Chen Chen. "Senior, this contains 10 million, a small token from the younger generation. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to take it." 10 million. A look of joy appeared on Chen Xing's face. This was a genuine windfall. Less than 10 minutes later, a convoy stopped in front of the HSBC building, the vehicles just coming to a halt. From the middle armored vehicle, an elderly man with white hair hurriedly stepped out. It was Song Haiping, the head of the Song family. Upon seeing his grandson, he quickly asked, "Where's Uncle Chen?" "He has already left." Song Shanha immediately relayed everything that had happened since Chen Chen's arrival to his grandfather. Little did he know, as soon as he finished speaking, Song Haiping raised his cane and shouted, "Who gave you the authority to decide such a big matter on your own? I could kill you, unfilial grandson. You've made me furious over 10 million. I've said it before, it was the funds from HSBC that helped me start my business. Without those thousands of dollars, there would be no Song family today. Now, I own half of Uncle Song Yi's shares from back then. He can choose to forfeit them if he wants, but who are you to refuse me? You scoundrel! Go check the accounts for me, calculate the profits of HSBC over the past 80 years, and bring me half of it to deliver together." When Yen and Song Shan's faces changed, the profits from HSBC were enormous, and half of 80 years' worth would surely be an astronomical figure. Moreover, that wasn't the main issue. The key point is that no one keeps money sitting idle in the bank, and now they suddenly need to gather such a large sum of cash. This is too difficult. Seeing this, Song Haiping raised his cane again and declared, "If the money isn't enough, sell the house, sell those worthless stocks and bonds. If there's even a penny short, I'll skin you alive." This scene unfolded in the tea house just after Chen Chen had left, unnoticed by anyone. But soon, the market in the magical city discovered that the Song family was frantically raising cash, even going so far as to sell off several lucrative assets, shocking countless big shots and stirring up a storm in the financial market. "Haley Xiaoshuan, did you watch my livestream? I saw it. Congratulations, you've become a millionaire. What does it feel like to suddenly be rich? Stop joking, the money belongs to my great-grandfather. Besides, with your family's influence, I'm afraid you wouldn't even look at this amount." Chen Xing glanced at her great-grandfather walking ahead, covered the phone, and whispered, "You have many connections, could you help me find a place? The place I'm currently living is really inconvenient." It was fine when the old man was still asleep, but now he's awake. Both of them crammed into a one-bedroom apartment is definitely not a solution. On the other end of the phone, after a moment of silence, they said, "Honestly, you might as well not rent a place, just come stay with me." "Forget it, that won't work. What would it look like for me to bring this old man along?" Not waiting for clarification before refusing, the other side continued to persuade, saying, "If you keep being polite, we'll cut ties. At his age, you definitely can't find a place that requires stairs, and even with an elevator, the old man wouldn't be used to it." Chen Xing thought for a moment and felt that her best friend was truly considerate. She had overlooked it herself. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qing felt delighted and skipped ahead to tell her great-grandfather. Chen Chen naturally didn't object. After all, it was just a temporary place to stay. Soon, the two hailed a taxi with 2 suitcases. They arrived at the Ziyuan Villa complex in the outskirts of the Magic City. "Hello, Grandpa Chen," at the entrance of Villa No. 07. A little girl with twin ponytails had been waiting here and sweetly asked Chen Chen upon seeing him. "Listening to Qinger, you've helped him a lot over the years." "Thank you, Chen Chen. There's no need to be modest. Your sweet granddaughter praised her best friend quite a bit on the way. This is a 2-story villa, with 2 rooms on each floor." Yu Xiaoshuang was very considerate, letting the old man choose his favorite room. In the end, Chen Chen chose a room on the left side of the 2nd floor, where he could see lush green mountains and clear waters from the window. It matched his mood perfectly, and he felt temporarily settled. The next morning, the sun had just risen. Outside the window, 100 birds were chirping. Yu Xiaoshuang tiptoed out of the villa, afraid of disturbing Chen Chang and the old man's rest. He had started a small entrepreneurial company and had to go to work every day, which was why he got up so early. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get up at this hour. "Mr. Yu, you finally made it. Mr. Yi is waiting for you in the office." As soon as he arrived at the company's front desk, a little girl hurried over nervously and said in a low voice. When Yan and Xiaoshuang's faces immediately darkened, this matter was related to a business deal their company had collaborated on a few days ago. Their main business was new media sales. In simple terms, they had some streamers under their wing, helping businesses sell products through live streaming and earning placement fees for the company. A few days ago, a company signed a contract with them, paying an exorbitant placement fee, requiring a live broadcast with no less than 10 million viewers. This was originally a good deal, and Yu Xiaoshuang happily signed the contract, but then something unexpected happened. 2 key streamers under him were willing to pay the penalty to switch jobs and demanded to leave immediately, which caused a problem. The major streamers had all left, and the few remaining smaller streamers couldn't hold the fort. The scene also didn't attract that many viewers. With no other choice, Yu Xiaoshuang ultimately decided to breach the contract, facing a penalty of up to 20 million. Those who have worked in the company know that while the business might look good, the financials are often similar, with very little cash on hand. Moreover, they didn't give him any time to prepare. For the past couple of days, Yu Xiaoshuang had been worried about this matter. By now, how could he not realize he had been set up? His subordinates must have been poached for high salaries to switch jobs. Unfortunately, it was a vicious cycle, and it was too late to understand it now. Besides, he didn't want to trouble his family. Otherwise, it would be hard to get permission to stir things up again, so he thought to himself that he had to hold on. If things get tough, I can sell the villa I live in, the company won't go under, he thought while looking at his worried employees. After comforting them with a few words, Yu Xiaoshuang walked into the office, but internally he felt extremely bitter. Selling the house could solve the problem, but he had just brought Chun Chang and Grandpa Chen over yesterday. What kind of situation was this? Inside the room were 2 people, one a man in his 50s or 60s, dressed in formal attire, with a mysterious smile on his face. It was President Yi Wendian. There's also a young man in his 20s, dressed in trendy brands, grinning mischievously at Yu Xiaoshuang. He is Mr. Ye's son. What's going on with Yu Xiaoshuang? I want to see the full 20 million today, no less. I warn you, if you can't come up with the money, don't blame me. My brothers aren't as easy to deal with as I am, Yemo said, sprawled casually on the sofa. He looked Yu Xiaoshuang up and down with a brazen gaze. Yu Xiaoshuang sighed in frustration. What are you saying? Yu Wentian pretended to glare at his son in anger, but then immediately added, jokingly, but Mr. Yu, we're all business people here, everything must be done according to the rules. Look at the money. One played the bad cop, the other the good cop. Their message was clear, pay up. In reality, this father-son duo weren't business people at all. They were professionals in the underworld, and this time someone had asked them to step in. In fact, there were others making decisions behind the scenes, aiming to push Yu Xiaoshuang out, as the wealthy young heirs had set their sights on the live streaming market. They wanted to take over this market. Yu Xiaoshuang fell silent for a moment, then sighed, I have a villa under my name. I'll give you the money once I sell the villa in Ziyuan. Before he could finish, the carefree EMO jumped up and arrogantly said, who knows if you actually have it? And don't think of stalling to tell you. Today, you must come up with the money. Besides, do you know how much the villa in Ziyuan costs? Can you afford it? Selling your company 10 times wouldn't be enough. Damn it, Yu Xiaoshuang was furious but had to endure it. He could only blame his inexperience for being tricked. After some negotiation, he ultimately agreed to take the 2 back to the villa to see the mangoes, proving he indeed had the ability to repay. The group went downstairs to the parking lot, and Li Xiaoshuan's expression was changing. He realized that these two guys had come well prepared today. In the parking lot, there was also a large van with at least 20 to 30 people inside. It seems like today will be tough. I hope they don't get scared. Grandpa Chen, worried, led the group back home. By this time, it was already afternoon. After Chen Xing served Grandpa Zhang his meal, she opened the live stream as usual. To her shock, the viewership, which usually peaked at over 300,000, had now skyrocketed to over 1 million. Brothers, am I going viral? He murmured, his eyes shining. Little did he know, this remark drew a flurry of sarcastic comments from the viewers. Xinger, don't kid around. You're not going viral, it's Grandpa Zhang who's popular. That video of him knocking out Jia Yi from a distance is trending. Where's the old man? Let me take a look. At that moment, Yu Xiaoshuan entered with Wu Yangyang and 20 to 30 people. Yi Wenshent, I warn you, tell your people to behave. I see a group of them just walked in, stirring things up and saying inappropriate things. Su Xiaoshuan's expression changed immediately, and she scolded loudly. He doesn't dare to face Chen Sheng or Grandpa Chen anymore. He's too ashamed to admit he's about to sell his house, making everyone go through all this trouble for nothing. As soon as Yemo heard him calling his dad, he got anxious and exclaimed, "What are you pretending for, you? The contract states that today is the last day for you to pay the penalty for breach of contract. If you can't come up with the money today, even if the compensation multiplies tenfold, that's 200 million. You either hand over this villa or face the consequences from Yi Wentian." The truth is revealed. Lounging on the sofa, the people behind are scheming for the market, and this father-son duo is focused solely on this villa. Yu Xiaoshuang's face turned ugly, gritting her teeth in anger. This house is worth at least 80 million on the market, and you want to offset it with just 20 million? The stunning beauty was so furious that she started cursing. Yemo pointed at the group of thugs he brought along, boasting, "If you can sell me today, I'll respect you. Let's see if anyone here dares to buy. What's the rush, girl?" Chen Shen had come over at some point, calmly sitting on the sofa and looking at Yi Wentian. The old man didn't wait for Yemo to finish cursing. Chen Shen glanced at him nonchalantly, just that one glance. Yemo felt like a chicken with its throat squeezed, standing on the edge of a cliff, his back suddenly drenched in sweat. Not just him, even the viewers in the livestream felt something unusual. What just happened? Did the temperature drop? Those eyes were terrifying. I'm now certain of one thing. The old man was definitely a tough character back in the day. Yi Wentian also sensed something unusual. "Friend, I don't have a friend like you, you're not worthy." Chen Shen interrupted him bluntly, then turned to Yu Xiaoshuang. "What's going on here?" Seeing old Master Chen stand up for her, Yu Xiaoshuang felt a bit relieved and quickly recounted the whole story. After listening, Chen Shen nodded and fell silent, his demeanor calm as if he had already made up his mind. "Alright, let's go. You, take me to see the property documents first." Yu Wentian felt uneasy watching Chen Shen and finally waited for the two to finish. He stood up impatiently. Yemo didn't dare to stay any longer. Being near the old man was too intimidating, so he hurriedly followed behind his father. Yu Xiaoshuang helplessly led the two upstairs. "Great-grandpa, Yu Xiaoshuang is my best friend. Why don't we lend him some money first?" Chen Sheng asked anxiously from the side. "He has no money, but great-grandpa does. The Song family gave 10 million, which is stuck in my account, but it's not mine. So I didn't dare to say it in front of my best friend earlier, and now I'm rushing to ask the old man. You don't need to watch from the sidelines." Saying this, Chen Shen glanced at the thugs, telling them to behave. His voice was low and casual, as if he were simply asking if they had eaten. Hearing it in the ears of a couple dozen small-time thugs felt like a thunderclap, chilling them to the bone, and they instinctively squatted down. "Who is this old guy? He's terrifying." Dad just went up the stairs, and Yemo quickly looked at his father, pointing at Chen Shen downstairs, too afraid to ask out loud. Yu Wentian stopped him with a glance, saying, "Let's focus on our own business and not provoke him. There are more powerful people around, stay calm and don't overreact." As he spoke, a deep sense of wariness appeared in his eyes. Anyone who could survive in the underworld until their 50s or 60s must have considerable potential, otherwise, they wouldn't have made it this far. At this age, he suddenly doubted whether he had taken the right job. With such a terrifying figure in the family, he thought, better not look back, you might earn money but lose your life. The next moment, he had no doubts. Damn, Yu Wentian could no longer maintain his composure and suddenly burst out with a display of national pride. Yi Wentian, dry-mouthed and tongue-tied, pointed at the photos on the wall, looking utterly intimidated. Tesla Yemo's father said, "Why are you talking about electric cars out of the blue? It's better if it doesn't run on gas." With a loud smack, Yi Wentian hit his son on the head and said, "Damn it, focus on your studies. Don't you know Tesla was the inventor of alternating current? As he spoke, he took a few more steps, leaving both father and son dumbfounded. Einstein, Cauchy, and all the legendary big shots appeared one after another. Moreover, all the photos are strikingly similar, all featuring the old gentleman downstairs. The observant Yuan also noticed that in the most terrifying photos, the old man is always seated in the main position, even in the one with Cauchy. What kind of person could make that one standing beside him say, "Don't panic, son, stay calm and don't provoke him," before finishing his sentence? Yuan stopped again, his lips turning pale, his hands trembling as he nearly crouched down. Yimo quickly supported his father, asking, "What's wrong now?" Yuan shakily raised his hand and pointed to the last photo. In the photo of Duyuesheng, Shen is still seated in the Grandmaster's chair, with a middle-aged man standing beside him, smiling obsequiously. Even through the photo, one can sense his humility and secret delight, as if being photographed with this elder is a tremendous honor. Those involved in the underworld might not know Tesla, but they surely know Duyuesheng. This prominent figure of modern times is a true powerhouse, revered by some small-time thugs as their ancestral master. They no longer worship Guangdong but instead honor him. His influence extends to the present, as some famous organizations in Hong Kong trace their origins back to him. After some contemplation, the Hong gang members, Yuan quietly advised, "Listen to me, don't speak out of turn. We only need a compensation of 20 million today. Let this house go, and don't cause any trouble. Remember that, Mr. Yi. What are you doing?" The one in front, Yu Xiaoshuan, also heard the commotion behind. She turned around and asked in surprise. Yuan took a deep breath, dropped his fake smile, and said, "Mr. Yu, my son and I are just running errands for someone else. Every grievance has its source, and every debt has its owner. My foolish son was joking about wanting the house. We only want 20 million in breach of contract fees, not a penny more. And as long as you agree to shut down the company, you don't have to pay the breach fee today." Yu Xiaoshuan was bewildered, wondering what had happened that made this person suddenly so accommodating. "I'm sorry, but I can't agree. For any reason, Wanxiang Tianyi will not close its doors." He firmly rejected, his attitude resolute. Closing the company would mean withdrawing from this market, a concession to the hidden enemies. Yu Xiaoshuang had suffered a huge loss and was determined to stand his ground. "You're taking advantage of the Yu name, huh? My father is speaking to you nicely, and you don't understand." Yuan was still simmering with emotion when suddenly, the storm behind him erupted. He bypassed Yuan and started shouting at Xiaoshuang. Yuan's head was buzzing, completely stunned. He never expected that his usually obedient son would act this way. Why did he suddenly go against his own principles today? Was it really impulsive? Not entirely, he had his own thoughts. His father was getting older, and indeed, the older one gets in this world, the more cautious one becomes. What's there to fear in this line of work? After this deal, he could just take a step back. He could even leave the magic city altogether. Yu Xiaoshuang's face turned pale, startled, and he took 2 steps back, thinking Emo was about to hit him. At the critical moment, a roar came from downstairs. Shen suddenly leaped up, flying to the 2nd floor. Then, he stretched his leg and kicked directly. Bang! Clatter! Emo crashed through the railing of the 2nd floor like a cannonball, flew over the small gangsters on the 1st floor, and hit the opposite wall before sliding down. The distance was at least a dozen meters. Pfft, cough, Dad. It hurts so much. Yemo's screams brought everyone back to their senses. Son! Yuantian's eyes turned red, and he rushed over. Chen Chang was dumbfounded. Yu Xiaoshuang was dumbfounded. The small gangsters were dumbfounded. The audience in the live broadcast room was also dumbfounded. What the hell, is this old man? Are you kidding me? Which old man can fly 5 or 6 meters and kick someone over 10 meters away with one kick? Damn! Can he really fly in midair? I thought the video was edited. Just now you said the old man was hanging out with power? Come out and see. No, how did he do that? It's not scientific. Kicking someone over 10 meters away with one kick is simply impossible, right? A person weighs at least over 100 caddies. How much explosive force would that require? Otherwise, why do you think so many people come to the live broadcast room? Flying in midair is also unscientific, without any assistance. Jumping 5 or 6 meters high in one leap, isn't that too exaggerated? My scalp is tingling. I'm slightly excited. I think the old man has opened up a world unknown to us. Ancient martial arts? Tisk tsk, guys, watch this. I bet the old man definitely has some kung fu skills. If I'm wrong, the live broadcast will be shut down. 5 levels. Damn! Ruthless. Chen Qing ran unsteadily to Chen Chen's side, and only relaxed when he saw the old man's calm expression, asking with concern, Grandpa Zhang, are you okay? Yu Xiaoshuang also looked concerned on the side. Chen Shen waved his hand. I'm fine, won't die, just gave a little punishment, I didn't dare to use force. I'm asking you. However, the two girls also realized that since the old man was fine, they should focus on the one who got hit now. All three of them looked toward GMO still lying on the first floor. TSK. This was really tragic. When he crashed through the railing, he must have been pierced by splinters. His body was covered in blood like a shower, but he was not seriously injured, already being helped up to sit. Yu Xiaoshuang, you're ruthless. I won't let you off. Yi Wentian, in his desperate love for his son, glared at Yu Xiaoshuang with hatred, his eyes wishing to kill her. While speaking, he didn't even dare to glance in Chen Shen's direction. From the heart, Yu Xiaoshuang. Damn, it wasn't me who kicked him. But she was also responsible, since Chen Grandpa had given her the go-ahead, she kicked and punched. However, before she could speak, a group of people rushed in from home. Uncle Li, Uncle Lu, Aunt Wang, Uncle Zhou. The members of the Ziyuan Tai Chi sect finally arrived. A group of elderly men and women with an average age of around 65, now entered cheerfully like they were at a fair. Their actions upon entering were so uniform and intimidating. They pretended to sneak a glance at Chen Shen, then immediately looked elsewhere, afraid of being caught. Before coming in, Old Li had instructed everyone. We are helping Fish Girl out of goodwill, it has nothing to do with Master Chen, don't expect any favors in return. These people who had once held high positions were all experts in pleasing others, now it was their turn to win people over, their experience was rich. Seeing this group of elderly people come in, the 30 or so small gangsters and the Yi family were all dumbfounded. Damn! They're here too! If one old man is this terrifying, what about a whole group? Do they want everyone dead? Yemo didn't even dare to spit out blood, obediently watching from the side. Dang. Yu Xiaoshuang quickly ran downstairs to invite the elderly to sit down. Grandpa Li, what's this about? Li Liang waved his hand, pretending to be angry. Fish Girl, why are you looking down on your Grandpa Li? There was trouble at home, and someone came looking for trouble without saying a word? I've told you before, our community is small. If there's a problem, just give a heads up. Those who have money can contribute money, those who have strength can contribute strength. There's nothing we can't solve together, got it? Yu Xiaoshuang dared to swear that these old folks had never said such words before, except for pulling her into practicing Tai Chi. Even the other day, she had tried to test this person with this matter, to see if he could help mediate, but Mr. Li just laughed it off and said he was no longer involved in such matters. Mr. Li, what made your attitude do a 180 in just 2 days? Oh, I was just afraid of bothering you, old man. She thought to herself, but sweetly accepted the conversation and exchanged pleasantries with the group of elderly people. Alright, you just watch from the side, Grandpa will handle this. Li Liangkai took over the authority directly. At this moment, several barrage comments appeared in the live stream, causing a frenzy among many viewers. The active accounts were from the wealthy second generation in the Magic City area. Hey, isn't that the chairman of Maple Group? Tisk TSK. Do you see that old man in the front? Looks unremarkable, right? He used to be the head of XX department, just retired a few years ago. Damn, Grandpa? Oh my, I need to make a call home. Sigh, why did my uncle come too? Through these accounts, everyone understood one thing, these old folks were quite influential. Things just got interesting. Yu Wentian finally recognized the identity of one of the old men and took a deep breath. Damn, he had just met at the entrance of the community, didn't pay attention, and now regretted it. Mainly because Mr. Li was wearing Tai Chi clothes, he didn't recognize him. He knew this old man much better than the online friends. When he was young and mingling, the Magic City was ruled by these people, each of whom could make one's heart tremble with just a stomp of their feet. Mr. Li, do you remember me? I'm Xiaoye, I once wished you a long life. He cautiously approached Li Liangkai and said. Li Liangkai glanced at him sideways and coldly snorted. Are you the one causing trouble? Did you bring all these people here? Before coming, he had already inquired about the details of Yu Xiaoshuang's matter, knowing the reasons. He even knew more than Yi Wentian. Anything the relevant departments wanted to know, he could find out. Slap. Yu Wentian lightly patted his own face and forced a smile. I didn't know you were here, otherwise, even if you lent me courage, I wouldn't dare to come over. Please forgive me, I'll leave now. After speaking, he tried to slip away. Run, if he didn't run now, he might end up spending the new year here. But with the stage set and a group of elderly people eager to perform, how could they let him go? Stop. Wait. How dare you leave? Yi Wentian. Xiaoye, the matter isn't resolved yet, what's the rush? Let's go through each issue one by one. What's the deal with this kid? Li Liangkai quietly blocked the door, pointing at Yemo and asked. I kicked him. With a cold snort, Chen Chen jumped from the second floor to the living room on the first floor and admitted it. Bold and daring. Ho! The group of elderly people witnessed this scene, their eyes trembling. They exchanged glances. Did you see that? A real immortal. With a height of 5 to 6 meters, who among us dares to come forward? Who dares to try? Probably would be carried away on the spot. Old God. Cough, Master Chen, don't be hasty. Let's see what the family members have to say. We must follow the rules of Xia country. Xiaoye, tell us, it looks like he fell, right? He fell. He fell accidentally while walking. When Yuentian said this, his face twitched, but the situation was stronger than him. He really didn't dare to act recklessly. Fell so severely? He was reckless, fell from the second floor over there to this side. Well, then don't forget to repair the damaged items when you go back. After Li Liankai gave his orders, he nodded in satisfaction. He wouldn't dare to bully ordinary folks like this, but he had long figured out the true colors of the Yi family duo. They were not to be trifled with. Playing around carelessly would only make things worse. Yes, Mr. Li. At this moment, Yu Xiaoshuang brought over a grandmaster chair for Grandpa Li to sit on. Just as Li Liankai was about to lift his butt, he suddenly froze, then politely moved the chair himself next to Chen Chen. Master Chen, please have a seat and take it easy. Let's handle this slowly. You sit. You're not strong enough. No, please have a seat. I can stand. I heard from Xiaoyu that you're over 100 years old. Respecting the elderly is a traditional virtue. This scene naturally shocked everyone once again. The viewers in the live stream chat were left speechless. Damn, what's the old man's identity? Who knows, but he's definitely not simple. Of course, how many people in the entire city can make way for Mr. Li? The old man is becoming more and more mysterious. Can't wait to find out. I have a feeling that what we see now is just the tip of the iceberg for the old man. Li Liankai had no intention of caring about what others thought. Seeing the old immortal sit down, he smiled satisfactorily, thinking he had successfully gained some favor. Apart from the viewers, Yuentian was also pondering the question of Chen Chen's true identity. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, feeling his liver trembling. His lips turned pale. Damn it! He had really barged into the realm of the King of Hell this time. Forget about the money, he would be willing to build a temple for Chen Shun if he could just leave with his life intact. Mr. Li, shall we leave first? No rush, let's finish talking about the matter at hand. Li Liankai stopped him with a smile and continued, now that this little mishap is resolved, let's talk about the contract between you and Xiaoyu's company. The penalty for breach of contract is 20 million, right? Click. A bad premonition arose in his heart. These old folks had come prepared. Yuentian decided not to hesitate anymore. Better to lose money than to invite disaster. He didn't want the money. He needed to extricate himself from this situation, let those behind him do as they pleased. Mr. Li, it was just a joke between me and Xiaozong. I'll tear up the contract when I get back, there's nothing to it. Yuentian said earnestly, as if they were just joking around as friends. Yemo and the group of hooligans felt sorry for him but dared not speak up. Not only did they not earn a single penny, but they also had to pay a hefty sum. The result was shocking to everyone. Li Liankai shook his head slowly and said solemnly, what you said is unacceptable. Once a contract is made, it must be honored. Lao Zhao. Among the elderly, a slightly younger man stood up, first bowed slightly to Chen Chen, then calmly took out a check and a contract receipt. 2 million, sign here, stamp your handprint, and the money is yours. Yu Xiaoshuang on the side became anxious. Uncle Zhao, this. Before she could finish, Chen Chen grabbed her, squinted his eyes, showed a smile on his face for the first time, and whispered, Xiaoyu, just watch. These old foxes have some tricks up their sleeves. Grandpa is in a good mood today, let's give them a chance to perform. On the other side, Yuentian found it difficult to refuse and dared not reject. Although he knew it was inappropriate to take the money, he was even more afraid not to. He could only sign the contract with a stiff face, completing the signing with flourish. After carefully checking, Lao Zhao confirmed everything was in order, then respectfully bowed to Chen Chen again before retreating into the crowd. Yuentian felt empty inside, realizing he had done something irreparable. Indeed, Li Liankai's next words confirmed his worst fears. Alright, you've taken the money. The cause, process, and outcome of this scam are all clear. The evidence is solid. Xiaoye, with 2 million, you can spend the rest of your life in prison. Without a couple of 100 years, don't even think about getting out. The specific information about your scams has been thoroughly collected by your former unit. Boom! Yuentian suddenly raised his head, eyes spitting fire. Damn it! You forced me to take the money, you bastard. Li Liankai remained calm and composed, his smile gentle and kind. Not taking money, you're attempting fraud, how can that be? We can't express our respect for the old immortal. Damn, you guys are enforcing the law by fishing, do you really think we're fools? Yemo couldn't stay silent anymore, he jumped up, his face red and his neck thick as he shouted. He was determined in his heart, disregarding the fear of the identities in front of him. He absolutely couldn't admit to the charge of fraud. Once he did, it would be over. He would truly spend the rest of his life in prison. Yuentian remained silent on the side, evidently filled with anger as well. Li Liankai was naturally prepared for this, he smiled calmly and unhurriedly. What nonsense are you talking about? I have long retired, now I am just an ordinary person, with no law enforcement power. The 20 million just now was money we lent to the fish as neighbors, it has nothing to do with us. His words were spoken methodically, completely sealing off the last loophole. Indeed, on the surface, it was true, but in reality, those who understood, understood. Veins popped on Yemo's neck, he gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at everyone in the room. Up to now, he still couldn't figure out what was happening today. He and his father had pressured Fish Shaoxian for quite some time, why didn't anyone step in before? But today everyone showed up all at once. Unlucky. Ah! Yuenian waved his hand to stop his son, pleading with a dejected tone, Mr. Li, please spare us, give us a way out. He could see through it, they had calculated his reaction, every step was connected. Shilling. The only hope now was to let this big shot give him a way out, otherwise, he would have to prepare to face the consequences. Li Liankai felt the timing was right, he put away his gentle smile and said softly, confess and you'll get a lighter sentence, go home for the new year, resist and you'll face strict punishment, sit in prison for life. Xiaoye, you're not the mastermind, at most you're an accomplice. Yi Wentian's face turned deathly pale. There was only one meaning in that statement, point out the person behind you, our target is him, you're just a side issue, not important. The person behind him had great power, if he spoke out, he wouldn't have a good ending, but if he didn't, it would be even worse. It's better to die with a friend than die a beggar. He made up his mind, gritted his teeth and said, Zhao Yi. After that, Ye's father and son along with many hooligans were taken away by the relevant authorities who had been waiting outside the house all along. At the same time, Zhao Yi in a luxurious apartment was also taken away. This farce came to a temporary end. Damn! Young Master Zhao has offended the Chun family again, it's him. Zhao Yi is really unlucky. This is hilarious, he stumbled again, I wonder if he has recovered from his injuries. I heard about the aftermath of the last incident, it said that after being beaten up by the old man, Zhao Yi wanted to seek revenge with some shady characters, but was warned by the Song family, with the old man from the Song family personally intervening, scaring the Zhao family, and Zhao Yi was beaten up by his father again. This is too tragic, right? He deserves it, he's just a reckless rich kid, he should have been dealt with a long time ago. Exactly, that guy is trouble, just look at this incident, if it wasn't for the old man, the anchor's friend would have been forced to sell the house, right? Justice served. By the way, what's the relationship between Grandpa Zhang and these old people? I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like these people are trying to please Grandpa Zhang? Oh, you think so too, I feel the same way. Agreed, this live stream is getting more and more interesting, looking forward to what happens next. Indeed, it's like following a drama series, there are always surprising highlights with Grandpa Zhang. High mountain and flowing water rewards the anchor with a super rocket one, it's not my fault rewards the anchor with a super rocket one, love who you love rewards the anchor with a super rocket 5. Chen Cheng was still running around, so now there were no anchors in the live stream room, but the audience was enjoying themselves. Viewers chatted among themselves, rewarded when necessary, shocked when needed, it was as if they were watching a melodrama, super interesting. The heat in the live stream room even reached an exaggerated 3 million, the popularity was terrifying. Please be seated. Chen Chen saw a group of elderly people looking at him eagerly, how could he not know what they were thinking? He waved his hand for everyone to sit down. Li. He hesitated as he began to speak. Li Liankai was perceptive and quickly said, just call me Xiaoli, in front of you, I am of a younger generation. Sensible. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction, pondered for a moment, and smiled, today's matter troubles you all. No trouble at all, we and the fish are neighbors, it's what we should do. Don't say that, Master Chen, we were just bored and came over on our own. Exactly, it's just a small favor. The group of people waved their hands, not daring to take credit. Listen to me. Chen Chen picked up his teacup and took a sip, speaking calmly. Instantly, silence fell. The group of elderly people sat down like obedient children, not even daring to breathe loudly. Forget about Tai Chi, it takes decades of practice to achieve anything worthwhile. A sense of disappointment inevitably appeared on the faces of the elderly, but in the next moment, they heard Chen Chen say, but meeting his fate, you've helped me a bit, so I'll teach you a set of exercises for strengthening the body. Tomorrow morning at 7, same place. Alright, I'm feeling a bit tired. With that, Chen picked up his teacup. The group of elderly people became excited, bowed respectfully, and left Villa No. 7. The scene just now almost caused the live broadcast room to explode. Damn, guys, what's going on here? This isn't just about pleasing someone, right? Forgive my poor thinking, I really can't understand. My uncle is a tough guy, I'm usually afraid of him. What's happening today? I'm so curious. What's really going on? Yeah, talking about Tai Chi? It's all the host's fault for not broadcasting the whole thing. With everyone gone, the villa finally quieted down. Yu Xiaoshuang and Chen Xing could no longer contain their curiosity, eagerly bombarding Grandpa Zhang with questions. They were still completely puzzled and couldn't understand what was going on. Especially Yu Xiaoshuang, she couldn't even dream that her big problem was solved so easily. It didn't feel real at all. Grandpa Zhang, just tell us, Master Chen, why do they respect you so much? Please tell us, otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight. Watching the two persistent girls, Chen chuckled. It's not a big deal, I was just out for a walk yesterday and saw them practicing Tai Chi, but it was quite off, so I gave them some pointers. They seem to think of me as some kind of immortal, hee hee. Alright, I'm going upstairs to rest for a bit, you guys have fun. With that, Chen leisurely went upstairs. After thanking Chen Xing, Yu Xiaoshuang also went out to find someone to repair the stairs and fence. Chen Xing, now free of worries, finally remembered that she was still live streaming. When she sat in front of the computer and checked, she was dumbfounded. The number of viewers in the live stream had exceeded 5 million. She had smoothly ascended to become a top-tier anchor. Not only that, what she didn't expect was that even without streaming, she had received over 1 million in gifts. Astounded, her dumbfounded expression amused the viewers, and the audience was immersed in a joyful atmosphere. A certain anchor earns millions by slacking off. Anchor, I didn't do anything, yet I got promoted? The whole internet is shocked. A lazy anchor unexpectedly becomes a top internet celebrity? Anchor, I warn you, everyone is here to see the old master. Take us to the same place tomorrow morning at 7, or we'll unfollow in a minute. Thousands of people pledge, join the request. Join the request. In a certain public nursing home in the city, a middle-aged couple was accompanying a young man in the reception room, who had appeared earlier in the text. The young man with a congenital illness was Chen Kong, and the people by his side were his parents. It turned out that Chen Kong, with a skeptical attitude, invited the old master to treat his illness in Chen Xing's live broadcast room. Regardless of how far-fetched the process was, the effect was immediate, making him feel a confidence he had never experienced before. Excited, Chen Kong immediately shared this news and the whole story with his parents. Initially, Chen's father and mother naturally didn't believe it at all when they first heard about it, wondering if their son had developed a mental illness out of frustration. However, when they arrived home, especially after Chen's father and Chen Kong checked in the bathroom, they were thunderstruck to see that it was indeed true. Something that many world-class experts had declared impossible had suddenly and unexpectedly been cured. Moreover, the treatment process was so magical that it challenged the beliefs of any normal person. After discussing it as a family, the Chens decided it was best to consult a reputable doctor just to be sure. Living in the city of magic, their first choice was the top expert in town, Zhang Ziyuan. Zhang was a leading traditional Chinese medicine expert in the country, known for providing physical conditioning to famous figures in the political and business world. They made an appointment to meet at a nursing home. The Chen family was now waiting for Zhang. During this time, they also finished watching Chen Xing's live broadcast. When Chen's father saw the screen go black, he put away his phone, still somewhat incredulous. Wow, son, I'm starting to believe what you said. This Mr. Chen is truly remarkable. Noticing his wife and son's confusion, he continued to explain, did you see that group of elderly people who appeared later? None of them have simple backgrounds, they were all prominent figures in the old days of the City of Magic. You saw their attitudes, you don't think it's absurd, do you? Hearing his father's words, Chen Kong nonchalantly replied, Dad, I've been telling you they're immortals, but you didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? Having experienced the healing process firsthand, he already regarded Chen as a deity. Only Chen's mother still found it unbelievable, muttering to herself, I still think it's fake, just a coincidence of circumstances. The process seems too fake, right? He sat down, chanted a spell, and our son's illness was cured? Even if he had prescribed some medicine. Before the Chen family could discuss further, a 70-year-old man walked briskly into the room. It was Zhang Ziyuan, who had just finished his previous engagement. Upon seeing the Chen family, Zhang immediately furrowed his brow. Young Chen, didn't I tell you before that the young master's illness is incurable? If there was a solution, I wouldn't keep it from you. He picked up a teacup and took a sip of water. The Chen family had sought his help more than once, paying generously for his diagnosis, but congenital diseases had no earthly cure, and he was helpless. Zhang, no, this time we're not asking for medication. It's about my son's illness being cured by someone else. I'm still worried, so I've come to seek your opinion. Spluttering, Zhang nearly choked on his water, and after composing himself, his expression turned grim. Young Chen, are you joking with me at this late hour? Are you trying to amuse me? Today, I won't mince my words. I'll tell you directly that your son's illness cannot be cured. It's like being born with a physical disability in the limbs. Without a transplant, there's no cure. As for the transplant, I've mentioned before that current medical conditions are not yet perfect. Go home, I really can't help. With that, he headed towards the door. Even the best doctors were powerless against certain diseases. Zhang, it's true, absolutely true. If you don't believe me, just take a look. After much persuasion from Chen's father, Zhang finally agreed to examine the situation. The two entered another room. As time passed, a skeptical Zhang Ziyuan returned. The way he looked at Chen Kong was as if he was seeing a monster. This was just not scientifically possible. He felt that the medical theory knowledge he had learned over the past few decades had been severely shaken. If this had to be described, it was like a person born without arms suddenly growing a completely normal arm overnight. It was completely impossible. Come on, tell me in detail, how was it cured? Sitting back down, Zhang Ziyuan furrowed his brow, picked up a pen, and inquired eagerly. The three members of the Chen family exchanged glances. Chen's father smiled bitterly and said, Zhan Lao, I know this matter seems unreal, but you must believe every word I say next, it's all true. Snap. Zhang Ziyuan uncapped his pen and nodded, it's okay, go ahead. I've been practicing medicine for a lifetime and have seen many strange things. Ahem. Chen's father nodded. My son's illness was cured by an old man performing magic in the live broadcast he was watching. Zhang Ziyuan put down his pen and looked at Chen's father with a skeptical gaze. Chen Kong, on the side, was prepared and immediately opened the video on his phone. At that time, he thought the old man was going to prescribe medicine, so he recorded the video to remember. Little did he know he captured an extraordinary scene. After a long while, Zhang Ziyuan rubbed his temples fiercely, massaged his numb face, and finally came back to his senses. How should he put it? This couldn't be said to have no scientific basis, but it was also completely unreasonable. If Chen Kong wasn't a patient he had personally treated before, he wouldn't believe it even if there were a million of them. Was this cultivating immortality? A celestial being? It definitely wasn't a doctor, let alone a medical practitioner using such methods. He had never even heard of it. Beside him, Chen's father asked cautiously, Zhan Lao, have you figured out what happened? Does my son have any after effects? Who knows? I haven't figured out a damn thing. Zhang Ziyuan thought to himself, then pondered for a moment and reassured, this matter is a bit strange, I don't quite understand it myself. How about this, send me the video, I'll discuss it with a few other experts tonight, and I'll contact you once we have some results. Of course, don't worry, your son's condition is currently fine, no different from an ordinary person. The three members of the Chen family finally relaxed, gratefully handed over the video, left the consultation fee, and bid farewell. Zhang Ziyuan pondered for a moment, then dialed the phone numbers of other medical experts in the country. Several hours later, a huge storm swept through the medical community in Xia country. A group of medical experts seemed to have become decades younger, constantly calling each other, seeking advice from their teachers, and researching this case together. Lao Zhang, are you in the medical department? Come over quickly. Master, you must take a look at this. Tonight, everyone will write a paper for me, purely speculative. What kind of method is this? List all the possibilities no matter how absurd they seem. They had never heard of such a treatment method before. Was it just a coincidence, or was it truly an inexplicable treatment method? If it was a treatment method, could it cure other diseases? Was it effective against cancer? These questions made all the medical experts scratch their heads, and the entire industry was buzzing. Many people even secretly thought, could this be the springtime of traditional Chinese medicine after the major breakthroughs in Western medicine in the last century pushed medicine forward for decades? This matter did not settle down with the arrival of the late night, instead, it escalated, and the discussions continued to expand. A breakthrough in medicine was considered a top priority by everyone. After all, no matter how noble one's status was, no one could guarantee that they would never fall ill. The next day, early in the morning, the sun had not yet fully risen, and dew glistened on the grass and leaves. Chen walked ahead, looking calm. Yu Shaoxuang and Chen Xing, holding his selfie stick, obediently followed behind, both looking excited. It wasn't just them, the live broadcast room had already erupted into chaos. Damn, I thought I was early, but there are already so many people here? Tisk TSK, the old man's video highlights have gone viral across the entire internet, have you seen it? 2 light takeoffs, 1 explosive kick and a business card dart, also cool, the views have exceeded 1 billion. Douyin? Billy. Wow, terrifying. 4 million people? The streamer is definitely on a roll. I've never heard of a streamer with this level of popularity in the early morning live broadcast. It's not really about the streamer, right? Everyone's here to see the old master. That's true, the streamer is just lying back and winning at life. Guys, did I come to the right place? I came to admire the old master, and that video got me all fired up. Is this a revival of spiritual energy? Wow, such an elegant demeanor. Is this another character in the style of a Wudong Taoist priest? Is no one interested in the upcoming transmission of skills? I came specifically for this, I really want to see what kind of kung fu can impress my uncle. Of course, I'm interested, or else who would get up so early? Want to see +1, want to see +2, want to see +3 streamer, you should ask the old master if he can live stream first. Some martial arts emphasize lineage, don't make it difficult for the old master. This brother is right. Chen Xing saw the barrage and belatedly realized that she had been impulsive. She hadn't thought to ask Grandpa Zhang if he could livestream. Judging by Grandpa Zhang's current performance, the old master must have had real skills when he was young, maybe even the legendary true martial arts lineage. Otherwise, even a normal elderly person couldn't jump 5 or 6 meters high and easily kick someone out 10 meters away, right? True inheritances usually involve strict rules. With this in mind, she quickly took 2 steps forward, ran to Chen Chen's side, and asked obediently, Grandpa Zhang, can I live stream your teaching of martial arts to Masterly for everyone to see later? A lot of people are very curious. Hearing this, Chen Chen looked directly at his phone, glanced at the number of online viewers and the flurry of barrage messages, and was somewhat surprised. He smiled kindly and said, I didn't expect so many people to enjoy watching an old man like me. As for the 5 animal play, it can be watched, there's nothing that can't be seen. This set of body strengthening exercises was originally created to help people stay healthy, but it was lost due to various reasons. Martial arts are nothing mysterious. The important thing is to endure laziness and persevere daily. Chatting all the way, they soon arrived at the small square in the bamboo forest. Li Liankai and the others had already arrived here, anxiously waiting for Chen Chen. When they saw him coming over, they all greeted him. Li Liankai hesitated, Immortal Chen, what do we need to prepare? Before he could finish, Chen Chen waved his hand and said straightforwardly, I'm not an immortal, there are no immortals in this world, just call me Mr. Passing on the teachings can be called Mr. Hello, Mr. The chorus of greetings made Chen Chen's eyes reveal a hint of reminiscence. In the past, he had countless disciples under his tutelage, greeted like this every day, many of whom left a great reputation in official history. There was Wei Qing who learned martial arts under him, as well as Hua Xiubing, Geguzi who studied swordsmanship with him, and that disciple Gai Nya, Zhuge who mastered the 8 trigrams, and many other disciples whose names he had forgotten, all of them had passed away. Thinking of this, Chen Chen straightened his back slightly, extended one hand with the palm facing up, and calmly said, no need for formalities, let's begin today's lesson. As soon as he spoke, a gentle breeze rose from the ground, lifting everyone up irresistibly. The wind rose and fell, yet it didn't stir a single leaf on the ground. Words spoken, magic followed, ignoring science. The group of elderly men and women had never seen anything like this before, their expressions shocked, some even wanted to shout in excitement. Even Li Liankai, who had the highest expectations for today, never expected to witness such a grand opening. The audience in the livestream was also buzzing. Damn, am I seeing things? How did the wind lift those people up? Damn, it's not just me hallucinating, right? I saw it too. It's too terrifying. There were exactly 13 elderly people on the scene, and just now there were 13 gusts of wind. How the hell did they do that? Editing? Are you kidding me? Sister, this is a live broadcast. Oh my goodness, it's giving me goosebumps. Is the old man a cultivator? Maybe he has some true energy or something that ordinary people like us don't know about. I'm a genuine disciple of Taoism, and I have no idea about that stuff. Love you forever. Reward the streamer with 10 rockets, so impressive, who else can do this? Piggy rewards the streamer with 10 rockets, those people call the old man an immortal, it seems. Makes sense? Don't overthink it, it might just be a coincidence. The online viewers were shocked, let alone Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang who were present at the scene. They were dumbfounded. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Chen Chen had already begun his lecture. His tone was steady, his voice not loud, but to the listeners, it was like thunder in their ears, penetrating their minds. It sounded like the voice of the Tao, making people unable to help but feel solemn. Everyone was too busy to think further, quickly calming down, afraid of missing a single word. The 5 animal frolics is an ancient martial art form, divided into tiger, deer, bear, ape, and bird styles. The tiger style focuses on attack, deer on movement, bear on defense, ape on leaping, and bird on swooping, complementing each other. This method was observed by the old man in ancient times. Hua Tua observed the 5 animal frolics, which can be considered a decent introductory technique, simple to learn. Once mastered, it can strengthen the body, and even confront strong enemies. However, you are all getting older, trying to learn too much will lead to confusion. Besides, nowadays we don't really need these martial arts techniques. So today, I will teach you the ape style of the 5 animal frolics for the purpose of nurturing the body. Practicing to the introductory level will not take much effort, adding about 10 years to your life. If you reach mastery, you could live an extra 50 years. The complete 5 animal frolics combined with the general principles is a martial art technique that cannot be taken lightly. If someone wishes to learn, Chen will observe their conduct, temperament, and other aspects. If everything meets his satisfaction, he will formally announce it and hold an apprenticeship ceremony before teaching. However, learning a single move is just for fitness purposes and doesn't require such scrutiny. Wow! Everyone was stunned, mainly because of Chen's outrageous claims. Can learning this technique really add 10 years to one's life? And 30 years if mastered? Isn't that too exaggerated? Although the people present felt the imposing aura emanating from Chen, they didn't dare to question it. But the viewers in the live stream couldn't help themselves. Even though I think the old man might have some martial arts skills, what he just said is absolutely nonsense. My goodness, living 30 years longer? The current average life expectancy is only 70 years. Adding another 30 years is almost half again. If this is true, wouldn't the national team be all over this? Is martial arts really that miraculous? Are there any martial arts masters or national martial arts masters in the live stream? In no time, a barrage of comments appeared, igniting the live stream. I am Zhao Song, the inheritor of the 13 styles of kicking. I happened to come across this live broadcast today, and I can responsibly tell everyone that what this old man just said is pure nonsense. Since ancient times, martial arts are for the young. Why do I say this? It means that practicing martial arts harms the body, and in old age, there are various hidden illnesses, which, in the words of young people, are occupational diseases. The idea that martial arts can strengthen the body and promote longevity is all wrong, not to mention extending life. This guy is a fraud, don't believe him. Martial arts, since ancient times, have focused on southern fist and northern kick. South of the Yangtze River, there is a greater inheritance of fist techniques, while north of the Yangtze River, there is a greater inheritance of kicking techniques. The 13 styles of kicking is an authentic northern-style kicking technique known for its sharp attacks and continuous strikes. When in combat, it's like a fierce storm, not giving the opponent a chance to catch their breath once suppressed. Zhao Song is a representative figure in practicing kicking techniques. Because he often frequents the internet, he is well known, earning him the title of a martial arts master. No one really knows how skilled he is, but judging from the videos he posts, he has gained a significant following. Seeing him speak up, his online friends who knew him well began to show their support. I told you that old Master Chen was exaggerating, but you didn't believe me. Now Master Zhao himself has come to expose the truth. Hello, Master Zhao. When will your next video be released? Didn't Master Zhao say he was going to challenge at Wudong Mountain? When is he going? I've been waiting for half a year. Oh, isn't this the boastful Zhao? Always talking big, and now he's here to stir up trouble? Exactly, no matter how big you boast, if you have the skills, stop talking and show us in a real fight. Although I also think old Master Chen tends to exaggerate, but this person's reputation. I can tell you all clearly, old Master Chen is 100 times stronger than this person. If you have the skills, Zhao Song, can you take off from a standstill? Can you kick someone several meters away? I volunteer to be your target. Then why bother? If this Master Zhao is not convinced, have the guts to spar with the old master for a couple of moves? Let's see some real skills. Dare or not, I challenge you. If you win, I'll gift you 1,000 super fires. I mean it, I look down on those who just talk big. Wow! Money talks. The barrage of comments continued. Does Master Zhao have fans while Chen doesn't? Not only does he have fans, but even more. The few moves he casually revealed these days have already attracted a large number of true fans. In front of a computer screen, a slightly overweight middle-aged man frowned at first, but when he saw a netizen saying that if he won against Chen, he would gift 1,000 super fires, his eyes lit up. 1,000 fires are worth 2 million, even after deducting the platform's share, it's still over 1 million. Not a small amount. Zhao Song was tempted. After some contemplation, his slightly chubby fingers typed a message and sent it. Hee, this netizen is joking. This old man looks like he's in his 60s or 70s. Even if I win, I'm afraid it wouldn't be honorable, so let's forget about it. Playing hard to get, he had to provoke a bit more. Sure enough, the netizen just now got excited. I mean it, I dare to go to the notary office to make it official. Do you have the guts to come? Hee, since this netizen is so enthusiastic, I can perform a friendly match for everyone. I wonder if Master Chen dares to accept the challenge. If not, then forget it. After all, these days there are too many frauds deceiving tuition fees. Hee, just kidding. This shameless remark immediately sparked a wave of criticism. Next, the whole internet awaited old Master Chen's response. Behind Zhao Song, a glamorous assistant looked worried. Don't agree randomly, I've seen that old man's videos, they're quite intimidating, don't ruin your reputation. And he appeared so suddenly, we have no information on him at all. Master Zhao specializes in the online world, with a professional team. This assistant is one of them, responsible for planning strategies to attract traffic for him. Zhao Song waved his hand, chuckled, and said, I've watched the video too, no need to worry, it's a sure win. Honestly, if he could jump 2 or 3 meters in one go, I wouldn't dare to accept the challenge so easily, but jumping that high and kicking someone several meters away, no need to think too much, it's definitely fake. Who could do that as a normal person? The assistant was puzzled, but the video. Zhao Song glanced at her, don't you understand this? Jumping is done by wire, kicking is done by actors, it's our old trick, are you naive? I can't beat Zhang Shan from Wodong Mountain, but beating an old man is almost certain, don't worry. At this moment, Chen Shen had finished explaining and was about to start teaching formally. In the midst of this, Shen Qing ran over and mentioned the bet with the netizens and Zhao Song's challenge. Grandpa Zhang, should we just forget about it? Chen Shen didn't rush to speak, he flipped through his phone and read all the barrage comments again, his frown deepening with each read. 13-legged kicking. With his status, he wouldn't bother to compete with others. Ordinary people seeing him were considered fortunate, how could just anyone challenge him? However, the words and actions of Zhao Song just now displeased him greatly. To make money by showing off like a clown, tarnishing the ancient martial arts, and ruining one's reputation, humph. Not only that, upon seeing the 13 styles of kicking, he also recalled an incident from the last time he woke up. In those chaotic times in Xia country, foreigners were flaunting their power and oppressing the people. The inheritor of the 13 styles of kicking was named Zhao Yong. Although his name was Yong, he was anything but mediocre. That time he encountered injustice on the road and boldly took action, kicking more than 10 foreign soldiers to death before being shot. Quite honorable. How did the descendants of that generation become so incompetent in this era? Let him come to the Magic City, I'll teach him a lesson in being a decent person, Shen Shen said lightly. At his words, for some reason, everyone present suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. The old man had suddenly become terrifying. Seeing Chen Shen accept the challenge, netizens began to buzz with excitement, eagerly inquiring about Master Zhao's schedule. People love to watch a spectacle. Soon, Master Zhao announced that he would take the high-speed train in the afternoon and arrive tomorrow morning for the challenge. Mr. Chen, why don't you go back and rest first, and then teach us after winning the sparring match tomorrow? Li Liang suggested. They had all heard clearly what Chen Qing had said earlier, so they naturally knew the situation. At this moment, they advised Chen Chen to go back and adjust his state first. They all respected Mr. Chen's martial arts skills, but when it came to actual combat, they were unsure. After all, the person they were challenging was a martial artist, not someone ordinary, and he was much younger than Chen the old man. Chen Chen waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, in martial arts, persistence is key. Do not be indecisive. Even if there are major matters, daily practice must be completed. Alright, focus and prepare. When everyone fell silent, Chen Chen continued, monkey style, you must imagine yourself as a monkey, every move and stillness should be like this. As he spoke, Chen Chen demonstrated various movements. Monkey gazing at the moon, climbing rocks, leaping, glaring fiercely. Whether in the live broadcast room or the small square, everyone was stunned. In their eyes, it was as if a majestic old monkey was walking, leaping, hunting, and fighting. Oh my goodness! I seem to have seen a fighting Buddha in his old age. My scalp is tingling. Is this the monkey style? It's terrifying. Is this imitation? I'm not well educated, don't fool me. Goodness gracious. The old man has been possessed by a monkey. After teaching, Chen Chen left leisurely. The master leads the way, but it's up to the individual to practice. Teaching them once today was already a blessing for these people. How much they could learn depended on their aptitude and destiny. Grandpa Zhang, where are you going now? Chen Qing followed behind with a phone in hand. There wasn't much going on at the Fish Xiaoshuan company, so she tagged along. I'm just taking a stroll, you guys go about your business, no need to accompany this old man. Chen Chen wanted some peace and waved off the two girls. Understanding his desire for solitude, the two girls left. Xiaoshuan went to the company, while Chen Qing finally remembered she was a game streamer. Chen Chen finally found some peace. Little did he expect that another industry had already stirred up a huge wave. The medical field. In the current context, after decades of development, Western medicine had become the mainstream worldwide, while traditional Chinese medicine was gradually declining. Apart from a few prestigious families in traditional Chinese medicine, the heritage was almost lost. Many so-called Chinese medicine masters across the country were mostly selling formulas, further tarnishing the industry's reputation. From top to bottom, traditional Chinese medicine was struggling to survive. Today, however, was an exception. In a famous hospitality venue in the Magic City, several world-renowned experts sat in a conference room, having a meeting. There were also 2 invited traditional Chinese medicine experts. If an outsider were present, they would be astonished, as each person here was a giant in the medical field, sought after for consultations at exorbitant prices. The 2 traditional Chinese medicine experts were no ordinary individuals either, having experience in caring for leaders' health and being true masters. Among them, people like Zhang Ziyuan can be said to represent the forefront of the medical field. Everyone, we've reviewed all the cases, let's discuss what's going on. Speaking was Jing Zizhen, a professor in the Department of Magic Medicine, an academician of the medical college, and the leader of several national projects. In front of everyone, there was a case file, with the patient's name prominently displayed as Chen Kong. A low discussion arose in the meeting room. After a moment, someone sighed and said, Professor Jing, to be honest, after researching for so long, we not only lack progress but also have no clue at all. Others agreed. Jing placed his teacup on the table with a serious tone. Even if you can't understand, you must try to. Don't you understand the importance of this matter? Regenerating limbs out of thin air is a significant event that can impact the world. If we can master this technology, not to mention other things, just think about how many lives we can save with live organ transplants. I am certain that this is the most important medical technology of this century. We all understand the reasoning, but not understanding is just not understanding, no matter how urgent it is. A group of people sighed. Jing Zizhen furrowed his brows, looking at 2 eminent Chinese medicine masters. Do you have any thoughts? Does this fall within the scope of traditional Chinese medicine? In fact, top experts know that traditional Chinese medicine is very mysterious, with many things that modern science cannot explain. For example, the meridians mentioned in many works, whether they truly exist or not, is hard to say now. Zhang Ziyuan put down the case file he had reviewed countless times and said with a bitter smile, Traditional Chinese medicine is not mysticism, it also requires basic logic. We all saw in the video that it seemed like the person set up a formation and cured the illness, which is simply unimaginable. I suggest that instead of researching endlessly, we should personally seek advice from this Mr. Chun. This suggestion sparked excitement in the others. However, Jing Zizhen sighed and shook his head slowly. No, I proposed this idea to the higher-ups long ago, but it was rejected. The word from above is that this person has a special status, and no official personnel can contact him directly. We must not disturb him easily. Hiss. They sensed a hint of fear. The group exchanged glances, unable to comprehend what kind of person could make the current Xia country hesitant to disturb. Without further thought, fear crept in. After a long silence, a younger expert came up with an idea. Ahem, I have a suggestion that might work. A good cat catches mice, just say it. We can publicize this case across the entire network, greatly promote this technology, and sincerely invite the individual to come to the Magic University to give a lecture. The room fell silent, faces changing color. This method could be considered skirting the rules. Official personnel wouldn't interfere, but promoting achievements should be acceptable, right? And inviting this person to give a lecture wouldn't be considered a disturbance. After all, they could decline if they wished. Using public opinion to influence. Jing Zizhen hesitated. This method seemed a bit unethical, and once it was announced, the whole country would be in an uproar, wouldn't it? Professor Jing, there's no time to hesitate. If we can master this technology, think of how many lives we could save. It's a measurable merit. Yes, it's all for the people. The final words touched Jing Zizhen. He opened his aged eyes and declared, well said, it's all for the people, for Xia country. Let's proceed with this method in my name. If it displeases that person, I am willing to take responsibility. Ha, I'm willing to join in, such a significant matter requires participation. Count me in, don't think about leaving me out of such a high-profile event. Let's hold a joint press conference, not using official titles, but our own. Agreed. In the afternoon, in the lobby of the Magic City Hotel, hundreds of journalists with cameras and equipment were ready. Before the press conference began, familiar journalists were exchanging rumors. Hey, do you have any insider information? Why are these 10 medical experts holding a joint press conference this time? I don't know, it was really sudden, a last-minute arrangement by the station. Me too, got the notice close to noon, didn't even have time to eat before rushing over here. Interesting, everyone is in such a hurry, which means. The sentence was left unfinished, but everyone had a knowing look on their faces. Today's press conference was convened on short notice, indicating that there would be significant news announced. At exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a group of experts briskly entered the room. Instead of following the usual procedure, Jing Zizhen directly announced the news. Dear friends from the media, we are holding this press conference today because a groundbreaking medical technology spanning centuries has emerged, and we are eager to share it with everyone. The advent of this technology can be said to have pioneered a new branch of medicine, filling a void in global healthcare. Currently, we do not know the specific details of this technology, nor do we know if it can be widely disseminated, but its emergence has pointed us in a new research direction. Next, I will introduce this mysterious technology to you all. Mr. Chen, on a personal note, we sincerely invite and welcome you to hold a public lecture at Magic University, to enlighten us and countless medical students in the field. Nationwide sensation. The name Chen was relatively unfamiliar to most people before, especially since only a few watched live broadcasts. However, after this press conference, he became a household name. In less than half an hour, 3 unexpected questions dominated the top 3 trending searches. Who is Chen? Where can we find Chen? What are the characteristics of Chen's new medical technology? Now, the followers of Chen Qing had a lot to say and appeared to answer. From being over 100 years old and having perfect senses to being able to jump 5 or 6 meters in a single leap, from knocking down a member of the Weifeng building to kicking a gang member in Magic City more than 10 meters away. Of course, teaching the ape style and accepting Zhao San's challenge also stirred up excitement. It seemed as if these followers of Chen were actually him. Through these introductions, the general public finally gained some understanding of Chen, and the more they learned, the more sensational it became. My goodness, can an ordinary person achieve all these feats? Ignorance is bliss. After another 10 minutes passed, as the netizens who had just learned about Chen's name finished watching the old man's video, a new question emerged and quickly rose to the top of the trending searches with overwhelming force. Is Old Master Chen a legendary cultivator? It's no wonder so many people were interested in this question. The more details they learned about Chen, the more terrifying he seemed. According to official documents, Chen should be at least 120 or 30 years old, but he looked no more than 60 or 70 at most, which was the first point of suspicion. Even if one could argue longevity and good maintenance, how could one explain the repeated unbelievable feats he displayed? The combination of martial arts skills and advanced age made it quite reasonable for many netizens to think of him as a cultivator. At this point, countless people flooded into Chen Qing's live broadcast room. It was quite difficult to find the old master in real life, but entering a live broadcast room was simple, and many couldn't resist the urge to catch a glimpse of his true appearance. Brothers, there are definitely people camping in the house ahead, watch me flank them. Let's go block the bridge later, today I'm going to dominate the game. Chen Qing, wearing headphones, was fully focused on playing a game, live streaming the popular PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. However, at that moment, the barrage in the live chat exploded like fireworks. Streamer, why are you still playing this game? Your grandpa Chen is trending. Where's the old master? We want to see the old master. I'm too young for this, even in my dreams I couldn't have imagined that the old master was actually live streaming medical consultations yesterday. How is that even possible? Just came from the press conference, still feeling dizzy. What's the situation exactly? It's too fake. If it weren't for the joint press conference of the top 10 experts, I would absolutely not believe it. Exactly, if someone else held the press conference, I would definitely suspect it's a setup. Regeneration through body manipulation, the more I think about it, the more unbelievable it seems. Isn't this just like in a novel? Will it evolve to the point of blood regeneration in the future, immortal and indestructible? Bro, you're mistaken. This is way more powerful than in novels. Think about it, in novels, you have to find some rare treasures, but here, it's just a simple process, convenient and quick. Damn, when you put it that way, it's true. What's the host doing? Bring the old man out. 3 million, 5 million, 8 million, 13 million. In just over 10 minutes, over 20 million people flooded into the live stream room. Chen Xing, even in her confusion, knew something was off. These viewers weren't here to watch her play games. There probably weren't even this many players in all of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. She quickly exited the game and checked the barrage of comments in the live chat, her heart nearly jumping out of her chest. Damn! What did my grandpa do exactly? Before she could finish her sentence, a large group of viewers had already started explaining to her what had just happened. By the time she finished reading, her mouth was agape, stunned and speechless. Gulp! Chen Xing struggled to swallow, barely able to believe it. Did my grandpa really heal a little bird for me yesterday? Chen Xing, who had witnessed the entire event up close the day before, was bewildered. It was like waking up and suddenly not being able to tell if it was morning or evening, even questioning if the world was real. The sense of dissonance left her feeling dizzy. She had been closest to the action yesterday, seeing the most details and feeling the deepest impact. Grandpa Zhang had just meditated for a while and miraculously healed a netizen over 100 kilometers away? At that moment, her scientific worldview, ingrained since childhood, came crashing down in pieces. Creak! Just then, the door opened. Chen Shen walked in, having spent the day at the Pear Garden listening to opera and drinking tea. He was in a rather good mood. Grandpa Zhang! Chen Shang saw him and immediately rushed over, her excited face flushed, eyes sparkling, her fair little hand tightly gripping Chen Shen's sleeve. Slow down, my dear granddaughter, take your time and tell me, don't rush. Chen Shen looked at her with a smile, genuinely fond of the granddaughter he had cared for so diligently for 2 years. What's the matter? Tell Grandpa Zhang. Chen Shang was so excited she could hardly speak, pulling Grandpa Zhang to the computer and pointing at the barrage of comments, saying, Grandpa Zhang, do you remember helping that netizen with their illness yesterday? They're cured. A joint press conference of the top 10 experts. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen squinted and smiled. Is that so? Well, that netizen was lucky, it just happened. I just offered a prayer for Grandpa Zhang. The meaning behind his words was like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, having nothing to do with himself. His tone was unusually calm, devoid of any surprise. Chen Shen naturally knew he had healed the person, but he had no intention of publicizing it. A tree that stands tallest in the forest will catch the wind. In this age devoid of spirituality, being too ostentatious was not a good idea. A bit of martial arts display was fine, but best to avoid revealing mystical arts, to prevent arousing the greed of those in power. Not that he was afraid, but he simply couldn't be bothered with the trouble. But with a joint press conference of the top 10 experts, Chen Chang was puzzled. Chen Shen waved his hand. Even experts make mistakes, we must believe in science. As soon as he said this, a barrage of comments from countless netizens flooded in. See, the person involved admits it was a sham. Let's disperse, stop speculating, and read some Marxist-Leninist works when you have time. Hey, got too excited, I thought we could swap body parts. Old man, how about blessing me too? I'll make the streamer super popular. Is this old man really 120 or 30 years old? He looks like he's in his 60s at most, right? Mastering the art of preserving youth, I still feel that the old man is a skilled Taoist. Old man, how about sharing the secret of longevity? With a few words, Chen Shen steered the conversation elsewhere. Engaging in humorous and amiable interactions with numerous online friends, he avoided discussing yesterday's medical treatment. If someone insisted on asking, he would simply say it was a coincidence, revealing nothing more. At the Magic City Inn, Jing Zizhen furrowed his brows deeply, looked at the others, and sighed. What should we do? He's not falling for it. Chen Shen's words might deceive the layman, but not them. Talk of sheer luck and coincidences was all nonsense. No matter how lucky one was, a leg wouldn't just miraculously grow back. Maybe we should forget about it. If they don't want us to disturb them, we have no other choice. Let's just pretend this never happened. Someone sighed. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Could they really do that? Yes, just pretend it never happened, each going back to their own business. Those who needed consultation would consult, those who needed to research would continue researching. It was best this way, no need to worry about upsetting Chen Shan or facing blame from above. Besides, given their status and position, even if they mastered this technique with great effort, there would be little room for advancement. In other words, they had reached the pinnacle in the medical community of Xia country, with no room for further growth in reputation or status. Their current preoccupation with this matter stemmed from a desire for medical progress and the pursuit of healing lives, rather than personal gain. If they succeeded, great, if not, no one would blame them. However, no! Jing Zizhen shook his head, stood up, walked to the window, and said solemnly, "Gentlemen, we all know that he possesses some unknown means, a certain technique that can regenerate severed limbs. What does this technique mean for Xia country, for medicine, you all understand. Indeed, logically speaking, under various constraints, we have tried but failed to learn it. It's understandable if we give up now, but..." He paused, his gaze firm as he looked at the others. "If we give up now, can we face our conscience? When we face patients who have lost limbs due to accidents, those born with disabilities, those in need of organ transplants, won't we feel ashamed? I will never give up on this technique, only for the sake of all living beings, for those patients, so that I won't regret on my deathbed. I plan to have a direct conversation with Chen Chen in the live broadcast room. You can choose to leave or stay." Silence. No one spoke, each contemplating their decision. Jing Lao's words were simple, but continuing this matter would not be easy. It could easily cross a red line. The words from above were ironclad, there must be a reason for not wanting to be disturbed. Now, with Chen Chen's discreet refusal, no matter how they tried to inquire further, there would be suspicions of disturbance. Not good. It could easily backfire, leading to self-destruction. This was a gamble with their lives. If they crossed the line despite being told not to disturb, they would surely take the blame. And the most crucial point was, even if they took such a risk, there was little to gain. Not worth it. Jing Lao, I'm sorry, I need to go back to research the project as soon as possible. We're at a critical point now. A medical expert stood up, slightly bowed, and left the meeting room. Jing Lao, I have a big family to take care of. Forget it. This matter is too difficult. We can't force it. Why bother? One by one, they stood up and left, except for Jing Zizhen, who remained seated like a mountain, his aged body seemingly nailed to the chair. A true believer, he would persist in his decision even if no one supported him, though the road be long and lonely. As his comrades left one by one, he gripped the armrest tighter, showing more determination. "I'm not leaving. Jing Lao, I'll stay with you." Just then, a person sat back down resolutely. Zhang Ziyuan, the first renowned expert to receive this medical record. The renowned Chinese medicine expert, who had never been highly regarded, unexpectedly chose to stay. "Lao Zhang, what's gotten into you? Traditional Chinese medicine has just been recognized by some higher-ups." Another master of Chinese medicine, Ladashi, pulled him aside and whispered. The environment for Chinese medicine has been unfavorable in recent years, but there has been some improvement lately, and gradually they have gained some recognition. Getting involved here now could easily lead to trouble, risking all their previous efforts. "Lao Lo, you go, your family's herbal medicine shop has been passed down for centuries and must not be interrupted." Lao Zhang is right, I must see how he does it. I have a feeling that this method may be related to Chinese medicine, so I will stay. With their status and decision-making, no one could persuade them otherwise. Ladashi sighed and left the meeting room. I've never been a fan of Chinese medicine, always thought it was just a guessing game from ancient times, far inferior to Western medicine. Although I still think so today, the backbone of Chinese medicine has made me look at it with new eyes, praised Jing Zizhen, calling his assistant to connect to Chen Qing's livestream. Chen Chen was still chatting with many netizens when suddenly the screen in front of him split into two. On the left was himself, and on the right appeared two elderly men sitting in a meeting room. They had not spoken yet, but the audience was already excited. "Wow! Professor Jing is personally connecting?" The other one seems to be Master Zhang. Both are top medical experts in the country, representing traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine respectively. "Hello, professors. Strange, didn't Mr. Chen debunk this? Why are these two experts here again? Let's see, it's getting interesting. Mr. Chen, hello." The two men greeted him respectfully. Chen Chen's attitude changed from friendly to a slight smile, his eyes squinting. These people were a bit too much. Clearly unwilling to be disturbed, they dared to come and probe him repeatedly. In just a moment, a change in his gaze sent shivers down the spines of millions in the live stream room, feeling a chilling wind. The barrage almost disappeared instantly, a miracle in itself. Jing Zizhen and Zhang Ziyuan felt like they had fallen into an abyss, their scalps tingling. They had angered him. The two suddenly realized why they were warned not to disturb him. He was definitely not ordinary. They wanted to say something, but their bodies trembled uncontrollably, unable to speak. They even had a sense that the person in front of them could kill them with just a glance if he wished. The two were terrified, feeling a cold sweat on their backs. It was too frightening. Chen Chen remained silent, the two couldn't speak, and the live stream room fell silent. "Grandpa Zhang?" Sensing the tense atmosphere, Chen Qing whispered nervously, clasping her hands tightly together. "Oh." Chen Chen's eyes softened and he responded. Instantly, the atmosphere lightened. Except for the grandfather and grandson, everyone in the live stream room collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, what just happened? I suddenly felt that Grandpa was like a ferocious beast. I didn't even dare to breathe. I couldn't even look at Grandpa just now. My heart was in a panic. Hiss. Is this for real? Grandpa's aura is too strong. He actually subdued so many of us. Sob. Are we only allowed to see the kind Grandpa? We're not qualified to see the serious Grandpa? That's a kind of spiritual energy, said to be achieved only after reaching the highest level of martial arts. I read about it in an ancient book. This is the first time I've experienced it. It's terrifying. Phew, I had to wash my face with hot water to recover. Speak, what do you want? Ignoring the lively barrage, Chen Chen asked somewhat impatiently. He detested others going against his will. The only words spoken by the immortal were the laws of heaven, not to be disobeyed. The previous press conference had already made him a bit impatient, and now they dared to come to him. Humph, they were pushing their luck. The reason why there is still a chance for these two to speak now is all because of Chen Qing standing by. Across from them, even before Jing Zizhen could speak, Zhang Ziyuan on the side suddenly made a shocking move that left everyone stunned. He actually moved a chair aside and knelt directly in front of the screen. He exclaimed, Master Chen, you possess unparalleled medical skills. I implore you to impart your knowledge and show mercy to the world. Years ago, you passed on the acupuncture techniques to the Zhang family, but due to turbulent times, it has all been lost. Zhang Ziyuan of the Zhang family, ashamedly bows. Thud. Zhang Ziyuan banged his head heavily on the ground. Then he knelt down, trembling all over, not daring to get up. He recognized him. He recognized who Chen Chen was. Probably 100 years ago, an ancestor of the Zhang family had the fortune of being gifted a book on acupuncture points by someone, a book he had never seen, as it was destroyed in the war long ago, yet his grandfather had always regretted it before he passed away, saying that the Zhang family was at fault for breaking the tradition of Chinese medicine. The Zhang family had a brush painting, depicting the benefactor who gifted them the acupuncture techniques. The brush painting emphasized the spirit rather than the form, and after 100 years, it had faded somewhat, so he hadn't recognized it before. But just with a slight frown from Chen Chen, he immediately recognized him. That dominating aura, it couldn't be anyone else, it must be the benefactor from back then. No mistake about it. Everyone was utterly bewildered. Kneeling again? What was the old man's background back then? Chen Chen leaned slightly forward, carefully looked for a few moments, and finally recognized some familiar features on the aged face on the screen. Coupled with what the other party had just said, he finally recalled the events of the past. It was a little incident that happened the last time he came down from the mountain. Since ancient times, he had intermittently resided in the Taishan mountain for 10 times, for quite a long time, and the locals had witnessed his skills, so at some point, a legend began to circulate. There were immortals living in the Taishan mountain for thousands of years, and the rumors were vivid and quite real. Since there was a legend, it was inevitable that people would go to the mountain seeking immortality, fantasizing about encountering immortal fate and ascending to the heavens. The purposes of these people varied. Some sought eternal life, some sought to apprentice and learn skills, some sought blessings, and some wanted to join the immortal sect. However, except for a very few lucky ones who had encountered Chen Chen, most returned empty-handed. The immortal from the Zhang family was one of those very few lucky ones. He happened to meet Chen Chen just after he had completed his 9th nirvana. Chen Chen was in a good mood at the time, so he decided to play the part of an immortal and asked him what he wanted. The silly lad's words, however, took him slightly by surprise. He didn't seek longevity, immortality, a bright future, or fortune. He only sought medical skills for the mortal world, with a resolute attitude. According to him, it was for the sake of the poor and suffering common people. This silly lad had a rare compassion for a healer, Chen Chen thought at the time. After some thought, he handed him a book he had compiled years ago on acupuncture points. After mastering this technique, he could practice medicine without using drugs, just a silver needle in hand to travel the world, treating most common illnesses and even having a suppressive effect on certain diseases. The young man was ecstatic, extremely satisfied. This was exactly what he had asked for. Where would the impoverished common folk get money to buy medicine? A flash of memory passed, back to the present. Get up now, it's not the custom to kneel so easily in this era. Who is Zhang Ji to you? He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, asking casually. Zhang Ziyuan, trembling, got up respectfully, bowed his head, and stood, not daring to sit down arrogantly again. He is the grandfather of the junior. He dared not say a word more than necessary. When his grandfather met the person opposite, he should have been in his 20s, but now, not to mention his grandfather, even he himself had aged, and the sight of the person who looked only 60 or 70 was terrifying upon closer thought. He's his grandson, isn't he? Is he still alive now? My grandfather can't compare to the senior, he passed away 10 years ago, but he didn't expect the senior to still be as magnificent as ever. Zhang Ziyuan subtly flattered. Well, it's been over 100 years since I last saw him, so it's normal for him to pass away. These few sentences sparked a huge wave in the live broadcast room. The controversy over Qin Chen's age issue has not stopped in the past few days. Although Chun Qing solemnly assured that Grandpa Zhang was indeed over 100 years old, most netizens did not believe it. How could an old man over 100 years old jump 5 or 6 meters and still have such a physique? Isn't he better than young people? The vast majority of people speculated that Chen Chen was at most 60 years old, and some even solemnly claimed that he was only in his 30s or 40s, the broadcaster's father, who wore makeup on the live broadcast, all for the sake of the show. Surprisingly, many people believed in these absurd remarks. It made Chen Cheng itch with anger, but there was nothing he could do. In short, this issue is currently the only flaw in Chen Chen. Now, it has finally been confirmed. It was Master Zhang, who is nationally renowned, who personally confirmed it. With Zhang Ziyuan's reputation and status, it is impossible for anyone to bribe him to cooperate in acting. Damn, is the old man really over 100 years old? Wow, I always thought it was fake, but now it's confirmed. It's terrifying. I feel like science is being challenged. Isn't it theoretically said that humans can live up to 135 years at most? How did the old man manage to stay so strong over 100 years old? This is truly unbelievable. It can be said to be a miracle in the history of life. Logically, if a human reaches this advanced age, the body's organs should irreversibly deteriorate, right? I really want to study it in detail. Are you going to study the old man in detail? Brother, are you planning a skydiving show? Personally, I think it may be related to the old man's martial arts practice. Ancient martial arts may have some magical aspects that we can't understand. Do we all agree that the old man is a master? I wouldn't even doubt my gender, let alone the old man's kung fu. Brothers, I've decided. I will seriously practice the ape style from tomorrow onwards. I will practice diligently, mark my words. I want to borrow another 30 years from heaven. Count me in. Same here. In the live broadcast room, Chen Chen had finished asking his questions and fell into silence, his face showing a pensive expression. The two masters on the other end naturally did not dare to disturb him and could only exchange furtive glances. Fortunately, they had an understanding and could roughly understand each other even without speaking. Jing Zizhen looked puzzled. Who is this person exactly? Zhang Ziyuan squinted his eyes. An extremely formidable person. We'll talk after the broadcast ends. Jing Zizhen discreetly smirked. Should I strike up a conversation? See if I can establish a connection? Zhang Ziyuan showed the whites of his eyes. You probably won't be worthy. Jing Zizhen. At this moment, Chen Chen finally spoke up. I know what you want to ask. I'll tell you clearly, stop thinking about it. As soon as he spoke, he completely shut down the conversation. Zhang Ziyuan's face showed disappointment, his eyelids drooping, letting out a sigh. He didn't dare to say much more. Jing Zizhen, on the other hand, felt differently. He knew Chen Chen was not simple, but his understanding was not as deep as Zhang Ziyuan's. With just a light sentence, he couldn't give up. Zhang Ziyuan pleaded with his eyes, Mr. Chen, this medical skill is really important to Xia country, please reconsider, and we're not asking for free, as long as you agree, we can negotiate any amount of money. With that, he looked at Chun Chung beside him. That day, Chen Chen had no intention of treating Chen Kong at first, it was all because of this granddaughter's plea that he agreed to treat him, so Jing Zizhen thought this might be a breakthrough. It seems like Chen Kong has received quite a few gifts, right? This young lady, please advise Senior Chen. We really need this kind of technology. We have money, more than Chen Kong. I'll just swipe for you. It's all for the people, all for the country. I can swear to the heavens, there's absolutely no ulterior motive. Jing Zizhen gifts the anchor 100 super rockets. Jing Zizhen gifts the anchor 100 super rockets. Jing Zizhen gifts the anchor 100 super rockets. It can be seen that this medical expert rarely interacts with live broadcasts, using their real name as their username. Their words are sincere and touching, moving many netizens. Chen Chen glanced at his great-granddaughter, his eyes gentle without saying a word. He wanted to see what she planned to do. Chen Cheng took a deep breath, directly ignoring the continuous stream of rockets flying in the live broadcast room, focusing on the pleading Jing Zizhen, calmly shaking his head. Grandpa Jing, I've heard of your name at school and I admire you a lot. You are an extraordinary person. But I won't advise my great-grandfather on anything, let alone change Grandpa Zheng's decision recklessly just because I'm younger. He must have his reasons for doing so. This matter has nothing to do with me. I will return the money you swiped in full, I'm sorry. Chen Chen smiled. He was even more satisfied with his great-granddaughter, understanding when to advance and when to retreat, knowing the principles. Very good. As Jing Zizhen and Zhang Ziyuan reached this point in the conversation and were still being refused, they had no other choice. Extremely disappointed, they made a slight bow and were about to end the live broadcast. Just then, Shen Shen calmly spoke up, "I can't teach you the finger-severing rebirth technique, and you can't learn it either, so there's no need to think about it. But I can give you some guidance on acupuncture points. Didn't someone suggest I teach a class at the Magic City University? Let's do it the day after tomorrow. Coincidentally, I also want to visit my obedient granddaughter's school." On the other side of the live broadcast, the two old men suddenly looked up, their eyes shining. After a few casual conversations and finalizing the details of the class, the two old men respectfully bowed and left the live broadcast. Although these two were medical authorities, they humbly showed respect as disciples in front of Chen Shen, almost excessively so, which made many netizens feel strange. Chen Qing felt the same way. She stood obediently behind Grandpa Zhang, gently massaging his shoulders, and then coquettishly said, "Grandpa Zhang, why do I feel like those two are a little afraid of you? Were you and Master Zhang's grandfather good friends back then? Do you really have medical skills? Can you tell us about it?" A series of questions were thrown out. As soon as these questions were asked, the live broadcast was filled with cheers, clearly showing that many netizens also wanted to know the answers. Chen Shen leaned back slightly, half leaning on the back of the chair, and comfortably squinted his eyes. "Those were things of the past, but if you're willing to listen, I can share. It's like telling a story. Let's start with Zhang Ji, the grandfather of Zhang Ziyuan. When I met him over 100 years ago, he was just a 17 or 18-year-old young man, born into a wealthy family but very independent." Following in Chen Shen's aged voice, the story of seeking immortality slowly unfolded, making the audience feel as if they were there. When they heard about Zhang Ji's determination to find immortals in the mountains, even risking starving himself, Chen Qing burst into laughter, saying it was fortunate that he met Grandpa Zhang, otherwise, the world would have been deprived of a great traditional Chinese medicine master. But when they heard about the young man not seeking wealth and fortune but only seeking to save lives, especially those of the poor, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. Taking the well-being of the people as one's own responsibility is not something everyone can achieve. It was unexpected that such a person truly existed. In those chaotic times, caring about the life and death of the poor could be considered a noble aspiration. If, in addition to caring, one could also do some good for the people, repair bridges, and build roads, their reputation would spread far and wide, becoming known as a renowned philanthropist for miles around. Characters like Zhang Ji, who came from a wealthy background but willingly gave up everything to seek healing techniques for the poor, could be called foolish or saintly. Ordinary people couldn't do what he did. The emotions of the other viewers in the live broadcast rose and fell with the story. When they heard that Chen Shen happened to know a meridian acupuncture technique and passed it on to Zhang Ji, the audience cheered as if this was the perfect ending. The story was short, just a few minutes, and after finishing Zhang Ji's story, Chen Shen smiled calmly and said, "My dear granddaughter, do you now understand why Zhang Ziyuan gave me such a grand gift? Without my medical book, would the Zhang family be where they are today? It's not an exaggeration to say that the Zhang family owes its success to me. The Zhang family's reputation worldwide was built on the fame accumulated from that acupuncture technique. It even kept the Zhang family safe during the chaos in the early days of Xia country. Otherwise, they might have perished in those turbulent times." Therefore, Chen Shen felt extremely grateful to the Zhang family, and it wouldn't be excessive to kowtow 3 times and bow 9 times. After a brief pause, Chen Shen continued, "As for Jing Zizhen, he is also a character like Zhang Ji, with a good heart. He respects me and simply desires to learn medicine. He has no other motives. It's unexpected to find such a person in this era. It's because of him that I agreed to teach." Chen Shang nodded like a little chick pecking at grains. After some thought, she mischievously asked, "Grandpa Chen, how did you learn medicine? Why didn't you practice it later on?" This question was crucial. Grandpa casually gave a medical book to create a renowned Chinese medicine expert, so why didn't he become a doctor himself? Chen Shun chuckled lightly and said, "My dear granddaughter, just because you can cook, does it mean you have to become a chef? If you can slaughter a pig, must you become a butcher?" When Grandpa traveled the world, he learned many skills. How could he possibly practice them all? Not to boast, although my medical skills surprised Zhang Ziyuan and the others, they pale in comparison to Grandpa's overall abilities. His words were filled with pride. Things he looked down upon were enough to make contemporary famous doctors envious. The live broadcast room was filled with joy. I absolutely believe Grandpa knows a lot. After wandering the Jianghu for over 100 years, how could he not pick up some skills? But Grandpa must have been bragging, right? I don't believe that just by showcasing a technique, one can shock the world. This isn't a novel. Hey, buddy, you're taking this seriously. Grandpa was clearly joking, just having some fun. Guys, a master of one trade can be known far and wide. Where do you get the nerve to mock Grandpa's boasting? Even if Grandpa exaggerated, can any of you compare in terms of medical skills? No, we wouldn't dare to mock Grandpa. It was just a joke. Everyone, are you all convinced that Grandpa was bragging? Don't forget about his profound martial arts skills. Perhaps he was a significant figure in his time. Oh, I almost forgot. Indeed, Grandpa's kung fu was quite remarkable. That's true, but how can fighting and killing compare to being a renowned doctor? Chen Shen couldn't be bothered with the live broadcast anymore. He didn't care whether others believed him or not. He only wanted to speak his mind, and others' opinions were irrelevant. After sitting for a while, he got up and went upstairs to rest. As the sun set in the west, ding-dong. Near dusk, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who could it be? Chen Shang was puzzled. Yu Xiaoshuang had gone to her parents' house today, leaving only herself and Grandpa at home. She hurriedly announced in the live broadcast room and went to open the door. Opening the door, she was surprised to see a group outside. Leading them was a familiar face, Song Shanha. Standing beside him was an elderly man in tang suit, smiling kindly at her. What was exaggerated was that behind them, 7 or 8 women were carrying antique-looking food boxes. Mr. Song, what brings you here? Chen Chang was dumbfounded. As she opened the door to let everyone in, she asked in confusion, Miss Chen, we. Bang! Before Song Shanha could finish his sentence, the old man beside him slapped him directly on the head. Then, he blew his beard and stared, saying, Nonsense. I call Chen's uncle. What should you call him based on seniority? Boom! Song Shanha racked his brains, feeling overwhelmed. His grandfather called Chun Qing's grandfather uncle, his father called Chun Qing's grandfather, so should he also call him grandfather? In that case, this little girl and he were of the same generation, should he call her sister? Song Shanha's face couldn't help but twitch. As a third-generation member of the Song family, he was almost 40 now, and his son was already in his teens. Chen Xing was only a few years older than his son. But now was not the time to think about this. Song Shanha took a deep breath and said gently, Little Ching, let me introduce, this is Mai. Before he could finish, the old man bypassed him, warmly grasped Chen Xing's hand, and smiled, I am Song Haiping, child, you can just call me grandfather. I am here to see Uncle Chen. This is our first meeting, consider this a gift? As he spoke, a string of dark red wooden beads slipped from the old man's hand and silently slid onto Chen Xing's hand. Oh my god! A curse simultaneously echoed in the hearts of Song Shanha and Chen Xing. Song Shanha was envious to death. It was said that these beads were handcrafted by a master from a famous ancient temple, using 1,000-year-old fragrant locust wood from the temple. Moreover, they had been worn on his grandfather's hand for decades. In summer, they were free from insects and rodents, and in winter, they felt warm as jade. It was definitely a rare treasure. Someone had once offered 5 billion, but his grandfather had directly refused. The younger generations of the Song family had been pondering for many years, but no matter who was favored, no one had ever received it. Never did they expect it to be given away so easily today. It made his heart ache. Chen Chang was also surprised because she recognized it. These beads were known as one of the top 10 most expensive jewels in the Magic City, as featured in a magazine. It was said that even the lowest value was worth several billion. This number made her shudder. What merit or ability did she, Chen Xing, have to possess such a multi-billion-dollar piece of jewelry? Even if she sold herself bone by bone, she wouldn't get a fraction of its value. Chen Xing quickly took it off and handed it back to the old man, saying, Grandpa Song, hello, are you here to see my grandfather Chen? I will go up and ask him to come down to meet you. However, this gift is too precious, I really can't accept it. Through the incident at the HSBC building earlier, Chen Chang knew that her grandfather had a deep connection with the Song family, but that was a different matter. She couldn't casually accept such a valuable item. Although the Chen family had faced many hardships, she remembered that when her parents were alive, they often taught her the principles of being a good person. The family had a good reputation. Seeing the girl's firm attitude, the old man took the item back and quickly walked upstairs. Song Haiping smiled bitterly to himself. He muttered, the descendants of Uncle Chen are indeed extraordinary. This scene was captured clearly by the still broadcasting computer. Many viewers envied it to the point of tears. My god, do you guys know what the broadcaster just rejected? The fragrant locust wood beads, previously recorded in the Serve or Not magazine. It is said that if it were auctioned, the starting price would be 8 billion. Oh my god, 8 billion? Enough to buy us a whole neighborhood. The broadcaster is so arrogant, rejecting something worth billions just like that. Hey, it would be so good to accept it. Even with the starting price, it would take us 200 years of hard work. I don't believe there are people who treat money as dirt. Could it be that the broadcaster doesn't recognize it? Are you stupid downstairs? If the broadcaster didn't recognize it, how could they know it's valuable? Brothers, I've been watching Chun Xing's live broadcast since the beginning. I didn't misjudge her. No need to say more, one word, I will continue to support her in the future. The Song family is really awesome. The rumored hidden tycoon indeed lives up to his reputation, casually gifting billions as a token of introduction. This is clearly a case of benefiting from association. Those unfamiliar with the relationship between the old master and the Song family should catch up on the backstory. Many viewers who were witnessing the live broadcast for the first time after the old master's outburst were also surprised. They had always seen Chun Cheng as a background figure, never expecting this young anchor to have such integrity. Admirable, truly admirable. The former young Song has now become an old man. Just then, Chen Chen descended the stairs with a smile, sizing up Song Haiping and teasing him. Uncle Chen. Despite being mentally prepared, Song Haiping couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the person from 80 years ago, and he knelt down tremblingly. Thud! His forehead touched the ground. Nearly a century had passed in the blink of an eye. The poor boy who once carried a sack on his back had now become a hidden wealthy merchant in the new Xia kingdom, wielding immense influence, all bestowed upon him by this man. He knelt willingly. In the background, Chen Sheng and Song Shanha, who witnessed this scene, were left speechless, truly astonished. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. The old master Chen and the Song family had a shared history, but no one had expected the two elders to meet in such a manner. It wasn't the expected exchange of pleasantries or a reunion of long-lost friends. It was a form of audience that was impossible in this century, a devout worship akin to a fanatic's reverence for a deity. Unbelievable. Grandfather, what are you doing? Please get up. Song Shan quickly reacted, especially when he saw the live broadcast on the computer. The expression on his face changed drastically. The actions of Grandfather Song represented not only himself but also the Song family. Such a gesture was absolutely inappropriate. Regardless of the great favor Chen's family had shown them in the past, this should not have been done. Moreover, considering the current status of the Song family, a well-established wealthy clan, while the Chen family had dwindled down to just two individuals, they were in no position to compare. From a pragmatic standpoint, no matter who Chen Chen was in the past, he was now just a solitary figure, even needing to ask for living expenses from the Hui Feng building to maintain a decent lifestyle. Grandfather's decision to hand over half of the profits from the Hui Feng building to the Chen family was already a crazy one, so why this grand gesture now? With grandfather's status, whether in the Magic City or the Imperial City, no one should be able to make him kneel. No one in the current Xia kingdom had that authority. Unexpectedly, this action angered his usually affectionate grandfather. Get out! Beast, kneel down for me! Song Haiping roared like an old raging lion. Seeing the stern look in his grandfather's eyes, Song Shanha shuddered all over and dared not say another word, kneeling directly behind his grandfather. Those within the Song family knew that although the old master was nearly 100 years old, he was not deaf or blind, and his mind was sharp. He made decisions on major family matters and was the true helmsman. When he knelt, all those who had come with him followed suit. These were all people attached to the Song family. Those not from the main line would not have been brought here by Song Haiping. The scene was truly spectacular for a moment. Only Chen Sheng stood still, at a loss for words. Everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Ordinary people might not have felt it so keenly, but those wealthy second-generation individuals who often sent gifts were on the verge of exploding with shock. Grandfather Song was the undisputed leader in the business world of the Magic City. He was a true hero who rose from the chaos of war. Not only these second-generation individuals, even the elders in their respective families held Grandfather Song in high esteem. The grandfather generation referred to him as Brother Song, the father generation as Uncle Song, and the younger generation as Grandpa Song. It wasn't just one family using these titles, it was the norm within the business circles of the Magic City. This was the custom. In the Magic City, where numerous big shots roamed, the terrifying power of the Song family was evident. This was not something that could be achieved solely with wealth. The life of this old master could be described as legendary. According to the legend passed down by the older generation, in the early days, Song Haiping earned a large amount of capital by trading antiques. When the chaos and turmoil erupted, he placed his bets on a force that was not highly regarded. Even though that force was constantly forced to move around, without a stable base, Song Haiping supported them wholeheartedly. He tirelessly sourced a large amount of medicine, electronic components, firearms, ammunition, and funds from all over the world, all of which he donated to that force without asking for anything in return. The Song family went bankrupt at one point, attracting countless ridicule. However, it turned out that he made the right bet. After the establishment of the new Xia kingdom, who would dare to underestimate the Song family? There were rumors that a certain nobleman once privately gave Mr. Song 4 words, pillar of the nation. How could he kneel down? How could he bow down? How could he ever kneel down? So, who was the person that could make him willingly kneel down back then? It sent chills down one's spine. Everyone in the city, upon hearing this news, recalled how the Song family had frantically raised funds not long ago, feeling that the winds of change were approaching. A storm was brewing. I heard from your grandson that you've been kneeling at Taishan Mountain every year for these past years. I'm still alive. I haven't come to settle the score with you yet, and now you dare to kneel. Chen Shen pretended to scold in annoyance, but the smile in the corner of his eyes betrayed his joy at seeing an old acquaintance from 80 years ago. Uncle Chen is right, my mistake, I deserve a scolding. You are a man of the immortals, how could you die? It's my confusion. Song Haiping got up, smiling awkwardly as he quickly invited Chen Shen to sit down, showing utmost respect. You don't know, back then, you left a few words and entered Taishan Mountain, causing us a lot of anxiety. Song Haiping clearly had a lot to say, his emotions uncontrollably stirred up as he spoke of the past, tears streaming down his face. Chen Shen listened quietly, offering a few comforting words occasionally. 80 years might have been a lifetime for Song Shanha, but for Chen Shen, it was just a period of dormancy. While he certainly felt some emotions, it wasn't as intense as Song Haiping's, so he remained composed. After a moment, when Song Haiping paused due to shortness of breath, he squinted his eyes and asked in a seemingly casual tone, I've been waiting for you to come to me all this time. Since you're here today, you must have figured out how to explain things to me. So, tell me, how did the Chens perish? And how did Xiao Qing's parents die? The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Chen Xing looked up, confusion evident in her eyes. Her grandparents had passed away when she was very young, and her parents died in a car accident when she was not even 10 years old. She had always thought it was just her ill fate, but now it seemed there might be more to it. A person who could get into the Magic University on a full scholarship couldn't have had intellectual issues. She had mainly been unaware of the existence of this former grandfather. Now, seeing that this former grandfather had once guided Zhang Ji, creating a renowned Chinese medicine master, supported the Song family, and built a vast commercial empire, how could her own family be simple? Before coming, Song Haiping had already pondered this question. The Song family could be said to have been supported by Qin Chen back in the day, almost like an attachment to the Chen family. Their relationship was very close. There were a few such families in the city, and before Qin Chen entered Taishan Mountain, he had instructed himself and these people to take good care of the Chen family. However, an accident still occurred. He sighed, casting a discreet glance at the live streaming interface on the computer. Chen Xing immediately understood, apologized to the online viewers, I'm sorry, everyone, we have guests at home, so today's live stream will end here. We'll continue tomorrow. Ignoring the viewers' requests to continue the live stream, she promptly shut down the computer. Seeing this, Song Haiping took a deep breath, then quietly explained something in a low voice. Uncle Chen, many things happened after you left back then. Chen Chen listened quietly, his expression calm all along. After a long while, he nodded gently, starting to calculate in his mind. Hey, their own fate, I told them back then, after I'm gone, don't get involved, every founding dynasty is chaotic. No wonder you. Just these simple 4 words made Song Haiping feel relieved, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off him. The stones that had weighed heavily on his heart for years were finally moved aside. Chen Shu didn't blame himself. After discussing this matter, the atmosphere finally lightened up a lot. Chen Shen looked at the food boxes carried by the people behind them and said with a smile, Wensi tofu, steamed powder crab, lion's head. All Huayang cuisine. It's rare that you still remember my taste, thoughtful of you. Let's go, let's have a good drink today. With the bright moon hanging high, the crowd dispersed as the discreet bulletproof car slowly drove away from Ziyuan. In the back seat, Song Haiping rubbed his forehead and sighed softly. Has the asset of the HSBC building not been handled yet? In the passenger seat, Song Shanha smiled bitterly. Grandpa, the HSBC building has always been a pillar industry of our family, involving a huge amount of capital. It may still need some time. He hesitated, but couldn't help asking again, and, is it really necessary? If we send out this fund, we will really be at a loss. And your actions tonight, I'm afraid many people already know. No matter how powerful the Chun family was back then, they are now in decline. Song Haiping glanced at him, snorted coldly, do you think it's not worth it? Song Shanha remains silent, evidently acquiescing. You think it's not worth it because you haven't experienced what happened back then? The sharp gaze of Grandpa Song was clear. Without a hint of cloudiness, he continued, the terrifying aspect of the Chun family in the past was not about how much money they had, how much power, how many connections, but because they had Chen Shu. Chen Shu's strength did not rely on these worldly possessions. Look, now the Chen family only has 2 people, but if he wanted, he could easily obtain everything. Do you think when I said Chen Shu was like a deity in the past, what did I mean? Tonight, I knelt before Chen Shu. Those ignorant fools don't need to be concerned. Those who truly understand are even more wary of us. Do you really think everyone has the right to kneel before him? This is honor. Shanha, you still have a lot to learn. Remember, raise funds at all costs, handle this matter well. The first place Chen Shu will visit after his emergence will be our Song family's HSBC building. This is the biggest opportunity for our family in decades. We must seize it. Do you think no one is visiting Chen Shu now because no one wants to? Wrong, it's because they haven't been summoned, they dare not come. Song Shanha broke out in a cold sweat, his lips dry. For the first time, he understood the power of that old man. The next day, Chen Chen was still wearing his loose Taoist robe. He leisurely walked to the small square with his hands behind his back. Li Liangkai and others were practicing, a group of elderly people around 60 years old performing various movements like monkeys, attracting the attention of the young people passing by. But they paid no attention. Instead, they practiced even harder, their faces turning red. Because they all felt the effects, having just exercised for a day yesterday, they felt warm all over when they went back at night, very comfortable. Many elderly people with ailments felt an unusual sense of relaxation. Just one day, far more effective than decades of practicing Tai Chi. If Chen Chen hadn't already warned them not to rush for quick results, they would have stayed up all night. On the side, Shen Qing suddenly answered a phone call. Hello, Brother Song? Asked Grandpa Zhang. Holding the phone, Chen Qing hurried over and whispered, Grandpa Zhang, Brother Song arranged people outside the community to stop that martial arts master named Zhao Song, asking if we should invite him to leave. By the way, he brought quite a few people with him, a lot of them. It was mentioned during the live broadcast that Zhao Song was coming today to challenge. Chen Chen naturally came early to wait for him, and calmly said, no need, let him in. Those who deceive and steal the world's reputation, I just want to teach him a lesson. Okay. Chen Shang blushed and agreed, then turned back to the phone and started the live broadcast. She now had complete trust in Grandpa Zhang. No one would doubt the old man's skills. Zhao Song hadn't arrived yet, but the live stream was already flooded with a large number of viewers. Grandpa Zhang was really gaining a lot of attention now, with many people tuning into the live stream. Oh my, host, you made me sad. You actually ended the stream yesterday? Exactly. Did we run out of topics, or did you disappear? Please tell me. What did Brother Song say yesterday? I've been curious all night. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Forgot the confidentiality rule? Alright, stop the gossip. I just came from Master Zhao's stream. He's already at the entrance of Ziyuan. Is Grandpa Zhang really going to accept the challenge? I think we should just forget about it. Letting a 100-year-old man fight a young man, it just doesn't seem reliable to me. Seeing so many people interested, Chen Shang was also very happy and playfully stuck out her tongue. Grandpa Zhang has already agreed to the challenge. We're just waiting for Master Zhao now. I can't persuade him, and, don't worry, Grandpa Zhang's skills are very high, at least 3 or 4 stories high, he won't lose. While Chen Qing interacted with the viewers, many people had already gathered in the square. Unexpectedly there were over 100 people. Clearly many nearby spectators had come to watch the event live. The showdown between martial arts master Zhao Song and the metaphysical Grandpa Chen was about to begin. Zhao Song, around 40 years old, had a good appearance, wearing a short practice suit and old cloth shoes, giving him the look of a martial artist. However, the professional team behind him with various cameras made him seem more like an actor than a martial arts master. After sizing up Chen Chen, he secretly relaxed. Alright, he's a genuine old man, this is a sure bet. People know their own business. He had made a lot of money in recent years after becoming famous, plus with such a beautiful assistant, his body naturally wasn't as good as before. If he were to fight a young man, he would feel a bit nervous, but fighting an old man would be a sure win. It's a great opportunity to boost his reputation. With a fake gesture, he clasped his hands in a greeting. Hee, old man, do you really want to spar with me? You know, punches and kicks have no eyes. If I were to hurt you. Surprisingly, his words and actions had a bit of charm to them, drawing cheers from the crowd. However, Shen Shen glanced at him, showing disdain. Get lost, don't bother me here. Before meeting you, I thought you were also a martial artist. Maybe you took a wrong path for a while, but I didn't expect you to even lose the basic stance. Disappointed, he shook his head and was about to leave. He didn't want to waste words on such people, saying even one more word was a waste. The people around were puzzled. What's going on? Weren't they supposed to have a match? Why is he leaving? As a result, both the live audience and the on-site spectators were very lively. Master Zhao, the ancient martial arts master, truly lives up to his reputation, a professional in exposing frauds. Where are Chen's lackeys now? What's going on? Are they scared? Why so arrogant? Haven't you seen the videos of Grandpa Chen's skills? Didn't you hear what the old man said? He doesn't think much of Zhao Song. I admire someone like you. Fooling yourself is quite interesting, isn't it? Grandpa Chen doesn't dare to fight for real, right? Rubbish, the old man just looks down on him. Can't you understand human language? Alright, stop arguing. Have you settled the score to determine the winner yet? That netizens' 1,000 super rockets haven't been used. Zhao Song was also pondering the issue of the 1,000 super rockets. Chen Lao too didn't dare to challenge him directly. Avoiding unnecessary conflict was a good thing. He could polish up a video later and release it, but if he didn't engage in a fight now, he would lose those 1,000 super rockets. No, he had to make a move. Old man, you're going a bit too far with that. Zhao Song crossed his arms, raised his head proudly, and said, since ancient times, literature has no first, martial arts have no second. Age doesn't determine skill. It's not embarrassing to lose in a fight. But before you leave, you still slandered me a bit, didn't you? If you don't want to fight today, that's fine. Admit defeat quickly, and I'll leave. Otherwise, admit that you're just a freeloader. If you're scared, that's fine too. I'll stand here without moving. If you can make me take even half a step back, you win. He kept on talking endlessly. Qin Shen, who had already taken 10 steps, was getting annoyed. He truly disdained comparing himself to a clown, but he couldn't stand the incessant noise. Noisy! An old voice reprimanded, startling a few birds in the trees, causing them to flutter away, leaving a few leaves falling. Chen Shen didn't even turn his head. He raised his right hand, pinching one of the falling leaves between his fingers. Swish! He flicked it backward, boom! Zhao Song was sent flying as if hit by a cannonball, soaring 8 meters through the air. After a moment of confusion, everyone hurried to look over, only to see Master Zhao lying on the marble floor of the square, breathing heavily, on the verge of collapse. The only thing left on his chest was a fresh green leaf. At this moment, he had lost all his previous arrogance, almost fading away. His team was in a panic, rushing around in chaos. Quick, call an ambulance. Come on, help me lift him. There's a car over there. Don't move him, wait for the doctor. His chest bones are all shattered. So tragic. Master Zhao, do you have anything else to say? Hang in there, the doctor will be here soon. Chaos and confusion. It wasn't until they returned to the villa that Chen Shen was still a bit angry, his face unusually serious. The ancient martial arts he had established many years ago had once flourished. Seeing its decline to this extent after this awakening, he couldn't help but feel a bit unhappy. It was the first time Chun Xing had seen such a terrifying Grandpa Zhang, standing quietly on the side without daring to speak. She didn't dare to make a sound, as the live broadcast room was almost exploding. Oh my god, it's this move again, finally seen it. Last time it was a business card, this time it's a leaf, so mystical, right? My god, I was so scared, I didn't even dare to breathe just now. How did he do it? It feels so unreal, a leaf is so light, it shouldn't be possible. A single leaf can be so powerful, if he were given a steel coin, he could probably blow up a tank. If you walk by the river often, you're bound to get your shoes wet. Master Zhao is in trouble this time. The old man's kung fu is too powerful, definitely the pinnacle of ancient martial arts. Why isn't anyone suspecting that the old man hired an actor this time? Over 100 people on the scene saw it with their own eyes. What's there to doubt? In the villa, Chen Shen stayed for a moment before calming down. Seeing Grandpa Zhang's complexion improving, Chen Xing dared to approach and gently massage his shoulders, whispering, "Grandpa Zhang, I saw Master Zhao spitting up a lot of blood when we left. Is he okay?" She was a bit worried that Master Zhao wouldn't make it, as it was truly a pitiful sight. Chen Shen shook his head. "I didn't use much force, so he shouldn't die. But this time, I'll give him a slight punishment, enough for him to reflect on it in bed for 10 or 8 years. Hiss. Lie in bed for 10 or 8 years? That's too harsh." These words naturally sparked another heated discussion in the live broadcast room. However, this time no one felt that the old man was bragging, most felt that it was likely true. After all, since a single leaf can blast a person 8 meters away, adding a few more meters is not unacceptable. At this moment, comparing 3 meters to 2 meters is completely meaningless. This matter did not settle down and soon caused a huge uproar, even more explosive than the last video. The reason is simple. This time, there were over 100 people on the scene, all witnesses, all solemnly swearing to the truth, almost swearing to the heavens. Obviously, it's impossible for so many people to lie, so the video went viral. In this peaceful world, encountering legendary martial arts masters is truly mind-blowing, especially when the old man himself is a celebrity. It attracts even more attention. Martial arts master or medical master, which one is his true identity? An old man over 100 years old, actually doing such a thing. The person about to give a speech at the Magic Academy is actually brawling on the street today? Two people who ended up in the same situation actually share the same surname. Is it really a coincidence? The outside commotion did not disturb Ziyuan's tranquility. In the living room, a maid wearing a white apron approached quietly and asked, "Mr. Chen, breakfast is ready, would you like to eat now?" This was arranged by the Song family to take care of the old man's daily life, and Chen did not refuse the Song family's gesture. After all, he was a picky eater. Although Chun Shang and Yu Xiaoshuan could cook, their dishes were just passable. Now that a professional chef was here, it was a relief for the two of them. "Well, let's eat." Putting down the ancient book in his hand on the bookshelf, Chen walked to the dining table and sat down. Looking at the simple array of dishes on the table, although not many, they were all prepared with colors, flavors, and tastes that he liked back in the day. He smiled and picked up his chopsticks. This scene made the steward in charge nearby relieved, as the Song family had trained them urgently before they came. Their salaries were entirely based on the old man's satisfaction, and as long as the old man was pleased, the amount they received each month could almost rival that of a white-collar worker. In general, their only task was to find ways to please the old man. On the side, Shen Qing finished a bowl of crab roe porridge, patted his stomach in satisfaction, and then asked, "Grandpa Zhang, do you have any plans for today? You are giving a lecture in Magic City tomorrow. How about I take you around there today?" Chen finished his porridge calmly before saying, "Sure, a little stroll would be nice. I will be going to your school tomorrow, so I should prepare some gifts." In Chen eyes, the current school was equivalent to the old study halls, where preparing oneself to study under a master was a solemn affair. In the past, since there was no one at his granddaughter's home, these formalities were overlooked, but this time, going there himself, it was only right to show his gratitude. "Oh, and me, I want to go too." Yu Xiaoshuan, who was beside them, quickly swallowed the bun in her mouth and raised her hand eagerly. "Aren't you going to the company today?" Chen Qing asked curiously. Yu Xiaoshuan wiped her hands and rolled her eyes elegantly. "Today is Sunday, it's a day off, not everyone works like you." Chen Qing teared up. In the broadcasting industry, there was no such thing as a day off unless the world was ending. Soon, the three of them arrived at the famous commercial district in Magic City. After visiting many shops, Chen was not satisfied with any of them. They were all handicrafts that didn't catch his eye. By the end of the tour, even Chen Qing felt her calves aching. She grabbed the old man's arm and smiled bitterly. "Grandpa Zhang, what are you planning to get? The best gift shops in Magic City are all here. These won't do." Chen stubbornly shook his head and said, "These trinkets would tarnish the study halls if given as gifts. I'll just write a few words myself." Before he could finish his sentence, the old man turned and entered a brush shop. Chen and Yu Xiaoshuan were completely puzzled. They knew that Grandpa Zhang had formidable martial arts skills, and his medical expertise was highly respected by experts. But could he also be skilled in calligraphy? Goodness! Proficient in both literary and martial arts? With a mix of belief and doubt, they followed along. It was understandable for them to harbor suspicions. It was hard to believe that one person could know and do everything. Even though Grandpa Zhang was over 100 years old, his energy was limited throughout his life. Could he really excel in everything? Inside the pen and ink shop, the decor was antique and elegant, exuding a high-class ambience. Various brushes were displayed on exquisite counters, made of wood, jade, each unique. There were no waiters in the shop, only an old shopkeeper accompanied by a young apprentice. This high-end shop did not rely on high turnover. It followed the principle of closing for 3 years after opening for 3 years. "Sir, have you found something you like?" The shopkeeper interrupted the young apprentice who was about to speak and personally attended to the customer. Having been in the antique calligraphy and painting business for a lifetime, the shopkeeper's eyes were sharp. At a glance, he could tell that this customer was extraordinary. Just from his demeanor, it was clear that he held a significant status. He was a big client. Chen glanced around the shop, furrowing her brows slightly. "Is this all you have?" Although the items in the shop were beautifully packaged with dragon and phoenix carvings on the pen handles, they were all mediocre in quality. With just that sentence, the shopkeeper knew that a true connoisseur had arrived. "Oh, it seems you were looking for something of higher quality. I do have such items, but the price." Price is not a problem, as long as it satisfies my grandpa Zhang, Chen Xing interjected before he could finish. Her expression conveyed one thing clearly: money was not an issue. These days, online viewers had donated millions to Grandpa Zhang, and she had combined that with the 10 million from the Song family. This time, Grandpa Zhang wanted to buy something special, so he would definitely spare no expense. Besides, how expensive could a pen be? Even if it cost tens of thousands, it was nothing to worry about, she thought slyly. Chen Shen, beside her, understood her granddaughter's thoughts and smiled knowingly without saying a word. If the shop didn't have anything interesting, it was fine, but if there was something decent, the young girl would surely feel distressed later. Great! The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed into a smile upon hearing this, and he went to the back room. Soon, he returned holding a wooden box. The box was a dark red color with a faint patina visible on its surface. Click! The shopkeeper gently opened the box, revealing an ordinary-looking brush lying quietly on yellow silk inside. The brush appeared quite ordinary in every aspect, except for its purple tip, made of an unknown animal's hair. Is this the best you have? Are you not deceiving us? How much is it? Curious, Chen Xing picked it up and playfully shook it a couple of times. Stop! Please put it down! Seeing her actions, both the old shopkeeper and the young apprentice were alarmed and quickly exclaimed, "This brush is a treasure of our shop, priced at 4,200,000. Please handle it with care." This thing is worth over 4 million? Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang were stunned, their mouths agape. Yu Xiaoshuang then angrily said, "Are you trying to rob us? Do you think we are ignorant and can be deceived? Grandpa Chun, let's go, let's look elsewhere. This shop is a rip-off." Chen Xing also nodded continuously on the side. How could a pen be so expensive? Even an equivalent weight of gold was not that costly. This unscrupulous merchant must have thought that the old man was easy to deceive. However, Chen Shen quietly pushed the two girls aside, picked up the brush attentively, and examined it closely. After a few moments, she smiled in satisfaction. "I didn't expect to see a Ming Dynasty purple hair brush. It seems to be an imperial tribute from back then. Not bad, it's been years since I last saw one. I used to use one before, very handy. This one is well preserved, and at over 4 million, it's a fair price. I'll take it." Chen Shen not only didn't find it expensive but also thanked the shopkeeper. It was as if she had taken advantage of him. This scene left Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. The shopkeeper squinted and smiled, waving his hand. "You, sir, are quite knowledgeable. This item isn't really a steal for you. Ordinary folks wouldn't understand it, let alone afford it. Sir, how about it? If you're satisfied, why not give it a try? Such a valuable item must be tried on the spot. Once you leave, there's no return or exchange." Chen Shen pondered for a moment and became interested. "Well, then, write a few words on it." The young apprentice beside him had sharp eyes. Upon hearing this, he quickly laid out the rice paper on the table and started grinding the ink. When everything was ready, Chen Shen narrowed his eyes, brewing for a while. An invisible aura enveloped the shop, captivating everyone present. Seeing this scene, no one dared to interrupt. They all focused and waited in silence. Even the two girls with poor mental resilience and the young apprentice subconsciously held their breath. Soon, Chen Shen felt ready and swiftly wrote down a few large characters. The brush strokes were fluid and seamless, a sight to behold. After finishing, he glanced at it with satisfaction. Not bad, he hadn't lost his touch. However, ahem, Grandpa Zhang, you wrote too fast. You haven't even dipped the brush in ink yet. Would you like to write it again? Chen Shang said awkwardly on the side, while Yu Xiaoshuang chuckled. Grandpa was quite amusing. He had forgotten to dip the brush earlier, wasting his emotions. The young apprentice grinned foolishly on the side. Chen Shen didn't mind at all, nor did he feel embarrassed. He simply put the brush back in its box. No ink, no ink. It's all about the spirit. Granddaughter, let's settle the bill. Oh. Seeing Grandpa Zhang really willing to spend over 4 million on a brush, Chen Xing felt like she couldn't breathe, suspecting that Grandpa Zhang had misjudged, and the shopkeeper was just a dishonest merchant. But since Grandpa Zhang liked it, she could only awkwardly ask the young apprentice to prepare for payment with a card. Wait! Just then, the shopkeeper, who had been staring blankly, suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned to look, only to see the shopkeeper trembling as if he had Parkinson's, holding the rice paper in his hands. Master? The young apprentice asked in confusion. Ignoring him, the shopkeeper looked at Chen Chen with reverence and pleaded, Sir, can this piece of calligraphy be sold to my shop? Ha! What calligraphy? Didn't Grandpa Zhang forget to dip the brush earlier? Everyone looked at each other in confusion and then turned to look at the paper. As they did, they were all dumbfounded. On the long strip of rice paper, 8 white characters stood out boldly, Fortune as the heart is all carefree. The characters were vigorous and powerful, exuding a sense of ethereality. It felt discordant yet strangely fitting. Clearly, it was a masterpiece. Moreover, the brush hadn't touched the ink, yet the characters were written. This supernatural phenomenon left everyone stunned. "Master, what is this?" The old shopkeeper held the calligraphy with fervor, ecstatically saying, "It is said that when the sage of calligraphy reached the pinnacle of his art, he could write divine characters guided by the gods. I always thought it was a legend, but today I have witnessed it. It's truly miraculous. Sir, how about selling this calligraphy to me? I'm willing to offer 1,000,000. Boom! The young apprentice, Chen Chang, and Yu Xiaoshuang were all dumbfounded. 1,000,000 for a piece of calligraphy? This price wasn't even reached by modern calligraphers, let alone outstanding works from recent times. The way they looked at Chen Chen was peculiar. Did the shopkeeper mean to say that Grandpa Zhang's calligraphy skills could rival those of ancient masters? It was too fantastical, wasn't it? The three onlookers who didn't understand fell silent, watching quietly. Chen Chen didn't expect to encounter someone knowledgeable and felt quite happy. After a moment's thought, he waved his hand and said with a smile, "The price isn't high, but meeting you is fate. It's yours." The shopkeeper felt like he had hit the jackpot and beamed. Yes, my shop doesn't have much money. You're too kind. Normally, this piece of calligraphy could be a family heirloom. Even if I add another zero at the end, it wouldn't be excessive. In the future, if you need anything, just speak up. I'll have the best paper and ink ready for you. Come and pick it up whenever you're done." Ignoring the shopkeeper's muttering, Chen Cheng was afraid he might change his mind, so she quickly prepared to swipe the card. "The brush is 4,200,000, minus 100 for the characters, so it will be 3,200,000 in total for you," the young apprentice politely said while holding the machine. "Okay." Chen Cheng was about to pay when unexpectedly, the old shopkeeper suddenly slapped the young apprentice on the head. This scene made Chen Cheng tense up. Did the shopkeeper change his mind? "Master, I calculated it correctly," the young apprentice said with grievance. "Nonsense. I said 1,000,000 per character. These 8 characters are worth 8,000,000, so you need to give this lady 3,800,000. Boom! Everyone was thunderstruck. 1,000,000 per character was already an unbelievable sky-high price, but to think it was actually 1,000,000 per character? My goodness! The ancients said a word is worth 1,000 in gold, and today they truly witnessed it. Chen Cheng dizzyingly calculated that now gold was just over 300 per gram, equivalent to 15,000 per kilogram. So, these 8 characters of the old man were equivalent to 66 kilograms per character. Even as she received the money and left, she still found it unbelievable. It's not her fault, anyone would be stunned encountering such a thing. Clearly going to buy pens worth millions, but not spending a penny and earning millions instead? Even novels wouldn't dare to write such a plot. In the calligraphy and painting shop, the old shopkeeper carefully observed that piece of calligraphy, growing more and more fond of it. "Master, is this painting really worth so much? We practically emptied our pockets with this purchase." The young apprentice pouted, slightly complaining. To run a shop in this place, one must have some working capital for stocking and rent. Now all the money was spent on a piece of calligraphy that was barely visible unless looked at closely. He felt it was too much of a loss. "Ah, kid, you know nothing." The old shopkeeper took out the best frame in the shop, carefully mounted it, and then sighed, "If it weren't for catching the eye of that old man, forget about 8,000,000, you wouldn't be able to buy a divine character even for 80,000,000. We've hit the jackpot, not to mention this piece alone. If you take it to an auction at Jiashur, you could easily sell it for a small target, that's the minimum. If you encounter some connoisseurs, they won't sell it for anything less than houses or land. Otherwise, if you miss the opportunity, you won't be able to rest in peace." Wow! The young apprentice was amazed, looking at that piece of calligraphy in disbelief. Could it really be worth 1,000,000,000? So valuable. "By the way, master, that young lady earlier seemed to be a live streamer. I've seen her before." Are you sure?" "I think so. Then I have a task for you. You must watch her live stream punctually every day. If the old man wants to sell characters again someday, you must grab them first thing." "Got it." After the shopkeeper's instructions, he cheerfully took out his phone and boasted in a certain chat group, "Old buddies, I've got a piece of artwork, not bad at all, please appreciate it." Image sent. In just a few minutes, the chat group filled with famous calligraphers exploded. "Oh my goodness, am I seeing things? Hey, guys, could this be?" That's right, with divine strokes, without ink stains, it's definitely the legendary divine character. At Lao Yao, my goodness, where did you get this from? Did someone rob the tomb of the Sage of Calligraphy? Strange, why would the Sage of Calligraphy write these characters? Sell it to me, Lao Yao, no matter how much you got it for, I'll add 30%. I'll add 50%, we've had a good relationship for so many years, you must keep it for me. I'm heading to you right now. In a chat group with only about a dozen people, messages kept popping up, filled with voice messages with small red dots. The old shopkeeper, seeing this, felt satisfied as his vanity was completely fulfilled. It wasn't easy to see these high-minded folks so excited. It's not the sages, keep guessing. After casually replying, not the sages? Who else could write such divine characters? Hiss. Everyone, it's definitely not the work of a calligraphy master. Look at the color of the paper, clearly modern Xian paper, my goodness. Could it be a piece by a calligraphy master from the modern era? Well, there are only a few famous figures in recent times, who among them has such skill? After boasting for a while, the old shopkeeper finally satisfied his vanity, and then somewhat proudly recounted the incident. Let me tell you all, you may not believe it, but this character was actually written right before my eyes. At the same time, in Zun. Brothers, you may not believe it, but today I accompanied Grandpa Zuyai to buy a pen and something incredible happened. In front of the live camera, after Chen Sheng and the other old gentleman went upstairs to change clothes, he mischievously spoke to the screen. With Grandpa's current popularity, the live stream room was naturally bustling with viewers. Although the broadcast had just started, many old viewers had already tuned in, all intrigued by Chen Sheng's story. What happened? The host is up to no good, teasing us like this. Could it be that Grandpa Zuyai handed out another business card? No way. With Grandpa's current fame, as long as there's internet at home, who would dare to casually hand him a business card? Makes sense. Host, tell us already. When is Grandpa coming down? I want to see him. Chen Sheng took a sip of water, switched to storytelling mode, and vividly recounted today's events. Finally, he licked his lips, looking incredulous. I still can't believe it. Someone actually paid 1 million for a character written by my grandfather Zhang. Listen carefully, it's just one character. Grandpa Zhang wrote 8 characters, and the buyer directly purchased them for 8 million. I just checked, the money is still in the account, it's not a scam. Do you think we'll get caught for this? After hearing her little story, many netizens were also puzzled. If it weren't for the fact that such incidents were easily verifiable, they would have suspected the host of making it up. Buying a brush and spending over 4 million? That's challenging the imagination of ordinary folks. But what's even more bizarre is someone turning around and buying Grandpa's trial work for 8 million. Phew. Host, please tell me the location of that store. I have a friend who happens to want to buy a pen recently. Me too, me too. Calligraphy is a national treasure. I've loved it since I was young. Please, tell me where the store is. Everyone, this is a complex situation. You're too young to handle it. Let me go first. Stop arguing. I'm from the Magic City. I'll go first. Hey, that's enough. The owner might not be foolish, maybe Grandpa Zuyai's calligraphy skills are highly regarded? Exactly, I'm not curious about anything happening to Grandpa Zuyai now. Even if you tell me he can fly, I'll believe it. We've seen so many unscientific things, we're used to it, right? Stop joking around, let's be serious. First of all, we need to confirm one thing. Anyone who can open a high-end pen and ink store in the Magic City is definitely not foolish. Based on this assumption, I think there are 2 possibilities. First, the owner might be trying to make connections. Maybe he wants to get to know that big shot through Grandpa Zuyai, like the Song family. Grandpa Zuyai's connections are not to be underestimated. It could also be other big shots we don't know about. The second possibility. This is just a normal transaction. Grandpa Zuyai's calligraphy skills are indeed exceptional, but personally, I feel this is unlikely. Even modern calligraphy masters don't command such high prices, let alone 1 million for a single character. I've never seen a piece of work fetching 1 million, let alone written by a living artist. Well, you all understand. Moreover, the old man's skills are probably already at the ceiling level, his medical skills seem impressive as well, and it's unlikely that his calligraphy can rival that of ancient masters. Even if the old man lived to be over 100 years old, it's not possible to excel in multiple industries simultaneously. Overall, I think the first possibility is closer to reality. Perhaps the boss wants to leverage the old man's connections. If the streamer isn't in dire need of money, it's better to step back, as trouble might follow. This analysis won the approval of the crowd. It made sense and was logically sound. Other viewers also advised the streamer not to be greedy, as it could lead to trouble. However, it's hard to tell how many of these people genuinely care for Chen Sheng's well-being and how many are envious or resentful. Hearing their advice, Chen Sheng also found it reasonable. She didn't understand the concept of divine characters, but achieving it through modern means didn't seem too difficult. Could this be a deceptive gift? Grandpa Zhang, being old and not well-versed in current technology, might have actually believed the flattery. You're right, everyone. It's better to be cautious and avoid trouble. Grandpa Zhang is so old, and I don't want him to get into any difficult situations. I'll refund the money shortly, Chun Qing said solemnly. Her change of heart garnered waves of praise in the livestream. It was like seeing a prodigal son return, a lost lamb finding its way back. People felt relieved that the unexpected fortune wasn't theirs and that returning it was the right thing to do. Otherwise, they would feel uneasy. Unfortunately, at that moment, a rocket suddenly soared in the livestream. Yu Shangjai rewards the streamer with 10 super rockets. Hello, streamer. I'm in charge of Yu Shangjai, and the pen shop you visited today is owned by my old friend. Yu Shangjai rewards the streamer with 10 super rockets. Is the old gentleman there? We would like to acquire his other works. We are willing to pay 2 million for a single character. Please ask the old gentleman for us. Bookstore rewards the streamer with 15 super rockets. Miss, we are also interested. We are willing to pay 3 million for a character. The price is negotiable. UA Pavilion rewards the streamer with 20 super rockets. You two are going overboard. Aren't we supposed to make the request together? Why did you quietly come to the livestream? Yu Shangjai rewards the streamer with 20 super rockets. Old man, who do you think you are? What if there's only one piece? Being able to acquire a few characters would be a treasure for the store. Bookstore rewards the streamer with 20 super rockets. Streamer, please inform us. I would like to meet the old gentleman in person. The others in the livestream were dumbfounded. These three were renowned antique shops in the city, the top-tier kind. Just a few words from them caused 20 super rockets to be sent. In a short while, the streamer, still in a daze, had earned tens of thousands. Among the viewers, a large group turned into sourpusses, feeling their teeth ache. Chen Chang watched as the bids kept coming in, feeling bewildered. Were Grandpa Zhang's characters really worth that much? After some thought, she asked skeptically, are you all being serious? Yu Shangjai, miss, you may be young and not understand the significance of divine characters. I can responsibly say that regardless of the character, they are rare treasures with immense collectible value. According to ancient records, in the history of the Xia dynasty, only the calligraphy sage Wang Shiji was able to produce such characters during his peak. Being able to write divine characters represents the pinnacle of calligraphy, and the old gentleman's characters are definitely worth the price. UA Pavilion, indeed, there is currently only one existing divine character in the world, which appeared at an auction over 40 years ago but unfortunately didn't remain in Xia country and ended up abroad. We have regretted this incident for a lifetime, never expecting to see divine characters in our lifetime. The book pavilion, prices are all negotiable. The three families did indeed have similar thoughts. A single character costing millions sounded terrifying, but when you actually calculated it, it wasn't that big of a deal. It was said that writing such characters required immense effort and concentration, perhaps only a few could be written in a day. Leaving that aside, even if the old gentleman produced a massive piece of several hundred characters, it would amount to just over $1 billion, a price they could still afford. Moreover, in terms of quality, it surpassed by 100-fold those works hyped in the market. Besides, judging by the live broadcast's popularity today, it was evident that the old man's ability to write divine characters had been leaked out. Now, only the three families were competing, tomorrow was uncertain. In other words, buying now meant profiting. Today, buying a character for 3 million could turn into 5 million tomorrow, even 10 million was possible. With profit as the motive, no one knew how high the price could rise. Furthermore, the old gentleman was already advanced in age, who knew when he might pass away. At that time, possessing a set of divine characters would be valuable, not to mention selling them, even displaying them at home for an entrance fee would be worthwhile. Through the explanations of these families, Chen Qing finally understood the value of divine characters. She was dumbfounded. Not only her, but all the viewers in the live stream room were also dumbfounded. Writing characters without ink? It sounded like something out of a fantasy. If they didn't know that the antique shop speaking were official accounts, impossible to impersonate, they would have suspected it was a setup. Negotiating 2 to 3 million for a single character, my goodness, if the old gentleman were to write a lengthy piece like the Memorial of the Wei Dynasty on the spot, wouldn't that be like a set of the Forbidden City's quadrangle courtyards coming out? Chen Shang watched as their bidding became more intense, and she was amazed. Everyone, there's no need to bid anymore. My words won't make a difference. I don't even know if Grandpa Zhang will write or not. I'll ask him for you when he comes out later. The families naturally expressed their gratitude once again. As the live stream room became noisy, Chen Chen changed into more casual clothes and leisurely walked downstairs. Fish girl, come and grind some ink. Seeing Chen Qing working on the live stream, he didn't call his obedient granddaughter over. The other girl was the same, the two children were no different in his eyes. Coming! Fish Xiaoswang put down the snacks in her hand, ran into the bathroom to wash her hands, then immediately ran to the table to organize paper, pen, and ink. Chen Qing remembered the requests from several shops and happily went over to help. "Ha? Aren't you live streaming anymore?" Chen Chen asked, tilting his head. "Knowing that each of your characters is worth millions, how can I sit still?" Chen Chang muttered to herself. She smiled and helped the old man massage his shoulders. "Grandpa Zhang, why are you still using ink? Aren't we writing those white characters?" Chen Chen closed his eyes comfortably and said, "This is a gift for your school. Being too casual is not good. You have to be serious, or it won't be presentable. Aren't you always saying that your school is the best now?" This scene made the viewers in the live stream room burst into laughter again. The old man could write characters worth millions, which was already extravagant. Now, hearing his words, could he write something even more impressive than divine characters? Not only did a group of ordinary people not believe it, even the heads of the 3 shops shook their heads with a bitter smile. He, the old gentleman must be joking. Divine characters are already the pinnacle of calligraphy. I can't imagine any work surpassing divine characters. Perhaps divine characters are too taxing. The old gentleman has already written today, it might be difficult to write more. That's right, I didn't expect the old gentleman to be so humorous and witty. Truly a master. With an immortal demeanor, just by looking at the old gentleman's expression, you can tell he's no ordinary person. I wonder when I'll have the chance to meet him. If I could receive a few words of guidance, it would be a blessing for 3 lifetimes. Damn! Are you guys blind? With your status, is it appropriate to flatter like this? The remarks of these 3 individuals truly shocked the viewers in the live stream room. They couldn't comprehend the status of divine characters in the calligraphy world, nor could they understand the admiration these people had for Chen Chen. It was almost like seeing Li Bai or Wang Shiji in person. The people by the desk couldn't see what was happening in the live broadcast room. Speaking of the desk, upon hearing this, Chen Qing turned around, sat cross-legged on the floor in front of Grandpa Zhang, and started massaging his legs. Then she smiled and said, "Grandpa, a few people came to the live broadcast room just now, claiming to be friends of the brush seller. They also want to buy your works, but they specifically want those with white characters. They offered 3 million for one character and mentioned that if you're not satisfied, they are open to negotiation. Do you want to sell?" Before Chen Chen could speak, beside her, Yu Xiaoshuang was so shocked that she trembled and tore a piece of snow-white rice paper in half, staring at Chen Qing in disbelief. "Are you serious? Of course, it is said that those people are from Yuewei Pavilion, the book pavilion, and the manager of Yu Shangjai. It should be genuine. They are still waiting in the live broadcast room." Yu Xiaoshuang felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through her heart. Just a moment ago, when Grandpa Zhang sold one character for 1 million, it shattered her worldview. She had to numb herself with snacks. And now, in the time it took to finish a bag of potato chips, the price had tripled? Even elevators aren't that fast. She worked hard to run a company, supporting a large group of people, busy to the point of not having time to sleep. Yet, she earned less in a year than Grandpa Zhang did with just one character. At this moment, she was contemplating a possibility. Should she close the company and focus on practicing calligraphy? Ignoring Yu Xiaoshuang's astonishment, Chen Chen stood up, went to organize her brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, looking calm. She didn't show any excitement upon hearing that the price of her characters had increased. "My dear granddaughter, do you need money?" "Not really, we still have a lot of money, and recently, our online friends have sent us many gifts." Chen Chang understood Grandpa Zhang's intention and said with a smile, "If you don't want to sell, Grandpa, we won't sell. Even without your money, I can support us with what I earn." Chen Chen nodded approvingly, her expression turning serious. She seemed to be speaking to herself and teaching Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang, murmuring, "The most important thing for a person is to understand oneself, to know what they truly want. Don't lose sight of your original intentions. Money and power are fleeting. If you make a wrong step, you will inevitably regret it. Remember this." In her hand, 2 lines of large characters leaped onto the paper. One should envy the journey ahead, staying true to one's original intentions. Chen Qing looked at the 2 lines of poetry, her eyes filled with confusion. The verses were nothing special, she had memorized them during her school days. But now, the plain black characters on white paper seemed to be changing slowly in her eyes, projecting vivid images before her. In the painting, a girl with a ponytail knelt on the ground, her eyes stubborn, tears swirling in her eyes, yet she refused to let them fall. Around her, there were white banners and 2 familiar photos placed on an altar, unmistakably a funeral scene. Voices murmured around her, "She's so young, what will she do in the future? She has no family left. Well, as neighbors, we should help as much as we can." After a long wait, the bustling crowd dispersed, and the young girl stood on tiptoe to pick up the photos, gently wiping them. "Mom, Dad, rest assured, I will study hard and not disappoint you. Her parents died in a car accident, leaving her alone at a young age, remembering their instructions. The scene shifted to different periods of the young girl's life, curled up in bed late at night, cooking on a stool, being mocked by classmates. A child, even if not lacking in wealth, found life too difficult. Through countless hardships and injustices, she finally stood at the gates of the prestigious MOD University, smiling brightly, achieving her dreams. Chen Xing cried, tears streaming down her face. As she looked at the characters, she saw her own experiences of over 20 years. The bittersweet memories, the highs and lows, were all too familiar to her. At this moment, she felt extremely fortunate, grateful that she always remembered her parents' instructions and her initial goals. It was because of her education that she could now support herself in this bustling city of prosperity and live a good life. Through her studies, she gained the knowledge she has today. If she had neglected her education due to lack of guidance and wasted her youth, she didn't know what kind of person she would be now. Of course, all of this is assuming that her grandfather had never appeared in her life. Beside her, Yu Xiaoshuan was also stunned. She saw her own scenes, her rebelliousness, her persistence, her absurd past. Unlike Chen Xing, who lived a carefree life, she realized that she had no real goal in life, drifting aimlessly, going in circles, starting a company to defy her parents, throwing tantrums to seek their attention. At this moment, she panicked and regretted. Did she want to live like this for the rest of her life? Everyone has a different perspective when reading these words. Some feel relieved and proud of sticking to their initial goals. Some regret deeply, lamenting the wasted years. With age comes more understanding. Not just the two girls in the living room, even the online audience fell into silence. It was an eerie phenomenon. In a live stream with millions of viewers, there was suddenly no barrage of comments. It was unimaginable, yet it was happening right before their eyes. In the prime of your 20s, it's a good time. Xinger, Xiaotu, you must think about how you want to live your lives. Grandpa Zhang hopes you can live to the fullest and not waste your youth. Chen Shen put away his pen, cleaned his hands, and said softly. His tone was somewhat nostalgic. Having witnessed too much in his long life, he understood the importance of realizing one's true self. Wasting life in confusion would inevitably lead to regret. This was his expectation for Chen Xing and also his teaching. After speaking, he turned and went upstairs. His aged voice awakened countless dreamers. The live stream exploded. I feel so sad, I've been lying down for years. Damn, what just happened? Those words are weird, don't stare at them. I want to cry my heart out. I see my memories. Me too, I'm soaked through. Magic word. What's going on? Can a professional explain this? At Yuolu at Yushanghai, please explain. At Yuolu. Unable to understand, they sought help from experts. Amid the anticipation of countless netizens, the spokesperson for Yuolu finally spoke. Yuolu, friends, as you all know, these words have a magical effect. Staring at them for a long time can easily immerse you in memories. If you're not a professional, you naturally won't understand. Even for us professionals, we're clueless. Yuolu, damn, how is this possible? Kangshij, host, I want to buy this piece for $1 billion. Can you ask the old man if he's willing to sell? Yuolu, this old man has no shame? Young lady, we're willing to buy it for $1.3 billion. Yushanghai, $1.5 billion. Don't fight, both of you. To the astonishment of the onlookers, this piece of writing, which had just been released for a few minutes, skyrocketed to $3 billion at lightning speed. Unfortunately, they were shouting in vain. This time, Chen Xing didn't even need to ask, she straightforwardly rejected the offers. Wiping her teary eyes, she said in a low voice, this piece of writing is a gift from Grandpa Zhang to our school, it's not for sale. I'm feeling a bit emotional thinking about my parents today, so I won't continue the live stream, I'm sorry everyone. After being comforted for a while, she closed the live stream. Yuolu. An elderly person put down the phone with a complex expression, took off his glasses, and rubbed his forehead. Someone immediately handed him a cup of tea. Master, what was that piece of writing all about just now? Watching the live broadcast all the way, the young apprentice asked blankly, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. Although he was an apprentice, being able to learn alongside the head of a top antique shop was a first-class opportunity to broaden his horizons. However, the mysterious display of those characters just now left him utterly baffled. TSK. The old man lifted his teacup to his lips, took a sip, reminisced for a while, and then slowly said, I'm not sure about the specifics, but considering the emotional impact it has, I speculate that it might be in the same league as the divine characters, perhaps an advanced version of them. Of course, it's just my guess, I don't know for sure, nothing like this has ever appeared in history. However, that piece of writing is definitely a priceless treasure that we must acquire. The apprentice immediately put on a bitter expression, scratching his head, But didn't they clearly say it was a gift for the great Magus and not for sale? Bang! The head of the shop placed his teacup on the table, giving him a sharp look. Can't you use your brain a little? Since they won't sell it, and it's meant as a gift for the great Magus, find a way through him. Remember, we must acquire it at all costs, even if it means outshining a few others. Our position as an industry leader hinges on this. The value of this piece of writing far exceeds your imagination. Hiss. The apprentice was surprised by how seriously his master viewed this matter and nodded solemnly. I'll head to the magic capital now and see if I can negotiate early. With that, he turned and left, driving straight to the highest institution in the magic capital. Smart people are not in short supply, and the same situation was unfolding in different antique shops. On an ordinary afternoon, the antique industry stirred up a massive wave. At the Magic Capital University, inside the medical department's meeting room, various medical experts from all over Xia country had gathered. Tomorrow was the day Chen Shen had agreed to give a lecture, and preparations were in their final stages. Everyone, I'll repeat once more, when Mr. Chen comes to lecture tomorrow, everything must go smoothly. All medical students must be present, and the recording equipment on site must be tested in advance. Jing Zizhen reiterated the instructions with gravity. Ahem, Jing Lao, I can't help but feel that what we're doing might be a bit excessive, a professor interrupted him, smiling. Up to now, we haven't found any medical background on this Mr. Chen. Besides the puzzling case we can't understand, there's no convincing evidence of his medical skills. In fact, we don't even have any information on this person, except that 2 years ago he suddenly emerged from the Taishan mountain, seemingly in a deranged state. After all, the Great Magus is a top-tier institution. Rushing to hold a class, if something goes wrong, it could easily lead to negative public opinion. This concern wasn't just held by this professor, many others shared it. The Magic Capital University was Xia country's top institution, and not just anyone had the qualifications to lecture there. It meant that the university was endorsing the lecturer with its reputation, which was no small matter. It involved the reputation accumulated over 100 years by the university and had to be handled with care. Besides, there was an unspoken reason. With medical science having developed to this point, Western medicine had a well-established scientific system and was considered the mainstream of world medicine. Suddenly having a traditional Chinese medicine master emerge seemed dubious to many, especially the younger medical experts who had studied abroad and dedicated their lives to Western medicine, naturally holding a skeptical attitude towards traditional Chinese medicine. This was how traditional Chinese medicine was generally viewed, let alone Chen Shen's almost mystical methods. Jing Zizhen's high regard for a person of unknown origin, considering him a beacon of hope in medicine, puzzled many of the younger generation. Some of the pillars of this younger generation secretly wondered if Jing Lao had lost his mind, perhaps starting to believe in superstitions and the supernatural? This possibility is not impossible. Many great figures tend to have such thoughts in their old age, regardless of their knowledge. Even Einstein, in his later years, was obsessed with theology, and ancient emperors of Xia dynasty never ceased their pursuit of longevity. At his current age, there is a good chance that Jing Lao might be heading in that direction. Otherwise, with his status, it wouldn't make sense for him to hold someone in such high regard who has never had any medical experience. The younger generation of professors exchanged glances continuously. Jing Zizhen saw this and sighed helplessly. He was getting old, and although he held a high position now, he couldn't deny that the real pillars of Xia's medical community were these young people in their 40s. To gain the recognition of these pillars of Xia's medical community, one had to show real skills. Mere words wouldn't suffice. He could only hope that Mr. Chen would convince these people tomorrow, otherwise, this public lecture might not have much effect. I arranged this public lecture myself. If there are any issues, I will take responsibility. You don't need to worry, this class must be held smoothly tomorrow. Alright, I'll leave now. You can discuss the details further. With that, Jing Zizhen walked out of the meeting room. Zhang Ziyuan smiled and followed him out. Once both had left, light laughter filled the meeting room. These older generation folks ultimately couldn't escape the laws of history. It's pitiful. Indeed, I thought those who understood the essence of the human body wouldn't end up on this path, pursuing things so mysterious. Be cautious in your words, we must show respect to Jing Lao. He has made significant contributions to Xia. Moreover, Jing Lao's urgency stems from his desire for Xia's medical skills to pave their own path, free from Western influence. He has no ulterior motives. You misunderstand me. I have never misunderstood Jing Lao's intentions and have always respected him. I just feel a bit emotional about placing hopes for medical progress on traditional Chinese medicine, which borders on the esoteric. Professor Liu, what do you think of Mr. Chen? I don't deny that traditional Chinese medicine has some effective treatments, but it should only complement modern Western medicine. That's my stance on traditional Chinese medicine. Also, I find it hard to categorize Mr. Chen's methods as traditional Chinese medicine. In fact, in the field of medicine, I believe they belong to Taoism or even magic. Ha. I watched Mr. Chen's live broadcast, and indeed, he displayed some extraordinary abilities, especially in martial arts. Yes, the old man's physical condition doesn't seem like that of someone over 100 years old. I'm quite curious myself. What should we do now? Since Jing Lao has decided, the public lecture will definitely proceed tomorrow. However, we can't risk Moda's century-old reputation on this. How about this? When Mr. Chen arrives tomorrow, you all can go up and ask questions under the guise of seeking advice. If he truly has the skills, the class will proceed smoothly. If he's just a pretender, he probably won't continue, and we can smoothly transition it into a general lecture. It will save face for Jing Lao and uphold Moda's reputation. It's a win-win situation. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was indeed a good idea that wouldn't embarrass Jing Lao while safeguarding Moda's reputation. The next day, at MOD University, the school gate was packed with countless students. Despite the crowds, more students kept arriving. Groups of 3 to 5 students appeared excited. After a while, a group of school leaders, including Jing Zizhen, walked out. I didn't expect so many people. Did you organize this reception? Jing Zizhen asked with a smile, pleased with the turnout. We can't take credit for this, someone behind him explained with a smile. It's all the students' initiative. You might not be aware since you don't watch many live broadcasts, but compared to medicine, Mr. Chen's martial arts have truly captivated the young people. Today we had the chance to see Mr. Chen in person, so all the students couldn't help but come running. Hey, it's not just the students, even we have a curious mind to witness it. A single leaf can knock down a grown man, truly miraculous. When it came to ancient martial arts, the group of people couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Just then, the students in front suddenly shouted, he's here, he's here. Quick, look, the old man is really here. Wow, he looks younger than my dad. Is he really over 100 years old? That's Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang, the stunning pair. They're not even wearing makeup in the live broadcast. Bro, hurry up, take a picture of me. I'll post it on my moments later, saying it's a photo with the world's #1. Help me take one too. Just as Chen Chen's sedan slowly stopped at the entrance of the Magic City University. In the distance, a middle-aged man with a cold gaze was whispering something on his phone, his head lowered and wearing a mask, making it hard to see his exact face, except for a fierce scar running from the corner of his eye to his nose, quite chilling. Target in sight, should we strike now? Li Si asked in a cold voice. Even as a professional mercenary, he never imagined that one day he would be carrying out an assassination at the highest academic institution in Xia country. It was too crazy. Whether successful or not, this was a challenge to the dignity of the Eastern Lion. However, this did not scare him. Instead, it excited him. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Zhao Chenye clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He had never seen Qin Shen, but he hated him to the core. Because his only son, Zhao Yi, had first been crushed by that old man's business card, becoming a half-disabled wreck even if he survived. And then, he was directly thrown into prison by the National Security Bureau. The charge was ridiculously improper business competition, suspected of fraud. Since when did national security care about such charges? But that wasn't the worst part. He thought it was just a matter of losing money to avoid disaster, but through connections, he despairingly discovered that external forces were relentlessly undermining them. Not only was his son not rescued, but the Zhao family consortium had also been under pressure from all sides during this time. From public opinion to government policies, to business competition, they were under a full-scale, 360-degree assault. Many past scandals were also exposed. In just a few days, the stock price of the Zhao family group had evaporated by over 90%. In short, the Zhao family was finished. The tide had turned. The root of all this was that old man. In his despondency, Zhao Chunye chose the path of ultimate revenge. Li Si was a professional in the international mercenary industry, reputed for his martial arts skills. A martial arts expert skilled in killing. You know ancient martial arts, Chen Chen? Let's see this time if you can survive. With a flash of thought, Zhao Qingye hoarsely said, I'd shown you Chen Chen's videos, I don't know if you're his match, you decide. If you feel you can kill him, he's the priority target. If not, then kill his granddaughter, one of them must die. I've prepared a ship for you at Pier 6, I don't need to say more. Li Si didn't answer, he hung up the phone directly, threw it into the trash can, and went downstairs. He was now thinking not about whether he could complete the assassination mission, but about how to escape afterwards. The target might have some knowledge of ancient martial arts, but it wasn't a concern, he had confidence in that. The levels among practitioners of ancient martial arts varied greatly, with a huge difference in strength. Martial arts were divided into 5 realms: forging the limbs, torso, 6 senses, innate, and grandmaster. After forging the limbs, not only did one possess immense strength, but the skin became as tough as old cowhide, greatly increasing defense. Most elite soldiers were at this level. If the torso was also forged with the right techniques, the body's flexibility, agility, and coordination would also improve accordingly. Training to this level would make one a master anywhere. The king of soldiers in the army is at this level. It's not about the miscellaneous troops, but the elite forces of various countries. As for the third level, the 6 senses, anyone who can reach this realm is undoubtedly a treasure of their respective countries, usually hidden and rarely revealed. For those people, their sense of smell is like a dog, their vision like an eagle, their vision like a snake, their hearing like a mouse, their touch like a cat, and they even possess a mysterious 6th sense. Combined with the physical enhancements of the first 2 realms, they can easily match a whole platoon without using firearms. This is the standard of the first 3 levels of ancient martial arts. Li Si's self-confidence did not come out of thin air. He is a strong practitioner of the 3rd level of the 6 senses from Southeast Asia. He now travels around the world assassinating people, not for money anymore, but to break through the legendary 4th realm, the innate. It is said that at this realm, the change is not in the body anymore but in the emergence of a magical inner force, or internal power, or skill. Unfortunately, in this declining era, no one knows if there are still experts at the innate level. Li Si hopes to become the first one. For this, he crazily travels around, challenging masters, hoping to break through in the face of life and death. At the school gate, Chen Shen had just gotten off the car. Mr. Chen, thank you very much for coming to give a lecture today. The students of our magic university are very much looking forward to it. Jing Zizhen's old face was full of smiles as he spoke cheerfully. Chen Shen looked at the young people around him, feeling much more excited. He has always loved guiding young people in his life. He did it before, and he still does it now. Without this hobby, there would be at least half fewer outstanding young people in history. He exchanged pleasantries with a smile, greeted the students around him, and immediately sparked cheers. Old man, can you give me an autograph? I admire you so much. Grandpa Chen, are you going to talk about medicine today? If not, can you tell us how to use leaves to blast people away? I have a friend who is very interested. Does ancient martial arts really exist? Can you demonstrate it for us today? Pretty please, Master Chen, are you accepting disciples? I have always felt that my bones are extraordinary and must be a martial arts genius. I want to buy secret manuals to practice the dragon subduing 18 palms or the Tathagata palm. Do you know where I can find them? Listening to the nonsense of the students around him, Jing Zizhen couldn't hold back his black face, looking like the bottom of a shoe. He waved his hand to drive the students away. What are you all messing around for? Go, all of you, to the main hall and find a seat. Mr. Chen is going to talk about medicine today, so bring your notebooks. Anyone who doesn't pay attention, be prepared to repeat the year. Seeing Jing getting anxious, the group of students quietly stuck out their tongues and reluctantly headed towards the school. Just then, a person wearing a hood walked against the flow, his waist bulging. He should have been quite eye-catching, but surprisingly, he was mostly ignored by the majority. Except for Chen Shen, who narrowed his eyes. He was getting closer and closer. It wasn't until Li Si was within 3 meters of Chen Shen that he completely let down his guard, silently breathed a sigh of relief, and felt somewhat disappointed. This mission was a waste. This old man was a fraud, not a master. Otherwise, if there was any danger to himself, his spiritual awareness would have sounded the alarm long ago. Forget it, since I'm here, might as well take him down, consider it a successful mission. If I kill both targets, I wonder if this mission can be considered perfect? With these thoughts in mind, he didn't hesitate at all, soaring into the air, fiercely kneeing towards Chen's head, while at the same time, swiftly wiping a dagger with a blood groove from his waist, shooting out rapidly with a sharp sound towards Chen's cheek. Ah! This scene was clearly seen by the surrounding students. Some of them let out piercing screams. Jing Zizhen also saw it. He was next to Chen. Without thinking too much, he roared in anger and pushed Chen away, standing in front of him. How dare you, you brat! Jing Zizhen's eyes were about to burst, his mind blank. He never imagined that there would be an assassination attempt at the entrance of this prestigious university. Moreover, the target was still the one who had gone through all the hardships and had abandoned his dignity to invite Chen Chen. What audacity! At this critical moment, without much thought, he directly stood in front of Chen Qing. It had nothing to do with Chen Qing's identity. If it were any other young person beside him, he would have done the same. Having lived for so many years, he feared nothing. A man of noble character and romantic aspirations is nothing more than this. As the wind howled, a fierce figure was already rushing towards them in mid-air. Jing Zizhen felt fear in his heart but forced himself to keep his eyes open, staring firmly at the thief. Around them, time seemed to stand still, and everyone watched in horror at the scene unfolding before them. Just as the tragedy was about to happen, a cold snort echoed through the venue. How daring! Following that, a domineering aura swept out, emanating from Chun Chen and extending several dozen meters. Everyone around couldn't help but shiver, and the temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees in an instant. Before the crowd could react, a fantastical scene unfolded. Chen Chen's movements seemed to accelerate hundreds of times. His sturdy hand lifted at an unknown moment, and with his index and middle fingers pinched together, the dagger was already stopped in front of him. Swish! With a flick of his hand, the dagger changed direction and, at an invisible speed, pinned itself on Li Si, who was still in the air. Boom! The dagger, carrying the body, flew backward at the same speed until it collided with a sedan on the side of the road, causing the several-ton car to shift sideways. As the dust settled, cries and screams erupted. Ah! Murder! Murder! Woo! Call the police, someone is killing people with a weapon. Is this an assassin? My goodness, how terrifying! I didn't even dare to look into his eyes just now. Is everyone okay? Don't get too close. Everyone, stay calm, enter the school in order, let the student union organize. Damn, did you see that just now? The old man just caught the dart barehanded. So cool, I bet the old man is definitely a martial arts master. Old man Chen's skills. The killer is not simple, I was scared just now, I didn't dare to look into his eyes. Hiss, I think this is a real killer, like the ones in movies, so scary. If that move had hit Mr. Jing, he would probably be done for. Grandpa Zhang, are you okay? Chen Qing finally regained his senses, hurriedly ran to Chen Chen's side, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the old man was fine. Good granddaughter, I'm fine, you go rest over there first. With that, Chun Chen restrained his aura and walked towards the assassin lying on the ground. Passing by Jing Zizhen, he lightly praised, you did well. An ordinary person without training dared to stand in front of danger without hesitation, which was not easy. Jing Zizhen, who had just shown courage, was now trembling with fear, unable to speak. He gestured for his students to follow him, and they formed a half-circle around Li Si on the ground. Ahem! Li Si's mission had failed, and he was severely injured and lying paralyzed on the ground, but he showed no signs of defeat. Instead, his eyes sparkled. The dagger was still stuck in his left knee, blood flowing steadily. Enduring the pain, he shifted his body, propped his upper body against the car door, and after completing the movement, he breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Chen Chen with a grimace and said, Ahem, you're not at the sixth senses level, you're an innate powerhouse? Ha, I didn't expect that there would actually be innate powerhouses in this world. In his tone, there was a hint of regret, a hint of admiration, and a sense of satisfaction. Since childhood, he had been the top genius in martial arts, not even many seniors had ever been in his eyes. Li Si's goal had always been the innate realm. In fact, he could carry such arrogance. At the age of 11, he forged his limbs, at 15, his body, at 21, he illuminated the six senses, mastering martial arts throughout. Unfortunately, it all came to an end here. From his early 20s, in the blink of an eye, over 20 years had passed, and now in his 40s, let alone advancing to the innate realm, he hadn't even seen the door to it. Even he once doubted whether that realm truly existed in this world, or if it was just a fabrication by the ancients. Until today, unexpectedly and unprepared, he encountered the realm he had longed for. The old man before him was undoubtedly innate. Though it might not be apparent to the layman, he knew in his heart that the dagger he shot could rival bullets, easily piercing through a 5mm steel plate without any issue. An ordinary person couldn't catch it barehanded, not to mention an expert in martial arts. Only a master of innate realm, relying on legendary inner strength, could achieve this. Innate? Humph. Chen Chen sneered, too lazy to engage in idle talk with him, feeling no sympathy. In his eyes, this person's martial realm was just slightly stronger than Zhao Song's, nothing extraordinary, just a glance that could kill. He was truly displeased now. Regardless of any grievances, if it was just an attack on himself, that would be fine, as one couldn't avoid being resented in the martial world. But this thing actually attacked Chen Qing, completely touching Chen Chen's sore spot. After giving him a disdainful look, Chen Chen subtly signaled to the people following the Song family outside, then turned and headed towards the Mo.Du University. In full view of everyone, especially with Chen Qing nearby, Chen Chen didn't make a move to kill, but such a person definitely couldn't be let go alive. The Song family would take care of the aftermath. Those families that once relied on him were there to serve his needs. How could families that thrived in that chaotic world have clean hands? As he walked away, Li Si, who was still waiting to be questioned, became anxious. Wait, you haven't asked me who ordered this. I can tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. Just tell me how to advance to the innate realm, and I'll tell you everything. Stop. What do you want? Everything can be negotiated. Before he could finish, Chen Chen had already entered Mo-Du University. At that moment, an ambulance arrived, and 2 doctors wearing masks rushed out of the vehicle with a stretcher, forcibly putting Li Si inside. Sir, no matter what, it can wait until your injuries are treated. You must receive treatment immediately now. Feeling a bit weak from blood loss, Li Si gave up struggling and just got into the ambulance. However, in that instant, he seemed to see something and tried to grab it with force. Meanwhile, someone else came with tools and quickly cleaned up the blood on the ground, and the damaged car was silently towed away. In just a few minutes, the entrance of Mo-Du University had returned to its usual calm, as if nothing had happened. Inside Mo-Du, the students who had recovered from their shock were all staring at Chen Chen with admiration in their eyes. Not only the students, even the professors had strange expressions, full of doubt about life. They had witnessed the scene just now, feeling like they had been through a whirlwind of emotions. Right in front of them, this old man who was said to be over 100 years old had caught a flying knife barehanded, and not only that, in the blink of an eye, he had thrown the knife back, hitting an adult who was then sent flying along with the car. My goodness! How much power did that require? Could an ordinary person do such a thing? After holding back for a while, not just the students, even the professors couldn't help but whisper to each other, "Tisk, the more I think about it, the more unbelievable it seems. How did Chen, old Master Chen, manage to do that? It's not scientifically possible, right? The speed of the flying knife was so fast, at such a short distance, the kinetic energy should be comparable to small caliber bullets, right? How could a person catch it barehanded? I can't figure it out either. If it were someone else, not to mention a flying knife, even a kitchen knife flying over would probably result in a tragic death on the spot. In theory, if a person's dynamic visual acuity, strength, and speed are more than 5 times that of an average person, it is possible to achieve this. Ahem, Professor Liu, are you trying to tell me that this old man over 100 years old has bodily functions 5 times higher than normal people? I'm just saying it's theoretically possible, and perhaps even more than that. A standard domestic XX car weighing 2.4 tons can be laterally displaced nearly a meter by a flying knife. The calculated data is even more frightening. Don't forget that there's a person on the flying knife, the weight changes, and the calculation factor should correspondingly change. A group of professors with top-notch brains, the more they calculated, the more they felt like fools. What just happened was completely beyond what a normal person could achieve. Yet, there was an old man who calmly performed this series of actions, defying science, defying laws, yet undeniably real. As for the students, being younger, they lacked the reasoning behind the older professors' discussions, making their comments much simpler. Wow, finally saw it with my own eyes, damn. It's so damn scary. This is a true master, guys, true masters really exist. I want to become his disciple. Do you know how to make the old man accept me? Wake up, it's dawn. Tisk TSK, that killer earlier was definitely a master too. His aura was terrifying, but he couldn't even last a round against the old man. Hearing is false, seeing is believing. Even though many people present had seen videos of Chen Chen's previous actions, the shock was still profound, as watching a video and experiencing it firsthand were 2 completely different feelings. Ahem. Seeing them blabbering endlessly in front of him, Chen Chen couldn't help but have a few black lines on his forehead. Intellectuals always loved to dig deep. It had been the same from ancient times till now, a flaw. Seeing the person involved getting impatient, the minds of the school leaders finally returned to reality. Mr. Chen, we are truly sorry for what happened just now. We never expected someone to openly attack at the entrance of the Magic University. Rest assured, we will give you an explanation. A vice dean gritted his teeth and said, the Magic University was not just the Magic City, but even the top institution in the entire Xia country. It was incredibly audacious for someone to dare to attempt an assassination here in broad daylight. Strict punishment was necessary. This time, no one was harmed. But what if the next target was a student? The consequences were simply unimaginable. One negligence could lead to irreparable and dire consequences. In fact, the leaders of the Magic University were not foolish. The assailant just now was clearly targeting Chen Chen. However, that was not important. Regardless of their grievances, daring to act at the Magic University was a provocation to the Xia country. Chen Chen was indifferent, waved his hand casually, and said, no need, you don't have to bother with this matter. Weren't the students all prepared? Let's go, we'll head straight to the classroom. With a few words, he brushed off the matter. But the leader who had just spoken wanted to say more, but then he saw Chen Chen glance at him, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, not daring to say more. In front of this old man, for some reason, he always felt weak. Since Mr. Chen has made up his mind, we won't interfere further. Please, this way. Jing Zizhen led the way with a smile. Song family manner. Old Master Song leaned on his cane, sitting quietly in the grand chair, waiting for news. The narrowed eyes revealed an unprecedented coldness. Song Shanha, who had never seen the old master in this state, felt a bit uneasy and whispered, "Grandfather, I will handle it, you can go rest first. I'll wait here until the results of the interrogation come out, I'll inform you immediately." "No, I'll wait here." Song Haiping rubbed his forehead and said solemnly, "Shanha, remember, Chen Shu's matter is more important than anything else, there can be no slightest negligence. In those days, this is how I did it, and you should do the same in the future. No matter how the Song family develops, the situation remains the same. As long as we hold on to Uncle Chen, it's more effective than trying to win over any messy backgrounds. Even if he just lets out a little benefit from between his fingers, it will bring endless advantages to our family. It's good to lean on a big tree for shade. Now that I can still move these old bones, you don't need to worry. When I'm gone one day, you will be in charge, and remember, Uncle Chen's matters are more important than anything. Our Song family is Uncle Chen's servants, his protectors. Do you understand?" "Yes." Just as the two were chatting, not long after, a subordinate walked in. "Everything has been investigated. This guy is called Li Si, a Xia descendant mercenary who has been lurking in Southeast Asia, with a big reputation in the underworld. He was hired by Zhao Chengye." The subordinate detailed the information he had obtained. Every detail was covered, even the middleman in this matter was identified in a short time. When he finished, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. "Is there anything else? Speak up," Song Shanha sternly demanded. The subordinate no longer hesitated, his voice tinged with a hint of fear, asked, "This assassin is a master of the Six Senses realm, very powerful, but all his bones were destroyed by that dagger, it's simply unbelievable. I suspect that the person who made the move is already at the innate realm." "Shut up, that's not something you should be concerned about." Song Shanha didn't let him finish, reprimanding him harshly. The subordinate quickly lowered his head, not daring to say more. At this moment, Song Haiping closed his eyes, the sunlight shining on him, half in light, half in shadow. "Go on, handle everything cleanly. The Zhao family is finished." After the subordinate left to take care of things, the room returned to silence. The two generations of the Song family remained silent. After a while, Song Shanha couldn't help but ask anxiously, "A master of the Six Senses realm can be disabled with one move. Grandfather, what realm is old Master Chen really in? Could it be that he's truly?" It's no wonder he was so surprised. The Song family, as an old and prominent family in the Magic City, also nurtured some professional martial arts experts, with a much deeper understanding of martial arts realms than the average person. A master of the Six Senses realm was already the ceiling of martial arts, and those two in the Song family who did nothing all year round but received a hefty annual salary were at this level. Song Shanha had seen the two of them make a move before. They might not fly or walk on walls, but they could leap 5 or 6 meters, displaying inhuman strength. Yet, even such strong individuals didn't even have a chance against Chen Shen, which was truly hard to believe. Just the thought of it sent chills down his spine. "Innate? Humph." Old Master Song sneered, then turned to his grandson, saying meaningfully, "No one knows what realm Uncle Chen is truly in, but 80 years ago, he once killed an innate expert." "Innate?" Song Shanha was speechless, feeling a dry and painful sensation in his throat. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "Yes." Song Haiping nodded, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his eyes, sighing, "It was during turbulent times back then, the world was far from peaceful as it is now. All sorts of monsters and demons emerged. I remember the year when the HSBC tower had just opened. We were targeted by the opium smuggler Lu Chang, who wanted us to help transport illicit goods. Lu Chang was a true innate expert, renowned for his mastery of the chain knives. Although I was scared at the time, I refused to transport the opium that would harm our people. In desperation, I sought Uncle Chen's help, and the result was, on that very night." He paused for a moment, unable to continue. "On that very night, the long-standing innate Lu of the Magic City was found hanging dead on a tree outside the HSBC tower, without causing any ripples. It caused a huge stir in the old Magic City at the time, and it was from that moment on that our Song family truly established its foothold." Song Shanha listened in disbelief. "So, old Master Chen was an innate expert back then?" "At the very least, he has reached the pinnacle of innate talent. Some of our elders even speculate in private that Uncle Chen might be the legendary grandmaster, otherwise he wouldn't have become so powerful." "I finally understand." Song Shanha muttered excitedly to himself. "What do you understand?" "I understand why you respect Uncle Chen so much. With such a powerhouse backing our family, we no longer fear any dark forces. You understand nothing. Song Haiping glanced at him, bluntly scolded, then leaned back in his chair, sighing. Personal martial strength is just the tip of the iceberg for Uncle Chen. The energy he conceals in the shadows is far greater than you can imagine. If our family can rely on this giant tree, we will shine for another 80 years. What's difficult about that? Zhao family. Zhao Chengye slumped in his office chair, lost and desolate. He had received the news. Even his final means had failed. At this moment, his mindset had completely collapsed, awaiting the arrival of judgment. Zhao Chengye, once a hero of his time, understood that the enemy's counterattack would soon come. Those people would not allow him to live. During this time, he had thought a lot, about his humble beginnings, about his past glory. The only thing he hadn't expected was this ending. Until now, he didn't even know who the enemy was, because ever since his son provoked that old man, besides the open attacks from the Song family, there were also many who struck in the shadows, otherwise the Zhao group wouldn't have collapsed so quickly. Chen Chen, who are you really? He gritted his teeth with red eyes. Just then, click, a faint sound rang out. Zhao Chengye, like a startled bird, suddenly turned to look. The office door, which had been tightly closed, was now open, and a janitor with rolled-up sleeves pushed a cart in, looking like they were there to clean. Who let you in? Get out! Startled, Zhao Chengye roared in anger like an enraged lion, throwing the ashtray on the table. Swish! The janitor caught the ashtray with one hand, looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, took a few steps forward, and gently placed it back on the table. Chairman Zhao, don't have such a bad temper, throwing things around is not a good habit. Zhao Chengye was stunned for a moment, then reacted, his face changing dramatically, lips trembling as he asked, "You're not my employee, are you here to kill me? Who sent you? How much were you paid? I'll give you double, no, triple. You name your price, I won't bargain." The janitor clicked their tongue, slowly approaching like a cat catching a mouse, smiling as they said, "I'm not here to kill you, I'm here to help you kill yourself. As for money, you give it to me, I dare not take it. I come from the migratory bird, have you heard of us?" Zhao Chengye's face turned pale. Of course, he knew about the migratory bird organization, he had even hired them not long ago. Yes, Li Si was from the migratory bird organization. The migratory bird had a great reputation in the dark web, maintaining a 100% success rate, renowned for their dedication in the underworld. "You're mistaken, you shouldn't kill me, you should go kill Chen Chen. Your people failed the mission, you should seek revenge, you should seek revenge." Zhao Chengye retreated like a madman, shouting hoarsely. The janitor took a quick step forward, covering Zhao Chengye's mouth and nose with gloved hands, pressing him down on the chair, speaking gently, "Look, I want you to go peacefully, why can't you be sensible? Isn't it better to die quietly? Lastly, I'll tell you a secret, don't mention that Li Si is dead, even if he's not, I will personally execute him. Our supreme leader has issued a secret order, whoever dares to provoke Chen Chen and his people, must offer their heads as an apology." Li Si took on the task privately, even if he died, it's fine, but now we can only use your life as the employer to make amends, you won't mind, will you? Ha! Zhao Chengye's struggling strength diminished, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. He never expected that the assassin was not sent by the enemy, but that he would die first in the hands of this assassin organization. And he was made to apologize with his own life. Who is Chen Chen, after all? Who is he really? This question, he never figured out until his death, filled with regret. If life could start over, he would definitely kill his own son first, damn it. After a while, he completely lost his breath. The office was empty. Zhao Chengye was disguised as self-inflicted in the office, leaving only a suicide note. In less than 10 minutes, 2 electricians carrying cables entered the office. Damn it! We're late. MOD University, auditorium. Below was a crowded and noisy crowd. It was said that Chen Chen was really coming to give a lecture. Not only students from the medical department but also many students from other departments sneaked in. Especially those students who watch live broadcasts every day, this time they could see a real person. Who wouldn't want to come and see? On the high platform, there was only a grandmaster chair. Chen Chen sat upright, looking down below with a calm expression. He paid no attention to the gaze of thousands of students. "Students, please be quiet. Today we have invited Mr. Chen Chen to give a lecture for us." After introducing him, Jing Zizhen also sat down below. The students did not quiet down, many were making noise, and some were clamoring. "Old man, what's so good to talk about in medicine? Can you talk about martial arts for us today?" "Yes, how can one jump 5 or 6 meters high? I'm in the school basketball team, really seeking advice." "Do you really know martial arts? Do you know the 6 Meridian Divine Sword and the Tathagata Palm from TV? Grandpa Chen, do you have internal strength?" Like the kind that can blow out a lamp from a distance? Listening to the questions, Chen Shen waved his hand, gesturing for the bearded Jing Zizhen to sit down, then his eyes narrowed, scanning the entire audience. An invisible aura spread out. Swish! In the grand auditorium, with thousands of people, they all seemed to be choked, silent as a pin drop. Everyone felt their scalp tingling. No one dared to look up at the stage, as if there was a deity sitting there that could not be looked at directly. No one expected that the serious old man would be so terrifying when he got serious. Today, I was invited to come here to talk about medical skills. Those who are interested in learning can stay, those who are not interested can leave now. A flat voice sounded, no one stood up, and no one left. No one dared to speak again. One person suppressed the whole audience. Seeing this, Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction and went straight to the main topic. Traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down since ancient times. It is by no means the side path that many people think it is today. It's just that Western medicine is prevailing now, and there are fewer inheritors of traditional Chinese medicine, leading to the current situation. Traditional Chinese medicine has a wide range of knowledge, it's hard to explain in a short time. Today, I will talk about the acupuncture techniques in traditional Chinese medicine for you. Seeing Chen Shen really starting the class, the professors below were anxious. Mr. Chen's martial arts skills were definitely high, they all agreed on this, but that didn't mean his medical knowledge was also high, especially when it came to traditional Chinese medicine, which still had huge controversies in the medical field. Concerning the school's reputation, they couldn't afford to be afraid now. Dean Lu Hong stood up immediately, boldly questioning, Mr. Chen, since you say traditional Chinese medicine has real skills, then how come it has been completely replaced by Western medicine in just a few decades? As for acupuncture, except for some rural folk doctors, no one uses it anymore. How do you explain this? Chen Shen paused, slowly looked at him. This question was discussed with Rin Shigang when he came to study with me. In the second year of Daoguang, the emperor began to prohibit imperial physicians from performing acupuncture on the emperor, on the grounds that exposing the body in front of the imperial physician was detrimental to the emperor's dignity. With this decree, the art of acupuncture began to decline. This has nothing to do with the effectiveness of acupuncture itself, it is not a problem with the medical skills. In the thousands of years of history of traditional Chinese medicine, how much effort and dedication from skilled physicians have been condensed? How can it be easily denied? I have come out of seclusion this time because I cannot bear to see the complete loss of traditional Chinese medical techniques. That's why I am here to teach. Today, I will impart to you the acupuncture and acupoint techniques, hoping that you can carry on the legacy. Ran Shigong? The last imperial physician of the final dynasty. Even the arrogant and proud professors dare not claim to surpass his medical skills. Doctors who treated the nobility in the palace, those without real skills have long perished. He actually sought to learn from Mr. Chen. This completely silenced the crowd. Everyone refrained from speaking further and listened quietly. Acupuncture and acupoint techniques may not cure incurable diseases, but they are remarkably effective for various ailments. In principle, it involves stimulating the body's acupoints to achieve self-healing effects. In the following time, Chen Shen cited classical texts and explained the acupuncture and acupoint techniques thoroughly. From initially being indifferent, the audience gradually became engrossed, occasionally erupting into intense discussions. Many people's eyes were shining, unable to contain their excitement. They carefully noted down every word Chen Shen said. Even the professors listened with fascination, and Jing Zizhen was moved to tears. This was the true legacy he wanted to pass on. Although the class had not ended, he already anticipated the waves it would create. Chen Xing had already started the live broadcast below. Countless netizens witnessed the teaching scene. It exploded, it boiled over. Oh my goodness, did the old man really go to the prestigious university to teach? Although I don't understand what he's saying, the atmosphere is so intense. Right now, all I can do is shout 666. Unfortunately, I'm not educated, but wow is all I can say. He can teach medicine with words and fight with a knife? Why is the old man so outstanding, excelling in both literature and martial arts, reaching the pinnacle in both? Take my admiration. Living long is good, having time to learn so many things. The brother upstairs, not every old person is so talented, most just dance in the square when they get old. I have a little bird that rewarded the host with a super rocket of 100, ignorant person rewarded the host with a super rocket of 20. When the class ended, the room fell silent. Dean Lu Hong was the first to stand up, bowing solemnly. Mr. Chen Shen, on behalf of the prestigious medical department, I thank you for your selfless teaching. Your class today will greatly advance the field of medicine and reintroduce traditional Chinese medicine to the world. He spoke from the heart, genuinely. At this moment, How could he not understand the value of acupuncture and acupoint techniques? It could be said without exaggeration that this medical skill could easily establish a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. In the past, it was an exclusive treasure passed down only within the main family line. But today, this old man openly taught it in public without reservation. Mr. Chen, thank you. Grandpa Chen, thank you. Old man, you are a great man. I really admire you. I really like you. The second, the third, countless students stood up, their excited faces blushing with gratitude. Just from today's class, they couldn't possibly master acupuncture and acupoint techniques completely, but every beginning is difficult. Today, Chen Chen has introduced them to the basics, and with diligent study, they will eventually become proficient. These first group of students learning acupuncture and acupoint techniques will undoubtedly be favored by various medical institutions in the future. A bright future is right before them. How could they not be excited? When Chen Chen and the others calmed down, he stood up with a smile and waved at Chen Chang. Chen Qing hurriedly handed over Grandpa Zhang's box. My granddaughter has been studying here for many years, and I am grateful for the care she has received. This calligraphy is personally written by me, and I present it to the prestigious university today as a token of gratitude. I heard she received a scholarship from the university back then? If possible, I hope the school will auction this painting and use the funds to help impoverished students with their studies. What do you think? Chen Chen handed the box to Jing Zizhen. You are too polite. It's something we should do. But if we auction it, that's fine too. Jing Zizhen naturally wouldn't refuse this request, but he was worried that if they put it up for auction, it might not fetch much money, which would be embarrassing. Modern calligraphy and paintings going unsold were a common occurrence, and the Emodo often received donations, so they were no strangers to this. Well, since Mr. Chen is requesting it, let's auction it, and if need be, I'll use my savings to buy it back later. Jing Zizhen thought silently. Chen Chen saw through his thoughts at a glance, but just smiled, didn't reveal it, let alone bother to explain. Ignorant kid, you have no idea of the value of my calligraphy. Back then, nobles and officials would travel 180 miles just to see my work. After handling everything, Chen Chen bid farewell and left with his granddaughter. After Chen Chen left, Jing Zizhen and the Emoda leadership team gathered in the meeting room once again. This time, Jing Zizhen had no worries like before, and the wrinkles on his face were all smiles. The public lecture he organized was a complete success, and achieving such great results provided a satisfactory explanation to everyone. All were delighted. Hey, Deputy Principal, go auction Mr. Chen's calligraphy, handled this matter well. Let's focus on studying acupuncture points. This medical skill is fascinating. The more I delve into it, there's so much to learn. After casually giving instructions, a group of expert professors concentrated on the newly acquired medical skill, discussing it enthusiastically. As for the auction, it had already been pushed to the back of their minds. The Emode often received donated items and had ample experience in handling them. There was no need to organize a physical auction. A notice on the official website would suffice to handle things online. And if it was valuable auction material, a bit of attention might be needed, but modern calligraphy and paintings were worth at most a few $100,000, not requiring too much concern. In contrast, the acupuncture points and meridian techniques left by Mr. Chen today were truly priceless. Zun, Grandpa Zhang, is this pressure okay? Having earned face at her alma mater, satisfying her vanity, Chen Xing diligently massaged the old man's shoulders, her eyes gleaming with joy. This trip to Emodo was like a triumphant return for her, extremely exciting. While attending to the old man, her eyes kept glancing at her classmates, watching their admiration, which made her even happier. The top graduates of Emoda becoming a live streamer after graduation, although the income was decent, had been ridiculed in the past, and this time she finally got to slap them in the face. Feeling refreshed, this scene plunged the live stream chat into a sea of joy. Ha, the goddess's little vanity is so cute, right? The way the streamer is so excited, their chin is almost reaching the sky. Hey, if I had a grandpa like that, I'd go shout from the rooftop, afraid no one in our village would hear. Envious, good things belong to others, even the grandpa. Today really left me dumbfounded, didn't expect traditional Chinese medicine to be so powerful. I followed the old man's instructions and pressed the yang points for a while. It feels really effective, you guys should try it. 666, the old man talked about so many acupoints, and you only remember the yang? Fill in the gaps where needed. Brothers, go watch, Emoda's livestream is starting the auction of the old man's calligraphy. Let's go, hurry up and watch. As this barrage appeared, the number of people in the live stream room decreased by half. Everyone was still very interested in how much money the old man's calligraphy could fetch at auction. They wanted to see if it could really auction for a sky-high price of several $100 million. Seeing this, Chen Sheng hurriedly clicked into the MODA live stream room. Many people are already aware that today the renowned medical expert Mr. Chen Chen gave a public lecture at the Magic City University, where we gained valuable knowledge. Here, once again, we express our sincere gratitude to Mr. Chen Chen. Not only does Mr. Chen possess profound thoughts and medical skills, but his character is also noble and great. He has requested us to auction this piece of calligraphy, and the proceeds will be used to support underprivileged students. Now, let's take a look at this piece of calligraphy and see what it says. One should admire the journey, never straying from the original intention. The scroll unraveled, revealing vigorous brushstrokes. However, the auctioneer was left dumbfounded, staring blankly and unable to speak. He was not alone, many in the audience were similarly stunned. Only the viewers from Chen Sheng's live stream had anticipated this scene, having experienced it before. They shared their insights. The old master's divine calligraphy, can anyone casually comprehend it? Feeling puzzled, right? It can immerse anyone in contemplation, it's truly incredible. Even though it's not my first time seeing it, I still can't believe it. Exactly, and we are watching through a video stream. I wonder how it feels to see it in person. Brothers, honestly, if this painting appeared elsewhere, I would definitely consider it a miracle, but knowing that it was written by the old master, I feel like anything is possible. Oh my, I feel the same way. I think I understand. The old master himself is a miracle. After a while, the host regained his composure, suppressing his astonishment, and continued with the auction. This is simply unimaginable. I never expected a piece of calligraphy to cause such a miraculous phenomenon. Please forgive my limited knowledge, I truly cannot fathom how this was achieved. I hope that today this piece of calligraphy will truly need a buyer who understands it. Let's not waste any more time, our auction officially begins, starting at 10,000. This price caught the attention of many new audience members. As long as they weren't fools, they knew that this piece of calligraphy was definitely valuable, and acquiring it would be profitable. Is no one bidding? Then I'll start, 20,000. Are you disrespecting this piece of calligraphy? 50,000, 80,000, 110,000. With the improvement of online real name systems, online auctions have become standardized, and citizens are legally responsible for their online actions. In other words, the bidding is not arbitrary. Once you bid, you must purchase the item, or else you will incur a 20% penalty. Thinking of causing a commotion or making false bids? They can easily track you down through the internet, and the Magic City University will sue you for everything you own. The prices kept climbing, and in just a short time, they had soared to over 1 million. At this point, fewer people were bidding, as only a few had the expertise to appraise antique calligraphy. Many knew the piece was valuable, but they were unsure of its exact worth. Seeing the rate of increase in prices slowing down, many new audience members began to sigh. This price was making their hearts race uncontrollably. I never expected Master Chen's calligraphy to sell for 1 million. His skill is truly remarkable. I'm envious. A down payment written in passing, TSK, feeling sour. Oh my, just a few days ago, the famous actor Zhang Guozhan's calligraphy sold for only 180,000. I was already shocked, but now Master Chen has surpassed him in an instant. Can calligraphy be this profitable? It's distressing to see, working hard all your life and still not earning as much as someone's calligraphy, feeling disheartened. The old audience members chuckled at this. 1 million? Are you kidding? This is just the beginning. The real show hasn't even started. Let me tell you secretly, this painting will fetch at least 2 more zeros. If it doesn't sell, I'll live stream myself getting slapped 5 times. The antique experts haven't made a move yet? Don't worry, they're all old hands at this, just waiting for the final showdown. After 1 million, add 2 more zeros, making it 1 billion? Not to mention the new audience members, even the auctioneer was left bewildered. He shook his head and chuckled, this friend is joking. In modern times, a price breaking 1 million is already astronomical, it's impossible to reach 9 figures. Before he could finish his sentence, a magnificent rocket appeared in the live broadcast. Bookstores quote, 350 million. The auctioneer was dumbfounded. Gulp, sir, are you sure the amount you entered is correct? Before he could finish his sentence, the auctioneer cursed himself silently. In today's world, live online auctions are widely used, and the technology is very mature. Bidding is not just shouting in the comments, there is a dedicated pricing page. The system will confirm the amount you enter repeatedly, meaning there is no room for mistaken bids. However, this situation was too unbelievable. From 1 million, it skyrocketed to 350 million in an instant, a direct increase of 350 times? There are many auctioneers on live platforms, and the industry is highly competitive. The standard is based on the amount of items auctioned, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, and so on. According to the platform's level, a commission contract is signed with the auctioneer. He used to be an auctioneer in the 100,000 category, but today, unexpectedly, he jumped to the billion level with this inexplicable deal. He was truly stunned. He could feel his heart pounding. Faintly, he felt that today was going to witness a grand event. His excited hands trembled. Thriving. At this moment, he found it hard to speak fluently and swallowed hard. 300 million, 350 million once. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Anyone else willing to bid? Of course. The bookstore. The old shopkeeper stared at the live screen, looking gloomy, with a hint of unease visible. 350 million was his bid, but as soon as he shouted the price, he regretted it. Not because he bid too much, but because he felt he had bid too little due to his greed. Apart from their antique shops, a few official accounts joined the live broadcast. Jada, Poly, Hong Kong Auction. Without exception, they were all top-notch auction companies. Their strength was beyond comparison. Now, to successfully win this piece, there was only one strategy: to start by shouting the highest price within their own limit. When others hesitated to make a move, they could directly shock them. Juicy, keep shouting, shout 500 million. After a moment of contemplation, the old shopkeeper ordered in a deep voice. This was the maximum budget he could come up with. The apprentice and manager beside him were also stunned. Master, the highest price is what we shouted. No one is bidding against us, right? Nonsense, if I tell you to raise it, you raise it. Hurry up, if no one bids, then we bid against ourselves. Despite being puzzled, the apprentice entered 500 million. Bookstores quote, 500 million. In the live broadcast, this price left everyone stunned. Many viewers were pinching themselves in disbelief. Wow, 500 million, guys, 500 million, who's so ruthless, directly outbidding the bookstore? Let me see. Wait, it's still the bookstore? What's going on? Is the bookstore playing tricks? Bidding against themselves? I don't understand, is this a glitch? Damn, being rich is so arrogant? Bidding against themselves? 666. How many zeros are there? I can't count. Is the host there? What do you think? Chen Qing was also puzzled. What do I think? I'm kneeling. She knew her grandfather's calligraphy was definitely valuable, but she had estimated it to be worth at most 18 million. Never did she expect it to skyrocket to 500 million now? This number made her feel dizzy too. Perhaps she wouldn't earn this much even if she live-streamed for a lifetime? Regardless of what others said, the old shopkeeper stared fixedly at the countdown timer on the screen, his aged hands clenched tightly. This was his only chance to obtain this divine calligraphy. If he could intimidate others, he would win. If not, he would have to withdraw. Every second passed so slowly. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Lao Yao, this trick is something I've seen through, trying to scare me? Dream on. Yu Shanghai's quote, 500 million brothers, please be generous. I really like this painting and I'm thinking of burying it in the ground. Yue Lu's offer, 570 million. The price jumped in increments of tens of millions. The auctioneer stopped hammering and remained silent, shrinking back, afraid of saying something wrong. 10 million in one jump was already extravagant, but before the audience could get excited, the situation changed rapidly. The real big shots started bidding. Few words, but ruthless. China Guardian's offer, 700 million. Hong Kong Auction's offer, 900 million. Poly Auction's offer, 1.2 billion. What are you two girls doing? Sit properly. Chen Shen changed his clothes and came downstairs, only to see Chun Shang and Yu Xiaoshuan leaning forward, almost diving into the computer screen, and couldn't help but reprimand them. Yu Xiaoshuan turned around, saw the old man, and excitedly said, Grandpa Chen, your calligraphy sold for 1.7 billion. 1.7 billion. Her eyes were full of admiration and stars, wondering if Grandpa's hands were normal, turning stones into gold? Mining gold wasn't even this profitable. Chen Shen just nodded indifferently at the news, not particularly interested. What surprise could there be when he already knew the outcome? With his calligraphy skills, as long as there were people in the world who could understand it, wasn't this auction price normal? It could even be considered low. That's why he had instructed MODB to keep a low profile in advance. Otherwise, with proper publicity and waiting a few more days, the price could easily multiply. He remembered when his calligraphy had just reached its peak, he had auctioned a piece that was much larger. The royal family had promoted it, and it had attracted celebrities from around the world. He couldn't recall the final price, but he remembered a prince selling his palace and vast lands, even pledging 80 years of taxes. Not very interesting. But as the saying goes, moderation is key. Alright, stop looking. You two, go call the guards at the door for me. Chen Chen sat on the sofa and casually ordered. Okay. Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang obediently got up and went to call the guards. They knew there were guards stationed at their door, arranged by the Song family to prevent unnecessary disturbances to the old man. Soon, the two girls brought a competent middle-aged man into the room. Mr. Chun. The middle-aged man was dressed in a neat black zhongshan suit, composed in his movements and speech, offering a simple greeting upon entering. This pleased Chen Chen. How's the training going? Chen Chen took out a small box from his pocket, carefully wrapped it in yellow silk, and asked casually. I've been practicing martial arts since childhood. Just finished training last year. Even though the middle-aged man remained composed, his breathing quickened slightly upon Chen Chen's inquiry about his martial arts level. The news of this possible innate master had already spread among the Song family guards, and he had received the information as well. The innate realm was unattainable, and if this man could offer a few pointers, it would be a lifelong benefit. After wrapping up the box, Chen Chen looked satisfied, put it away, and turned to say, do your job well, show me your skills for a few years before we talk further. You can leave now. Tell Song Haiping that it's his birthday today, and he dares not send me an invitation? Let him come see me. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. For the Song family, these were two great events. Showing the old man his skills for a few years first meant there might be a chance for a breakthrough in the future. Song Laote hadn't sent an invitation to this man not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't dare disturb him casually. This man coming over voluntarily was a great event. Song Manor. Song Haiping changed into festive clothes and meticulously combed his sparse hair in front of the mirror, revealing a glimpse of his former elegance despite his extreme old age. Encountering joyous events uplifts the spirit. Since Chen Chen returned, his mood has been consistently good. Otherwise, according to his previous temperament, celebrating his birthday would have been a simple affair with a meal in the courtyard with family members. However, this time he proposed to organize a grand celebration to gather with his old friends, and the Song family naturally agreed. Grandfather, you seem to be getting more spirited with age. Song Shanha, the most favored third generation, was serving on the side, watching the old man dress neatly and teasing him. He obediently handed over the cane. Ha, you rascal know how to talk. Song Haiping took a few steps back and then raised his hand to touch the age spots on his face, sighing, it's a pity I won't live for many more days. In the future, our Song family will have to rely on you to carry on. Let's go, don't keep them waiting. Song Shanha smiled slightly with a hint of bitterness, not responding. Grandfather spoke the truth. This old man, who had experienced many turbulent years, understood his own health condition better than anyone else, and it wasn't optimistic. It could even be said that the end was near. Living to 70 is rare. Not everyone can be compared to the almost immortal Chen Laoyi. Grandfather was celebrating his 105th birthday this year, and although he still appeared to be able to move around, his physical functions were nearing their limit. The doctor had already said that at the latest, it would be by this winter. He could celebrate his birthday this year, but next year on this day, he might only be able to visit the grave. Perhaps for this reason, he wanted to gather with relatives and friends today. As they spoke, the two slowly walked out of the estate, where the car was already prepared at the gate. Song Haiping refused the servant's help, but he had to pause for breath after walking a few steps. Fatigue was evident on his face after this short distance. This scene made Song Shanha even more heavy-hearted, but he didn't show it on his face, continuing to chat with his grandfather in a soft voice. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Falling behind a few steps, he answered, yes? What? Chen Laoyi wants grandfather to come pick him up? Alright. Hanging up the phone, Song Shanha felt much more relaxed. He knew the place Chen Laoyi held in his grandfather's heart, so he quickly stepped forward. Grandfather, Chen Laoyi wants to attend your birthday banquet and asked you to pick him up? What? Uncle Chen is coming? The wrinkles on Song Haiping's face broke into a smile, feeling completely invigorated. It was worth it to be able to invite Uncle Chen for his last birthday. The old gang from back in the day would be envious when they found out. Immediately, he smacked Song Shanha on the head and scolded him in a bewildered tone. Hurry up and help me into the car. What are you staring at? What if you keep Uncle Chen waiting? How long do you want me to dawdle here? Song Haiping grinned, then called out to the people around, quick, please help grandfather into the car. Zun. What? Grandpa Zhang, you want us to go too? Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang were excited but also a bit uneasy. In recent days, the news of the Song family patriarch's 100th birthday celebration had been the talk of the town, and receiving an invitation to such an event was highly coveted. Some even joked that this invitation was the entry ticket to the upper echelons of the city. When they heard that they were also invited, they felt a bit overwhelmed. After all, They were young and had never attended such a high-profile banquet before, fearing they might embarrass themselves. "What are you afraid of?" Chen Shen saw through their thoughts at a glance, giving them a stern look. "Do you have no backbone? Let me tell you, with me by your side, there's nowhere you can't go. We're going to Son's birthday banquet to give him face." This statement left the two girls speechless. The old man was as domineering as ever. They dared not say more and quickly went to dress up. A few minutes later, a Loki convoy stopped outside Ziyuan, with only an inconspicuous black car driving into the neighborhood. "Grandfather Song, brother Song." Chen Shang was waiting at the gate and hurried over when she saw the two getting out of the car. "Hey, good girl, where's Uncle Chen? Grandpa Zhang is waiting for you in the living room, I'll go get him out." Chen Xing turned around and was about to walk back. Unexpectedly, this startled Song Haiping, who grabbed Chen Xing. No, we must follow the rules. I have to go in and invite him out." Unable to argue with Song Haiping, Chen Xing could only support him and slowly walk towards the villa. It was evident that the old man was in a hurry, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid, but his body was not cooperating, and he couldn't pick up the pace. Feeling anxious, click, before he could reach the steps, the door had already been opened, and Chen Shen strode out. He glanced disdainfully at Song Haiping. "Alright, must I be assisted even to walk a path, not afraid of losing face? I can't compare to Uncle Chen, you are a divine being." Song Haiping smiled awkwardly, a hint of envy subtly showing in his expression. "Here, have this, consider it your birthday gift for today." Chen Shen tossed him a small box impatiently. Then he got into the car directly. Swish! Song Shanha on the side caught it with both hands and handed it to Grandpa. "What is this?" Song Haiping seemed to remember something, his hands trembling slightly as he slowly opened the yellow silk wrapping in the box, revealing a crystal-clear pill inside. It was transparent and emitted a slight coolness, clearly not an ordinary product. He. Although Song Haiping had already guessed, seeing it with his own eyes made him extremely excited, his breathing quickened like a bellows. "Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" Song Shanha was startled and quickly helped Grandpa straighten his back, gently patting him, afraid that he might get too excited and pass away today. At the same time, he subconsciously wanted to take the pill box. Unexpectedly, before his hand could touch the box, the old man swatted it away, then hastily swallowed it as if afraid of being snatched. He almost choked and refused to spit it out. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" This really scared Song Shanha, even he wouldn't dare to swallow such a big pill without hesitation, almost jumping up. Even if he trusted Chen Shen in his heart, he still needed to check. What if there were heavy metals in it? For a moment, he was sweating profusely out of anxiety. Not to mention him, even Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang were startled, taking a step back in unison, feeling half-chilled. Grandpa Song's physical condition didn't look good at all, he must not be allowed to die from this. Turning a birthday celebration into a funeral, the Song family would never forgive themselves. The scene was chaotic for a moment. Quiet. Just then, Song Haiping, who had taken the pill, waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. He closed his eyes tightly, as if sensing the changes in his body. Seeing this, no one dared to make a sound or move, anxiously waiting as if frozen. About 2 minutes later, phew! A long exhale, Song Haiping opened his eyes. Then, his back slowly straightened. Damn! The usually calm Song Shanha was startled, swallowing saliva in disbelief. The old man's hunchback, was it cured? Song Haiping wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. But at the same time, he felt a lightness in his bones all over his body, especially his legs that used to tremble constantly, now standing steadily without any sense of effort. A feeling of indescribable joy. It's the ice clear pill, definitely the ice clear pill. I never thought I would have the chance to take this pill in my lifetime. Everyone was almost dumbfounded. When he was young, he had seen Chen Shen give this pill to others, naturally feeling envious. He never expected to have it himself in his old age. By taking this pill, he could live at least another 10 years. He had witnessed living examples of it before. Thank you, Master, for granting me the medicine. Young Song, you can guard the house for another 10 years for you. Turning around, he solemnly knelt towards the sedan, paying a great tribute. His loyalty was such that he compared himself to a dog. Grandpa. Song Shanha subconsciously wanted to help the old man up, but suddenly realized something and slowly stopped in his tracks. 10 years. He couldn't believe it subconsciously. Could one pill really extend life by 10 years? This sounds like gibberish. But after quietly observing Grandpa's condition, his face changed dramatically, and he also knelt down. It didn't seem fake. In the past few days, Song Haiping had told this successor many stories from the past, almost deifying Chen Shen in this elite's mind. At this moment, he was almost convinced. The two of them knelt down, and the other drivers and guards of the Song family dared not stand, all kneeling down in unison. Well, in the blink of an eye, only Chen Qiang and Yu Xiaoshuang were left standing there dumbfounded, looking confused in the wind. Alright, get up, every time I see you, it's either crying or kneeling, what's the matter? You have so many things to worry about. An impatient voice came from inside the car. Song Haiping quickly got up from the ground, his movements not resembling those of an old man, and cheerfully shouted to those around him, "Hey, let's go. Hurry up, everyone get in the car." Seeing this, Chen Shen shook his head and smiled. This kid couldn't change his impulsive nature even as he grew older, but that was fine with him. He liked that about him, having a presence wherever he went. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been asked to guard the Freemasonry back then. Although it was just a gatekeeper, the people who could step through that door back then were no ordinary individuals. Not to mention himself as the leader, even the other members were all outstanding figures. To take a step inside, one had to have something in their eyes at the very least. They were all extraordinary, not a simple one among them. Peace Restaurant. This was an old restaurant with 100 years of history, as evident from its name. It was famous for a few signature dishes that had remained unchanged for a century, making it an authentic place to dine. Especially beloved by some elderly people. Gradually, it gained a great reputation in the city, showing signs of becoming a leader in the food industry. Dining here, it was not surprising to encounter a celebrity or a high-ranking official from the city. Over time, wanting to dine here became a matter of status, and even if you had money, you had to book a meal ticket half a month in advance. But today, this restaurant was unexpectedly booked entirely. Passers-by couldn't help but comment, "Wow, whose event is this? Such a grand gesture to book the whole place, they must be wealthy." Indeed, no wonder Peace Restaurant stopped taking reservations half a month ago. It seems someone booked the whole place in advance. This must have cost at least tens of thousands for a day, right? More than that, I think it must be over $1 million, considering the price of those signature dishes. Hey folks, do you know? Today is the old master of the Song family celebrating his birthday here, and he invited all the big shots. I heard that the Lin family and the Zhao family elders are also here. Wow, why such a grand occasion? I've never seen such a show before. Hey, insider info, they say old Master Song is not doing well. Inside the restaurant, the elderly were in a private room on the second floor, while the younger ones were making noise in the main hall. Hey, fourth brother, well done, I heard your company's game is a hit? Made a lot of money, right? Zhao second brother, when did you return to the country? Don't mention me, no matter how hard I try, I can't compare to you, mingling with the financial giants of the White Eagle. Sister Lin, is your company going public recently? Many people have recommended your stocks to me. Let's stop talking about this. When it comes to making money, it's still Big Brother Song's family. Not to mention anything else, the HSBC Tower is an endless gold mine. Ah, that's right. Ignoring the young people's chatter, a few elderly people in the private room showed a hint of worry on their faces. Is Big Brother Song really not doing well? I heard so, probably just a matter of this year. I've been thinking about it too, otherwise, with his personality, he wouldn't celebrate his birthday so ostentatiously. Today's event might be a farewell. Ah, if he leaves, we'll have a hard time. Song Yen, how is your father really doing? A middle-aged man near the door sighed softly, shaking his head, the doctor said, at the latest by the end of the year. As soon as these words were spoken, several elderly people fell silent. Each family knew their own affairs. These few families seemed fine on the surface, but they were actually benefiting from the Song family's influence. Old Master Song in the Xia Kingdom was truly influential. Without his help, these families wouldn't be in their current prosperous state. In the martial world, it's not about fighting, but about human relationships and worldly affairs. When a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When people leave, the tea cools. The Devil's City has always been a place where people are devoured without a trace left behind. Once Old Master Song is gone, these families will have no one in the court, and they will inevitably end up being divided. Alright, let's not talk about this today. Let's all be happy and not let Brother Song notice. True, where did Brother Song go? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Song Yen glanced at his watch and sighed. He went to pick someone up, that's why we have to wait. Picking someone up? Old Master Zhao frowned, displeased. Can his health handle going to pick someone up? This is ridiculous. Who is this person that requires such grand treatment? The other elderly men were also full of doubt. What kind of person could make Brother Song personally go to pick them up, risking his health, and leaving them behind? What kind of status did this newcomer hold in the Devil's City? I don't know much. As you all know, I just like teaching and don't meddle in family affairs. I go wherever the wind takes me. Let me think. It seems to be an old man surnamed Chen. My father used to call him Uncle Chen? Clang. The elderly men all stood up abruptly, their faces filled with shock. The table and chairs were knocked over to the ground. Could it be? Is it him from back then? It can't be. If he's still alive, how old would he be now? Cough, cough, it should be him. No one else would make old Song personally invite him. Oh my, is he coming back? It's going to change everything. Song Yen was a bit bewildered by the reactions of these elderly men. Who exactly is it? Who is this Uncle Chen my father mentioned? But at that moment, the elderly men were too preoccupied to pay attention to him. The elderly men, all over 70 years old on average, were more excited than the younger people downstairs. Quick, someone come here. Clear out the private room number 1, make sure it's spotless. Call the innkeeper up here, I have instructions for him. Who else could be addressed as Uncle Chen by your father? Don't you remember the name Mr. Chen? Reprimanded, Song Yen suddenly realized. Upstairs in the Skyview private room, there was a commotion until it was cleaned up and quiet again. The guests who were originally there had all been moved out. In fact, the rooms next to the Skyview private room were all emptied to avoid disturbing the imminent distinguished guest. Every detail had been carefully considered and arranged. Only then did the elderly men start to calm down slightly. However, they didn't dare to sit ostentatiously anymore. They all went downstairs and called their entire families to wait at the entrance. Hurry up, all of you, get out quickly and efficiently. Why are you dawdling? Are you trying to act more important than me, your grandfather? I'll smack you. Everyone out, lower your heads when you meet him later, you have no right to speak. I warn you little brats, if anyone causes trouble later, I'll skin them alive. Today, all of you better behave, don't invite trouble to our doorstep, got it? The elderly men from the Lin and Zhao families instructed everyone, even scaring the 5 or 6-year-old children almost to tears, before finally letting out a sigh of relief. The younger generation of the 3 families was completely bewildered. Who could be coming that required such solemnity? Even when high-ranking officials from the capital visited, they had never seen their grandfathers so serious. Someone couldn't resist their curiosity and asked, "Grandfather, who are we waiting for? What kind of status does he hold?" "Yes, could you please tell us first, so we can prepare ourselves mentally? Is it a high-ranking official from the capital?" The scene truly frightened them. Seeing their grandfathers so nervous, could it be those figures they saw in the news every day? Old Master Zhao took a deep breath, his face tense, and slowly said, "We are waiting for Uncle Chen." Uncle Chen? The young people from the 3 families were completely puzzled, with a look of confusion on their faces. What was Chen Shu's identity? The patriarch of the Lin family glanced at everyone and solemnly said, "You don't need to ask about anything else, you are not qualified to know. Just remember one thing, treat him as an ancestor. He is a legend from the past." Both of them looked profound and unfathomable, not daring to say a word more, as if just the name Chen Shu was taboo to speak of. They stood in front of the door quietly, occasionally adjusting their clothes, afraid of a single wrinkle. The 2 old men were nervous and even sweating, despite their stooped postures, stubbornly refusing any assistance. It was evident how highly Chen Shen was regarded in their minds, and one could see the impression he left on those who knew him from that generation. 80 years had passed, and now hearing his name was like a thunderclap. The younger generation did not have as much reverence. They did not even know what Chen Shu did, so how could they be afraid? They were even secretly muttering about the old men making a fuss. However, they were somewhat curious. At this moment, they were whispering, "Uncle Song, who exactly is this Chen Shu that grandfather mentioned? Yes, please tell us, why does my grandfather seem so afraid? I have never heard of such a person before." Song Yen couldn't resist them, waved his hand, and whispered, "Your grandfather calls him Chen Shu, I have to call him Grandfather Chen, you young ones have to call him great-grandfather or ancestor, as for him, I don't know much either." With a hint of depth in his eyes, he continued, "But you should know, our Song family can stand firm in the old city because your grandfather once worked for him for a while. My father's nickname, you must have heard of it, right? It's because of this." Boom! Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open. Many old people referred to Song's patriarch as a disciple. Every time this title was mentioned, the Song patriarch was extremely pleased, as if it were a great honor. The envious looks of those who spoke of it were evident. The younger generation did not understand before, but today they realized how this title came about, feeling a sense of absurdity and incredulity. Just because he worked for someone for a while, the Song family, established in the midst of powerful families in the old city? Ha! Who exactly was this person? The younger generation finally took notice. They were not foolish, and at this moment, they did not put on airs of being wealthy heirs. They all transformed into obedient children. Atmosphere is something that can be contagious. Initially, everyone was standing somewhat casually, but as everyone became serious, some began to wonder if others were standing straighter than themselves. This was unacceptable, they could not afford to lose their impression points. Straighten up, suck in your stomach, breathe lightly. Ha! Seeing this, others dared not relax either, each standing as straight as the next. Even the two old men standing at the front were affected, feeling the tension rising, trying hard to straighten their stooped backs, wincing as they did so. A strange scene unfolded at the entrance of the Peace Hotel. The three prominent families of the old city, Song, Zhao, and Lin, were standing at attention. Before passers-by could be surprised, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The retired owner of the Peace Hotel, Spoonley, who had been retired for over 20 years, came out in a wheelchair. My goodness, he was now over 100 years old, a true elder, of the same generation as the Song patriarch, and 20 years older than the elders of the Lin and Zhao families. It was said that he had cooked for Yuan Data back in the day. You're here too? Mr. Chen has returned, I must come and see. Their posture clearly indicated they were here to welcome someone, and those passing by couldn't help but sneak a photo, wondering who could command such respect. Soon, even some tabloid journalists rushed over, hiding in the corners. Time passed slowly, and about 20 minutes later, a convoy stopped at the hotel entrance. My goodness! Chen Xiang and Yu Xiaoshuang, who got off the car first, were almost dumbfounded. They saw a crowd of people standing at the entrance of the restaurant. They were either in suits or adorned with gold and silver, all dressed in luxury brands. The elderly in tang suits were obviously extravagantly wealthy. These were all unquestionably from the privileged class. However, these people were all obediently standing at the entrance, nervously watching the car door. Gulu, Xinger, please don't tell me that all these people are here to pick up Grandpa Zhang? Yu Xiaoshuang nervously swallowed. This scene, not only had she never seen before, but even her father probably hadn't seen. Her family in the Magic City could only be considered moderately wealthy, barely reaching the level of millionaires. Even if they stood on tiptoes, they couldn't match any of the families here. Now, these people she could only look up to before were all obediently waiting at the door. Who? For a moment, she even felt a bit of vanity. At this moment, old Master Song also got off the car and quickly walked to the middle of the car, bowing to open the car door. Uncle Chen, we have arrived. Immediately, everyone at the entrance held their breath subconsciously, waiting quietly for the arrival of the legendary figure. Soon, a pair of worn-out cloth shoes touched the ground first, followed by a dark Zhongshan suit, simple and neat. Finally, Chen Chen got out of the car, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd, exuding authority. Mr. Chen. At the entrance of the Peace Hotel, everyone bowed respectfully and greeted in unison. No one dared to meet his gaze. Who are you? Chen Chen glanced around, ignoring the others, and directly focused his gaze on the old man in the wheelchair. He vaguely felt a bit familiar. They should have met before. Seeing the familiar figure, Spoonley burst into tears, gripping the armrest tightly with both hands, his lips trembling. Mr. Chen, it's me, Xiaoli. You used to love the noodles I made. I never thought I would see you before I die. I am so happy. Oh. Chen Chen remembered the person in front of him when he heard about the noodles. He glanced up at the sign of the Peace Hotel and said with a smile, no wonder it sounds so familiar. It turns out to be the noodle shop from back then. Hee. After so many years, you still remember me. Not bad. Last time he was reborn, it was a critical moment in his cultivation, and he couldn't swallow any delicacies, but he favored the noodles from this shop, light and with a special fragrance. So he often came. However, it was just a matter of food, so it didn't leave a big impression. Hearing this, Spoonley was even more excited. Quietly eat. No one is allowed to cause trouble here. Mr. Chen, because of your words back then, no matter how chaotic the old Magic City was, it never affected the Peace Hotel. It allowed my Li family to survive those turbulent years, whether it was rent or those life-threatening gangs. Once they came, they obediently ate and paid, not a single one dared to cause trouble. I will never forget this great kindness. Today, I am fortunate to see you again. No matter what, I must make you another bowl of noodles. Hee, alright. After exchanging pleasantries, the old shopkeeper didn't dare to disturb Chen Chen any longer. After thanking him repeatedly, he withdrew to prepare the last bowl of noodles in his life carefully. Chen Chen also felt a bit emotional for a moment. The young man who used to help him guard the door like a fool and secretly sell antiques, Song Xiaozai, had grown old, and the noodle boy who used to cook with a silly smile was also nearing the end. Time flies, only he remains eternal. He waved his hand and walked into the restaurant first. Old Master Song, Chen Xiang, and Yu Xiaoshuang followed him, while the others only moved their feet after the few had entered. They did not have the qualifications to accompany him. When Chen Chen's figure disappeared, the noisy crowd erupted. Just a simple meeting brought too much shock to everyone. My goodness, has the Peace Hotel stood tall in the Magic City for 100 years because of this person's words? I never thought. The rumors about the Peace Hotel having a huge background, where no one can cause trouble, turned out to be for this reason. Hee hee, I know a lot about the rumors of the older generation. Let me tell you, the Peace Restaurant is protected by various forces. It is said that there was a warlord causing trouble here before, and he was thrown into the river on the same day. There are many people with strong backgrounds looking after this place, many prominent figures, even now. So, are you saying that those important figures consciously maintain the order of the Peace Restaurant because of this person's words? That's terrifying. The effect of a few words spoken over 80 years ago still lasts until today? That's impressive. That old man has such a strong presence. When his eyes just swept over me earlier, I felt shivers all over my body. Did you notice something else? Uncle Song mentioned that when Grandpa Song was guarding this place, he was only in his 20s. Now Grandpa Song is over 100 years old. So, this person must be at least 120 or 30 years old, right? But he doesn't look like it. He must have mastered the art of preserving youth, definitely a master of ancient martial arts. Don't you guys watch live streams usually? This person is quite popular. Don't pretend you don't know. Quickly recommend it to me to watch. Uncle Chen, shall we go to the Tianzi room or to your usual spot? The two just now were Lao Zhao and Lao Lin, both of whom I brought out after following you back then, benefiting a bit from your success. But they didn't have the qualifications to see you before. The rest are all younger generations from our three families. There are quite a few people from various industries in the Magic City today, all gathered in the main hall outside. It's crowded and noisy. That's why I didn't let them come to greet you just now. Since taking the Ice Clear pill, Song Haiping's physical condition had improved a lot, and he kept chattering nonstop while leading the way ahead. The excitement hadn't worn off yet. Actually, thinking about it, throughout history, how many people have achieved longevity? It was only this time that Chen Chen appeared. His good fortune led him to be the first to receive this exceptional gift. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been qualified. Refining the Ice Clear pill wasn't difficult for Chen Chen, it was just a trivial matter for him, but that didn't diminish the value of the pill. Soon, they arrived at the room on the far left of the second floor. Looking out from here, one could see the vast Huangpu River at a glance. Observing the room's furnishings, Chen Chen nodded in approval, taking the lead to sit in his usual spot. Not bad, everything is just as it was, unchanged. He had always enjoyed the view from this position. From here, he could see half of the Magic City at a glance. After settling down, he impatiently waved his hand. You go about your business. Today is your birthday, you should at least show your face. Don't worry about me, I'll just enjoy the view here. Take those two girls around, let them meet some of the young people. What's the point of always staying by this old man's side? Seeing Chen Chen speak like this, Song Haiping naturally agreed. He took the two girls out. In fact, he was also happy about it, secretly relieved. Uncle Chen's realm was too high, he knew he couldn't reach it. Perhaps only the mountains and rivers could match him in a toast. The Peace Restaurant was divided into small halls, a main hall, and private rooms on the second floor. They had all been reserved by the Song family. Chen Chen sat in the private room on the second floor with the elders of the three families, while the young generation was lively in the main hall. Today, various people from different sectors in the Magic City came to celebrate. The people who went out to greet them just now were from the three major families, not allowing outsiders to go out. Lao Zhao and Lao Lin said it was unnecessary to trouble everyone, but in their hearts, outsiders were not qualified to welcome Mr. Chen. At this moment, after Song Haiping took Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang out, they first arrived at a small private room adjacent to the second floor, where two old masters from the three major families in the second generation gradually taking over power were inside. Brother Song, Uncle Song, come. Song Haiping warmly welcomed Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang. Girls, come and meet. This is Grandpa Zhao. You've heard of the Zhao family, right? They do well in maritime and air transport. If you need anything in the future, he's the one to go to. And this is Grandpa Lin. Their chain of hotels is nationwide. Hello, Grandpa Lin. Hello, Grandpa Zhao. Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang shouted vivaciously, looking adorable. Anyone who can survive to this point is no fool. Lao Lin and Lao Zhao had long figured out the relationship between these two girls and Chen Chen. Immediately, their faces lit up with smiles. They each took out their precious items and handed them to the two girls. One was a jade pendant, the other a pendant with a hint of purple in the blue, clearly not ordinary items. In addition, there were two small golden Buddhas, said to have been blessed in an ancient temple. Here, this is a gift from Grandpa Zhao, take it. This one is from Grandpa Lin, keep it. But, Chen Qing hesitated, unsure whether to accept them. Yu Xiaoshuang waved her hand directly, no, I can't accept this. Grandpa Chen bringing me here is already embarrassing enough. How can I take everyone's gifts? My dad won't let me off. Seeing their reactions, Song Shanha took over and continued to hand the items to them. Ching, today this is a gift from the elders to the younger generation, you must not refuse. Also, the bracelet I gave you last time must be taken today, it's a rule. As for you, your father is you. You. Cough, that guy, I know him. Grandpa Song blushed a bit for a moment. The Yu family was not prominent. If it weren't for Yu Xiaoshuang appearing by Qin Shen's side, he wouldn't have heard of this surname. Yu Xiaoshuang had a black line on her face. Do you really know my dad? Song Haiping said, don't mind him. Today Uncle Chen brought you here, treating you like family, so accept it with peace of mind. Yu Xiaoshuang and Chen Xing couldn't refuse any longer and reluctantly accepted the $1 million gifts. It was too warm. The hall was bustling with noise. Those who came to congratulate were not qualified to enter the small hall, but they had some connections with the three major families. This restaurant was the most lively place because for many of them, stepping into this restaurant today elevated their status in this international metropolis and allowed them to make more connections and access more resources, greatly aiding their future development. Yu Junyi belonged to this category. The Yu family was an emerging force that had risen in the past few years, but unlike those internet giants, they were not a tech company. Their main business was in traditional real estate, albeit not on a large scale. This made their status somewhat awkward, as they couldn't fully integrate into the internet camp nor were they highly regarded by the old traditional forces. Being able to attend Grandpa Song's birthday banquet was a coincidence due to some business dealings with the Zhao family and giving a gift to a certain third generation, which allowed him to blend in. At this moment, this middle-aged man was excited beyond measure. He listened quietly to the discussions of the industry bigwigs around him, not because he didn't want to join in the conversation, but because his status was not high enough to speak out. Everyone, did you see the scene at the door just now? Who exactly came? With such a grand gesture, even all the elders of the three major families went to greet. I don't know, we only saw it through the glass window. How could we see clearly? Does anyone know? Which big shot arrived? Mr. Zhao, can you tell us who it is? Yes, your information is the most reliable. Give us some inside information. As they spoke, everyone at the table looked at the fat man sitting at the head, also surnamed Zhao, a distant relative of the Zhao family. Due to his slight connection and his position as the deputy manager of the loan department at a certain bank, he held the most prestigious position at this table. Manager Zhao, with a big belly, shook his head and listened to flattery for a while before mysteriously saying, "Let me tell you secretly, don't spread it around. The governor of Zhejiang came, have you heard the recent rumors? The newly appointed governor of Zhejiang has come to our place, and because of some connection with the Zhao family, he definitely came to pay his respects. Think about it, who else has such a grand presence?" Hiss. The people around were shocked. Upon careful consideration, what he said made sense. Recently, a new official took office as the governor of Zhejiang. The Zhao family had long released news about the younger generation, and the person who had some relationship with the Zhao family would indeed be considered respectable if he came to congratulate them on their birthday. At the moment, there was another round of flattery at the table. Manager Zhao, are you going to be promoted again? The Zhao family is closely related to this official. How could we not support and guide you? You're right. Come, let's congratulate Manager Zhao in advance. Being the leader is a sure thing. I think becoming a deputy bank president is just a step away, not a difficult task at all. Manager Zhao is really going to make it big. Come, let's have a drink. Cheers. Manager Zhao's face was flushed with excitement, even he believed his own words. When the topic passed and people around started to offer toasts, Yu Junyi approached Manager Zhao with a cup in hand. Manager Zhao, I toast to you. If it weren't for your past help, I wouldn't have the qualification to be here. Let me drink first as a sign of respect. You can drink as you please. With that, he emptied most of the cup of white wine in one go, his face turning red from the alcohol. Yet, his face still carried flattery because he was facing issues with his project and urgently needed financial support. Whether he could successfully overcome this difficulty depended on whether this person could lend a hand. Looking at Manager Zhao, who was actually about 10 years younger than Yu Junyi, but at this moment, he displayed an elder's demeanor. Allowing Yu Junyi to stand bent over while he sat firmly in his chair, Manager Zhao symbolically took a sip. He didn't think much of outsiders coming to Shanghai to develop without much background. Speaking in an official tone, he said, Xiaoyu, it's not that I won't help you, but the industry is currently under strict control. Your project is one that can be approved or not, it depends on my review. Yes, I'll trouble you with this, Manager Zhao. Rest assured, I understand the rules. I'll make sure to deliver your share to your home as soon as possible. No, do you think I lack money? Manager Zhao swirled his cup a couple of times, squinting. I've said it before, I want to get to know your daughter. Last time I went to your place for review, I saw her once and couldn't forget her. I always want to see her again. Well, I won't say more, think about it yourself. Yu Junyi's face turned red with anger, gritting his teeth in secret. This fat man had his eyes on his daughter. He was so angry that his blood boiled, but he sat back with a dark face. Even if the company went bankrupt, he would never sell his daughter. Seeing this, Manager Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of severity. So, you dare to resist now, wait until your recent loan is due, and you'll obediently comply. Thinking of his daughter, Yu Xiaoshuang, in her professional attire, he felt a sudden restlessness and subconsciously licked his lips. Oh, here comes someone to offer a toast. It's young Master Song Shanha from the Song family. That's right, it's said that after 100 years of the Song family's patriarch, this person will skip the second generation and directly inherit the position of the family head. The news is true, the Song family has gradually delegated power in the past 2 years, and currently, this person is in charge of the Huifeng building. Let's go, before he comes over, let's go over first. Immediately, a group of people surrounded him. Manager Zhao's fat body moved faster than anyone else, his face smiling so much that his eyes couldn't be seen, without a hint of arrogance. He knew very well whom to deceive and whom to flatter. Yu Junyi didn't join in the fun, sitting alone and drinking in silence. He couldn't even speak up if he wanted to. Just then, he suddenly heard someone calling him, Dad. Ha! With eyes that were slightly intoxicated, he looked and sought his beloved daughter. Yu Xiaoshuang didn't expect to see her father here, so she immediately ran over with Chen Sheng, smiling and patting Yu Junyi on the shoulder. Dad, what brings you here? Hello, Uncle Yu. Come and celebrate, Dad. Yu Xiaoshuang, why are you both here? They had indeed drunk quite a bit, his head was a bit muddled, but he immediately sobered up the next moment. First, a group of young people came over, greeting him cheerfully. Hello, Uncle Yu. Hello, little Yu. Why didn't your dad tell us you were here? We would have come to greet you earlier. Hello, Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, I didn't expect to see you here. It's my negligence, please don't be upset. Yu Junyi was stunned. He knew all these young people. They were all the third generation of the three major families. Despite their young age, the net worth of any of them was beyond his reach. Especially the young man who spoke last, Song Shanha, the next head of the Song family. Master Song, you. Hey, why are you calling me Master Song? We are all family here. Let me introduce you, this is Song Shanha, my newly recognized big brother, this is Song Shanqing, the second brother, and this is Song Shanyu, the youngest sister. Here we have Zhao Zishang from the Zhao family, and Lin Ziyu, the eldest sister of the Lin family. Regardless of who was being introduced, everyone obediently bowed and greeted respectfully. The elders of each family had reminded the younger generation to be respectful, not just to Chen Xing, but even to Yuxiashuang, because Mr. Chen treated her like a granddaughter. You can't afford to offend him. At this moment, everyone in the hall gathered around, looking at Yu Junyi with strange eyes. Well, you little brat, pretending to be innocent while actually being a wolf in sheep's clothing? If you had such a background, you should have said it earlier. You've been acting like a grandson here, but it turns out we are the real grandsons. Yu Junyi was dumbfounded. Looking at this group of important figures who usually appeared so polite and respectful, he couldn't wrap his head around it. Before he could say anything, Yuxiashuang stuffed a bunch of things into his arms again. It's great that you're here. Please take these things with you to Ziyuan. They are all gifts from the uncles and grandpas for me and Xiaoqing. We were wondering how to handle them. Boom! Look, that's the jade pendant that Zhao Lao has cherished for 10 years, worth at least millions. Am I seeing things? Isn't that the Qianlong pendant that Lin Lao has been wearing for years, valued at 30 million but he refuses to sell? Oh my, isn't that the sandalwood bead from the Song family? The one that made it to the top of the luxury rankings, worth billions. Zhao Bo's white jade fan. The Lin family's gold nose ring? Damn, are the three major families showing off now? The people around were shocked. Just being friends with Yu Junyi's daughter was enviable enough, but it seemed that wasn't the case at all. The reason was simple, which family gives gifts worth millions or even billions to the younger generation? It's ridiculous. Even if the family is wealthy, it wouldn't be able to sustain such extravagance if the younger generation brought friends home frequently. Are the three major families really trying to please this little girl? Yu Junyi held the gifts worth billions in his hands, trembling. He really wanted to tell the girl to take them back, otherwise, even if he sold everything, he wouldn't be able to repay such a gift. Alright, Dad, you take them. We're leaving. Grandpa Chen is probably leaving soon. Don't forget to send the stuff to our house. Yuxiashuang said as she hurried back. A group of young people politely bid farewell and followed closely behind her in Chenqing, like stars surrounding the moon. Even the blind could see that the two of them were the main characters. Hey, who is this Grandpa Chen you mentioned? He's Xiaoqing's great-grandfather. Didn't you see all those people going out to welcome him earlier? Grandpa Chen has been staying at my place with Xiaoqing recently. Right, Grandpa Chen said I took good care of him and he wants to adopt me as his granddaughter too. Lao Yu, maybe I'll bring a grandpa home for you in a while, huh? The voices drifted away as the people walked further. In the hall, everyone's expressions turned strange, filled with tension. The next moment, Lao Yu, you're in the wrong. Why didn't you sit next to me when you arrived? Brother Yu, let's have a good drink today. You, we said we'd keep in touch last time, why haven't you called? Have you become too successful to care about your brothers? Let's not talk about it. First, drink 3 cups as a penalty. Let's make way, I'm discussing business with Big Brother Yu. You, about that project you wanted to finance. Our company is very interested and willing to invest 50%, with a 10% profit share. Then count me in, Xiao Yu. I've invested in your project, Uncle Wan, with full funding and no need for profit share. Consider it a gift for our family made. Our family business is small, not comparable to the 3 major families, so please don't look down on it. Hey, Zhao Fatty, did you just yell at my brother Xiao Yu? What gives you the courage to be so bold? Tomorrow, I'll have tea with our bank president. You should start thinking about retirement. Ha? Is that so? We must stand up for brother Xiao Yu. Let's all go together to chat with their bank president tomorrow. Fish Junyi was momentarily overwhelmed with mixed feelings. Has the great difficulty that made him worry about turning his hair white just disappeared like that? Life is truly unpredictable, full of twists and turns. Before he could finish sighing, another group of important figures arrived. The second generations of the 3 families came to toast, none daring to be arrogant. At this banquet hosted by the Song family, Fish Junyi emerged as the biggest winner. In a secluded corner, Fish Xiaoshuang, who witnessed the scene, discreetly stuck out her tongue apologetically to Chen Qing. Xiaoqing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for him to be looked down upon like that. I guess I'm benefiting from your reputation this time. Fish Xiaoshuang, what are you saying? You helped me before, and when I moved to your house, you weren't this pretentious. Upon returning to the Tianzi room, Chen Chen had finished eating. Chen Qing detailed the gifts given by the uncles and grandpas and asked if they could accept them, offering to return them if not. Chen Chen waved her hand. Gifts from elders to juniors should be accepted, no problem. Then, he pointed to Song Haiping and chuckled, this old man is still as shrewd with accounts as before, not one to be taken advantage of. Song Haiping smiled and clasped his hands. The items you've brought out are treasures that we ordinary folks can hardly obtain. Given this opportunity, I must save face for the younger generation. Please don't be offended, Uncle Chen. Chen Chen took out a small jade bottle and handed it to him, saying, luckily, I was prepared early. Here, this is the vitalizing elixir. Dilute it with warm water and give each junior a cup. It can invigorate the spirit. They all look listless, far from resembling young people. Clang! Song Haiping stood up abruptly, his hands trembling with excitement. Uncle Chen, this is too precious, too precious. The vitalizing elixir had been rewarded to him once before, greatly benefiting his spirit. A sip could keep him feeling refreshed even after 3 sleepless nights. The reason he could still think clearly at his age was closely related to the vitalizing elixir he had consumed in the past. It was a divine substance. The diluted vitalizing elixir won't have the same effect, just invigorating the spirit. Besides, Song, you work diligently, and I've noticed. I'm not one to mistreat subordinates. Go ahead. Chen Chen said calmly. Thank you for your gift, Uncle Chen. Song Haiping bowed respectfully once again before leaving excitedly. Holding the small bottle in his hands, he was extremely nervous. This kid has never seen anything good. Chen Chen shook his head, gesturing for Fish Xiaoshuang and Chen Cheng to have tea. They each poured a cup and after taking a sip, felt their minds clear and thoughts active. It was as if warm hands were gently massaging their brains, an indescribable comfort. Their eyes sparkled even more. Grandpa Zhang, what kind of tea is this? It smells so good. Vitalizing elixir. Is this water made from diluting the vitalizing elixir? It's amazing. Dilute what? Who drinks that stuff? For so many years, I've been drinking the vitalizing elixir as water. It tastes good. Drink more, it's beneficial. Hearing this, the 2 maids started drinking 1 cup after another. They were not foolish, they had long known about Grandpa Zhang's miraculous items. Song Haiping, who had just moved to the door, also heard this and hurried back, hoping to sneak in for another cup or 2 of tea. Shortly after, the tea was distributed, and the small hall was filled with deafening noise. The legitimate descendants of the 3 major families were gathered together. In the small hall, everyone curiously watched Song Haiping, especially the teapot he held carefully in his hands. The teapot was neither a precious antique nor the kind used for making ordinary tea at the Peace Restaurant, yet this old man seemed to be holding the most precious treasure, handling it with extreme care. A row of small cups were placed on the table, each filled to 7/10 full, not too much nor too little. Whenever some tea accidentally spilled, Old Master Song hurriedly wiped it with his finger and put it in his mouth, showing a pained expression as if he couldn't bear to waste even a drop. This sight made everyone's eyes twitch, even Song Yen couldn't bear it. He took 2 steps forward, wanting to take the teapot from the old man's hands and help out, asking, "Father, what is this?" "Step aside," Song Haiping slapped his hand away, slowly pouring the tea himself while smiling. "This is the refreshing elixir bestowed by Uncle Chen. You are all fortunate. Let me tell you, this is a great opportunity that money can't buy. Each of you will have a cup later, don't fight over it, don't rush. Drinking a cup will rejuvenate your weary spirits. This thing's effect is comparable to divine water, it's a great blessing." Everyone looked at each other in astonishment. Not to mention the third-generation juniors, even the elders of the Zhao and Song families wore expressions of disbelief. Is Brother Song out of his mind? They knew that Uncle Chen was not an ordinary person, but it was hard to believe that some water he casually produced would have such miraculous effects. This kind of thing was usually a trick played by swindlers in the Jianghu. In the end, except for Song Haiping who had personally followed Chen Chen 80 years ago, no one else here had the qualifications to get close to him, and their knowledge was limited. If we were to describe the relationship back then, it could probably be said that Chen Chen was a high-ranking figure, and Song Haiping was the most inconspicuous underling under his command. However, just because he caught Chen Chen's eye for a few days, Song Haiping prospered, established the Song family, and then the Zhao and Lin families came to join him, becoming the Song family's underlings. Although these two families indirectly worked for Chen Chen, they had no qualifications to get close to him back then. Even the terrifying aspects of Chen Chen were mostly hearsay, not deeply understood. Moreover, now that 80 years had passed, the feelings of respect and gratitude were probably even greater, perhaps mixed with a hint of pride. When everyone thought about it on a larger scale, they could only assume that Uncle Chen probably had some powerful connections from the past and was simply an elderly person who had lived a long life. Ants had never seen the majesty of gods, so they couldn't imagine how terrifying gods could be. Humph, such narrow-mindedness. Although Song Haiping was old, his mind was still sharp. With a glance, he knew what everyone was thinking, and even the elders of the Zhao and Lin families snorted, leaving no face. "Shanha, tell them." Song Shanha took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Grandfather Zhao, Grandfather Lin, before my grandfather came to the restaurant, he was so weak that he had difficulty walking, and even the doctor said he might have at most another 6 months." Boom! Everyone looked at old Master Song in shock, extremely surprised. Had the patriarch of the Song family's health deteriorated to such an extent? Everyone felt anxious. Although the Song family seemed to be thriving, if the patriarch Song was no longer the stabilizing force, would they have a good future? The Zhao and Lin families were also worried, understanding the implications. If the Song family fell, they would not fare well either. For a moment, they all felt dazed. But then, they all felt that something was amiss. Old Master Song could walk and drink. He had just eaten a large bowl of rice. He didn't seem like he was on the brink of death. His complexion and physique were even stronger than some of the young people present who had indulged excessively. What was going on? Humph, that was before dinner. After pouring the tea, Song Haiping set down the teapot and said energetically, "I just received a pill from Uncle Chen as a reward when I went to pick him up. Now, living another 10 years is no problem." Boom! Everyone felt like they were struck by lightning, their eyes filled with incredulity. It sounded like a myth. The more they heard, the more unbelievable it seemed. But everyone knew the old man had been in poor health before, and his current vitality and blood energy couldn't be faked. So, what was going on? Everyone present was sharp-minded, discarding all impossibilities and leaving only the last remaining result, no matter how unbelievable, as the truth. Mr. Song had indeed obtained the elixir of longevity. In an instant, the two elderly men, Zhao Lin, couldn't sit still, their breathing becoming rapid. They were both around 80 years old, and if there was such an elixir, did they have a chance to get it too? "Song, let me go first, mister." Zhao walked directly to the table, picked up a cup of tea, and drank it all in one go. It was refreshing and smooth. He licked his lips, about to say something, but suddenly froze. After a moment of careful feeling, he sensed a coolness swirling in his mind, his previously muddled thoughts becoming active again, even many long-forgotten memories resurfacing. The effect was immediate. "Zhao, how do you feel?" "Mr. Lin was waiting to see his reaction, getting anxious when he didn't speak for a while. "Don't rush, let me try again." "Speaking, mister." Zhao picked up another cup and drank it all. This time the effect was even more pronounced, his mental state noticeably improved, his eyes even shining faintly. It seemed that the effect of this tea could accumulate. "Don't speak, I'll have another cup." Mr. Zhao suppressed his excitement, wanting to continue drinking. No matter how wealthy one was, no matter how many supplements one took daily, time treated everyone equally. As one aged, there was always a sense of drowsiness and confusion, but at this moment, he truly felt his brain returning to its former state. This clear and refreshing feeling was simply irresistible to an old man. However, before he could reach for another cup, Mr. Lin, impatiently, bypassed him. "Forget it, don't drink anymore." As he spoke, he also drank it all in one go. Startled, Mr. Zhao picked up the cup again and drank it, following the same pattern, showing the synchronization of lifelong companions. Now, even the slowest ones realized what was happening, and regardless of who it was, they all rushed to grab their own cup. "Grandpa, give way, it's our turn. Uncle, pass me a cup. Uncle, uncle. Hey, third sister, I'll give you 1,000,000, give me yours." "Are you kidding me? I'll give you 2,000,000, will you give me yours?" "Younger ones, step back, you're still young, why fight? Consider this cup of tea as a gift to your grandfathers." The hall was in chaos. The older generation no longer cared about their dignity, deceiving others to get their hands on the tea. With such a miraculous item in front of them, who could resist grabbing it? At some point, Song Haiping quietly disappeared, taking Song Shanha with him. He hadn't forgotten the good stuff in the private room. In the luxurious room, listening to the commotion outside, Shin Shen's lips curled into a smile as he sipped his tea. Most of the old folks from back then had passed away, and now that they were back, it was natural to set up some things again. For fun. Chen Shen's cultivation reached the heavens and the earth, and it was no exaggeration to say that as long as he wished, he could easily destroy this world. But so what? He wouldn't do that, nor would he allow the world to be destroyed. Without this playground, how would he spend the long years? He couldn't imagine what his world would be like without others, only with himself. It was because of this that every time he came out to play different games, taught his disciples, established mysterious organizations, learned music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and appointed kings and ministers. Did all this have meaning to him? Yes, and no. He regarded worldly power as worthless because, with a thought, becoming an emperor was not difficult, and unifying the world was within reach. The reason for all this turmoil was simply to maintain his humanity. If cultivating immortality turns into a cold machine, meditating daily on the Taishan mountain for 1,000 years, what's the point of living longer? Compared to that, he prefers his current self, dealing with worldly matters using worldly means, trying to restrain his cultivation. It's like playing a game of growth. Setting aside the identity of an immortal, experiencing love, hatred, and grudges from a mortal's perspective is quite interesting. The last awakening was 80 years ago, time has passed, most of the people from back then are almost gone, except for a few like Song Haiping, who were young at the time and are barely alive. The other old friends are no longer around. With this nirvana ending, there's no need to sleep anymore in the future. This world of technology, Shin Shin had never seen before, finds it intriguing and can't help but want to play alone. If one just wants to sit at home, watching the flowers bloom and wither in the courtyard, the clouds roll in the sky, then no preparation is needed. But if one intends to play a game, then a rearrangement of the pieces is necessary. Teaching the 5-animal play, contacting the Song family, giving lectures, bestowing divine elixirs, even participating in Chun Xing's live broadcast, are all moves in the game. Some may have future implications, some may be meaningless. It doesn't matter, just go with the flow. In general, an invincible and immortal life is too boring, so find some fun. As for suppressing his cultivation, it's like playing a game. Cheating may be fun for a moment, but it will ruin the game quickly. Slowly nurturing it will bring out the joy. However, before playing the game, there is one thing to do. Uncle Chen. Song Haiping entered the room, sat obediently, eagerly staring at the tea on the table without saying a word. Song Shanha stood obediently behind him, not qualified to sit. "Look at you, go ahead and drink," Chen Shen said with a smile. "Shanha, sit down too." "Thank you, Uncle Chen." "Thank you, ancestor." As the two enjoyed their tea, Shen Shen casually said, "All right, we've eaten, had tea, it's time to go. Shanha, get ready tomorrow, accompany me to Luo City. An old friend is leaving, I want to see him off." His eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. That person was very interesting. They met by chance when he wandered to Luoyang to admire the flowers, and they became close friends. They only shared a jar of wine, had a brief conversation, but it felt like they exchanged 1,000 words through the game of chess. Their personalities resonated. Thinking of that eccentric person, a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Grandpa Zhang, is he your friend? Can we go together?" Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuan couldn't help but be curious. "Let's go. We'll go together." Alright, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Song Shanha eagerly agreed, slightly excited to finally be close to this old immortal. Song Haiping also looked pleased, bowed and opened the door. Uncle Chen, let me see you off. On the way back, Song Haiping personally escorted the three back to Ziyuan before bidding farewell. Given his current age and health, even though he took the ice clear pill, he couldn't run errands like he used to. Fortunately, it seemed that Song Shanha was likely to take over. This matter was considered the most important by the Song family, prioritized above all else. Upon returning to No. 7 courtyard, they found someone waiting at the door, dragging a large suitcase. Dad? Yu Xiaoshuang was surprised to see her father. Why are you here and not coming in? Lu Junyi sighed inwardly. Silly girl, doesn't she know that there's an immortal living in our house now? I do want to go in, but dare I? Giving his daughter a look, he walked up to Chen Chen respectfully. Mr. Chen, hello. Let's go, come inside first. Chen Chen walked straight into the villa, acting like the host without any hesitation. The others followed suit, not feeling anything amiss. It was only natural, mainly because Chen Chen exuded a strong aura. Even if he claimed the city gate tower as his own, others probably wouldn't find it strange. After entering the house, Chen Chen went upstairs to change clothes first. Chen Xing quickly started the live broadcast. With so much going on these days, she had to seize every opportunity to go live. Ever since Grandpa Zhang became popular, her popularity soared. She now had nearly 20 million fans, firmly establishing herself as the queen of the live streaming world. According to her contract, she had a required live streaming duration. Tomorrow, she had to go to Los Angeles, maybe even attend a funeral, so she might not have time to go live. As soon as she turned on the device, a flood of netizens poured into the live broadcast room. Host, we must have a showdown today. If you don't love us anymore, if your feelings have faded, if you just don't like us anymore. Xinger, you've really hurt my feelings. I never expected you to be like this, sigh. The person I love the most is also the one who hurt me the most. Host, you've gone too far. We are really angry. Apologize quickly, or we'll really turn against you. Well. Chen Chang was dumbfounded. She was met with a torrent of accusations. What on earth had she done to deserve such wrath? Brothers, what's going on? Tell me, what did I do wrong? If I have to die, at least let me die understanding why, she said with a resigned expression. Well, not saying anything was bad enough, but as soon as she spoke, the fans became even more agitated. You still dare to ask? Do you not know what you did today? Reflect on yourself, and dare to admit your mistakes honestly. Humph. Ah, Xiao Chang, stop trying to argue, just admit it. What did I do? Chen Xing said in confusion. I just went to attend a birthday banquet today. Exactly, it was such an exciting scene. Why didn't you live stream it? Do you know how painful it was for us to wait? Sigh, you wouldn't understand. Even if your live stream was just a black screen, hundreds of thousands of us waited for 5 whole hours just to see the grand occasion. We never expected that when we finally saw you, you had already gone home. At this point, Chen Xing could only laugh and cry. She finally understood what was going on. These guys were blaming her for not live streaming the birthday banquet. Chen Xing said, Brothers, can you blame me for this? Have you ever thought about who attends these birthday banquets? How could I dare to live stream casually? But, on another note, how did you know where I went? Did I tell you? The next moment, countless netizens simultaneously posted identical photos. In the photo, all the members of the 3 great families of Modu were bowing respectfully at the entrance of Peace Restaurant. Chen Chen, with a calm and composed demeanor, walked into the restaurant confidently. The photo was taken skillfully, clearly capturing the respect and nervousness on the faces of the 3 great families' members, as well as Chen Chen's indifference and disdain. Host, you're still pretending to be innocent. Everyone there is a big shot. You didn't dare to live stream, but clearly, even the big shots were bowing down to pay their respects. Tell us quickly, we're dying of curiosity. What's really going on? The audience collectively expressed their disdain. It's no wonder so many viewers were angry. Upon further reflection, it was understandable. What kind of families were the 3 great families of Modu? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were the top figures in the business world of Modu. With just a stomp of their feet, these figures could make the entire city of millions tremble. Not to mention the 3 old gentlemen. Even if any random member of the 3 great families came out, they would be incredibly influential. But today, all the members of the 3 families were lined up neatly, bowing respectfully at the door to welcome Grandpa Chen. Their actions were uniform and respectful. How could this not excite many viewers? The usually high and mighty figures were actually bowing their heads and acting like grandchildren. Even though it wasn't for themselves, viewers watched Grandpa Chen's livestream every day. Could they not consider themselves acquaintances? This created a sense of identification. The The more they thought about it, the more they wanted to see what was happening inside the restaurant. The big shots they couldn't usually get close to were acting like grandchildren. They were eager to see, but unfortunately, Chen Xing didn't livestream it, leaving many people feeling regretful and disappointed. It all started with one photo, and the rest was left to the imagination. Chen Xing understood this and felt somewhat helpless. There's nothing much to see for my brothers. Rich people are also just people. It's like a gathering in our own home, elders giving out red envelopes, exchanging small gifts, saying some auspicious words, nothing really special. Before she could finish, a voice came from behind her. Hey, Xiao Chang, take a look at this. This is the gift you entrusted me to keep today. I brought it all back. Take a look, nothing's missing, right? Yu Junyi dragged a suitcase to the ground behind him, opened it in front of Chen Chang. He breathed a sigh of relief quietly. Despite having some family wealth, if this suitcase were lost, he wouldn't be able to afford it even if he sold everything he had. Inside the suitcase, there were piles of jewelry and jade, with two small golden Buddhas shining brightly on top. Regardless of whether one understood the value, at first glance, one would only think, these are damn expensive. All treasures. Coincidentally, the live broadcast camera perfectly captured the suitcase. The live stream exploded in the next moment. Oh my god. Is this the little gift you mentioned, streamer? I can't believe my eyes. The things in this suitcase must be worth at least tens of millions, right? At Treasure House, come out and educate us, how much are they worth? Blinded my dog eyes, so damn luxurious. The old shopkeeper of the treasure house couldn't sit still either, almost spraining his waist. Ganlong pendants, gold with nose patterns, red sandalwood beads, Buddha statues for family blessings. These are all treasures kept by the three major families. At least 7 to 8 billion. How is this a gift for a meeting? This is like dividing the family? 7 to 8 billion? Help me, I can't take it. Having a heart attack. Get me some quick-acting heart pills. Even if I win 5 million every day, it would still take me half a year to match their meeting gift? Feeling sour. Chen Qing's scalp was exploding. There was an unwritten rule in the live streaming world, try not to flaunt wealth too much, or you might easily get banned. She quietly waved behind her, and with a brave face, she explained in the live stream, the items may be a bit valuable, but we didn't get them for free. My grandfather also sent a return gift. It can be considered an equal exchange. Ha! With that said, the viewers felt a bit more balanced. They all knew that when Chen's grandfather auctioned off a calligraphy piece for over 10 billion, it was somewhat acceptable if it was an equal exchange. Otherwise, if the streamers suddenly got such a large sum of money for nothing, they would feel uncomfortable. However, before the viewers could comment, Yu Junyi finished arranging the gifts, straightened his back, and interjected again, Xiao Chang, I heard that your grandfather's return gift to the younger generation of the three major families was a pot of tea? Don't tell me, what kind of tea is that? It smells quite fragrant. Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang had been close since childhood, always hanging out at Yu's house before. Yu Junyi was also familiar with her, speaking casually. Chen Shang was at a loss for words, with black lines all over her head, feeling like crying without tears. As expected, the live stream room erupted again. Streamer, you call it an equal exchange, but it's just a pot of tea. What kind of tea could be worth 7 to 8 billion? Forgive my ignorance, I can't imagine the world of the wealthy. What's the value? The most expensive tea on the market is only a few 100,000. Millions are rare. Where would you find one worth 7 to 8 billion? Streamer flaunting wealth in a different way, reported. I was wrong, isn't instant noodles tasty? Why did I have to start a live stream? Stop talking, it's hard to breathe from the heartache. Streamer, where's the old man? We want to see the old man. Yes, please bring out the old man quickly, let us calm down. At this moment, Shin Chan leisurely descended the stairs. Mr. Chun. Yu Junyi immediately stood up, respectfully asking. Come and sit. Chen Shen sat directly on the main sofa seat, glanced at this middle-aged man, a hint of smile in his eyes. I heard that you've taken care of Chen Xing a lot these years? You have good intentions. After he woke up, Chen Xing told him about the life of these years intermittently. It must have been difficult to live as an orphan, but fortunately, he met Yu Xiaoshuang early on. Every year during the holidays, the Yu family would invite her to celebrate together. Yu's parents treated her so well, beyond words. They truly treated her like their own, feeling sorry for this poor child from the bottom of their hearts. The only warmth she felt in these years was at the Yu family's home. Chen Chan always remembered this incident. It was because of this that he had been living in the Yu family's small villa and had not moved out. Otherwise, with his status, where else could he live? Just a word from him, and the Song family estate would be available without any issues, making the Song family extremely happy. What? No, the two girls get along well, often playing together. We haven't done much. Chen Xing has been sensible since childhood, never asking for anything from us, afraid of causing us trouble, Yu Junyi quickly said. This was half true and half false. Had they helped? Definitely helped behind the scenes, but they were all small matters that he didn't think needed to be brought up, as it might give off a sense of expecting something in return. Hey, Uncle Yu, don't be modest. Finding a place to rent, transferring schools, scaring off the little hooligans harassing me, all of that was you and Auntie looking out for me. I've always known, Chen Xing said, adjusting the live stream angle and walking over. These are just trivial matters, why are you bringing them up, child? Yu Junyi pretended to be annoyed, but the smile in the corner of his eyes became more apparent. Alright, I never owe anyone favors in my life. Since we've met today, I'll give you two choices, Chen Xin said calmly, making Yu Junyi hold his breath, his palms slightly sweaty. He knew his fate was at stake, and the next words might affect his entire life. Chen Qiang and Yu Xiaoshuan, who had just run out, were also nervously listening on the side. The first one, you have your own business, right? Continue with it, and the Song, Zhao, and Lin families will fully support you. It may not be easy to reach their level in a few years, but it's not impossible. Buzz. Yu Junyi's mouth went dry, his heart suddenly racing. As a businessman, he knew how formidable the three families were. Their assets were easily in the billions, not just market value. Doing business at that level was almost reaching the pinnacle of the business world. While there was still a glimmer of hope if he tried on his own, the opportunity was elusive, requiring perfect timing, conditions, and a stroke of great luck. But now, just a nod from him would surely elevate him to that level, making his blood boil at the mere thought. And, the second one? For some reason, he didn't rush to accept the first option but continued in a hoarse voice, veins bulging on his clenched hands. The second one? Chen Xin smiled faintly. The second one is, not only will I not give you anything, but you will also have to shut down all your businesses and focus solely on being my driver. Yu Junyi fell silent, not rushing to speak. This decision was truly difficult. Choosing the first option seemed like the best choice on the surface. Reaching the level of the three families in business would undoubtedly place him at the top of the social pyramid. Just a nod, and the Yu family would prosper, securing a brilliant future for generations. But was it really that simple? Chen Shen had been involved in the world for some time now, and due to Chen Xing's livestream, many of his actions were not secrets and could easily be uncovered by those interested. Whether it was the three families' attitude towards him or his mysterious abilities, everything indicated his extraordinary nature. He was definitely not an ordinary person, giving up everything to become his driver. There would surely be great opportunities in the future. But the problem returned to the starting point. Choosing one would lead to great success, while choosing the other was filled with uncertainties. So why not choose the first option? Not only was Yu Junyi contemplating, but the live broadcast room was also abuzz with discussions. Why even think about it? If it were me, I would definitely choose to continue working at the company. After working for 8 or 10 years, reaching the level of the top 3, what can't you buy? I think so too. Hey, do you think if I go to the anchor's house now, I won't have a choice? Have you taken care of the anchor before? This is clearly the old man's way of thanking you. What are you thinking about? Yes, I have taken care of it. I once helped the anchor collect fish balls by checking in. It's okay, go to bed early. You'll have everything in your dreams. I think it's better to choose the second option. Have you ever thought that the old man, apart from everything else, is a master of ancient martial arts? If you could learn something from him, it would be a big win, right? I choose the second option, Yu Junyi said decisively. His eyes were bright, without a hint of hesitation. No regrets? Chen Chen was somewhat surprised and looked directly at him, asking lightly. Making such a decision so decisively required some courage. Uncle Yu. The two girls couldn't help but speak up. You don't need to persuade me. After making his decision, Yu Junyi felt relieved in his heart and said nonchalantly, I think I made the right choice. Mr. Chen, you are not an ordinary person. It's my fortune to be able to follow you. As for business, let's just close it. Over the years, in order to earn a few bucks, I've been leaving early and returning late every day, neglecting to spend time with my daughter, and my wife has many complaints. It has caused discord in the family. Letting go is a good thing. It's just right to spend more time with my family. When she gets married in a couple of years, there won't be a chance to spend time with her. Dad! Yu Xiaoshuan's mouth twitched, almost crying. She had a feeling in her heart that the main reason her father chose this way was what he said later. Alright, since the decision is made, let it be so. You can go back now. Come here tomorrow morning, we'll go to Luo City. After Chen Shen finished speaking, he leisurely went upstairs. The Song and Yu families were the attendants he had chosen this time. The game was about to begin. The next day, Mr. Chen, Grandpa Chen, Chen Shen came downstairs and saw several people standing in the living room: Song Shanha, Yu Junyi, Chen Xing, and Yu Xiaoshuang. These were the people selected yesterday, and today they were all going to Luo City together. Let's go, Chen Shan ordered, and Song Shanha quickly got up to open the door, respectfully inviting the old man to leave first. The car was already prepared outside the gate. Just as Chen Shen was about to leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. There was a middle-aged man standing at the courtyard gate, with sharp eyes and efficient movements. "Hello, Mr. Chen," Song Yi greeted hurriedly. Chen Shen had chatted with him yesterday, asking him to inform Song Haiping that he was going to celebrate his birthday. He had also mentioned having him guard the gate for a few years. "What's your name?" Song Yi, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, not daring to say more. Chen Shen turned to look at Song Shanha. "Is he from your family?" Song Shanha, being an elite, immediately understood the old man's words. "He was adopted by my grandfather back then, from the main branch of the Song family. He has studied martial arts. You know, big families need to cultivate some people. He was even sent to the special forces for training for a few years. He is very steady in his actions." After explaining, he immediately said coldly, "Song Yi, starting today, you have no more relationship with the Song family. The steward will come today to buy a villa in Ziyuan as a reward for you over the years. Starting today, if you dare to contact anyone from the Song family privately, you understand the consequences. I mean anyone, including me, or my grandfather. Do you understand?" This statement surprised Chen Shen slightly. Song Haiping had raised a good grandson despite his foolish appearance back then. Seeing that he wanted to accept this person, he was quite decisive in his actions. Even a cheap villa in Ziyuan would cost 3 to 5 million, given away directly. This was considered settling the score. His mind was meticulous. Seeing a slight smile at the corner of Chen Shen's mouth, Song Shanha felt secretly pleased. Song Yi remained expressionless. "Yes." Chen Shen took out a small booklet from his body and threw it to Song Yi. "5 animal frolics, practice it yourself. When I come back, I want to see how much you've learned." Without waiting for a response, he got into the car. Soon, the modified custom-made car raised dust as it sped away. Song Yi flipped through the booklet a few times, growing more excited with each glance. Even the calmest person couldn't resist the urge to shout at this moment. This was a secret manual. According to the book, mastering 2 powers could lead to innate achievement. Boom! The man as sturdy as an iron tower knelt down heavily in the direction the car was leaving, knocking his head 3 times. "Grandpa Zhang, are you planning to take him as your apprentice?" Chen Xing, who saw the scene through the rearview mirror, clicked her tongue in amazement and asked with a smile. "Let's see his fate," Chen Shen explained. Yu Junyi drove peacefully, and Song Shanha didn't dare to speak. Instead, he felt that Chen Shen and the 2 friendly girls were more straightforward and could ask anything directly. "Grandpa Chen, you haven't told us whose funeral we are going to attend in Luochang? Is it your friend?" "Consider him a friend," Chen Shen smiled. "He's not dead yet, still holding on, waiting to see me before he dies. As long as I'm not there, he won't be willing to die." Grandpa Zhang, you're teasing us again. How can life and death wait?" the 2 girls exclaimed. Yu Junyi took it as a joke, but Song Shanha's heart skipped a beat, pursing his lips. For some reason, he felt it was true. The more he interacted with old Master Chen, the more unfathomable he seemed. He didn't know how powerful this ancestor really was, but he believed that what he saw, even what his grandfather saw, was probably just the tip of the iceberg. The more he got to know, the more fearful he became. At this moment, after Grandpa Zhang agreed, Chen Sheng also started the live broadcast. Because both he and Chen Chen were sitting in the back row this time, the viewers had a rare opportunity to see the old master up close. "Wow, I never noticed before, but the old master's skin is really delicate." Asked the host what skincare products the old master uses. "Is this in the car?" "Right, I forgot. It seems the old master's friend passed away, right? My condolences." Alas, birth, old age, sickness, and death, no one can avoid them. There is no one in this world who doesn't die. Am I the only one curious about the old master's friend? I always feel like the old master is a fairy tale character, and no one is worthy of being his friend. Curiosity +1. Host, please ask. Seeing many viewers interested in this question, Chen Xing couldn't help but be curious too. "Grandpa Zhang, what kind of person is this friend of yours? Can you tell us about him? Everyone is curious about the person who can be your friend," Chen Sheng pleaded. Alright, I'll tell you." Chen Shen squinted his eyes and went back in time. As Chen Shen entered storytelling mode, everyone in the car perked up their ears, and the viewers in the live broadcast room did the same. The more they understood Chen Shen, the more they felt his mystery, making them unable to resist the urge to peek into his past and see what kind of experiences had shaped him into such a person. I remember it was a day in April over 80 years ago when I accompanied your grandmother to Luocheng to see the flowers. One day, as we strolled around, we came to a small market. The market was nothing special, just vendors selling goods back and forth, but in that small market, there was a strange sight. Can you guess what it was? Chen Chen teased with a smile. It was impossible to guess, and the others shook their heads. Chen Chen continued, in the southwest corner of that market, there was a young madman. When hungry, he begged for leftover food to eat, and when tired, he slept in a corner of the street. The rest of the time, he played chess. Go. Isn't that strange? Go? As soon as he mentioned Go, everyone felt something was off. Chen Cheng frowned, a young beggar who does nothing but play Go every day. It's not normal. In those days, few people could read, let alone play Go. Even now, there are many who can play chess, but few who understand Go. Yes, and to play Go, you must have received an education at the very least. But how could someone who received an education resort to begging? It's full of mysteries. It could also be just wandering around, right? Like playing Gamoku? Yu Xiaoshuang analyzed with a serious expression. Chen Chen nodded and said to himself, I was curious at the time, so I went to take a look. To my surprise, this person was actually. Forget it, there's no point in saying more. Anyway, you guys know that person is quite interesting. With that, the conversation ended. Chen Shan seemed to have some concerns and didn't continue. The people in the car were dumbfounded, then irritated, wondering what that person was up to. Starting a story and not finishing it was too much. The online chat room was also buzzing. My grandfather also said that in those days of chaos, there were many extraordinary individuals. The old man he saw must have been one of them, but what exactly was this extraordinary person doing at that time? Is the old man just teasing us? He must be, otherwise how could he leave us hanging like this? So cheeky. Please update quickly. But you have to finish the story, or I won't be able to rest all day. Chen Chen closed his eyes, pretending to sleep, too lazy to pay attention to them. Following the previous topic, he continued to reminisce, feeling somewhat emotional. The world is vast, with all sorts of wonders. That crazy young man was actually deducing profound methods through the game of Go. Do profound methods, or rather immortal methods, really exist? They do indeed, otherwise how could Chen Chen achieve immortality? The 10 lifetimes nirvana technique he practiced could be considered an immortal method. It was precisely with this technique that he could live from ancient times to the present. This immortal method was Chen Shen's biggest secret, never revealed to anyone in the past thousands of years, not even to his wife, descendants, or disciples. There should only be one immortal in the world, any more would lead to terrible consequences. However, for some reason, that crazy person knew about the immortal method and went so far as to peek into the mysteries of the universe through the chessboard, attempting to deduce the true immortal method. At first, Chen Chen didn't pay much attention to the chessboard, but with just one glance, he was greatly surprised. The chessboard had 19 horizontal and vertical lines, containing myriad patterns, and that person had already faintly deduced the principles contained in the immortal method. Extremely miraculous. Of course, it was still far from deducing a complete and practicable immortal method, but it could already be considered a glimpse of the path. Given time, the true scripture might not be unattainable in the future. At that time, with complex emotions, Chen Shen sat facing the crazy person, using the white pieces to enlighten him. Only after the man understood the essence of the immortal method did he leave. Chen Chen felt both admiration and regret. Admiration for the existence of such an extraordinary person in the world, capable of deducing an immortal method from scratch, with talents that could be considered unparalleled throughout history. If he had appeared in ancient times, he might have been on par with immortals and gods. Regrettably, he was born in the wrong era. Nowadays, it was already the end of an era, with no cultivators left in the world besides himself, the accomplished immortal practitioner. Even the generation of that crazy person, with talents and intelligence that surpassed all others, could only waste away in vain. It was a pity. It was a shame that there were no prodigies in the world, but it was even sadder for the prodigies born in the wrong era. Luo City. Beneath a green mountain, there was a small house surrounded by a simple fence, where some chickens and ducks were kept, and a corner of the courtyard was dedicated to a vegetable patch. This place was supposed to be peaceful, but today it was surrounded by a bustling crowd, all anxiously looking at the tightly closed door. They heard that the person inside was not doing well, and they had all come to bid farewell. This was the famous Tian Shanren's house in Luo City. Over the years, countless people had benefited from his kindness. Since rising to prominence in a certain year, Tian Shanren had repaired bridges and roads, supported the elderly and children in poverty, established schools of virtue, brought warmth to the lonely elderly, and had been doing good deeds for a lifetime. Doing one good deed is easy, but doing good deeds continuously is rare. Yet this person had done so throughout his life. Those who lived in Luo City all year round had heard of him, and mentioning him was always met with admiration. Ah, just last month I saw old Tian personally planting rice seedlings. How can things suddenly turn for the worse like this? Oh, is old Tian really going to die? Old Tian is no ordinary person. He descended to the mortal realm to undergo a heavenly trial. Now that he has completed his mission, he must return to the heavens. Hey, I, Black Tiger, have never respected anyone in my life, but I truly admire him. Quiet down, old Tian is arranging things for those people. Who is guarding the room? Who else could it be but those high-ranking officials and nobles? They have been eager to follow old Tian in cultivation. They won't rest until they see him off. Tisk tsk, they say old Tian is a man of great cultivation. I thought it was just a rumor, but could it be true? Ahem, word on the street is that old Tian used the money he earned from building bridges, repairing roads, and doing good deeds over the years to extort from the wealthy. It is said that he once displayed some sort of immortal technique that frightened those people. Inside the room, there were no electrical appliances, only oil lamps were lit. The room appeared dim due to the closed door. About a dozen people surrounded the bed, watching the frail old man lying on it. Among them, 3 individuals seemed to hold high status and power, likely the influential figures of Luo City as mentioned by the outsiders. Surprisingly, the rest of the people were all martial arts experts. Their eyes gleamed with sharpness. If someone knowledgeable were present, they would be shocked to find 6 or 7 experts of the sixth sense realm gathered in this small room. Astonishing! In martial arts, one progresses from forging the limbs, body, to reaching the sixth sense realm, innate, and Grandmaster 5 realms. The Grandmaster realm aside, as there is no evidence of such high-level masters in the world, most martial artists believe it to be a wish of the ancestors, an existence impossible to achieve. Among the remaining 4 realms, the innate realm is also rare, possibly only found in the central Red Wall courtyard of Xia country. Therefore, openly speaking, the sixth sense realm is already considered the pinnacle of martial arts, renowned wherever they go. These individuals could even be seen as a new breed of humans. If unrestrained, they could easily take on a 100-man army single-handedly, displaying immense strength. Normally, sixth sense realm experts would be registered and invited by the military, with few active outside, yet here, suddenly, there were 6 or 7 emerging. Quite terrifying. What's even more terrifying is that all 6 or 7 of these individuals respectfully addressed the old man on the bed as their master. Tian exerted effort to raise his hand, and a disciple beside him quickly helped him up, propping him against a cushion on his back. Only then did the old man breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at the 3 officials and nobles with a weak smile and said, "Have you resented me for extorting so much money from you over the years? Ha, now that I'm close to death, I guess you must be relieved, right?" The 3 officials and nobles remained silent, their faces dark. No one would feel good after being extorted for decades. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Rumors in the streets may contain some truth, and indeed, the money old Tian used for charity over the years did come from them, not out of admiration for Tianan's charisma, but through coercion. And it wasn't just a one-time thing, it had been ongoing for decades. In these years, these families had been like diligent little bees, sending honey to this person whenever they could. Tianan took a few quick breaths. Throughout history, officials are like flowing water, while bureaucrats are like iron. You 3 families have been exploiting Luo City for how much money? It's time to give some back. If it weren't for the fact that besides your greed, you still consider the people, I wouldn't spare your lives. Remember, as long as you are in Luo City, the funds for the charity and schools I've established must not be cut off, or else. A cold glint flashed in the old man's eyes. The 3 officials trembled all over and quickly agreed. Though this man was nearing death, he still had several disciples present, and no one wanted to test if they could withstand an assassination attempt by sixth sense experts. After giving his instructions, Tianan looked at his disciples. At this point, his condition was extremely poor, his face turning pale, his eyelids drooping uncontrollably. "Master!" He weakly raised his hand, trying to make everyone hear what he had to say. "Tianan, I have taught you everything I can. Whether you can achieve greatness in the future depends on your destiny. Remember, do not act recklessly with martial skills, or else you will face collective punishment." After saying these words, Tianan seemed to have exhausted his last bit of strength, panting heavily. He looked extremely uncomfortable. As the eldest disciple, Tian couldn't bear to see his master in this state. He held the old man's hand, trembling as he said, "Master, we will remember everything you said. Is there anything else you are worried about? If you want to leave, then leave. Don't endure it any longer." He was actually persuading his master to die. The other disciples wiped away tears, but no one objected. They all knew that their master had reached the end of his life, relying solely on his innate abilities to persevere, every second feeling excruciating. Death was a release. I am waiting for him. He will come. Tianan's consciousness was fading, murmuring to himself. Senior brother, who is master waiting for? Seventh sister, the youngest at only 20, asked with tear-filled eyes. Tianyi fell silent for a moment and said, someone played a game of chess with master when he was 16. Master seems to be waiting for him. What's his name? Where is he? Can't we go find him? Oh, master looks so uncomfortable. Tianyi shook his head. Master said that he met that person at a market when he was 16. It seemed like the person was a tourist in Luochang. They played a game of chess without exchanging a single word, so we have no information about that person. Everyone was stunned. Even the nobles couldn't help but mutter, this person couldn't possibly come, right? And it's been 80 years, we don't even know if that person is still alive. Others shared the same thoughts. We don't know, let's wait. Just then, Tianan on the bed suddenly opened his eyes again, looking much more spirited, staring intently at the door. Creak! Everyone hurriedly looked over, only to see that several people had walked in at some point. Backlit by the sunlight, they shone brightly. It was naturally Chen Shen and his group. Chen Shen locked eyes with Tianan, as if there were 1,000 words between them, yet none were spoken, just like in the past. Tianan strained his neck and nodded towards his disciples. Chen Shen hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Granting the plea of a dying man was the least he could do. With that, Tianan closed his eyes. Master, the next moment, mournful music played, echoing through the sky. The onlookers outside all knelt down, sending the kind-hearted Tian on his final journey. Chen Shen looked at this friend he had never spoken to in his life, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. Having lived for thousands of years, he had seen countless geniuses, some sweeping across the world, some influencing the rise and fall of nations, some commanding armies and territories, some indulging in romance. But in his eyes, they were all just ordinary people. They pursued worldly wealth and power, nothing more. Only this person, dedicated to seeking the great Tao, could be considered a kindred spirit. Fellow Taoist, how could they not be friends? It had nothing to do with power, status, or position, but a resonance of thoughts. Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang stood by Chen Shen's side. Seeing the old man feeling a bit melancholic, they wanted to find a topic to distract his attention. Grandpa Zhang, what kind of person was this Mr. Tian? He was an interesting person, he replied. At this moment, the funeral began. Someone on the stage was singing praises of Tianan's life, not a disciple or a high-ranking official, but a group of children he had taken care of. The tender voices continued to ring out. Grandpa Tian told us, heaven is strong and the noble-minded strive constantly for self-improvement, earth is receptive and the noble-minded carry themselves with integrity and kindness. You once said that spirit is the continuation of life, we will not forget you, never. The live chat was filled with a flurry of comments. I can't believe it's old Tian, tears in my eyes. I'm from Luo City, I never expected Grandpa Tian to be gone, sob. The host should console the old man, condolences. Yes, the old man is of advanced age, he must not be too saddened. After paying your respects, you should go back and take care of yourself. Chen Shang also thought the viewers had a point, the old man was of such an age, nothing should go wrong. Grandpa Zhang, shall we leave first? Yes, since you and Grandpa Tian were close, he wouldn't want you to be sad. The two girls advised on the side. Chen Shen waved his hand, saying, I'm fine, don't worry. It's just that we can't leave now, things are not finished yet. Before everyone could question, Chen Shen stepped forward and with a bang, he forcefully slapped open the coffin. The coffin lid flew off. Tianan, who had just been laid to rest, lay peacefully with closed eyes inside. Grandpa Zhang, Master, what are you doing? Ah, everyone around was stunned. What deep-seated grudge was this, to knock off the coffin lid even after someone had passed away? Outrageous! At this moment, not just Tian and 7 disciples, even the surrounding people were furious, clamoring to report this old man to the authorities. Only 3 dignitaries almost burst out laughing. Wasn't this satisfying? This was something they wouldn't dare to imagine. The live chat was also filled with exclamations, not understanding why the old man was acting this way. Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang were also dumbfounded, holding onto Chen Shen's arms from both sides, vigilantly watching the angry crowd. Their hands and feet were ice cold. How daring! Do you want to die? Tianan's disciples glared angrily. If it weren't for this person being the one their master had been waiting for, they would have acted already. Tianyi stopped them, looking at Chen Shen in disbelief. He couldn't believe this strange man had come here just to smash the coffin. Chen Shen ignored everyone, gazing at the body in the coffin, suddenly burst into laughter. Time flies, there are few I acknowledge, you are one, today, I'll send you off. Fellow Taoist, if you have a next life, may you follow the great path and fulfill your wishes. Crane, Come. With these words, he raised his arms. Before the surrounding people could react, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky. Oh my god! Chen Sheng looked up in confusion, then everyone was dumbfounded, holding up their phones blankly, not knowing what to say. Not just him, the whole place fell silent, not a single person dared to make a sound, the live chat was also silent, everyone present was as if their throats had been choked. In the sky, countless red-crowned cranes flew down, casting a dense shadow. They circled around the coffin. This scene was like a dream. No one dared to speak, afraid of disturbing this moment. The red-crowned cranes occasionally let out mournful cries. Their sounds were heartbreaking, as if mourning the departed. After a long time, the red-crowned cranes formed a bridge from bottom to top, then flew westward. It was as if they had received a certain soul. Only then did the surrounding crowd explode. Oh my god, flying west on a crane, flying west on a crane. Is this a dream? Phew. I was scared just now, didn't dare to make a sound. Who is that person? Can control animals with just a word, a deity? Alas, this death is really grand. If I had this scene when I die, I might wake up laughing. After all this, Chen Shen shook his head and left. After bidding farewell to this old friend, there was no one else in this world who could catch his eye. Tian and 7 disciples respectfully knelt and worshipped. They naturally knew that this person was definitely on the same level as their master. At the very least, he must be at the innate level, or even possibly a legendary grandmaster. Otherwise, how could he summon a crane bridge with just a word? It was too surreal. Song Shanha, Yu Junyi, Chen Sheng, and Yu Xiaoshuan could only follow along in a daze, occasionally glancing at the old man, still trying to recover. It's not surprising that they were confused, mainly because everyone was baffled by the situation. The live broadcast room was filled with a strange atmosphere. Well, although I know the old man is amazing, but this seems a bit too fake. Wow. Unbelievable. I just want to ask now, is there still anyone doubting the old man's cultivation? No more doubts. From now on, I'll watch the old man's live broadcasts kneeling down. Don't try to make me stand up, I'm not worthy. It's too scary, my hands and feet are ice cold. How did he do this? I don't know, just thinking about it feels too terrifying. This scene is way more intense than the pallbearers carrying the coffin. It brought tears to my eyes. Tian Lao is extraordinary, but Master Chen is even more extraordinary. After getting on the car, ignoring the barrage in the live broadcast room, Chen Shen looked at Song Shanha. Go give them the address, let them finish their business and come find me. This was Tianan's request before his death. Even in his final moments, Tianan was still worried and wanted his disciple to see a higher view. Chen Shen had just agreed. Since that's the case, then give them a chance. Whether they can seize it or not, it's up to them. Yes. Song Shanha was not one to talk much. He nodded and quickly tore off a piece of paper, scribbled the address on it, and handed it to Tian Yi, who was seeing them off. After the funeral was over and the guests had left, the 7 children of the Tian family gathered in their master's small house. Each of them was filled with curiosity. The appearance of the old man during the day was clearly not ordinary, not to mention attracting Yi Qiao, who wouldn't be concerned. Eldest brother, what did that old man say? Tian Yu asked in confusion. She was the 7th in line, the youngest, and also Tianan's closed-door disciple. Tian Yi waved his hand to signal everyone to calm down, then opened the piece of paper in his hand. Magic City, Ziyuan, no. 7 Courtyard. This should be the address of that old man. Tian Yi pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, you all saw Master's final actions, right? I guess he wanted to ask that old man to teach us, and the old man agreed. That's why he left us an address. Brothers and sisters, you decide for yourselves. Everyone fell silent, not rushing to speak, pondering in silence. The 7 of them were all orphans, taken in by their master and trained in martial arts on this mountain. Even as they grew older, they still followed their master's orders and did volunteer work in Luochang. Although they were all skilled, they had never experienced the bustling world. Now that their master had passed away, they had to decide their own paths. The oil lamp crackled, sparks occasionally flying, casting a dim light that reflected the uncertain faces of the group. After a moment, the second eldest Tianan spoke first. I'm not going. I've already promised General Qian to join the army in the southwest. A real man must make a grand entrance in life. The 7 children of the Tian family were all experts in the 6th sense, except for the youngest Tian Yu, who had just started training. This was a juicy piece of meat. The authorities must have been aware of it, but out of respect for Tianan, a natural talent, they dared not offend easily. Tian Yi nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the others started to speak up. I'm not going either. I'm heading to the imperial capital. The Ma family consortium has approached me. I'm going to Deep City for a few years. The 6th sense has reached its limit. What kind of person was Master? It took him decades to reach the innate stage. I have no hope. I want to travel around next. In no time, except for Tianyi and Tianyu, the others had decided on their destinations. I plan to go find that old man, seventh sister. What about you? I'll follow you, eldest brother. The gathering dispersed, figures fading away. This was probably the last time the 7 children of the Tian family would gather. Tianen's talent in cultivation was terrifying, his martial arts skills exceptional, but his judgment of people was average. Only 2 people followed his last wish. Of course, perhaps he had already anticipated this, who can say for sure? Imperial capital. An inconspicuous alley was heavily guarded, with 1 person every 3 steps and a post every 5 steps. Upon closer inspection, it was shocking to see that all the guards here were ancient martial arts experts, including some at the 6th sense level. In the innermost courtyard, 4 old men sat around a stone table. These 4 were the divine needles of the Xia kingdom. Each of them was holding a tablet, watching a video clip. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew heavier as they watched. After a while, someone spoke up. Using a single phrase to summon the immortal crane as a bridge. What kind of technique is this? Huang Liang couldn't help but sigh. We thought we had reached the pinnacle in the way of martial arts, but it seems there are people beyond our understanding. Thud. Another old man beside him knocked on the table and frowned. What we need to think about now is how to handle the one who has made a move this time. The mercenaries who ran in can be killed, but Zhao Chengye was also directly killed. Does he not even regard this country? The others fell silent. As a powerful state apparatus, it was impossible not to have any understanding of certain terrorists within the country. Throughout history, various dynasties had secret archives. On this mysterious land, no matter which regime was in power, if one were to consult the secret archives, they would find the figure of one person. Chen. Ahem, Lao Lu, don't speak so definitively. We haven't even figured out how Zhao Chengye died. Before he could finish, Lao Lu coldly snorted. Regardless of how he died, he dared to do this. We must find a way to restrain him, or what will we do if he strikes again? In this country, no one can ignore the law, that is the bottom line. With these words, everyone felt a headache coming on. The logic was there, but what should be done? That person, who had been present throughout history under different names and dynasties, was a true immortal figure. Did they really think that emperors of past dynasties had not considered learning the secret of immortality from others? But what was the result? Many flourishing dynasties inexplicably vanished, while that person continued to live well. The details inside were enough to make one anxious. Even if we were to advance in technology, could we really be confident of surpassing them? Let's not even talk about whether it's feasible. Even if it were, would we resort to nuclear annihilation within our borders? It's not realistic. Huang Liang hesitated. Let's not act rashly. We still don't know how powerful that person is. If we provoke him recklessly, the consequences could be dire. Moreover, from his willingness to lecture at the Magic Academy, it seems he is generally benevolent. There is no record of him committing any heinous acts. I think we should try to make contact first and see how it goes. This was a cautious and mature approach, and the others agreed. I think it's a good idea. Since he has had connections with many dynasties in the past, there's no reason for him to reject us. We should make initial contact. Right, the person going should have a high status, otherwise, we won't be qualified to speak. I think Lao Huang should go in person. Yes, Lao Huang suggested it, so he must have had this in mind for a while. It's best for you to go, we wouldn't trust anyone else. All right. Huang Liang's face twitched for a moment, but he reluctantly agreed. He felt a bit nervous about making contact with such a figure. The next day, at the Purple Garden No. 7 courtyard, Chen Shen lay on the Grandmaster chair, listening to Song Shanha's report. Ancestor, during this period, 3 forces have sent invitations through our Song family, the Du family from Gangcheng, the Chu family from Australia, and the Huang family from the imperial capital. They all wish to visit you. As he spoke, Song Shanha's legs were trembling. In the Magic City, the Song family was a dominant force that no one dared to underestimate, especially in the financial sector, where they wielded significant power. However, that was as far as it went. When considering the national and global scale, the Song family was not particularly prominent. Compared to those big shots, the Song family was like a lamb among wolves. The 3 forces mentioned earlier were true giants. In the port city of Du family, this is the most renowned family, so much so that even most ordinary people know about it, all because the founder of this family was the former emperor of the Magic City, Du Yueheng. It goes without saying how terrifying the Du family was before the founding of the country. It is rumored that when they moved to the port city, it took 7 ships to transport their gold. To this day, the Du family still holds significant power in many fields, especially in some of the world's dark aspects, such as the leading figures in the port city and the bamboo union in the Thai city. all of whom have immense influence. In comparison, the Chu family in Australia does not yield much. It is said that the Chu family, descendants of the Xia people who migrated during the Ming and Qing dynasties, has almost monopolized the Xia diaspora forces worldwide after years of development. While the Chu family may be wealthy, what truly instills fear is their support for warlords in many countries. Behind conflicts in Southeast Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and elsewhere, one can often faintly discern the shadow of the Chu family. Deeply black, authentically dark. As for the last family, the Huang family, no further introduction is needed. Just know that this family currently resides in a certain alley in the imperial capital. Chen Shen squinted his eyes as if dozing off for a moment before saying, let's not see the Du family for now. Du Yuehang once served me for a few days, but he's already dead. Let's not have his descendants bother me. The Chu family. They are afraid. Afraid that I will hold them accountable. Tell them to scram. I can't be bothered to act, but someone will go seek justice in due time. Huang family, let's set a time. Song Shanha respectfully withdrew. Just then, Chun Qing emerged carrying a bag and holding a phone, clearly live streaming. When she saw the old man in the courtyard, she waved and called out, Grandpa Zhang, I made plans with a friend to go out today. Go ahead. Wait, come here. Chen Shen suddenly stopped her and, focusing his gaze, noticed a hint of misfortune lingering between her brows. This was a sign of bad luck. Grandpa Zhang, what's wrong? Chen Shen lightly dipped his finger in the teacup and gently tapped her forehead, then said, satisfied, all right, off you go. Chen Chang was puzzled. Why did he suddenly call her over and tap her without explaining? Her curiosity was about to explode. She leaned in behind Chen Shen, gently massaging his shoulders, and asked obediently, Grandpa Zhang, what were you doing just now? Tell me. Nothing much, I saw that you have bad luck today, so I shielded you. Without waiting for Chen Qing to speak, the viewers in the live stream room couldn't contain themselves. This old man is expanding his business again? Reading fortunes and predicting good or bad luck? The versatile old man, he's got a bit of everything. I can only say 666, using tea water to dab the forehead for bad luck? A daily life hack. Hey, are you guys serious? Clearly, the old man is just teasing the streamer, right? Hard to say, I can't tell if it's real or not. The old man is a bit mysterious, I believe whatever he says. Although, even being able to see bad luck and change it challenges scientific views. Bro, are you talking about scientific views in this live stream room? Despite the live stream, Chen Cheng was genuinely startled. She instinctively wanted to touch her forehead but hesitated. Unlike the viewers who watched the live stream occasionally, she was a loyal fan of the old man and believed everything he said. Especially after witnessing so many miraculous things recently, it was hard not to believe. Misfortune, when others mention it, might seem like superstition, but when the old man talks about it, it's likely true. After a moment of thought, she gritted her teeth and said, forget it, I won't go out today. There are 1,000 paths, but safety comes first. At this moment, staying in seemed more suitable than going out for fun. Chen Sheng was never one to seek thrills. Go on, go on. Chen Shen, upon hearing this, seemed to disdain her. Why stay at home all the time at such a young age? Go wherever you want, play as you please. Don't worry about bad luck. If I say it's fine, it's fine. Does this little girl not believe in herself? Even if bad luck strikes, what can the god of misfortune do if I take matters into my own hands? I'll just have to deal with it. Well then. Grandpa Zhang, I'm off. Make sure to have your lunch on time. Chen Xing, feeling uneasy, left the house. Grandpa Zhang said everything was fine, so it should be fine, right? Oh well, better go. Today, the younger generation of the three families she had just met last time invited her to hang out, and it wouldn't be good to break the promise. Outside, a car was already waiting for her. Soon they sped away. A fierce Hummer drove on the road, and the one driving this domineering vehicle was a petite beauty, giving off a unique vibe of beauty and wildness. Song Shanya chewed gum and grinned at Chun Ching in the passenger seat. Second brother and a few other friends are waiting for us at the restaurant, let's head there directly. But, Xingjia, why do you look unhappy at this gathering of the younger generation today? Song Shanyu was the youngest of the third generation of the Song family, even a year younger than Chen Chang. She was always lively and cheerful, and after getting to know Chen Xing well in just a few days since their last meeting, she had arranged this gathering. Hearing this, Chen Xing shook her head sadly and said, don't mention it. When I was leaving, Grandpa Zhang stopped me and said I would have bad luck today. She then recounted the whole incident. The more she spoke, the more uneasy she felt. Others might not understand Grandpa Zhang's mysteries, but as someone who was always by his side, how could she not know? Even if someone told her that Grandpa Zhang was a deity, she wouldn't doubt it. So many miraculous things had happened before her eyes recently, it was hard not to believe. Now that the old man said she would have bad luck, it was most likely true. Although he said the bad luck had been blocked and she would be safe, who could completely let go of their worries? Luck was unpredictable. Some people with good luck could win millions in the lottery, while others could choke to death on water. She was unsure how severe her bad luck would be. Hey! On the contrary, Song Shanyu seemed indifferent, casually opening the window to let in the cool breeze, her hair fluttering. Being an archaeology major, she was never interested in such mysterious matters. Xinjia, we were born in Xinxia country, raised in the new era under the red flag. You don't really believe in these superstitious things, do you? Just relax, eat and drink as you please, why bother about these things? It's all nonsense. I know your ancestors had a great background, otherwise, my grandfather wouldn't worship them so much. But to say that your ancestors know everything, including supernatural things, sounds too far-fetched, right? With that said, Chen Xing smiled without explaining, tried to compose herself, and agreed. She believed in her heart, no need to make others believe. Since she had decided to come out and have fun, it was best not to disturb everyone's mood. Skipping over this topic, they soon arrived at the restaurant, Peace Restaurant, the chosen venue for the gathering. At the entrance, a few people were already waiting. There were only 3 men and 1 woman, all well-dressed and handsome. Chen Xing glanced at them and was slightly surprised. Besides the second son of the Song family, Song Shanqing, the eldest son of the Zhao family, Zhao Zishan, and the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Zi, there was someone she didn't expect. Wang Xizong, known as the national husband by many netizens, was also there. As Song Shanyu pulled her over, she explained cheerfully, Wang Dasho hangs out with us every day, and this time he happened to be at my second brother's house, so he shamelessly tagged along. You don't mind, right? Oh, no problem. It's nice to meet new friends. Chen Sheng knew that the younger generation of the 3 families wanted to help her expand her network, so she smiled and didn't reveal anything. Anyway, living in this area in the future, it wouldn't hurt to know more people. Little radish, are you talking behind my back again? Wang Dasha was completely at ease, teasing Song Shanyu before politely greeting Chen Xing, great anchor, hello, I've been wanting to meet you, and here we are today. I solemnly declare, never listen to Song Shanyu's nonsense. I may talk big online, but in reality, I am a very steady person. With playful banter, the group exchanged a few jokes, easing the initial awkwardness of meeting. After all, they were all peers. As they entered the restaurant, Wang Dashao, being quite tactful, eagerly took out his membership card, indicating he would cover the expenses. It was a light yellow gilded card, exuding an air of nobility. However, to his surprise, the card was gently returned by the receptionist. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, the regular private rooms are fully booked today, so unfortunately, you cannot dine here. This situation caught Wang Dashao off guard. The Peace Restaurant was usually reserved for top-tier banquets and rarely reached full capacity. He hadn't expected this turn of events. Feeling embarrassed, he had chosen this place for lunch to leave a good impression on Chen Xing. If he couldn't even eat here, how could he save face? He didn't know much about Chen Xing's specific background, as it was a topic avoided by the 3 major families. However, his father had warned him that the Chen family was formidable and forming a connection with them would greatly benefit their own family. Thinking about this, he discreetly glanced at the others and felt unable to maintain his composure. He whispered, "Can I pay extra to reserve a private room now?" The receptionist just smiled at him without saying a word. Wang Dashao realized his foolishness. This wasn't a nightclub he frequented where money could solve everything. The Peace Restaurant had a formidable background, and even his father would have to abide by its rules. Feeling helpless, he faced a setback. "Since it's full, shall we go somewhere else?" He pretended to say nonchalantly. "Forget it, let's stay here. We've been driving around all morning, and I bet we're all hungry." A wealthy person cares about what? Saving face. Compared to his older brother, Song Shanha, Song Shanqing was far behind. Seeing Wang Dashao's embarrassment, he suddenly felt a desire to impress Chen Xing. "Fine then." Wang Dashao shrugged indifferently. On the contrary, Chen Xing, who had faintly heard the receptionist's words, smiled lightly. "Let's forget it. We can just eat casually outside. No need for all this trouble." She had visited the Peace Restaurant the day before for a birthday celebration and knew its prestigious status through the barrage of comments from online friends. Chen Xing was aware that they, the younger generation, did not have the same prestige as the older generation. Unfortunately, the stubborn ghost who was embarrassed could not be persuaded. Song Shanqing, with his neck stiff, walked over. "No need, it's not a bother, it'll be quick, just wait a moment." In just a few minutes, he left and returned. His face was pale and blue, stuttering, It's fully booked today, there are no seats available, regular members can't get in. Do any of you have a premium membership? Song Shanyu rolled her eyes. Just being able to be a regular member here is already giving face to the establishment and our elders. We, a bunch of useless freeloaders, don't even qualify for regular membership, let alone premium. Dream on. Wang Daxiao, Zhao Zishan, and Song Shanqing all wore expressions of extreme embarrassment. That was too blunt. He silently criticized Song Shanyu for speaking without thinking. Chen Chang was right there, couldn't she have been more tactful? Suddenly, Song Shanyu's eyes lit up as she remembered the incident where the old shopkeeper had knelt before Chen's father the day before. Xingjie, do you have a premium membership here? Chen Sheng shook her head. That's too high-end for me. I haven't been here much. I only came the day before to celebrate Mr. Song's birthday. Where would I get a membership from? Cough, shall we leave? It's not very polite to block someone's doorway like this. The faces of the few individuals twitched slightly as they silently turned to walk away. Just a moment ago, the young masters were still acting all high and mighty, as if there was nothing they couldn't handle in the city. Little did they expect to be put in their place so quickly. A quick exchange of glances passed between them. Let's not mention this incident to anyone today. Getting kicked out before even having a meal is too embarrassing. I'm afraid you guys might spill the beans, so please keep it confidential. Just then, someone called out to them from behind. Miss Chen? Oh, Miss Chen, is that really you? I thought I was mistaken. A shrewd-looking middle-aged man hurried over, his face blossoming into a smile as he looked at Chen Chang. Chen Qing recognized the newcomer, Mr. Sun, the general manager of Heping Restaurant. She had seen him once with the old shopkeeper but they had never spoken. She was surprised that he remembered her name. Mr. Sun, hello. Miss Chen, hello. Have you finished your meal? Chen Qing shook her head slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. No, we were planning to have a meal, but my friends here only have regular membership cards, and we couldn't secure a reservation. Click. The wealthy young men and women turned their heads silently, feeling ashamed. Inviting someone out for a meal only to be unable to secure a table reservation was beyond embarrassing. It felt like a herd of wild horses were running through their minds. Miss Chen, there's no need for that. The chairman had already instructed that Heping Restaurant is like your family's canteen. You can come anytime without needing a reservation. Come, this way, please. Oh, it's alright, it's too much trouble for you. Please don't leave, or the old shopkeeper will scold me. Please understand, Miss Chen. And so, Mr. Sun managed to persuade the group to stay and even led them to the second floor without the need for a waiter. Most importantly, Mr. Sun personally took care of their orders. Once everything was settled, he excused himself and left. This scene truly surprised Wang Daxiao. He couldn't help but glance at Chen Xing, realizing that despite what his father had said about the Chen family being extraordinary, he hadn't expected them to be this influential. How powerful were they exactly? Despite Mr. Sun nodding and bowing repeatedly earlier, he was not a simple character. Normally, one would need to make an appointment well in advance just to see him. He hadn't even acknowledged them throughout the whole ordeal. Even if his father had come, he might have had a chance to exchange a few words at most. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, the conversation gradually opened up. Wang Daxiao couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and jokingly asked, Chen Xing, you still haven't told us what your family does. They're all being secretive about it. Can you give me a hint? Does your family have high-ranking officials? Ha! Chen Chang knew he had misunderstood and chuckled. They didn't tell you? I'm just a small live streamer, completely unknown before this year. As for my family, there are no high-ranking officials. The highest-ranking official might just be me. I used to be a flag bearer in school. Seeing Wang Daxiao's disbelief, she explained earnestly, I'm telling the truth. I'm actually an orphan. Besides me, there's only my great-grandfather who's over 100 years old, no other relatives. Ha! This really puzzled Wang Daxiao. How could a powerless live streamer have such influence? Leaving aside other matters, the heirs of the three major families were all trying to curry favor with her. He wasn't blind to that fact. He had been busy with the team's affairs recently and hadn't watched many live streams, otherwise, he wouldn't be so confused. There are no high-ranking officials in my family. If you don't believe me, then so be it. Chen Xing shrugged, seeing his lingering doubts. Just then, knock knock. The private room's door was knocked on. At the next moment, before anyone inside could react, they were directly pushed aside. Manager's son was seen pushing an elderly man in a wheelchair into the room. Grandpa Li. Apart from Chen Xing, who was slightly stunned, everyone else hurriedly stood up. This was indeed the old boss of the Peace Restaurant. The hearts of the few present were all taken aback, never expecting that their actions would alarm this elderly gentleman. Despite his modest reputation, his connections ran deep. Rumor had it that he had cooked for a certain leader in the capital years ago. The fact that the Peace Restaurant could serve as a semi-official reception place spoke volumes. Even if their own grandfathers came to dine, they would only exchange a few words with Mr. Su in the back hall. There was no chance of the person himself coming over. This was the treatment reserved for top leaders. Therefore, he was definitely not here to see the young wealthy heirs but for Chen Sheng. As expected, Boss Lee waved his hand and said with a smile, "Please, have a seat. Chen, my child, don't blame Grandpa Lee. I heard from Xiao Sun that you almost left without eating. Couldn't you have called Grandpa Lee? Isn't it a joke to think Grandpa Lee is stingy?" Ha ha. Chen Qing's face turned red with embarrassment. "Grandpa Lee, it's not like that. I was afraid of causing you trouble." "What are you saying? I would have been delighted if you came." "Don't worry, it was Xiaosuan's oversight. I have already informed all the staff at the restaurant. You are welcome to dine here anytime. This is our family canteen." "Ha, then I won't be polite to Grandpa Lee. That's the spirit." With a few words, the previous incident was glossed over. Boss Lee looked around and, not seeing Chen Shen, his expression turned somewhat regretful. "Mr. Chen didn't come?" "No, it's just me and a few friends. He's at home enjoying the sun." "Ah, I wanted to see him again," Boss Lee said somewhat forlornly. "Hey, Grandpa Lee, if you want to see him, you can go to Ziyuan anytime. My grandpa doesn't have much to do anyway," Shen Sheng said nonchalantly. Little did she know that this remark left Boss Lee with a complex expression. He sighed and said, "You're still young and don't understand. As a mere cook, I'm not qualified to visit Mr. Chen. He's not someone you can just meet whenever you want." With that, he glanced at Chen Sheng again, smiled, and said, "All right, you young folks enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just ask Xiao Sun. You don't need to be polite in our restaurant. I'll take my leave so as not to be in the way. Are you all friends of Chen Sheng?" Before leaving, Boss Lee finally turned his gaze to the group of wealthy heirs. "Yes, Grandpa Lee. Call me Old Lee." "Very well, Xiao Sun, give them each a premium card when they leave later. Shen's friends are always honored guests at the Peace Restaurant." The group was naturally surprised and almost stunned by the unexpected generosity. The premium card from the Peace Restaurant was not something they, with their status, could easily obtain. It was like a special license plate for a car, symbolizing their status. No matter what luxury car you drove or mansion you lived in, compared to this card, they were all inferior. It was not just a membership card for a restaurant, it represented your background, your connections, and the resources you controlled. After thanking Boss Lee profusely, he finally left. Once he was gone, Wang Dasha was curious to the point of exploding, leaving everyone in a daze. The attitude Boss Lee had shown him today was something his own father would envy. "Chen Sheng, please satisfy my curiosity. What does your grandfather do?" At this moment, he no longer believed what Chen Sheng had said before. If her family didn't have a background, how could they have such prestige at the Peace Restaurant? Even as a streamer herself, she wouldn't have this kind of influence. At present, everything seemed to revolve around Mr. Chen Sheng's grandfather, as mentioned by Boss Lee. What kind of person is Grandpa Zhang? Chen Sheng was a little hesitant, not sure how to describe him, when someone else took over the conversation. "Hey, Wang Dashao, you're so out of touch. Don't you know that Chen Sheng is currently the top influencer in the Douyu community? Her fan base has grown by over 30 million in just over a month. She's become hugely popular nationwide, even more famous than you. And the most terrifying thing is Qing's grandpa Zhang, he's a remarkable figure. Just watch the live stream and you'll see," Zhao Zisheng explained on the side. "Ha? There's more to this?" Wang Dashao couldn't even eat his meal anymore. He really didn't know about all this. The reason he came to meet Chen Xing today was also because of his old man? He quickly took out his phone, found Chen Xing's livestream video, and started watching them one by one. Well, after watching just one, he couldn't even eat anymore. He was full of shock. Master Song kneeling in front of the live stream? Renowned Dr. Zhang kneeling? Lee, the boss of the Peace Restaurant, kneeling? Who on earth is this person that makes everyone kneel wherever they go? And when he saw a business card knocking Zhao Yi off his feet, he subconsciously took a deep breath, realizing why Zhao Yi hadn't been in touch lately. He couldn't even handle a few days without seeing him? After watching video after video, being shocked time and time again, when he saw yesterday's update on Heqiao, his eyes were no longer shocked, but awestruck. Everyone was dumbfounded. Facing his gaze, Chen Xing felt a little embarrassed. My grandpa Zhang has a bit of influence. And it's not easy for ordinary people to understand, but it's okay once you get used to it, right? The others nodded dumbly, but found the second half of the sentence a bit problematic. It's true that they didn't understand at first, but getting used to it didn't make it any better. A miracle seen 100 times is still a miracle. Song Shanqing, what's your family's relationship with old Master Chen? Tell us, bro. Since the topic had been brought up, Wang Daxiao decided to get a clear answer once and for all. With such a prominent figure emerging in the city, gathering detailed information was not just to satisfy his curiosity, but also for the sake of the Wang family. As an heir to a prominent family, he couldn't afford to be clueless. These days, the hottest news in the city was the sudden appearance of information about the Chen family. Why did Master Song personally go to meet them? Why did the three major families come out to welcome them? These mysteries were keeping everyone on edge. But the three major families had not disclosed any information. There were many speculations from various factions, but few were reliable. Seeing the slightly tipsy faces of his companions, Wang Daxiao subconsciously felt that today was a good opportunity to clarify the information. Ah, buddy, don't ask anymore, I really can't say more. Song Shanqing said mysteriously, our old man at home gave a strict order not to discuss the Chen family's affairs outside. I dare not say more, otherwise, hiccup. Otherwise, he'll break my legs. Not even able to mention it, so cautious? A hint of seriousness flashed in Wang Daxiao's eyes. Okay, I won't ask anymore, my bad for being nosy. Come on, let's go together. Bang! Setting down his glass, Song Shanyu wiped his mouth and said nonchalantly, hey, actually, we just wanted to say, we don't know what to say either. We only know bits and pieces, the old man won't tell us anything, just told us to treat old Master Chen as our ancestor. Treating old Master Chen as their ancestor? Wang Daxiao keenly grasped the key point. I don't quite understand this, Chen Xing, do you know why? He shifted the focus of the conversation. Chen Sheng, feeling a bit awkward, said, I do know, my grandpa mentioned it before, but I'm not sure if I should say. Before Wang Daxiao could ask further, the young master from the Zhao family blurted out, you guys, you don't know as much as I do. My grandpa got drunk the other day and told me what's going on, do you want to know? Others became interested, not to mention Wang Daxiao, even Song Shanyu and Song Shanqing, Lin Ziyu were full of curiosity. They didn't know the connection between their families and Master Chen. Come on, tell us. Hey, tell us quietly. What's going on exactly? I'm also puzzled. There are plenty of powerful people in the world. Why does my grandfather admire Master Chen so much? After satisfying their vanity, Zhao Zisheng, with a dazed look in his eyes, said, it's a long story. It all started 80 years ago. Back then, our Zhao family and Lin family were still farming in our hometown, so poor that we had to share a pair of pants among several people. Whoever went out got to wear them. Don't look at me, those were my grandfather's exact words. But Song Big Brother, oops. No, my grandfather is called Song Big Brother, we should call him Grandpa Song. Grandpa Song came to the capital carrying a sack to seek his fortune. It's said that everyone has their own strengths. Despite Zhao Daxiao usually indulging in pleasure, this time, under the influence of alcohol, he unexpectedly awakened a new skill, storytelling. The way he narrated was vivid and dramatic, not only capturing the characters' expressions perfectly but also portraying the emotions accurately. He tapped the small teacup with chopsticks, recounting Grandpa Song's deeds from 80 years ago in great detail, from carrying broken pots and pans in a sack to peeking at a widow bathing and being chased through 8 streets. From running away after spilling noodles to being appreciated by Master Chen and then opening the prosperous Hui Feng building. It was so vivid that one might think he witnessed it firsthand, although in reality, his grandfather had never seen it and only heard about it later. Ding! The chopsticks lightly tapped the bottom of the bowl, signaling the end of the conversation. Everyone, continuing from where we left off, Grandpa Song, a poor boy, was appreciated by a nobleman, and his patched pants were replaced with luxurious silk and satin. He became wealthy. What does a formerly poor man do after becoming rich? He gathers relatives like aunts and uncles, and that's how our Zhao and Lin families rose. Oops. Look, it's all clear when you see the connections. From Grandpa Song's perspective, he surely had thoughts of repaying kindness. But from our family's perspective, a drowning man will clutch at a straw. If Grandpa Song could become so prosperous by helping Master Chen guard the gate back then wouldn't our ancestors have the same resources now? My grandfather said it's impossible. Now that the old ancestors are making a comeback, we must curry favor with them, right? When the old ancestors are in a good mood, who knows, who knows, maybe our family will also receive some blessings. That day is not far off. How old is Master Chen now? Over 100 years old. Even if he lives longer, how much longer can he live? Who knows? Oops. Bang. Bang. Chen Sheng's small fist slammed directly on the table, sparks flashing in her eyes. These rich second-generation kids were used to being carefree and had unknowingly drunk too much. She, however, was still sober, and upon hearing these words, she had no time for patience. You, bastard. She glared hatefully at Zhao Zisheng. Not saying another word, she picked up her backpack and prepared to leave. She was so furious that she didn't want to say another word. She even made up her mind to go back and report to Grandpa Zhang, not wanting to be deceived by these scoundrels. She also decided to return the gifts Zhao's grandfather had given and the ones from the Lin family, as none of these people were good. It was only at that moment that the half-dazed group suddenly sobered up. Cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads. Xinjia, don't be impulsive, listen to me slowly. Zhao Zisheng didn't mean it, he was just drunk. He said it because he was drunk words or sober thoughts. No, wait. Song Shanyu was so confused that he didn't even know what he was saying. Young Master Wan was in a panic, sweat beading on his forehead. The whole mess started because of him, and now that everyone was drunk and forgetful, Zhao Dasha would surely remember once he sobered up. This couldn't happen. If the three great families found out, their own family would be in big trouble. Despite the Wang family's status as the former richest family in front of the commoners, they still fell short compared to these old prestigious families. Ahem, Chen Qing, calm down first. Let's talk slowly. He hurriedly stood up to grab Chen Qing, but to his surprise, in his haste, his trembling hand accidentally touched his phone and pressed send. It turned out that he was worried about forgetting the information and opened the voice recorder to ensure he wouldn't miss anything when reporting to the old Wang. Now he was in deep trouble. He glanced down and felt his world darken. He didn't know how unlucky he was about to get, as he had accidentally hit the group send button. He didn't know how many people he had sent it to, but there were probably around 1,000 or 2,000 contacts in his phone book. Most likely, they had all received it by now. Ding, ding, ding. Zhao Zisheng, Song Shanqing, Song Shanyu, and even Chen Shang, who had just exchanged numbers with him, all had their phones ringing. Young people almost reflexively checked their messages, even in such urgent situations. Whether they were leaving or stopping someone, they subconsciously glanced at their phones. When they opened the messages, they were all dumbfounded. Want to know about Chen ancestors' information? I, Zhao Zisheng, know it all. My grandfather got drunk the day before yesterday and spilled everything to me. Back then, our Zhao family and Lin family were still farming in our hometown. The emotional voice echoed from the phones. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chen Qing clenched his teeth tightly. At Ziyuan, no. 7 Courtyard, Chen Chen furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, I forgot to tell my good great-granddaughter. She might not be unlucky, but bad luck could spread to those around her. I hope nothing bad happens. At the Cheetah Group's CEO office, after finishing up some paperwork, old Wang made himself a hot towel to soothe his eyes, feeling refreshed. His secretary was just outside, but his years of military experience had made him accustomed to doing things himself. Ding! Suddenly, his phone on the table rang. He walked over and saw that it was a text message from his beloved son. Upon opening it, a recorded message began to play. Old Wan leaned back on the sofa, listening carefully to the intelligence, feeling proud. His son had finally grown up. He used to be a bit mischievous in the past, but now he knew how to take responsibility for himself, showing much maturity. For instance, just yesterday, he had entrusted this matter to him, to see if he could gather some information from the group of dubious friends at the three great families. He never expected his son to exceed expectations so soon. The level of detail in this intelligence report could be summed up in 2 words, professional. In fact, he had assigned this task of gathering intelligence not only to his son but also to many others, even hiring some professional information brokers. However, none of the information from various sources had come back yet, but his son had already made a breakthrough. Delightful. At this rate, he should gradually transfer more power to his son, feeling reassured. Amidst his jumbled thoughts, he began to organize the Chen family files and compile the information. In Xia country, once a business reached a certain level, the tasks for the helmsman became minimal. They only needed to steer the ship in the right direction, while the specific tasks were handled by professional managers below. Doing business in Xia country was not about business itself but about human relationships and social etiquette. Mastering this core aspect ensured that the enterprise could navigate risks and opportunities, making it difficult not to make money. With the appearance of the Chen family this time, he had to find a way to get close to them as soon as possible. Dong dong. Just as he opened the file, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Creek Chairman, we have news about the information you wanted. The administrative secretary walked in excitedly, knowing exactly what the boss was eager to find out. Oh, you got the information too? Old Wang's eyes twinkled with a smile as he said, show it to me. Xiao Wang just received it too. I just finished reading it, and it's perfect for us to fill in the gaps together. The administrative secretary was puzzled. My message was also sent by the young master. I thought he wanted me to forward it to you. Have you already seen it? He sent it to you too? Old Wang pondered for a moment, waved his hand, and chuckled. It's fine. He probably thought I was in a meeting and wouldn't see it, so he asked you to pass it on. That rascal, he's becoming more organized in his actions, hee hee. But next time, I'll have to tell him not to do this. Loose lips sink ships. We need to pay attention to confidentiality. It's not good for us if it leaks out. After all, he's a bit young. The administrative secretary hurriedly flattered. The young master is already doing very well. After learning and gaining experience by your side for 2 years, he will definitely be a qualified leader. Before he could finish speaking, the phone on old Wang's desk rang. I'm looking up. Above the moon, how many dreams are freely flying? Hello? Mr. Wang, many people in the Magic City have received a text message from the young master, with the recording of Zhao's eldest son. This matter has spread widely now, and the situation is very unfavorable for us and the Zhao family. How many people have received it? It's hard to count, at least a few hundred people. Almost all the different factions are aware of it. Click. Hanging up the phone, old Wang sat pale-faced on the sofa, his eyes lifeless. Go, call that bastard back to me. Ha? The administrative secretary was surprised. Do you want him to come to you for training now? What position should we arrange for him first? Security department. Old Wang said slowly, as if suppressing immense anger. Upon closer inspection, his eyes were bloodshot. As much as he loved him just now he hated him just as much. Zhao family. All the family members gathered at the old mansion's hall at the fastest speed, sitting upright, not daring to breathe loudly. In the front row on the Grandmaster's chair, old Master Zhao was not angry, nor was he raging, but rather squinting his eyes as if dozing off, with a hint of saliva at the corner of his mouth. There was no choice, he had just taken a quick-acting heart pill. He needed to take a break. Dad, I'm sorry, Dad. Don't worry, when he comes back, I'll personally beat that unfilial son to death. Zhao Xiang looked at his father with concern, gritting his teeth and shouting. Zhao Zishan was his son, and at this moment, he felt a chill in his heart. This time, his son had caused a great disaster. Even as the eldest son of the main branch, he might not be able to give a good account of himself. Not to mention the reaction from the Chen family, just the consequences of breaking ties with the Song family were enough to send shivers down the spines of everyone in the Zhao family. The three major families had been called that for many years, seemingly equal in status, but only the members of the three major families knew that the Song family was the main one, and the other two were just supporting roles, mere branches. The more he thought about it, the more Zhao Xiang felt the urge to go to the bathroom first. But before he could speak, old Master Zhao trembled and said, "Let's talk later. I need to go, wash up." Perhaps Zhao Xiang, who was still at the Peace Restaurant, didn't know that he had already scared his father and grandfather. This was something that even the immortal Qin Shen hadn't been able to achieve at such a young age. He had accomplished it. He could die with no regrets. Ignoring the changes outside, at the heart of this incident, in a private room at the Peace Restaurant, several wealthy second-generation individuals in Chenqing finally sat down again. They stared at each other in silence. "How could you speak ill of my grandfather like that? Don't blame me for hitting you. Are you angry that I wish for your grandfather's death?" Chen Cheng said indignantly. "Hey, Xing, don't be angry. I only hit him," and although the words were harsh, they were heartfelt. Song Shanyu interjected, trying to calm the situation. In fact, she now has a headache and doesn't know how to handle the current situation. It's a big deal. If she could choose, she would rather never have asked Chen Xing out for a meal, or go deal with Zhao Zishang before eating. Zhao Zishang covered his face, silent and dejected. Now that he was completely sober, he knew he had made a huge mistake. Ahem, since the deed is done, let's think about how to handle it first. Otherwise, I'm afraid none of us will get away unscathed, Wang Dashou said nervously. Boom! Zhao Zishang suddenly looked up, staring at Wang Dashou like a madman, gritting his teeth. "How dare you say that? It's all your fault, you bastard. How dare you record it? I swear I'll kill you." At this moment, he really wanted to skin Wang Dashou alive. The idea was brought up by this kid, he recorded it, sent the message, and now he had the nerve to speak. Why the hell aren't you dead yet? Angry as he was, no matter how much remorse, the situation needed to be dealt with. They had accidentally made such a big mess this time, and if they didn't figure out a way to clean up as much as possible, the consequences would be dire. There would be no mercy at home. So, apart from Chen Xing, who was being held back by Song Shanyu, the others were racking their brains on how to handle the situation. Although on the surface it seemed like a mistake made by Zhao Zishang and Wang Dashou, since Miss Lin from the Lin family and the two young masters from the Song family were present, they couldn't escape scrutiny. Even Song Shanyu and Song Shanqing were more afraid. Being from the Song family, they knew how obsessed their grandfather was with Chen Zhu. They were even willing to bet that if they just sneaked back home now, they would be lightly punished. "Hey, don't just sit there in silence. What should we do now?" Song Shanyu scratched her head frantically, looking fiercely at the others. Her small hand tightly grasped Chen Sheng's sleeve, afraid she would leave. Chen Sheng couldn't leave. If they couldn't even get Chen Sheng to forgive them, there was no point in thinking about the next steps. They might as well find a beautiful place to bury themselves. Buzz. Wang Dashao silently hung up his father's call, straightened his thoughts, and sincerely apologized. Chen Sheng, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. I swear, I only recorded it to show my father. I'm not hiding anything from you. During the Song family's banquet, when your grandfather appeared, everyone in the Magic City with some influence was gathering information about him, not just our Wang family. It's not that we have any ill intentions in gathering information, it's just something businessmen have to do. Every prominent figure in the Magic City is being investigated. You can ask Song Shanyu if you don't believe me. This was the truth. If he hadn't sent the message to everyone, just recording it secretly wouldn't have been a mistake. But why did he send it to everyone? At this moment, Wang Dashao wished he could slap himself twice. He secretly decided that when he got back, he would smash his phone to pieces. It wasn't really his business, and Zhao Zishan's drunken ramblings didn't concern him much, but somehow he accidentally sent it to everyone. Now he had put the noose around his own neck, and he couldn't explain it. Yes, I can testify that this kind of thing happens a lot. It's very common. Take our family, for example, even my grandfather's daily medication schedule and blood pressure are leaked out, and we can't prevent it. Song Shanyu nodded vigorously. Hoof. Chen Qing snorted coldly, glaring at Zhao Zishang in anger. I didn't blame you for gathering information about my grandfather behind the scenes. I know many people are doing it. But is it normal to openly discuss how long my grandfather can live in front of me, a member of the Chun family? Definitely not normal. Several people looked embarrassed. The most unbearable part of this incident lies here. If Zhao Zishang hadn't said those last few sentences, it would have been nothing more than recounting the history of our ancestors, not really a mistake. But he absolutely shouldn't have gotten drunk and talked nonsense, saying that someone at that age wouldn't live long, implying they might drop dead any day. It was truly outrageous, and Chen Cheng's reaction was completely justified. If someone said that about their own grandfather, they might have been punched. You can think about such things in your heart, everyone has had those thoughts, but saying it out loud is a whole different story. Zhao Zishang's face turned pale, the alcohol completely sobering him up. He hesitated a few times, then whispered, "It's my fault for blabbering when drunk." Chen Chang, calm down. If you're still angry, go ahead and slap me twice. Before he could finish, smack. Chen Xing decisively raised her hand and slapped him across the face. The crisp sound echoed as a five-finger mark appeared on Zhao Zishang's face. This scene stunned everyone, they never expected her to actually strike. According to their assumptions, Chen Xing, with her gentle demeanor, would never resort to violence. Song Shanyu was taken aback, releasing Chen Xing's sleeve and stepping back 2 paces. Chen Sheng picked up her bag, gave Zhao Zishang a cold glance, and said, "You said my grandfather doesn't have long to live, so I have every right to hit you. You guys sort things out, I'm leaving." Without giving anyone a chance to stop her, she walked out of the restaurant. Hey, Xingjie. Some wanted to stop her but couldn't, losing face. The room fell silent. After a while, Zhao Zishang suddenly grabbed Wang Dashao's collar, his expression fierce. "Wang, you dare betray me, I'll make you regret it. Let go of me. Are you blaming me for your own words? Let go, just let go, don't act impulsively." After a commotion, they eventually calmed down. It wasn't until then that Lin Zi, who had been silent all along, raised her head, coldly looking at Wang Dashao and Zhao Zishang, and said, "Are we done with the drama? I warn you, it's not about blaming each other now. After today, you can settle scores however you want, but for now, we must find a way to resolve this matter, or none of us will have a good outcome. The severity of the consequences, you all understand even without me saying it." When she spoke, everyone obediently quieted down. In the circle of second and third generation wealthy individuals, there was an implicit hierarchy based on family background and personal abilities. They were all considered troublemakers relying on their family wealth, but Lin Zi was different. She was on par with Song Shanha, the eldest grandson of the Song family, and was a talented woman from a prestigious international university. Her conduct and insights were highly praised by the older generation, and the Lin family held her in high regard. It was even said that Lin's grandfather once mentioned entrusting the family to his granddaughter a century later. They all knew that although Lin Zi spoke little, when she did, she had a plan in mind. "Ah, Lin Jie, Please don't scold them. Tell me what to do, I'm so anxious. I finally managed to invite Chen Xing out for a meal to bond, but now this happened. She must be cursing me in her heart. Song Shanyu pleaded. There is a solution, indeed. Lin Zi gently tucked her hair behind her ear and said softly, our situation isn't as dire as we imagine. If we handle it properly, everything will be fine for everyone. But, are you willing to listen to me? Yes, Lin Jia. As long as you can help me through this, I'll do anything you say. I also think so. Lin Jia, tell us what to do, we'll follow your lead. Lin Zi raised her head and said, alright, now all of you inform your families that we are going to apologize on Ziyuan Road. Ziyuan Road? They exchanged glances, feeling a bit apprehensive. Going to Ziyuan Road meant meeting Chen's ancestors directly. They were hesitant, as they had initially planned to go home first, admit their mistakes, and let their families handle it. Source text, should we go directly? Wouldn't it be a bit abrupt? I mean, if we ask the elders to go. Zhao Xiang's face looked unnatural as he spoke. As the person involved, he was truly afraid. What if Chen ancestor gets angry when he sees him and directly hands him a business card? Wouldn't that be troublesome for him? Zhao Yi is still lying in bed now. It's hard for him to even stand up in this lifetime. He went to see him, it was very pitiful, he needs assistance even to go to the bathroom. Lin Zi sighed disappointedly, raised her head, and said in a low voice, I didn't finish what I was saying earlier. I said our situation isn't too bad, but I didn't mention the situation at home. The problems our family is facing are more serious than you can imagine. Mr. Chen ancestor's abilities are more magical than anyone can imagine. I have studied everything he has done, and the conclusion I have reached is, it's very frightening, definitely more terrifying than we imagine, even scarier than Grandpa speculated. Believe me, anyone who provokes him will have a hard time. If we don't handle today's matter well, it might bring disaster to our family. I don't know if you've heard a story before. There was a little boy who used to be very mischievous, stealing needles from the neighbor's house one day, threads the next. He was never afraid because his parents always apologized on his behalf. But, it wasn't until he grew up and cheated in a gambling game, seeing his father who always apologized for him getting his hand chopped off, that he realized his parents weren't invincible. We are that little boy now, we should take responsibility for our own mistakes. Grow up, think about your father, your grandfather. Okay. Upon hearing this, the others quickly made up their minds. Whether it was Wang Daxiao or Zhao Xiang, they both had the same thought in mind, they must not burden their families. Over the years, they have caused countless troubles for their families, but this time, they must not drag the family into danger. The thought of their white-haired grandfather or their hard-working father being harmed by their actions was truly unsettling for them. Alright, let's do this, but let's not go empty-handed, let's prepare some gifts, bring whatever you think is appropriate, meet back here in half an hour. Wang Daxiao hastily said before leaving the restaurant. The others followed suit. In the end, they were all descendants of elite families, having seen the world, and although they may act recklessly at times, when it comes down to it, they are more decisive than ordinary people. Zun. Chen Xing sat on the doorstep, chin resting on one hand, while the other hand viciously threw stones at the grass in the courtyard. She was still angry. Oh, good great-granddaughter, spare the flowers and plants I planted, will you? These things are also treasures, it wasn't easy for me to grow them. Chen Shen patted her head, smiling as he spoke. Great-grandfather, aren't you angry? After returning, she had told the old man everything that happened at the restaurant. She was still upset. Hey, if I cared about every little thing the younger generation did, would I have lived this long? Besides, you already hit them, didn't you? Chen Shen couldn't help but smile wryly. He really didn't expect his gentle granddaughter to resort to violence. But knowing she did it because of something someone said made him feel relieved. As for hitting someone, if they dared to do anything, he would retaliate. If he hit them on the left cheek, they would offer the right cheek. I only hit them because I was angry. Great-grandfather, you're not mad at me, are you? No. Chen Shun waved his hand. Silly girl, not only am I not mad at you, I think you did well. Remember, don't let yourself be wronged in your lifetime. If you want to hit someone, hit them. Great-grandfather will always stand by your side. During their conversation, Chen Chen noticed that the dark aura between his great-granddaughter's eyebrows had disappeared. He wondered if she had infected those younger ones with it. This was getting interesting. A contagious bad luck, he had never seen anything like it. At the entrance of the residential area, what are you holding? Song Shanyu, holding a painting, stared in astonishment at Zhao Zishan. The others also looked puzzled. They were all carrying valuable calligraphy and paintings. Those who watched the live broadcast knew that the old man's calligraphy sold for 17 billion. When giving gifts, they must cater to his preferences. Of course, all were prepared by their families. But Zhao Zishan was actually carrying a box of wine. Are you treating your boss for the new year? Zhao Zishan looked uncomfortable and said, don't mention it. Do you think I don't know to go home and get antiques? I just called my dad, and he told me not to say anything, not to go home, to hide outside for a while. He said my grandpa almost had a heart attack, took half a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills. If I dare to go back now, I will definitely be beaten to death. Where can I buy antiques at this time? It would be even more troublesome if I got fake goods, so I just went and got a box of wine. This wine is not cheap, tens of thousands at least, and if the old man likes it when he drinks it, he might spare us. Oh, that makes sense. Alright. Song Zi quickly interrupted them, fearing that her thoughts would be led astray if they continued chatting. This time she was determined to stay away from these troublemakers in the future. The group of people arrived at the No. 7 courtyard without further ado. Knock knock. The courtyard gate opened, and when Chen Qing saw them, she furrowed her brows slightly, surprised. You really came? Earlier, Chen Shen had instructed her that the people gathering today would come to the house, and she should bring them in directly. Xingjie, we are. Song Shanyu smiled and approached, but before she could speak, Chen Qing opened the door. Come in, Grandpa Zhang has been waiting for you for a while. With that, she turned and walked in. The group felt a bit awkward, but at this point, they couldn't care about that and obediently followed inside. As they entered the courtyard, they saw Chen Shen sitting outside sipping tea on a stone chair. Grand Ancestor, Mr. Shen. They greeted him respectfully. No need to say much, I know what you want to say. So, just stand here, no other requirements. If you stand here for the afternoon, today's matter will be settled, how about that? Chen Shen stared at them with a meaningful look. The more he looked, the more interesting it seemed. Even if he had lived for thousands of years, he had never encountered such contagious bad luck. What kind of strange thing was this? Had the world changed? Why did this happen to his granddaughter? Was it an accident or related to him? Doubts arose in his mind, and at this point, his calm demeanor showed a slight change. Interesting. No rush, he had plenty of time to figure it out. As a master of immortal magic, longevity, and invincibility, Chen Shen was never afraid of surprises. What he feared was a bland life. The appearance of something beyond his knowledge in the world was simply fascinating. Zhao Zishan and the others had no idea what he was thinking. Upon hearing this, they were ecstatic. What a great deal. Just stand for an afternoon and everything would be forgiven? They wished they had known earlier and wouldn't have been so anxious for so long. Without saying a word, they obediently stood there, feeling a bit amused at the situation. Time passed quietly, and the autumn sun made people drowsy. The wealthy second-generation youths began nodding frequently, their eyelids fighting to stay open. Perhaps due to standing for a long time, their legs had gone numb, causing discomfort and pain all over. Ah! Inadvertently, Lin Zi glanced at the old ancestor and suddenly exclaimed. The others immediately looked up and were stunned, only to see old Master Chen still sitting in front of the stone table sipping tea, as if his posture had not changed at all. But across from him, another old man appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, staring intently at the four of them. His gaze was like that of someone looking at a national treasure giant panda, filled with indescribable emotions of wonder and strangeness. The four of them couldn't help but feel a chill running down their spines. How long had this man been staring at them? When did he arrive? They had no idea. They were clearly not asleep, yet no one had noticed when this person appeared in the courtyard. It was too strange. Too strange. Old Master Huang withdrew his gaze, looking puzzled at Chen Shen. Mr. Chen, please enlighten us. What is happening to them after all? I can sense something peculiar about them, but it's not clear. I can't even distinguish if it's good or bad. Why is this happening? The innate realm is already different from ordinary people. The body undergoes incredible changes, such as being able to vaguely sense changes in the aura. Huang Yi, who had originally come to chat with Chen Shen, was immediately drawn to the young people in the courtyard, finding it quite intriguing. Don't rush, let's observe the changes first, Chen Shen said calmly while sipping his tea. The courtyard soon returned to calmness, but Huang Yi became more and more amazed. After a while, he couldn't help but walk up to the four of them, casting a strange look up and down at them, even opening Zhao Zishan's mouth to check his tongue coating. Hey! Who are you, old man? Hey, let go, be gentle, it hurts. Wojinghui, Shanhusong Shawabu Keki Chie, I warn you, if you don't let go, I won't be polite. Zhao Zishan, in pain from being pinched, couldn't help but cry out. The other three all stepped back in unison, looking at Huang Yi with fearful eyes. Everything that had happened since they entered this courtyard made them feel uneasy. Bang! When Huang Yi let go and sat back down, Lin Zi lightly kicked Zhao Zisheng and whispered, "Stop making noise, this old man is not simple." Not simple again? After being toyed with like a monkey for so long, Zhao Zisheng was filled with anger and said fiercely, "Who is this again? I can accept being punished by Ancestor Qin, but what's this? Anyone can bully our Zhao family? Just wait for me, after Ancestor Qin is done punishing me, I won't let him off." Lin Zi looked at him expressionlessly, her lips moving slightly as she whispered inaudibly, "Imperial Guard." Decades ago, when Comrade XX visited the Bald Eagle, this person was by his side as a guard. The younger generation was all dumbfounded, feeling a sense of horror they couldn't help but shrink back. As the saying goes, the more you know, the more you feel fear. They were like that. If it were ordinary folks, they might not understand the significance of these two sentences and think that a guard was just a guard, nothing special. But having grown up in a proud family, they knew that there were ancient martial arts practitioners in the world. Could the guards who protected leaders be ordinary people? A legendary realm emerged in their minds. The pride of their prestigious family background meant nothing in the eyes of such individuals. They never expected that old Master Chen would know such people. No wonder their family was so eager to please them. Their background could truly move mountains. "Ahem, old master, did you see clearly just now? It was my mistake, I didn't cooperate well with you. Come on, take a good look now." Zhao Zisheng, being flexible, shamelessly opened his mouth and shouted, "Huang Yi." Chen Chen glanced at him and finally quieted him down. Forced into the role of an audience. After a while, Chen Chen suddenly noticed an interesting scene, a faint mysterious light shining in his eyes. The black aura between the eyebrows of the young people unexpectedly dispersed outward, faintly drifting towards himself and Huang Yi. Could this be a second infection? He watched quietly as the black energy swirled around himself and Huang Yi, lingering for a while before attempting to seep into their bodies. The black energy around Huang Yi had already disappeared in the blink of an eye without any surprises. His body had reached the pinnacle of immortality, impervious to all poisons, transcending the cycle of life and death. How could a mere stroke of bad luck affect him? After several failed attempts to penetrate his body, the black energy unexpectedly turned and entered Huang Yi's body next to him. Chen Chen couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. It was as if the misfortune that should have been distributed among 5 young people had concentrated on one person, surpassing the bad luck Chen Xing encountered earlier that day. Huang Yi's brow gleamed with darkness. "All right, you can leave now. Today's incident is over. Remember to be cautious with your words in the future. You don't need to worry about your families. When I say it's fine, it's fine. I won't bother with you youngsters." Chen Chen waved his hand. The wealthy heirs had no idea what had happened, but they happily stood for a while as instructed by old Master Chen, smiling broadly. The punishment was much lighter than expected. "Thank you, old ancestor, thank you, old ancestor. This is a token of our gratitude for you. We'll leave it here. You're busy, so we'll take our leave. Goodbye, old ancestor. You're busy, you're busy." After leaving their gifts, the group hurriedly left, not daring to linger in the place any longer. Only Lin Zi glanced back, her mind filled with many questions, but since the old ancestor didn't offer any explanation, they had no right to ask. Once they were gone, Chen Chen casually asked, "So, what brings you here to see me?" His demeanor was nonchalant, treating Huang Yi, a master of the inner realm, no differently than the younger generation. This was quite normal, as there was no distinction to him between ordinary people and innate masters. He could easily intimidate them all. Why would a deity care about the size of ants beneath their feet? He had anticipated someone coming to seek him out. It was always the case whenever he emerged from seclusion. The current rulers knowing of his existence was no surprise. Huang Yi couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, especially when the old master let the young people go suddenly. The strange sensation on the young people had vanished before they left. Had it dissipated naturally or gone somewhere else? The thought made him uneasy, but as Chen Chen steered the conversation towards business, he decided to set aside his concerns for now. The man before him was undoubtedly one of the most terrifying individuals in the world, without a doubt. "Mr. Chen, I am Huang Yi, the Minister of the Special Operations Department of Xiagua. Allow me to give you a brief introduction to our Special Operations Department. It is Xiagua's most elite armed force, consisting of battle-tested warriors and ancient martial arts experts selected through multiple layers of screening. Our department heads are all at the innate realm." Huang Yi intended to showcase Xiagua's strength, hoping to assert some dominance. Negotiations could only proceed when both parties were on the same level. However, before he could finish, Chen Chen ruthlessly interrupted, "Not allowed." "What?" Huang Yi was taken aback. It had been many years since someone had spoken to him in such a manner since he had reached the innate realm and held a high position. Impatiently, Chen Chen stated, "Stick to the point. If there's nothing important, you can leave." He thought to himself that his obedient granddaughter would soon return from her mission, and he didn't have time to waste on idle chatter. "Alright, let me get straight to the point. Mr. Chen, how do you view Xiaogua? We have some information about you, and to be honest, we are somewhat concerned. After all, you reside within our borders, and if you wished, you could cause massive destruction at any moment. With your abilities, destroying a city would be a piece of cake." Huang Yi inquired cautiously. "No, I'm too lazy to bother with such things when I have nothing else to do," Chen Chen replied bluntly. He wasn't one to cause trouble for the sake of it. Moreover, indiscriminate mass slaughter of living beings must be careful not to incur divine condemnation. "That's good." Seeing the major premise settled, Huang Yi felt relieved. As long as they could talk, it was a positive sign. The two of them then engaged in a detailed conversation. In the evening, Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang returned together. Seeing only Grandpa Zhang in the courtyard, Chen Qing couldn't help but be curious. "Grandpa Zhang, have they all left?" "Yes, I made them stand as punishment all afternoon. Are you satisfied now?" "Ha, that's the way it should be. They shouldn't speak out of turn." Thinking about the unruly rich second-generation kids obediently standing there, Chen Qing couldn't help but find it amusing. The frustration in her heart finally dissipated a bit. It wasn't that she was narrow-minded, but she held Grandpa Zhang in high regard. After being an orphan for over 10 years, she had finally felt warmth and had family again. How could she not be upset when someone spoke ill of Grandpa Zhang? If Zhao Zixiang had directly criticized her during dinner, she might not have been so angry. After chatting for a while, Chen Chen tossed a small booklet to Chen Shang. "You can play with this." Chen Xing opened it and was delighted to see an identification card. Name, Chen Xing, affiliated unit, classified, position, classified, security level, classified. Note, this individual's identity is a state secret. No unit or department is allowed to inquire or handle it without authorization from superiors, as determined by the Office of the State Council. The card also bore the seal of the Xia State Council and had anti-counterfeiting marks. This was obviously left by Huang Yi. It had to be said that he had really put some thought into it before coming, considering what to bring. He couldn't come empty-handed, just like bringing fruits when visiting someone's home. Going to negotiate empty-handed would send the wrong message. But it was really difficult to decide what to bring. Even the think tank specifically responsible for Chen Chen's related events was troubled. What could be given to such a divine figure that would be just right and appealing? Mortals didn't have anything that could interest gods. They were truly at a loss. In the end, someone turned their attention to Chen Xing, coming up with the idea of giving her an identity. This card could spare Chen Xing from any official troubles in the future, making it quite practical. And there was also a hidden benefit. With the card in hand, when relevant departments contacted her in the future, she might become one of them. If that day came, with Chen Chen's affection for his granddaughter, would there still be any issues? For the Xia state, she wouldn't be a threat anymore. She could even become a huge asset. The strategist who proposed this idea was heavily rewarded by Huang Yi. "Grandpa Zhang, why did you do this? It's illegal to forge documents." Chen Chun chuckled. "What are you talking about? Do I need to fake something? This was a gift from someone else. Just keep it. If you encounter any trouble outside, try using it." "Is this certificate real?" Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang were both dumbfounded, unable to help but be amazed. They knew the old man was extraordinary, but to obtain an identity from a special national department, that was too incredible, right? Outside the residential area, not provoking conflicts actively. "Well, getting this promise is already the reason why I agreed to be an experimental subject. Let's leave it at that for now," Huang Lao said with a melancholic expression. He turned and walked away. Walking down the street, Huang Yi answered a phone call. The intermittent voice coming through, the signal seemed very poor. "Minister 2. Escaped from the long white mountain. Have been eliminated. Suffered some losses, 6 brothers sacrificed." After a moment of silence, Huang Yi, somewhat weary, said, "Is the new weapon still ineffective?" "Same as conventional equipment. Ineffective, only. Silver bullets causing minor damage. The monsters are hard to deal with." "Alright, I understand. Hold on for a while longer, I'll come over as soon as I finish my work. Also, remember to keep it confidential. Have you figured out the excuse for the martyrs' families? Training sacrifice." He hung up the phone. Huang Yi felt heavy-hearted, gently rubbing his brow for a moment. Despite his innate physique that might not tire physically, the pressure in his heart was not insignificant. As the top guardian deity of the Xia nation with a population of over 1 billion, they bore immense pressure on their shoulders. This world was not as simple as ordinary people perceived. It concealed many sinister elements. The reason why common folks couldn't see them was that someone sacrificed their lives to keep them at bay and hide the information. Once certain things were made public, it might not necessarily be a good thing and could easily cause panic. If someone were to take a look at the list of martyrs sacrificed each year, they might be shocked. In this era of peace, it was quite unbelievable that so many people died or got injured every year. But there was no choice. While some enjoyed peaceful times, others had to bear heavy burdens and move forward. The Celestial Special Forces were the department specifically tasked with handling such incidents. 3 days, at most 3 days here, we must hurry over as soon as possible. Vampires, zombies, bronze men. The world is getting more chaotic. Even the legendary immortals are appearing now. Fortunately, they are not troublemakers. I really wonder what else will emerge in the future. Muttering to himself, Huang Yi headed towards his temporary residence. In the sunset, his shadow stretched long, and his figure seemed slightly stooped. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. All of this had nothing to do with the bustling city of magic, as if they were two different worlds. Turning back to the few rich second-generation individuals spared by Qin Shen, they each headed home as soon as they left, eager to share the enormous secret they accidentally discovered with their families. Old Wang recognized the top imperial guards of the capital. This information was crucial. With this connection, Old Wang could directly reach the top, which was truly remarkable. Throughout history, power always trumped wealth. Qian De Group. After listening to his son's words, Old Wang pondered for a moment, then casually took out his phone and found a photo. Take a look, is it him? In the photo, an old man stood calmly with his hands behind his back, but his eyes were like abysses, exceptionally terrifying. Just looking at the photo made one's heart race, as if staring at a fierce tiger up close. That's right. Wang Dashao nodded affirmatively. Although he looks younger in the photo, he is definitely the one. Old Wang knows this person. I never expected Mr. Chen to have a connection with this person. Let's think of a way. We must seize this opportunity. Old Wang, who usually remained calm, couldn't sit still at this moment, pacing back and forth in the office. In reality, outsiders were unaware that the Qiande Group had been having a tough time recently. They were targeted from above and faced severe restructuring. It all stemmed from their attempt to transfer some assets overseas to avoid certain risks in the future. However, this action directly alarmed the highest leadership, leading to the Wang family being singled out as an example. The warning effectively deterred other wealthy families, which was beneficial for the country. But it was a bad situation for the Wang family. Whenever a chicken was killed to scare the monkeys, the chicken was the one who suffered. So, in recent days, Wang Dong racked his brains, trying to figure out how to prevent the Wang family from becoming a sacrificial lamb. Whether trying to send benefits to the higher-ups to establish connections or seeking help from some old leaders, they were all met with closed doors. No one wanted to stir up trouble at this time. Who would dare to lend a hand? The will of the top leadership was the will of the country, and no one dared to defy it. Seeing that the decline of the Wang family seemed inevitable, even the old patriarch himself had started to accept it as fate, when his son brought back this astonishing news. It was like a glimmer of hope in the darkness, a straw on the cliff's edge. The old patriarch decided to give it a try, to see if they could change the predetermined fate of the Wang family through Mr. Chen's connections. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, but soon he composed himself and truthfully disclosed his situation to his son. Son, you're all grown up now, let me explain the situation to you. So, if we can ask Mr. Chen to help us speak to that senior Imperial Guard, perhaps there is still a chance for things to turn around? Do you understand what I'm saying? Mr. Wang explained the situation with great seriousness and sincerity. His son was stunned. He knew their family situation was not great, but he hadn't realized it was this dire. They were down to their last billion? Father, are you suggesting that I should contact Chen Xing to get in touch with Chen Ancestor and then ask the ancestor to help speak on behalf of the senior Imperial Guard? Exactly, Mr. Wan nodded. The Song family has made it clear that no one can disturb Mr. Chen's seclusion without permission. We dare not visit him without caution. So, son, it's up to you. Of course, it may not be easy. The senior Imperial Guard is a highly respected expert from birth. Even if Mr. Chen knows him and is willing to help us, their relationship may not be equal. Perhaps they didn't become acquainted until after the guard became senior Imperial Guard. Now, Mr. Chen would be very cautious in speaking for him. We can't be sure if he can ask for his help, but we must try. Wait a minute. As he spoke, the young Wang began to feel something was amiss. He picked up his phone, looked at the photos, and recalled the senior expert he had seen at Chen Shen's house. His expression turned strange. Father, I think you've misunderstood something. When I was at Chen's house, I saw it with my own eyes. That senior expert never stood straight in front of Chen Ancestor. He had no dignity at all in Chen's house. What you're saying may be true, but I feel you're focusing on the wrong point. The challenge is not whether Chen Ancestor can persuade that expert, but how we can persuade Chen Ancestor. Crack! Old Wang crushed the porcelain cup in his hand, letting the tea spill all over the floor. Shocked to the core, he asked, "What did you say?" This challenged his imagination. "Come on, tell me in detail what you saw." Carelessly wiping the tea leaves on his son's expensive suit, old Wang urged impatiently. Although he had never had the qualifications to interact with Huang Yi, he knew about him. He was a top figure in Xia country, surpassing even some ministers of certain departments. He had heard a rumor before that the most elite forces in the country were under the control of these figures, and the military had no authority over them. Such a powerful figure, who could make the whole city tremble with a stump, couldn't even stand up straight in Chen's house? Are you trying to fool me, you brat? It's impossible. It doesn't make sense. Wang's son looked at the tea leaves on his sleeve, his face twitching a bit, but knowing his father's impatient nature, he didn't dare delay and recounted every scene from the afternoon at Chen's house. The more he heard, the more Mr. Wang's legs trembled. His heart raced. He kept muttering, "This is great, this is great, maybe we really have a chance." After his son finished speaking, he licked his lips and asked, "Father, have you thought about one thing?" "What? How can we establish a relationship with Chen Ancestor? Why would he help us? Didn't I just say? Indirect approach. You need to find a way to get closer to Chen Cheng. Currently, Mr. Chen seems to value his granddaughter a lot. If you can win her over, we'll be halfway there." Wang Dashao's face showed a hint of hesitation. "Ahem, this doesn't seem right. I haven't thought about getting married yet, and Chen Cheng is not the type I like. Besides, it's hard to say if she has any feelings for me. If I want to win her over, I might have to use some means." Mr. Wang stared blankly at his son, touched his nose, and said in the calmest tone possible, "Son, you have a very accurate self-assessment. Who gave you such confidence?" Bang! He fiercely patted Wang Dashao's head, gritted his teeth and said, "I asked you to get close to her, get close, not to flirt with her. Using means, are you trying to send your old man on his way directly? Get out, go be someone's lackey, be a bootlicker. If you can't make it, just stay outside and don't come back." Nighttime. Chen Cheng was live streaming as usual, half playfully pulling Chen Chen in front of the camera. Since Grandpa Zhang became popular, every time he wasn't seen during the livestream, countless viewers protested loudly and threatened to unfollow at any minute. It got to the point where Chen Cheng didn't dare to go live without Grandpa. These viewers were too intimidating. "Oh, Grandpa seems to be in a good mood today. What happy event did he encounter? Mr. Chen, do we have any proud programs today?" Thousands of people are asking for Grandpa to do a live consultation, specializing in difficult-to-diagnose illnesses. Many compatriots have the need. "Ha ha, brother, are you done for?" No, I want to see Grandpa write big characters, a painting worth 1.7 billion. I would give up eating if I had that skill. Guys, don't you want to see He Qiao? I've been watching that video for 2 days, and the more I watch, the more mysterious it feels. How did they do it? Let's forget about He Qiao, stop sending people away. Wow! Chen Cheng was stunned. Even when she tried hard to interact with the viewers during her live streams, she never had this kind of effect. Grandpa Zhang just sat in front of the camera, didn't even need to speak, and the viewers were chatting happily on their own. When they got excited, they even voluntarily sent small gifts. She felt sour in her heart and thought to herself, not only had she never seen such a scene before, but even after inquiring around, such a phenomenon had never appeared in the live streaming world. Aren't all streamers supposed to please their viewers? Only Grandpa Zhang's viewers had to beg him to go live. Comparisons are odious. She took a deep breath and pretended to be serious. Ahem. Brothers, Grandpa Zhang said today that he won't do anything else, just chat with everyone. Those who want to see excitement can leave, there's nothing big happening today. Unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, boom! Rockets soared in the live stream room. Kyoto Li Chongyang rewards the streamer with a Super Rocket 1000. Kyoto Li Chongyang rewards the streamer with a Super Rocket 1000. Kyoto Li Chongyang rewards the streamer with a Super Rocket 1000. 3,000 Super Rockets, worth 6 million, were thrown out just like that, without even blinking an eye. The booming animation of the rockets made the live stream room lag. All the viewers were dumbfounded. Where did this wealthy person come from? Although there are often large donations in the live streaming world, either to support their own streamers or for other purposes, but like this Li Chongyang, who didn't say a word and just casually threw out several million, had never been seen before. Money doesn't grow on trees, so there must be a reason for spending it, right? Even if you throw 6 million into the water, it should make a sound. Boss, please accept my knees. Damn, a real tycoon, say something, tycoon. Looking for a marriage partner, I'm 18 years old, original factory model, now recruiting a good match from the entire internet, preferably surnamed Lee. Kyoto Lee family? It can't be the Lee family I know, right? Tisk. It must be that little demon king, surnamed Lee. There are many rich Lees, but who else dares to put Kyoto in front of their ID besides him? How did this little bastard show up? Just then, the tycoon finally spoke. How's the streamer? Have you seen my strength? Let the old man behind you talk to me. With a vivid image, without even seeing the person, one could imagine the arrogance of the speaker just from the tone of voice. An image of a domineering demon king appeared in everyone's minds. Chen Qing sneered. With her current status, she no longer cared about a few million. Grandpa Zhang still had 17 billion from selling characters in his account. A few million, who would be impressed by that? She put away her smile and said coldly, I don't know you, and I don't want to accept your reward. I will transfer 6 million to you later. Also, don't think a little money is impressive. Grandpa Zhang doesn't care, and neither do I. You can leave. It's not surprising that Chen Chang would turn cold when it came to matters involving Grandpa Zhang. Whether it was with Peace Hotel or Zhao Zishan, her attitude would always become firm. Even when she didn't have money, she wouldn't let Grandpa Zhang be slighted for a few million in gifts. In fact, if this online friend had a more respectful attitude and just wanted to chat with Grandpa Zhang, Chen Chang might have persuaded Grandpa Zhang to chat for a bit, even if she had to beg or act cute. But coming over and throwing money directly, followed by an arrogant attitude, who would indulge your bad habits? Good. Impressive. I support the host in this move, giving you 2 fish balls. Where did this arrogant dragon come from? He used to throw money in people's faces. How does it feel to have it thrown back at you? These were just ordinary netizens' reactions. The 3 young masters led by Song Shanqing were even more excited, almost ecstatic. After the incident during the day, they were naturally in big trouble at home, even warned that if they couldn't restore their image with Chen Chang, and if Grandpa Chen had a negative opinion of them, their inheritance rights would be revoked. Now, no one could stay calm, not even the talented Lin Zi. Having talent doesn't mean not wanting a refined life. These people were thinking about how to please Chen Chang when this opportunity came up. Alright, let's do it. As usual, before speaking, let's make some noise, or it would seem impolite. Don't worry about the money. The elders have already said, reward Chen Chang as you please, as long as it doesn't offend her, you can reward as much as you want. National husband Wang Xiaosong rewarded the host with a Super Rocket X3000. National husband Wang Xiaosong rewarded the host with a Super Rocket X3000. At D. Dooley Chongyang? I just love to reward the host with a Super Rocket X3000. I just love to reward the host with a Super Rocket X3000. Li Jianjian, do you dare to compare wealth with me? Steadfastness rewarded the live broadcast with a Super Rocket X3000. Steadfastness rewarded the host with a Super Rocket X3000. Pretending, stupid, get lost, I warn you, Li Jianjian, if you act recklessly here, you're disrespecting Zhao Zishan, you. Lin Zi rewarded the host with a Super Rocket X3000. Song Zi rewarded the host with a Super Rocket X3000. Modu is not short of money, Li Chongyang, you better keep a low profile. Damn! Countless netizens were boiling. In just a few words, Chen Qing's live broadcast room was rewarded with tens of millions. This was a rare scene in the history of live broadcasts. Some netizens with poor computer configurations were directly frozen. And in a certain chubby boy in the imperial city, he was also dumbfounded. Zhao Zishang, Song Shanqing, Lin Zi, Song Shanyu, Wang Dashao. I just wanted to buy a crane bridge set for my grandpa, to make him happier in death. Is that too much? Xia country was vast, and the distance between Modu and Jingdu was far, so naturally, there was some delay in the transmission of news. Although Qin Chen's old man has already become famous in the Magic City, in terms of the whole country, only a few top figures have taken notice of him. Most people have at most heard of this name incidentally and don't know much about him. Li Chongyang belongs to this category. He knew there was a person named Qin Chen who had been quite popular online recently, but he hadn't paid much attention. The reason he came to Chen Qing's live broadcast room today was because a friend mentioned the Heqiao incident to him yesterday, which got him thinking. He thought, if he could buy this set meal for his grandfather, who was not doing well, wouldn't that be prestigious? By then, the elders at home would definitely look at him with more respect, and he could also take the opportunity to show filial piety. As for how Chen Chen managed to do it, whether he could afford it, and whether the other party would agree, Li had thought about it briefly and felt it shouldn't be a problem. It's simple, just throw money at it. He was very confident in this aspect. There were many families in Kyoto with higher status than his own, and many with more power than his family. After all, it was a city full of officials. But when it came to being richer than his own family, looking around, there were really not many who could compare. The Li family was famous for being nouveau riche, nothing else, just wealthy. Apart from a few families in the Magic City, Hong City, and Deep City that could rival them, there was no one wealthier than his family in the whole country. Money couldn't solve everything, but it could solve 99% of things. And so, the scene at the beginning unfolded. Li Chongyang thought to himself, if he threw 6 million, wouldn't Chun Qing obediently comply? If things could be settled, he would even throw another 20 to 30 million. Never did he expect that as soon as he made a move, the script went off track. The anchor completely ignored him and even brought out the third generation of the same level as him in the Magic City. As one of the wealthiest third generations in the Xia country, they all knew each other. Li Chongyang was truly at a loss. He only wanted to ask Qin Shen to do something with the 6 million he threw. Why were they making a fuss? In just a short while, he had already thrown 50 to 60 million. Was this how money was supposed to be spent? Damn, La Shan, Song Xianyang, Zhao Dashan, Sister Z, what are you guys doing? I just wanted the anchor and that old man to help me with something. Why are you guys in such a hurry? Li Chongyang, feeling puzzled, asked. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were very happy. A fight had broken out, a fight between the wealthy third generations. They loved watching this. Wang Dashao, Li Jianjian, don't act so familiar, I warn you, the anchor is my closest friend. If you cause trouble here, you're disrespecting me. Automatically verified in the celebrity live broadcast room, when Wang Dashao spoke, the netizens got excited. Wang Dashao was definitely the most famous wealthy third generation, the national sweetheart, and the recipient of the Entertainment Circle Integrity Committee title. Ah, is it really the principal himself? Didn't you see the real name authentication? It must be him. The principal knows the anchor? Wow, just now I didn't see the big tip. The principal also threw over 10 million. Damn, so generous, I couldn't earn that much in a lifetime with one tip. Brother, you're too conservative. Over 10 million is not something you earn in a lifetime. You can't even earn it in 8 lifetimes. Damn, this is terrifying. In just a short while the anchor received over 50 million in tips. That's amazing, right? Budong Grushi, Li Pangpang and I, the anchor is my third sister. If you dare to shout at her, do you want to die? Do you look down on me, Xiao Zixiong? Lindsay, Chongyang, you should apologize. Your attitude just now was indeed not good. It made Qin Sheng uncomfortable. Let me tell you, Qin Sheng is the best friend of the Lin family. I just love to play Song Shanyu Pang Pang. Apologize quickly, otherwise we won't be friends anymore. Everyone kept talking incessantly, with the central idea being that no matter who caused trouble in this live broadcast room, it meant they were looking down on them. You can curse my whole family, but you absolutely cannot scare my sister Qin Sheng, otherwise we are enemies. The third generations from elite families, how could they be so clueless? Li Pangpang saw this situation and also felt intimidated, secretly delighted and anxious. Who exactly is this anchor? What kind of background would make those guys give up their faces and kneel to lick? He stopped being arrogant, quietly left the live broadcast room, not suitable to speak again before understanding the situation. The more he speaks, the more mistakes he makes. Picking up his tablet, he thought for a moment and decided to go find his father, to ask about the anchor and Chen Chen's identities. He didn't know the specific information, but there should have been some intelligence gathered at home. Stepping out, in the small courtyard, people were constantly coming and going, all wearing mournful expressions. The head of the Li family was in critical condition. The news had long spread. Those who had business dealings with the Li family, relatives, and those seeking connections, all came to pay insincere respects. How many were sincere, no one knew, but everyone put on a show. The Li family also upheld their manners, especially arranging people to come and go. Uncle Zhou, where's my dad? Li Pangpang patted the steward's shoulder, asking casually. The steward turned around, first seeing the tablet in Li Chongyang's hand, with Chun Qing's sunny photo on it, looking youthful and beautiful. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face. This chubby kid was really clueless. The head of the family was almost gone, yet he still had the mind to watch a live broadcast of a pretty girl. It was really inappropriate. No wonder outsiders said the Li family had no successors. Moreover, if you wanted to watch inside, you could have stayed there, instead of running out with it, embarrassing yourself. But there was nothing he could do. It was all because of his good fortune, being the eldest son and grandson. He suppressed his anger and pointed inside. The master is talking to the head of the family. You better not go in, to avoid making the old man angry. Steward Zhou hesitated and didn't finish his sentence. What he wanted to say was to avoid the old man getting angry at him directly. Alright, you carry on. Grandpa will definitely be happy to see me this time. I've prepared a big gift for him. He will have a better death than anyone else, more glorious than anyone else. With that, he walked straight into the room. Steward Zhou. Is this even human language? Inside the room, there lay an elderly man looking frail and sickly, nearing the end of his life. His face had turned gray. Standing in front of the bed was a middle-aged man, with a hint of beard on his mouth, looking particularly dignified. "Grandpa, Dad," Li Chongyang greeted obediently. The old man ignored him and looked at his eldest son with cloudy eyes. "You've all let him come see me, am I really at the end this time?" There was an old custom in the north that before an elderly person passed away, they would call all their relatives to see them, to prevent any regrets. Seeing that even his grandson, whom he usually didn't like, had been called, did it mean he was really about to leave? Saying this, he looked longingly at the ornaments in the room, filled with reluctance. No one wants to die, especially the wealthy. When it comes to the end, all the talk of being open-minded is false. No, don't think too much. The head of the Li family saw his father's breath weaken slightly, glared at Li Chongyang, and quickly reassured his father. But before he could finish, Li Chongyang interjected, "Grandpa, don't worry, the doctor said you still have 2 days. 2? Only 2 days left?" Li Fugue was almost scared to death by this statement. The father and son hurriedly comforted the old man, finally calming him down. Seeing the old man calm down, they breathed a sigh of relief. Li Chongyang, feeling awkward and at a loss, stammered, "Grandpa, I don't know what to say, please don't be angry, I just wanted to come and see you." Li Fugue looked at him complicatedly, feeling helpless towards this grandson. Perhaps everyone's life has a predetermined fate. He had been fortunate all his life, meeting a benefactor in his youth, who helped him amass wealth to the extreme, earning enough to rival a country. Unfortunately, fate had its losses. The youngest son of the Li family had no descendants. He and his old wife had toiled their whole lives, only giving birth to one son, and then there was silence. This only son was fortunately capable, able to support this vast family fortune, but by the third generation, it would be completely lost. Li Zhongyang's father had worked hard for over 20 years. Since giving birth to their only child, there had been no movement in his daughter-in-law's belly, despite seeking help from renowned doctors. What worried him even more was the saying that wealth does not last beyond 3 generations, which seemed to be coming true for the Li family. His grandson was not bright enough to carry on the family legacy. Not only was he not intelligent, but he also had a knack for getting into trouble. Even on his deathbed, Li Fugue couldn't shake off his concerns about the family's future. When his son grew older, who would inherit this vast family business? Li Zhongyang didn't have the capability for it. Giving him all these properties would only harm him. These thoughts flashed through Li Fugue's mind as he sighed quietly and turned to his son. "Son, can your kid go out and do something? Your father only has a couple of days left, he wants to die in peace." Li's father's face twitched a bit, looking coldly at Li Zhongyang. "Get out." Cough, "Grandpa, Dad, please don't be so emotional. This time, I'm really serious. I'm preparing a big gift for Grandpa to make him happy," Li Zhongyang said earnestly. The old man might not have much time left, so they needed to settle things quickly. Shanghai was far from Beijing, and time was of the essence. "Oh, Li Fugue and his son exchanged a surprised glance. How did this kid suddenly become sensible? After some hesitation, Li's father said, "Dad, can't you just listen to him? It's rare that he's showing some filial piety. A father and son are as close as can be, so when the son wants to show filial piety, don't let him down." "Well, grandson, tell me, what do you want to give me to make me happy?" Li Fugue asked with anticipation. Grandpa, this time the gift I'm giving you is something you would never expect. I want to give you a grand funeral. I promise, no one in the capital will have a more dignified death than you. Everyone will envy you. When you go down, the people around you will envy you to death. Oh, it's a pity that my grandmother passed away a few years ago, otherwise, I would have made her proud too. Look, it's this old man, he can perform a special skill, summoning the crane bridge. Have you heard of it? This is much more impressive than any hearse. What do you think?" Li's father was stunned, then his face turned red with anger, and he quickly got up and reached for a stick. "Unfilial son, if I don't beat you to death today, you're not my son." He was so angry that he was confused. Li Zhongyang was dumbfounded. His father's reaction was unexpected. Dad, I really meant well. Please listen to my explanation, listen to me. It hurts. While Li's father was beating him on the side, Li Fugue on the bed was stunned. He stared blankly at the old man on the tablet, his lips trembling slowly. In a moment, tears welled up in his eyes and streamed down his cheeks. Godfather, you're still alive?" He seemed almost crazy, disregarding his weak body, laughing wildly to the sky. Godfather, Godfather. I miss you. No one knew that the renowned Li Fugue had been a beggar over 90 years ago. Back then, their hometown suffered from disasters, with countless people starving to death due to crop failures. In those days, anything edible had been consumed, from tree bark to wild vegetables, even clay. In the later stages, there were even reports of cannibalism. The suffering of the people was too unbearable to describe. When there was nothing left to eat, the people had no choice but to migrate in search of a place to survive. Migration had always been the most tragic for refugees. Begging along the way, the sight of skeletons of those who had starved to death was common. The Lee family was originally a large clan, with nearly 30 to 50 members in the entire clan. However, many died of hunger, illness, or took their own lives during the journey. By the end, only the 10-year-old Lee Fugue was left. When he finally collapsed from exhaustion, he was embraced by warm hands. To this day, he still remembers that scene. A woman with extraordinary beauty embraced him and asked the people around, "What a poor child. Shall we take him home? I want to save him." "Sure, from now on, you'll be his godmother." Beside them, the head of the Lee family felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, as his son was driving him crazy. Didn't he hear it? He was so angry that he even called his father by his name. He suppressed the bitterness in his heart and exerted more force in his hands. "You scoundrel, I will definitely beat you to death today, you unfilial son, you bastard." Lee Chong-yang was being hit so hard that snot bubbles were coming out of his nose. He even felt that he might follow his grandfather soon. Fortunately, at that moment, Lee Fugue finally came to his senses and stopped the two of them. "Grandson, tell me quickly, where is this person, and where was this taken?" His dry fingers were gripping Lee Chong-yang's hand so tightly that it hurt, and his words were impatient. It seemed like this question was more important to him than his own life. He appeared surprisingly more spirited. However, this situation was not good for someone who had been ill for a long time. A last burst of energy. Luochang, this video was taken in Luochang. Lee Chong-yang was shocked to see his grandfather in this state for the first time. Luochang, yes, it must be Luochang. Outside the city, Lee Fugue's fate changed. He immediately looked at his bewildered son beside him and calmly said, "Prepare the car, we're going to Luochang." "Father." Lee, the head of the Lee family, hesitated. "Your current health. Why don't you tell me where he is, and I will personally bring him to see you." Lee Fugue fell silent for a moment, shaking his head desolately. "Until I have his forgiveness, I cannot tell you anything. Prepare the car, being able to see him once, I will die content." Seeing his son about to say something, he scolded, "Lee Ji, do you want your father to die with his eyes open?" Lee, the head of the Lee family, eyes reddened, finally nodded. He took out his phone and gave an order. Soon, a vehicle loaded with medical equipment, accompanied by an expert medical team, left the capital and headed to Luochang. Their mission was to hurry and quickly fulfill the old man's final wish, then bring back his body. Li Ji did not accompany them. There were many matters in the capital that needed to be dealt with, and the Li family had countless enemies waiting for the old man's passing. It was only at this moment that Lee Chong-yang remembered something and hesitantly called his grandfather. "Grandfather, I forgot to tell you, the video was taken in Luochang, but Mr. Chen is currently in Modu. Don't make a mistake." In the RV, Lee Fugue gestured for Butler Joe to hang up the phone, then said weakly, "Change course, go to Modu, and wait, arrange for a car to bring my grandson here. If there's another mistake, help me strangle him." The convoy turned around, almost heading in the wrong direction. After Chen Xing's live broadcast ended, he immediately forgot about Lee Chong-yang from the imperial capital, who had inexplicably appeared. In a big forest, all kinds of birds could be found, so it wasn't surprising to encounter two strange individuals. The live broadcast indeed went as initially stated. Chen Chen answered some questions from viewers about calligraphy and medical knowledge, without doing anything remarkable. However, even with such a simple chat, the knowledge points he discussed were easily understood, resonating with many sincere viewers seeking advice. This undoubtedly garnered him praise across the screen once again. Nowadays, many experts and lecturers talk in circles without getting to the point, so the straightforward style of the old man was naturally well loved. At this moment, Chen Chen was still unaware that, due to a series of coincidences, his godson, whom he deliberately avoided contacting after coming out of seclusion, was on his way to meet him. People you don't want to see always seem to appear by chance. Fate is unpredictable. The next day, the gentle breeze rustled, birds chirped, and insects buzzed. Chen Chen reclined in his grandmaster chair, half closing his eyes as he watched the figures in the courtyard moving around. He saw a man in black robes moving like a fierce tiger in battle, constantly making various movements, sometimes roaring, sometimes flashing his claws, displaying a formidable aura. Hiss, such fierce skills. Yellowy sighed at an unknown time, surprise flickering in his eyes. There were countless martial paths in the world, but this person had mastered one completely. The strength in his hands felt like it could lift over 1,000 kilograms. Even Yellow E, a strong innate expert himself, would find it hard to endure a blow from him. However, he shook his head quietly. Shen Shen turned his head, glancing at him sideways. What, don't you like what you see? The person practicing was Song Yi, demonstrating the tiger form of the 5-animal play that he taught. If one looked down on Song Yi's practice, it would be akin to looking down on his own techniques. Song Yi, who had finished his practice, glared fiercely at Yellow E. It seemed like he was ready to strike at any moment. Where this old man came from was unknown and irrelevant. Mr. Shen had taught him the 5-animal play with such seriousness that he wouldn't allow anyone to insult it. Yellow Yi's expression changed slightly, but when it came to martial arts, he had no intention of compromising. Achieving the innate realm required a certain level of pride. Mr. Shen, I'm just stating my observations. The technique demonstrated by this young friend just now is like a fierce tiger in combat, fierce enough to be at the pinnacle of martial arts. However, the flaws are too obvious. He remained composed, not swayed by Chen Shen's status as a long-lived individual, which actually earned him a nod of approval from Chen Shen. Oh, go on. There are too many flaws. If he encounters a skilled opponent, he won't be able to defend, evade, catch up, or outrun them. This technique, in my opinion, could be called a new torture technique. What do you mean? Song Yi asked coldly. Yellow E chuckled. You're unbeatable against those weaker than you, but once you meet someone stronger, you're done for. You! Song Yi couldn't help but want to attack him. Step back. Chen Shen glanced at him, saying, in martial arts, you need to have discernment. If you encounter someone you can't beat, don't act recklessly. He's in the innate realm, can you beat him? Song Yi's face changed drastically, staring at Yellow E in disbelief and fear. Innate. This realm was almost the peak for martial artists. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary old man in front of him was actually an innate expert. It was terrifying. The innate realm was legendary, known to all, but few had actually seen it. He never imagined that after Mr. Chen, who seemed to be an innate expert, he would have the fortune to meet a second one. How lucky! He silently retreated to the side, not daring to interrupt their conversation, but he strained his ears to listen. After Chen Shen scolded him, he turned to Yellow E and noticed that the dark aura between his brows had not dissipated but had grown thicker overnight. This piqued his curiosity. Did you have any misfortune yesterday? Misfortune? Yellow E was puzzled. Chen Shen asked, did you step on dog poop, have a car accident, or have a flower pot fall on your head? Yellow E thought for a moment, then shook his head strangely. Everything was normal yesterday. He went back to the hotel and slept without any accidents. This doesn't make sense. Chen Shen pondered, with such thick bad luck surrounding you, you should be having misfortunes everywhere you go. Why didn't anything happen to you? Ordinary people would have bad luck for generations, but your bad luck is so thick now, why aren't you having any misfortunes? This was the first time Yellowy learned about what happened to those young people yesterday and why he felt off later on. Bad luck. This inexplicable thing actually existed, and he was bewildered. Hearing that he was supposedly surrounded by terrible luck, he was confused. He truly didn't feel anything particularly unlucky. Wait. Suddenly, he remembered something, his face turning extremely ugly. What's wrong? Did you remember something? Chen Chen asked urgently. Yellowy raised his head, his voice bitter and hoarse. I know where the prophecy is coming true. Last night, I received a series of bad news throughout the night. Many people sacrificed on the battlefield. Starting from the first call at Mount Taibai yesterday, he received several unexpected pieces of news. Initially, he didn't think much of it, but now he realized that it might be due to his own run of bad luck. A chill ran down his spine. Tell me the details. Chen Shen couldn't sit still. This matter surprised him greatly. He had studied bad luck before, knowing it worked in tandem with good luck, affecting individuals only, never heard of it influencing subordinates. What was this bad luck that appeared around him all about? He felt a hint of excitement. Huang Yi hesitated, not speaking out as many matters were classified and couldn't be easily disclosed. But if he didn't speak now, the methods he knew might not be enough to solve the issues. Ahem! Some information is not convenient to reveal. Chen Chen guessed his thoughts immediately, snorted coldly, and bluntly asked, which area is facing problems? Is it the bronze guards at Lishan or the bats on the snow mountain? It shouldn't be an issue at the mine, right? I sealed it once before, it shouldn't happen. What else could it be? Could it be that the snake tomb with the fox face was opened? It shouldn't be from overseas. I've taken care of all the messy stuff, the few remaining are insignificant. Could it be the stinky bugs from the desert pyramid that crawled out? Huang Yi was dumbfounded, swallowed hard. He felt a chill in his heart. He thought that the issue he needed to research now wasn't bad luck but to investigate the places the immortal mentioned earlier. Goodness, are there so many unknown dangerous places in Xia country? This is unbelievable. All these places have, he asked incredulously, feeling a chill in his heart. Currently, the official Xia country only knew about the vampires on Changbai Mountain and the bronze guards at Lishan, which were already two of the most challenging dangerous places. The other perilous locations Chen Chen mentioned were never noticed by them, and the thought of it made them shudder. There are all sorts of messy things in those places. I've traveled the world in my spare time and seen them all. Chen Chen nodded. Huang Yi, then why didn't you deal with those monsters? With your level, you should be able to handle them, right? Why should I deal with them? They were quite well behaved when they met me. Back then, I left them all to ensure species diversity, Chen Chen said calmly. Well behaved. Species diversity? Huang Yi's head was buzzing. He never expected this reason. His mind was in turmoil. At the same time, he gained a more direct impression of Chen Chen's strength. It was hard to say how high it was, but being able to treat those monsters as pets indicated a considerable level of power. Those monsters weren't easy to deal with. Huang Yi no longer needed to hide anything and recounted all the events from yesterday. Chen Chen listened and nodded. With so many accidents happening at once, it might indeed be related to bad luck, but we can't be sure yet. Let's wait another day and see. Alright, you can go back now. Huang Yi's face darkened, hesitated several times. Is there anything else? No, then I'll go back. In the end, he sighed inwardly, still not speaking. In fact, he wanted to see if Chen Chen could solve those troubles, which would then resolve the dilemma. But he felt it wasn't the right time to say it yet. The reason he was standing here now was simply due to a previous transaction between them. There wasn't a deep connection between himself and Chen Chen, or Xia country and Chen Chen. Asking for help abruptly might lead to rejection, and it would be difficult to ask again after being rejected once. So, he had to choose the right moment. As for whether Chen Chen could solve those troubles, he had no worries at all. According to records from various dynasties, the strength of this immortal is unfathomable. He has done many extremely shocking things. After Huang Yi left, Chen Chen pondered for a moment and calmly asked, how is the practice of the second form of the five-animal play going? Naturally, this question was directed at Song Yi. Chen Chen keenly felt that with his emergence, many troubles were brewing, and he urgently needed a capable hand to help deal with things. Otherwise, he would have to handle everything himself, which would be troublesome. If Song Yi could master the second form in a short time and advance to the innate realm, it would barely be enough to deal with some minor troubles. It will still take some time. Song Yi's face flushed, feeling ashamed. Standing in front of Mr. Chen, he felt utterly inadequate, holding a top-notch technique but progressing far from satisfactory. However, the tiger form was the most suitable for him, as it only required brute force to practice, unlike the other four forms that he struggled with, unable to even master the basics. Chen Chen glanced at him and coldly snorted, impatience is the biggest enemy in martial arts. If you can't calm your mind, how can you focus on training? Right now, not to mention the second form, even the tiger form lacks the necessary intensity. Song Yi looked puzzled and muttered, according to the technique, my tiger form should already be perfected. Chen Chen shook his head, your technique and strength are fine, but you lack the most crucial element, killing intent. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding atmosphere turned chilling, even the leaves seemed desolate. Killing intent? Exactly. Ancient martial arts are not like the modern superficial physical exercises. Some techniques were created solely for the purpose of killing. Song Yi, have you ever seen a fierce tiger that doesn't prey on live animals? This awakened Song Yi, making his breath quicken. He now knew what he was lacking, real combat, fighting, the refinement between life and death. If he couldn't complete this step, his five-animal play would never reach the next level. Being accepted as a disciple by Chen Chen, his martial arts talent was already formidable, limited only by the constraints of his time. Who in modern times would think about fighting for real? Mr. Chen, what should I do then? Do I have to go to a slaughterhouse and kill pigs? Humph, what's the use of killing those things? Go back and prepare. Tomorrow, follow Huang Yi and he will arrange everything for you. I left those places behind to train my disciples, now it's your turn. With that, Chen Chen closed his eyes and coldly said, life and death are fated, wealth and honor are in the hands of fate. Song Yi nodded heavily and turned to leave. He understood Chen Chen's words very clearly. This time, he had to fight with all his might. Whether he could come back alive would depend on fate. However, he didn't care at all. Since obtaining the five-animal play, he had long disregarded life and death. What fear was there in seeing a higher view? To learn in the morning and die in the evening is enough. Now, back to Huang Yi. Returning to his residence, his expression was uncertain. Not knowing about bad luck was one thing, but once aware, he naturally felt uneasy. I can't fully trust what Chen Chen said. Immortals cannot be viewed as ordinary people, his thoughts are inscrutable. Whether bad luck is real or not, I'll find out by trying. Maintaining a skeptical attitude towards everything is the instinct of a strong person. Huang Yi extended his hand, revealing a coin in his palm. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and gently tossed it into the air. Word. Heads. The coin flipped and landed steadily on the back of his hand. Opening his eyes, he looked even more grim. It was the head side. Again. Word. Again. Flower. Again. Word. After a while, Huang Yi's face was so dark that it seemed about to drip water. He had made 30 consecutive mistakes in this purely chance-based coin toss. It meant that nothing he thought of would develop smoothly. It was as if there was an invisible ghost beside him, able to see through his thoughts and intervene. Huang Yi's voice was a bit hoarse. Now, let's try again to see if my bad luck can really affect subordinates. If this is true. Guard, come in. A hint of gloom crossed his mind, perhaps he already knew the outcome. Ancestors, Chen Xing seems to be sick. At this moment, Yu Xiaoshuang anxiously opened the door and shouted to Chen Chen. What's wrong? I don't know, maybe she caught a cold last night. Chen Chen quickly walked to the room on the first floor, only to see Chen Xing lying in bed covering herself with a thick blanket. Her face was somewhat pale, despite the weather being hot and humid. Grandpa Zhang, please don't worry, I'll be fine, Chen Xing said weakly. Yu Xiaoshuang immediately took out a thermometer from under her arm, and upon checking, her expression changed drastically. Oh my, it's already 39 degrees. Let's go to the hospital now. Chen Chang was startled by her own temperature. The normal body temperature is around 36 degrees, so hers could be considered a high fever. The two hurried to the hospital. Fever should not be taken lightly, as a high fever could potentially damage the brain. Why the rush? Chen Chen scolded the two girls, then took out a porcelain bottle, uncorked it, and poured out a snow-white pill. It was the ice-clear pill that had been given to Song Haiping before. Take it. Chen Xing hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit awkward. After all, she was not Song Haiping. As a modern person, she had heard countless teachers talk about ancient alchemists using heavy metals to refine pills. She still felt that going to the hospital was more reliable. Moreover, the pill was the size of a fingernail, how could she swallow it? She looked at it with fear. Awkwardly, she said, Grandpa Zhang, it's not necessary. It's just a slight fever, I can go to the hospital for an 4 drip. Humph, do you think I would harm you? Seeing the old man's stern gaze, Chen Cheng made up her mind and put the ice-clear pill into her mouth. Let's give it a try. The next moment, her eyes widened. The pill melted in her mouth without causing the expected discomfort. Immediately, her mind cleared, and all the discomfort in her body quickly dissipated. The effect was unbelievably fast. Not only that, she even felt much lighter, as if she had gone back to her high school days, looking several years younger. Oh my god! Before she could say anything, Yu Xiaoshuang beside her exclaimed in astonishment, Chen Xing, your skin has become so fair and delicate, even your hair is shiny. The change in her appearance was very obvious. For example, after staying up all night working, the next day one would inevitably have dark circles under their eyes, look tired, and have dull skin, appearing exhausted. On the contrary, if one rested early and enjoyed a high-quality sleep, they would be energetic and spirited, looking refreshed. The change in Chen Cheng was even more pronounced than the examples mentioned above. From a high fever of 39 degrees to recovery, her skin had become fair, and if one looked closely, they could see a gleam in her eyes. Chen Shang hurriedly stood in front of the mirror. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at her significant transformation. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would never have believed that the effect was due to a single pill. It truly challenged scientific views and imagination. Grandpa Zhang, what's going on? Doesn't the book say that pills are made from heavy metals? As she spoke, she stared straight at the jade bottle in Chen Shen's hand. Chen Shen handed it all to her. These are leftovers from the last batch I made. There should be 8 pills left, keep them safe. Besides, do you think your Grandpa Zhang is one of those swindlers? The pills I make, not to boast, but I rank second to none. Chen Shen said this with great pride. In his long life, he had learned too many things, such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but in his eyes, those were just hobbies to cultivate temperament. What he truly valued, besides the immortal techniques he practiced, was the art of alchemy. Strictly speaking, this was his creation, gathering the essence of all things in nature, extracting it with the furnace fire, condensing it into pills, the effects of which could be said to be the pinnacle of earthly medicines. This ice-clear pill was considered a minor pill, capable of treating minor injuries and extending life by 10 years at most. If he were to refine the grand creation pill of 49 days, it could be said to revive the dead and turn bones into flesh, truly deserving the title of an immortal pill. In the past, he had a young disciple named Gu Hong, who learned a bit of alchemy by following him and tending the fire for a few years. After leaving Mount Taishan, he was unexpectedly hailed as a Dao ancestor, showing the extraordinary level of Chun Shen's alchemy. Although the ice clear pill was considered minor and not up to Chun Shen's standards, being something casually refined for fun, in the eyes of ordinary people, it was already an incredible treasure. Just being able to rejuvenate the body and extend life by 10 years, what health product on the market could achieve that? It was truly a miraculous pill, wasn't it? On the side, Yu Xiaoshuang looked at the small jade bottle in Chun Xing's hand, her eyes widening with desire, feeling restless, wanting to ask for or buy one, but feeling too embarrassed to speak up. Due to her entrepreneurial endeavors, she appeared more weathered than Chen Xing, only concealing it with expensive cosmetics on a daily basis. However, when she removed her makeup at night, she would often feel frustrated looking at herself in the mirror. She had tried various skincare routines before, spending countless amounts of money using top-tier cosmetics, yet the results were minimal. Now, seeing this incredible item, how could she resist? Regardless of age, no woman was indifferent to her appearance. Chen Xing glanced at her, a mischievous idea forming in his mind. He opened the jade bottle in front of her, pouring out all the ice-clear pills into his palm. 1, 2, 3, 8. There are 8 pills. Grandpa Zhang, these treasures won't expire if left untouched, right? How should I use them? Chen Shen waved his hand proudly, saying, the pills I refine retain their fragrance for 100 years, unchanged in quality over time. Just rest assured. As for how to use them, well, that's up to you. Since I've given them to you, it's your decision. They're not some rare plaything. But don't take them yourself. One pill can ward off all illnesses, taking more would be excessive and could lead to overdosing. With this advice, Qin Chen leisurely walked out. Oh, Chen Xing teased, drawing out his words, so, it seems they can only be given to those who haven't taken them before? Who among us hasn't taken them? Yu Xiaoshuang couldn't hold back any longer. She went up and hugged Chen Xing's waist directly, rubbing her face against Chen Xing's body. Me, I haven't taken them. Hey, Xinger, stop teasing me. Give me one, please. I swear, if you give me one, I'll be yours from now on. Hey, get off, stop rubbing. Here, so gross, you've even rubbed your saliva on me. After some playful banter, Chen Xing eventually gave Yu Xiaoshuang a pill. Even if Grandpa Zhang hadn't given her this pill as a reward, she would have found a way to help Yu Xiaoshuang get one. It was simply because their bond had been witnessed over the past 20 years, they were inseparable. Even without Grandpa Zhang, the Yu family would have been her family. Whoever treated her well, she would treat them even better, never calculating gains and losses. This was Chen Xing's way of life, inherited from Chun Shen, passed down through generations. Xinger, thank you. Yu Xiaoshuang sincerely expressed her gratitude, her eyes showing a hint of complexity. Amidst the playfulness and teasing, how could she not understand the value of this pill? Although they didn't know about the 10-year life extension aspect that Chun Shen hadn't mentioned, they were aware of its medicinal properties that could change one's physical aptitude and cure illnesses. Song Haiping had verified it once before, and now Chen Xing had experienced it firsthand. It was indeed as real as it could get. The mere utility of this light, wouldn't it be reasonable to sell it for 1 or 2,000 each? Both of them thought so. Yu Xiaoshuang felt that her previous help to Chen Xing, even if it was 1 or 2 million, at most it was just 1 or 200,000. Of course, she had never thought about seeking any return before. You stubborn girl, if you don't eat it, I'll be dramatic. I'll eat. After some fuss, Yu Xiaoshuang finally managed to stuff the pill into her mouth. The effect was immediate, a cool sensation swept through her body, her skin became tight, smooth, and elastic, and the pores on her face shrank significantly. If their looks could score 90 points before, now they would add another 8 points. Not to mention the Magic City, even if you looked across the entire Xia country, there were few who could compare to them in beauty. Hee. Yu Xiaoshuang was so happy that she almost went silly, holding onto the mirror tightly. Speaking of the pill, the Song family also got caught up in an unexpected situation because of it. It all started on the day of Song Laoye's, Old Master Song, birthday celebration, when he received a pill of ice clear pill as a gift from Chun Shen. His physical condition improved significantly, his body, which was like decaying wood before, rejuvenated, and Song Laoye, who used to need assistance to walk, could now eat half a pound of sauce beef and 2 liang of wine in one meal, visibly becoming stronger. This change was so obvious that anyone with eyes could see it. Naturally, discussions both inside and outside the family were endless. Originally, it was just a small-scale discussion, but since the latest medical examination results of Son Laoyi came out a few days ago, the matter escalated. According to those present at the time, this is how it was described. Have you heard? The medical team that conducted the examination for Son Laoyi were all dumbfounded. What happened? Those experts kept saying that the old master's condition was not right, that he was already in bad shape during his last month's checkup, and now he's still alive. It's unbelievable. Don't blame those experts for being dumbfounded. Let me tell you a secret. Son Laoyi was originally in the late stage of cancer, but since his birthday, the cancer has disappeared. Cancer, especially in its late stages, is considered the messenger of death, the invitation from the king of hell. It doesn't show any favoritism based on your status, position, or power. It treats everyone equally. This is an unsolvable problem. No matter who you are, once diagnosed with late-stage cancer, the remaining days are basically numbered. The feeling of helplessness, knowing that your life is coming to an end, has driven many people to madness. This feeling is even more intense for the wealthy, as they may have endless wealth but cannot buy a cure to extend their lives. But a miracle happened in the Song family. Son Laoyi, who was nearly 100 years old, miraculously healed from cancer. If this was just envied as good luck, what followed drove all the powerful figures crazy. Breaking news, Son Laoyi's driver personally said that the old master's illness was cured because he took a pill. Extra, the head of the Song family got a miraculous pill, said to extend life by 10 years. According to Mr. Song Xing, who didn't want to reveal his identity, his grandfather admitted that he took a miraculous pill called Ice Clear Pill, which cures all diseases and extends life by 10 years. There are no secrets that can't be revealed. That day when Song Haiping came to pick up Chen Shen, right on the steps of Courtyard No. 7, he was given the Ice Clear Pill in full view of everyone and took it. This news couldn't be kept hidden. Soon, the speed at which this matter spread exceeded everyone's expectations. Countless big shots were stirred into action. Whether they were businessmen, tycoons, or dignitaries, when it comes to a life-extending elixir, no one dared to lag behind. In the face of such a divine object, who could remain rational? Successful people are also human, and who knows if someone in their family is critically ill, how could they be willing to give up such a divine pill? Even if there are no sick people in their family, they would want to take it themselves. The name Chen Chen once again exploded in the Magic City with the power of a nuclear bomb. The Song family, the only family connected to him, found themselves at the center of a storm, struggling to withstand pressure from all directions. They all wanted to seek medicine from their family. Song Haiping naturally dared not promise on behalf of Chen Shen. He didn't have the qualifications, so he could only do his best to handle it. However, as more and more prominent figures appeared, the power they held grew stronger, and the Song family gradually couldn't hold on. Just as countless powerful figures were getting impatient and considering approaching Chen Shen directly, a shocking piece of news suddenly emerged from an auction house. In 2 days, they would auction a frost clear pill. Starting price, 1 billion. The next day, news of the auction spread far and wide, attracting dignitaries from all over the country to gather in the Magic City. This was still a short time frame, and many wealthy individuals from overseas couldn't make it, otherwise, the scene would probably be even more terrifying. 1 billion, is it a lot? Yes. An ordinary person couldn't earn even a fraction of that in their lifetime. But it depends on who you ask. For some long-established families with accumulated wealth spanning 3 generations, or for the newly rich from the internet industry, who possess production assets worth billions or even trillions, money is just a number. To them, a few $1 billion in exchange for immunity from all diseases and an extra 10 years of life is simply too cheap, isn't it? It's an opportunity that can't be missed, and missing it would lead to endless regret. The auction hadn't even started yet, but one could already imagine that the final selling price would be astronomical. Some big shots even predicted that the final price could exceed 100 billion. This figure made many nouveau riches tremble. At the same time, a convoy near the Magic City also received the news. When it came to competing in financial strength, the organizers would never forget the Li family from Kyoto and specifically called to inform them. It was said that the patriarch of the Li family was on his last legs, and the timing of this frost clear pill's appearance was just right. The Li family would definitely not let it slip by. And indeed, they didn't. Let's not go see Godfather first. Let's go to the auction house tomorrow. Secure this pill first. I can't go see him in my current state lying on a stretcher, Li Fugui said weakly, gazing at the faintly visible Magic City. He decided to wait one more day. His body was indeed failing. He already felt his mind becoming hazy and confused, on the verge of passing out at any moment. He couldn't meet Godfather in this condition. Yes, Butler Joe naturally had no objections. He turned to rearrange the convoy's route to head first to the Li family's mansion in the Magic City. At the same time, the Lee family in Kyoto began to raise funds, to the point of sparing no expense. Many valuable assets were mortgaged, and terrifying sums of money were pooled into a certain account, to a degree that even the president of a certain bank would be shocked. All of this had nothing to do with Ziyuan. The outside storms and disturbances couldn't reach the tranquility of Courtyard No. 7. Huang Yi came to bid farewell to Chen Shen. The situation in Changbai Mountain had reached a point where it had to be resolved. The other several innate powerhouses of Xia country each had their own matters to attend to, so he had to go in person. I can't eliminate the bad luck on your forehead, but I have a way to seal it, Chen Shen said calmly. He had studied this bad luck for 3 days and had a rough idea about it. It was somewhat similar to a natural treasure, born under certain coincidences, and not replicable. Its specific function was quite simple and somewhat useless. It just brought bad luck to people. Such things were very rare in nature, but they existed, each with its own unique function. For example, Chen Shen had once seen a 9-turn thunderstruck wood, which had extremely strict conditions for its formation. It required a willow tree to be struck by lightning once every 100 years, then regrow its branches each time until it repeated the process 9 times to become the 9-turn thunderstruck wood. This type of wood naturally possessed the effects of warding off evil, suppressing disasters, enhancing luck, and preserving blessings. He had later crafted it into a peachwood sword and gifted it to a certain Taoist disciple. This was how the Dragon Tiger Mountain's 1,000-year Taoist tradition came to be. Really? Then please help me seal it. This thing has been causing us a lot of trouble these past 2 days. What do you need in exchange for your help? Huang Yi's eyes were gleaming with excitement. These days have been nothing but a string of bad luck for me, with no good news in sight. It has also brought countless troubles to the Chosen Department. It is said that upon learning about the situation here, someone suggested that if things don't work out, they should retire early for their own well-being. It's not a good idea to keep being this unlucky. No need, I collect them for fun. I've been fond of these miscellaneous things for so many years, Chen Shen said as he took out a small section of peach wood and handed it to Huang Yi. Carry this with you. When it turns completely black, bring it back to me. This is Xianin wood, taken from the heart of the oldest peach tree in the world. It can absorb and bind dirty things. I usually use it as a container. Alright, if this can really absorb the bad luck, I will bring it back to you. By the way, take him with you later, Chen Shen pointed at Song Yi. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Huang Yi frowned at the suggestion, feeling reluctant. The place he was going to was confidential and couldn't be easily disclosed to outsiders in detail, as it could lead to serious problems if targeted for sabotage. Chen Shen glanced at him sideways. Should I just tell him where it is and let him go by himself? Huang Yi's face darkened, forgetting that this person knew the exact location. The secrets of Xia country were not secrets to others. It's better if you come with me. It's easier to get into big trouble if you go in alone. Don't look so unwilling. Having a skilled person close to the innate realm work for you for free is a win for you. Close to the innate realm? Huang Yi's pupils constricted at the mention, followed by a look of envy on his face. Just yesterday, he was at a high level of the sixth sense, and now, overnight, he was close to the innate realm? Having an immortal to guide you is truly fortunate. He himself had struggled for over 30 years before reaching the innate realm. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Mr. Chen, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. I will reach the innate realm, and I will come back to see you then. After settling all matters, Song Yi solemnly knelt down and kowtowed to Chen Shen, then followed Huang Yi without looking back. His gaze was determined. He didn't mention what would happen if he couldn't reach the innate realm. Once the two figures disappeared, a voice chuckled in the courtyard, "Hee, the people I value will not disappoint me." Chen Shen casually gave him a set of martial arts techniques and provided an opportunity. If nothing unexpected happened, he would surely create an outstanding master. This kind of thing had happened countless times before. For example, providing funds to Song Haiping in the past, introducing two connections, which led to the renowned Song family. Or even earlier, giving a military book to someone who led the army to dominate and kill the Huns in the north, creating the famous champion Marquis Geguzi, who excelled in strategy, Gainia with godlike swordsmanship, the tyrant who could resist 1,000 pounds, and the sleeping dragon who possessed the true transmission of the 8 trigrams through his feather fan. In the long river of history, these people stirred up the world and prospered thousands of people. Behind them, there was always a faint shadow of Chen Shen. Countless examples. He was the god of luck, or perhaps the god of death. Those favored by him would rise to the top, while those who angered him would face endless calamities. Chen Shen was the bug of this world. Some people knew this and desperately worshipped him as if he were a deity, while others were unaware and acted recklessly. And here we go again. Outside the door, a young man in tattered clothes, covered in dirt, glared hatefully at Courtyard No. 7, his eyes burning with fury. His teeth chattered as he said, Tang Yi, Chen Chen is living here. You must not let him escape. This young man walked unsteadily, seeming to be in poor health. He was Zhao Yi. After the downfall of the Zhao family, he somehow managed to escape and brought people here. Behind him stood an old man dressed in shoe brocade, with neatly trimmed eyebrows and a glint of light in his eyes. The old man glanced at him with disdain, his face smiling but not really, and said, Don't worry, he can't run away. We had an agreement. Hee, Zhao Yi smiled bitterly, with the Zhao family gone, I'd become like this. I don't have many days left. Keeping the money is useless. If you kill him, as long as you kill him, all the trusts of the Zhao family abroad will be transferred to your name. With literature as the pen and chivalry as the offense. Since ancient martial arts exist, there naturally exists a space for knights errant. Not many study ancient martial arts, but Xia country is vast, and it's uncertain where there might be a heritage left among the famous mountains and rivers. Moreover, compared to warriors willing to join official organizations, those who prefer freedom are more numerous. Xiamu faces many challenges, with external threats coming from the Beacon country and those disgusting monsters, while the main internal instability comes from these disobedient warriors. They have caused a lot of trouble for the authorities. Tang Yamo is such a figure, even considered a key target by the authorities, being a strong innate realm expert. However, he has significant flaws in his character, being afraid of poverty, greedy for money, and lustful. Besides money and women, there is nothing he wouldn't do. However, in the past, he wouldn't have resorted to killing for pleasure. The reason he was invited by Zhao Yi this time also has to do with the ice clear pill. In recent years, he has clearly felt that his body is deteriorating, gradually losing strength. This has made him very anxious. His dissatisfaction with women is secondary. The most important thing is that in the martial world, there is no concept of retiring peacefully. When you can no longer wield a knife, it's time for enemies to seek your life. Just at this moment, news of the ice clear pill came. Without saying anything else, he was determined to obtain it. But just the thought of the starting price being 10 billion made his heart ache. How to get the elixir without spending money? Zhao Yi conveniently offered a solution. Now, not only could he kill without spending money, but he could also benefit from the Zhao family. It was perfect. As for whether there would be any danger, he didn't think about it. The innate realm is synonymous with invincibility. He might not be able to defeat an army, but escaping from being besieged by an army is not difficult, so the military is also reluctant to provoke them. Otherwise, they would face endless retaliation. Squeak, the two walked in as if returning to their own courtyard. In Courtyard No. 7, Chen Chen was meditating on the second floor, with only two maids in the courtyard, Chen Shine and Yu Xiaoshuang, who were admiring the ice-clear pill on the stone table. Their little heads couldn't understand why this small pill had such miraculous effects. Hearing the door opening, Chen Xing was stunned at the sight of Tang Mo, whom she didn't recognize, but Zhao Yi was familiar. Grandpa Zhang had once thrown him out of the HSBC tower. What are you doing? How did you get in? Get out! At the same time, she discreetly slipped her hand into her pocket and sent a text message to Yu Xiaoshuang. Call the police. These two intruders probably didn't have good intentions. Yu Xiaoshuang glanced over, her face changing suddenly. She wasn't stupid and immediately turned to go inside. But before she could take a step, her shoulder was grabbed, causing her pain like steel claws. Ah! Turning around, she saw that the old man who had just been at the door had somehow crossed the 7 to 8 meters and stood behind her. What are you doing? Can you guess what I'm going to do? Tang Mo smirked, a hint of lasciviousness flashing in his eyes, a restlessness in his body. He hadn't expected this household to have two such beautiful girls. He had conquered countless women but had never enjoyed such quality, even more beautiful than those big stars. Naturally beautiful. He couldn't waste this opportunity before he died. How dare you? Chen Chen on the second floor suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted angrily. He hadn't expected someone to come to his house looking for trouble. Were they tired of living? Hey! What? Huang Yi, who had recently left Ziyuan, received a phone call, his face changing drastically. He grabbed Song Yi and rushed back without even bothering to sit in the car. It seemed he had received extremely shocking news. Song Yi watched the direction the two were heading in, his heart sinking. Minister Huang, is Ziyuan in trouble? Braving the strong wind, Huang Yi's face darkened, too preoccupied to explain. He directly opened a video he had just received and played it for him. In the video, a young man with bloodshot eyes, looking crazed and sinister, said, Song family, Lin family, Zhao family, Wang family. And the national security willing to be dogs, you are ruthless, actually killed my father, divided our family, but, you didn't expect this, did you? I, Zhao Yi, escaped alive. Look who this is. Yes, Ghost Tang, Tangy, I used our family's 100 billion trust fund as a reward, asking the old man to come help me seek revenge. You all, wait for your deaths. Now, I will first go slaughter that old dog Chen. Don't worry, next will be you all. The screen went black, and the video ended. Ghost Tang. Song Yi's usually calm demeanor couldn't help but feel a chill at this moment. Practitioners of martial arts, there are few who do not know of Ghost Tang. Ghost Tang Mo, reportedly picked up a complete hidden weapon technique with a perfected method of heart technique on a cliff in Shu when he was young. Since then, he has made a huge name for himself worldwide, with his hidden weapons said to be invisible and more powerful than rifle bullets. He is lethal when provoked, earning him the nickname Ghost Tang, his hands like ghostly reapers, bringing death to those who see them. Minister Huang, can you defeat Ghost Tang? No, should I say Mr. Chen is Ghost Tang's match? Huang Yi shook his head. Ghost Tang advanced to the innate realm long before me, and now our assessment puts him at least in the middle of the innate realm. I'm afraid I'm not a match for him, but rest assured, I should be able to hold him off. He wouldn't dare to entangle with me. As for Mr. Chen, he hasn't shown his skills for many years. I also don't know his current situation. A hint of worry flashed in Huang Yi's eyes. According to historical records, Chen Chen's condition is very unstable. When he is powerful, he seems capable of overturning mountains and seas, but at certain special times, he goes mad like an ordinary person. For example, when he was discovered in Taishan Mountain 2 years ago, there was no trace of cultivation on him. Now, 2 years have passed, and the authorities do not know Chen Chen's current state. If his cultivation has recovered, then Ghost Tang is doomed, but if not, it would be disastrous. Don't forget that Chen Cheng is still in Ziyuan, and if anything happens to the great-granddaughter he values the most, the consequences would be catastrophic. When Chen Chen recovers, a mad immortal is something Xia country absolutely does not want to face. Just thinking about it sends shivers down the spine. As they spoke, they raced like the wind. The two of them ran at a speed of 180 kilometers per hour and quickly returned to the Ziyuan residential area. Just as they arrived, they coincidentally found Song Haiping, the Zhao family, and the Lin family, each accompanied by their henchmen, rushing over. Elder Huang, Minister Huang. The three family heads all knew him and greeted him with solemn expressions. Alright, it's not the time for idle talk, let's go in quickly. The bustling crowd swiftly headed towards Courtyard 7. Upon opening the door, everyone was stunned. This, Uncle Chen, hiss. The three family heads, along with numerous henchmen, Minister Huang, and Song Yi, all felt a chill rising from their feet to their heads. In the courtyard, Chen Shen stood with his hands behind his back, Chen Xiang and Yu Xiaoshuang lying behind him. Ghost Tang knelt upright at the door, continuously using his own hidden weapons to sew on his body. His arms, legs, body were already densely covered with black and white lines, the needlework intricate and aesthetically pleasing. His face seemed to be enduring immense pain, unable to make a sound, his hands meticulously continuing their work. Zhao Yi also knelt nearby. This scene was too horrifying. After a moment of shock, everyone deliberately avoided the blood-like Ghost Tang and ran to Chen Chen's side. Uncle Chen. Chen Chen waved his hand, coldly snorting, help Xiaoqing and the others to the bedroom, they're waking up soon. His tone was very unpleasant. He hadn't expected someone to dare intrude into his home just now. In his anger, he acted a bit too harshly to prevent the two girls from getting scared, so he knocked the intruder out cold. What are you standing there for? Hurry! After scolding a few female thugs, Song Haiping hurriedly knelt down on the ground. He didn't dare say a word with his head bowed. The Song family was the current ancestors' guard, and letting someone break in like this was their negligence. When the old master of the Song family knelt down, the others didn't dare to stand either, and they all knelt down in unison. You can leave. Chen Chen ignored them, first giving a cold glance at Huang Yi. What was to come was not suitable for outsiders to witness. Huang Yi was chilled to the bone by that glance, his scalp tingling. Yes, you're busy. With that, he left with Song Yi directly. When there were no outsiders left, Chen Chen let them kneel on the ground, while he lay back in the Grandmaster's chair, squinting his eyes and saying, Song Haiping, back then you could at least keep an eye on the door for me. How come you can't even do that now? This was a weighty statement. Song Haiping kept his head down and didn't dare speak. His status as a disciple of the Chun family brought him great benefits, but it also came with corresponding responsibilities. Today, he had clearly been negligent. Ancestor, there's suddenly a surge of ice-clear pills in the Magic City, and Grandpa is investigating the source of the pills. Song Shanha explained in a low voice. Shut up! Song Haiping suddenly turned his head and then slapped him across the face. If you dare to defy the ancestor again, you'll be expelled from the family. Song Shanha, after receiving a slap, saw the anxiety in his grandfather's eyes and realized he had been impudent to speak out of turn. He quickly lowered his head obediently. This scene made everyone tremble. Strictly speaking, only Song Haiping had ever worked directly under Qin Shen among the younger generation of the three major families. The others had no qualifications to interact with him. They had only met him briefly at the Song family's birthday celebration, and at that time, they had thought the old ancestor was quite amiable. Now everyone knew the truth, the terror of this man. Just look at Tang, who was still frantically mutilating himself on the side. The younger generation of the three major families felt relieved to be behind the scenes, exchanging glances full of gratitude. Song Shanqing, Song Shanyu, Zhao Zishan, and Lin Zi all broke out in a cold sweat, feeling like they had narrowly escaped a great disaster. Last time, they had gotten a bit too drunk and offended the old ancestor, only to be punished by Qin Shen with a stand for the whole afternoon. Now it seemed like they had been incredibly lucky. Perhaps it was because the old ancestor was in a good mood that day, otherwise they might have been sent to do menial tasks at the doorstep long ago. Humph. Upon hearing Song Shanha's explanation, Qin Shen's expression softened a bit. The most important thing in handling matters is to distinguish what's important. Don't be confused all the time. What's the big deal if someone auctions ice-clear pills? I've given away quite a few in recent years, who knows if I left one behind somewhere. Let them auction it, no need to bother. Tomorrow, Xiao Qing wants to go to the auction. Make sure the young people from your families accompany her, if there are any mistakes again. Humph. With that, Chen Shen walked into the house. Clean up the yard and get out. No one from the three major families dared to breathe heavily and obediently left the yard. In no time, the seventh courtyard returned to tranquility. Even the smell of blood in the air was dispersed by air fresheners. After a while, Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang opened their eyes in surprise. Ah, Grandpa Zhang. Their memories were still stuck on the sudden appearance of the old man by their side, so they naturally exclaimed in fear. Oh, Grandpa Zhang is here, no need to be afraid. What about Zhao Yi and that strange man? They've been taken away, don't worry. Chen Shen smiled. You two are too timid, getting scared and fainting like that, embarrassing, isn't it? Is that so? Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang both looked skeptical. The next day, in the living room of Chen Xing's house, Zhao Zishan, Song Shanyu, Song Shanqing, and Lin Zi sat upright on the sofa, not daring to play with their phones, looking like model students. After waiting for a while, Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang finally came downstairs. Sorry, we slept in late yesterday, just finished tidying up. You must have been waiting anxiously, right? Chen Ching apologized. No rush, the auction is still early, there's nothing to do if we go early. Right, I just pondered on life, sitting quietly is quite nice. The group nodded in unison, their attitudes sincere and genuine. In their hearts, they were all silently complaining. Who dares to have an opinion? Aren't they afraid of being tasked with sewing and needlework? If it weren't for the instructions from the ancestors yesterday, they wouldn't dare to step into this courtyard. Scary. Chen Xing felt that their attitudes were a bit strange, but she didn't think much of it, assuming that they were feeling apologetic about the previous incident. Slung her bag over her shoulder, she said, all right, let's go. As they left the door, everyone's posture involuntarily relaxed. Hey, do you have to be like this? You're making our home seem like a dangerous place. Yu Xiaoshuang frowned discontentedly. Xiaoshuang, you're being modest, your home is nothing like a dangerous place. Zhao Xiang was interrupted by Lin Zi, who covered his mouth swiftly. Fear was evident in her beautiful eyes. Zhao Dashan had no memory at all. Last time it was him who talked too much, and this time he hadn't changed a bit. Alright, Wang Dashao is at the door, let's go, let's hurry and get in the car. Song Shanyu quickly changed the subject, pulling Chen Qing into the car. Hey, don't pull me, what did Zhao Xiang want to say? Hey, don't mind him, he wanted to say how could your home be a dangerous place? We're all so friendly here, it feels like coming home. Is that so? Definitely. That's great, you guys should come over more often in the future. We wouldn't dare. Definitely. In the car, Chen Qing opened her live stream as usual. With her current popularity of 30 million fans, even in the early morning, countless viewers flooded into the live stream room. Good morning, host. Wow. Host, did you get plastic surgery? Wow. It's true, host, how did you become more beautiful? This is unbelievable, the change is too obvious. Confirmed, the host just returned from Korea. Begging the host to promote products, what makeup brand gives such obvious results? Agree +1. Agree +2. As soon as they saw Chen Xing, countless old viewers keenly noticed her changes. Her skin had improved a lot, her hair was shiny, and her eyes were sparkling. The change was so obvious. Before Chen Xing could speak, Yu Xiaoshuang squeezed in front of the camera, showing off, "Brothers, how about my transformation?" She had appeared in live streams with Chen Xing many times, so the old viewers knew her too. This once again caused a stir. Caught another wild beauty. "Xiaoshuang, how did you change too? Tell me, how did you and the host change? Uncle will buy you candy." "Hey, look at the comparison photos, they both have changed a lot." "Do we even need to compare? Anyone with eyes can see it." Yu Xiaoshuang particularly enjoyed the compliments, tilting her neck and smiling. Hey, let me tell you secretly, we took the ice clear pill given by the old man. Ahaha, jealous or not?" Before the audience could express their envy, the people in the car felt sour. They had long noticed the changes in Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang, but they didn't dare to ask for fear of involving the secret of the ancestors. Now that they knew the reason, a sense of sourness naturally arose in their hearts. Especially Lin Zi and Song Shanyu. At the same time, they started to have ideas. Today, they would see if it was possible to buy the ice clear pill. If it could be sold for 20 or 30 billion, they should have enough to make up the difference. They dared not ask the ancestors for it, so they could only try this method. Chen Cheng set up her phone and suddenly patted Wang Daxiao, who was driving. "Wang Xiao, can you help me with something?" When Wang Daxiao turned around, the live stream room erupted. "Wow! Principal, it's the real principal. Seeing the real person. No way, how did the host get together with the principal? It's over, the host has been captured by the principal. Being together so early in the morning, didn't they spend the night together last night?" Wang Daxiao turned his head and saw these barrage comments, instantly feeling a headache and almost losing control of the steering wheel. He already knew about what happened at the Chun family yesterday, and now he was quite scared by these remarks. What kind of vicious words were these? Were they trying to ruin him? Damn it, I'm warning you all, Chun Chang and I are good friends, there's nothing impure between us. Whoever dares to falsely accuse me, I'll send a lawyer's letter. Afraid of being misunderstood by Chen Xing, he shouted anxiously with a pale face. Chen Chang wasn't really misunderstanding, but she was startled. "What are you doing? Lower your voice, you scared me." Wang Daxiao immediately shrank his neck and whispered, "Ahem, yes, they are just talking nonsense. Xinger, don't mind them, tell me if you need anything." Before Chen Xing could speak, Zhao Zixuan, unusually clever this time, said, "Xinger, if you need anything, just tell me. We are family, no need to bother outsiders." What? Wow, is this still Zhao Dashai? Is he finally getting it? Song Shanyu, Song Shanqing, and Lin Zi suddenly felt a sense of crisis. "Xingjie, the Song family has always been closest to our ancestors. Tell me, whatever you need, I'll take care of it for you." Ahem, the Lin family has had a relationship with our ancestors for decades. "Xinger, just tell me." This scene dumbfounded the online friends. What's going on? Asking for help turned into being asked for help? Wow! Are the descendants of the three major families also warm-hearted? Wang Daxiao's face turned as dark as a slipper, almost letting go of the steering wheel to climb to the back and scold them. He was going crazy trying to please Chun Chang, and now that he finally had the chance, they dared to intervene? "Xinger, ignore them, just tell me if you need anything." Unable to bear their enthusiasm, Chen Xing quickly waved her hand. No need, it's just a small matter. Well, my grandfather now likes to grow flowers and plants, but the yard is a bit small. I want to find a bigger place to live. Isn't Wang Daxiao's family in real estate? I want to see if he can help introduce a larger place. She currently had a spare 2 billion in hand, with not much expenses, naturally thinking of making her grandfather's living more comfortable. Since discovering that the old man was busy with flowers and plants every day, she had been thinking of buying a house with a garden. In the land of the city where every inch is valuable, there were not many options that met her requirements, so she thought of asking Wang Daxiao. Shida Group was a leading real estate company, so it shouldn't be a big problem. The others listened, their eyes shining brightly, scaringly bright. The place where the old ancestor currently lived was too small. This was a chance to please him. "Yes, Xinger, don't worry about it, leave this to me." Without giving others a chance to speak, Wang Daxiao held the steering wheel with one hand and skillfully took out his phone with the other. "Hello, Dad? Ahem, so, I have a friend who wants to buy a house with a garden, preferably a larger one." "Who?" "You know, I've told you about her before, it's Chen Chang." "Yeah, send me the information, we're going to an auction now, we'll go see it afterwards." "Alright, got it." With just a few words, this matter was settled. The others were stunned by the efficiency. It was only at this moment that Yu Xiaoshuang reacted, pounced on Chen Xing, tears streaming down her face. "Oh, Chen Shang, are you going to abandon me?" "No. I don't care, I want to live with you." "Okay, if it's not possible, we can move in together." Hee hee, that's more like it." Soon, they arrived at Jiada auction house. With the rise of online auctions, it has caused quite an impact on these old auction forces. This time, the ice clear pill being auctioned here has brought a lot of popularity to Jiada. But who knows if the pill is real, and if it has the same effect as Mr. Song. Who knows? Jiada is very tight-lipped. Apart from knowing it's called the ice clear pill, they haven't revealed anything else. Outside Jiada auction house, quite a few people had already gathered. At this moment, discussions were in full swing, but nobody was in a hurry to go in because the three masters of the Magic City were waiting outside, seemingly anticipating the arrival of someone of great importance. Others were also curious. Who could make the three old masters wait? Master Song. A middle-aged man with golden-rimmed glasses walked over, accompanied by a slightly older man. Both were surnamed Ma. Oh, you're here too? Hee hee, with such astonishing news, of course, I had to come and join the fun. Teacher Ma, aren't you teaching now? Why are you here today? Hee hee, I just wanted to come and see you. You're always so talkative. The three old masters and the two Mr. Mas chatted amiably, and others were not qualified to approach them. In the business world, hierarchy and connections were crucial. The size of the deals was one thing, but the relationships and connections behind them were another. Despite the Ma duo's current status as the wealthiest, they dared not be presumptuous in front of Master Song. These five individuals were on the same level. Teacher Ma was sharp-witted and quickly noticed that Master Song kept glancing towards the road while chatting. He joked, Master Song, can you secretly tell us who else is coming later? Could it be Master Huang? I heard that Master Huang is also in the Magic City. Song Haiping waved his hand. Master Huang left the Magic City yesterday. I'm waiting. Here they come. Before the words were finished, a commercial vehicle stopped at the entrance. Members of the three major families all moved at once, crowding around. Chen Chang was bewildered as she got out of the car. Grandpa Song, Grandpa Zhao, Grandpa Lin, what is this about? Just arrived. Ha, come, girl, come in with Grandpa. Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuan were ushered in, leaving the crowd in an uproar. Who is she? Such a grand entrance. Hey, you're still hanging around in the Magic City, don't you know she's from the Chun family? Brother, tell me, have you been away recently? Just got back. Ahem, the treasures being auctioned today are said to be made by Grandpa Zhang. Wow. Miss Chen. Director Ma was a bit awkward, unknowingly pushed to the outside, but Teacher Ma would never be, as he was an expert in observing and understanding people. He quickly approached Chun Chang with a smile and handed her a business card. Miss Chen, nice to meet you, I'm Jack Ma. I heard you applied to our Alibaba before, why didn't you end up going? Ha? Chen Chang looked at Teacher Ma, somewhat surprised. For young people, the reputation of the two Mr. Mas was much higher than that of the three major families in the Magic City. Hello, Teacher Ma. Yes, I had already passed the interview at that time and was about to start working, but unfortunately, Grandpa Zhang came, and I regretfully couldn't go. It's okay. Teacher Ma waved his hand and said, since you passed the interview, you are already one of us at Alibaba. How about taking some time? I'll personally show you around our headquarters in Hang City. Thank you so much. I'm actually very interested in Alibaba, but I need to ask Grandpa Zhang if I can go to Hang City. No problem. I also want to visit Mr. Chun. I'm very interested in your ancestors' calligraphy and would like to discuss it. Great, then after the auction, Teacher Ma, you can come back with me. That's settled then, I'll comply with respect. In just a few words, Teacher Ma and Chen Ching got acquainted. The other Mr. Ma outside felt frustrated, but after some thought, he had an idea and discreetly made a phone call. Help me deliver an invitation to Ziyuan No. 7 Courtyard, saying that there's something I'd like him to see, claiming it's a 2,000-year-old ginseng. Also, make sure to deliver the contents of the safe deposit box at the People's Bank branch No. 7 to me by tomorrow morning. Both of them were scheming, preparing for any unfavorable outcomes at the auction. Despite having ample funds prepared, they had to guard against unexpected events. The ice clear pill, they must obtain it at all costs. Dear friends, esteemed guests, welcome everyone to today's auction. Today we have prepared a very rich treasure trove. Whether you want to collect or invest, you will definitely encounter treasures to your liking. In addition, the auction today features the star item, the Ice Clear Dan. Forgive me for not being able to introduce more now. Let's save our anticipation for later. Next, let's welcome our number 1 treasure, the Nala's Diamond Flower. God Auction House is strategic, saving the highly anticipated Ice Clear Dan for last. It's a rare gathering of so many wealthy individuals, a great opportunity for a big auction. You must be familiar with the Nala's diamond ring, but have you ever seen a natural diamond as big as an egg? What's even more precious is that it naturally resembles a flower, without any processing. Believe me, there is only one like it in the world. No matter who receives it, she will become a unique woman. Starting bid, 10 million. On the auction stage, a flower the size of a pigeon egg emits a brilliant light. The auctioneer doesn't exaggerate, it is indeed very beautiful. Wow, it's so beautiful. If I wear it on my wedding day in the future, I'll be ecstatic. Fish Xiaoshuan's eyes sparkle. Lin Zi and Song Shanyu nod frequently. Most girls have some beautiful fantasies about their wedding day. Chen Chang also looks a bit eager but shakes her head. Jewelry worth tens of millions is too expensive. However, a few minutes later, she grits her teeth and raises her paddle. Alright, the first bidder, this beautiful lady raises by 1 million, now at 11 million. Miss, you are truly beautiful. Even this Nala's diamond flower seems a bit dim in front of you. 15 million, bidder number 37 raises to 15 million. Everyone, it doesn't need my lengthy introduction. Trust me, for the uniqueness of this item, any price is worth it. Bidder number 78 raises to 23 million, 23 million once, 23 million. Bidder number 90 bids 30 million. In just a moment, this opening treasure skyrocketed to 50 million. This price has at least a 30% premium. Yet, there are still scattered bidders raising their paddles. In the end, Zhao Zishan unexpectedly sealed the deal. 60 million. The auctioneer is almost laughing out loud. A 50% premium, his commission triples. Sir, congratulations on acquiring it. Do you have anything to say? Zhao Zishan steps up to receive it. He picks up the microphone and solemnly says, I hope to give this flower to the beautiful Miss Chen Xing. Wow! The scene erupts in astonishment. Even in this auction house filled with millionaires, casually giving away a 60 million jewel is a grand gesture. The eyes of all the women present widen. But in the three major family camps, everyone is dumbfounded. Damn, is Zhao Dasha going crazy? Song Shanyu's cherry lips part in surprise. Is he going to confess his feelings to Chen Xing in such a crazy way? Wow, what a brave move, the younger generation discusses. The elders from various families all wear grim expressions. Zhao Laote is grinding his teeth. Bastard! How reckless, too reckless. If Zhao Zishan openly pursues and successfully brings Chen Xing into the family, Zhao Laoyi might as well wake up from his dream. Even if he can climb the family tree with Chen Xing, it would take a miracle. But what kind of damn method is he using now? Without even expressing his intentions to Chen Xing, he directly gifts her a jewel in front of everyone. Doesn't he know people might think the Zhao family is trying to buy her with money? How will society view Chen Cheng? And how will they view the Zhao family? Numerous thoughts flash through their minds, and Zhao Laoya's teeth grind loudly. Go drag that rebellious son back for me, make him kneel in front of the ancestral tablets for 3 days. Does he want to ruin the family before he stops? Dad, please calm down. Nonsense. I let him off the hook last time, but if I don't teach him a lesson this time, how will he learn? When the Zhao family was at a loss, Song Haiping's eyes were deep, and he spoke softly, don't worry, we'll talk about everything when we get back. The younger generation needs to be taught a lesson. But for now, let's stay calm. We can't afford to lose face. We can't let Chen Cheng step down. Mr. Zhao was taken aback, then realized immediately, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ah, Brother Song is right. Let's take that rebellious child away now. If the outside world, or even Chen Xing, thinks that we old folks look down on her, the consequences will be even more severe. And so it was. The three families were itching with hatred, their cheeks twitching, but they all watched quietly. Chen Chang was also dumbfounded. Seeing Zhao Zishan staring at her intently, she stood up helplessly and said, Zhao Zishan, what joke are you making? It's impossible between us. The atmosphere grew even more awkward. The audience felt sorry for Zhao Zishan, probably imagining themselves wanting to disappear. Impossible? Chen Chang, what are you thinking? What I mean is, last time at dinner, I spoke out of turn, unintentionally offended our ancestors, and made you angry. Our ancestors forgave me, but you haven't. Today, I want to give you this head flower as a sincere apology, and secondly, I hope our friendship can be as enduring as the South Lost Diamond. Wow! What a turn of events! Those words were beautifully said. From a rather awkward confession, it turned into a testimony of friendship. Wang Dashao, Song Shanyu, and Lin Zi were all dumbfounded. Oh my god, is this Zhao Dasai? I can't believe it. This jerk, he was just pretending before, we've been fooled. Incredible, truly incredible. Looking ahead, the expressions of the older generation were also quite amusing, especially Mr. Zhao, who was beaming with joy, muttering, I have a talented grandson, good lad, quite the emotional intelligence like I had back in the day, and so on. It was as if he hadn't been the one kneeling in the ancestral hall just now. Chen Chang was slightly stunned, unable to laugh or cry. She tidied her hair, smiled brightly, and said, "Alright, let's just watch our words in the future. I'll accept this head flower, hoping that we will always be good friends. But I'll transfer the money to you later, and you're not allowed to refuse." 60 million, a bit pricey, but Chen Qing could grit her teeth and accept it. During this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room soared, with the platform prepaying $1 billion in live broadcast wages, plus the meeting gifts from the three major families. They could afford it. Great. Zhao Zishan was like a god of wisdom at this moment, readily accepting. He didn't try to push the money away. This undoubtedly made many viewers look at him in a new light. After handing the Southloss head flower to Chen Chang himself, he happily stepped down from the stage. Before he could even sit down, Mr. Zhao spoke up. "Starting next month, Zishan's family's dividends will increase by 20%. He was so happy that his big teeth were showing. Kowtowing successfully, making a fortune. After a brief interlude, the auction continued. There were many rare treasures that appeared during the auction, showing that Jiada Auction House had been planning for a long time under the name of Bingqing Dan. 3 hours later, the auction finally reached its climax. Everyone perked up, and the hall was filled with discussions. Is the legendary Bingqing Dan real? Can it cure all kinds of illnesses? I can't believe it. Hey, the rumors are getting more and more miraculous. Some even say it can extend life by 10 years. Isn't that exaggerated? I also think it's just a rumor. How could such a thing exist in the world? Everyone, don't be so absolute. Look at Mr. Song. Last month he really couldn't get out of bed. I saw it with my own eyes. He needed help to walk. How is that possible? I see him walking with a strong stride, rosy complexion, even stronger than me. He doesn't look like he's in trouble at all. That's right, otherwise why would people come? As they spoke, the auctioneer stepped down directly. Another person was in charge of auctioning the Bingqing Dan. 2 elderly men in black escorted a young woman of about 20 up to the stage. All the participants were stunned. The woman was beautiful, but the first impression she gave to everyone was ethereal. A fairy-like ethereal, an exiled ethereal. She was clearly dressed in modern clothing, yet she gave everyone a feeling of being on the verge of taking flight. Like a fairy who had strayed from the mortal world. Especially the expression in her eyes and the touch of vermilion on her forehead added a unique charm. Some young people who met her gaze couldn't help but feel ashamed of their own inadequacy. So beautiful. Her aura is so unique. Who is she? So there really are fairies in the world, so stunning. The descendants of the 3 major families were all infatuated, whispering praises under their breath, afraid to speak too loudly and startle the fairy. Hey, what are you all looking at? Is she prettier than me and Chen Chang? Yu Xiaoshuang pursed her lips, pulling Song Shanya's clothes fiercely. It was one thing for the men to look, but what was a woman looking at? Song Shanya shook his head in infatuation, his eyes filled with admiration. Xiaoshuang, you are also very beautiful, but her beauty is different. I really want to hug her. Despite the whole scene, not a single person was not captivated, regardless of age or gender. Everyone, my name is Miaoi, I am a descendant of Wudong, and this time, I will be in charge of auctioning the Ice Clear Pill and the Remnant Pill. Her voice was soft, calm, like the warm words of the Jiangnan region, making people feel especially comfortable. A descendant of Wudong? I often go to Wudong Mountain to offer incense to the great Emperor Zhenwu. How come I haven't seen you before? Is she a Taoist? Judging by her aura, it seems so, but I really want to see what she looks like in Taoist robes. Ahem, watch what you say. Wudong Mountain has inner and outer disciples. We usually visit the outer disciples. This girl is not simple, she should be an inner disciple. So, she must be a master of ancient martial arts? Definitely. Young lady! An old voice interrupted the discussions in the hall, and everyone turned to see Mr. Song Haiping, sitting calmly in his chair, asking, "May I ask where this ice clear pill comes from? As far as I know, only one of my elders can refine it, and what do you mean by the remnant pill?" As the conversation turned to the main topic, everyone's gaze focused on Miaoi. Master Song, you are right, the ice clear pill indeed comes from the hands of Master Chen. In the past, when he visited Wudong Mountain, my ancestor played chess with Master Chen for 3 full days, and thus gained the appreciation of the immortal, who bestowed this ice clear pill upon him. As for the remnant pill, it is because my ancestor could not bear to consume such a treasure, he only cut off half with a golden tool and placed it in a mountain spring. He instructed us not to leave behind the remaining half, as it was a great opportunity exclusive to Wudong, fearing jealousy from the heavens, hence this auction. The proceeds from the auction will also be used to help the poor. But you need not worry about the medicinal properties of the remnant pill. Wudong guarantees with 1,000 years of reputation, it can extend life by a minimum of 5 years and cure all illnesses. Boom! As Meowie spoke, she gently opened the jade box. The image of the pill immediately appeared on the big screen in the auction hall, clear as ice and white as jade, naturally formed. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, one could tell it was no ordinary object, but it was a pity that this ice-clear pill was only half. This was the first time many people had seen the ice-clear pill, unable to help but exclaim in amazement. Does the divine pill really look like this? Phew, I seem to smell the fragrance of medicine, my spirits have improved a lot. I never thought that there really are elixirs in the world. I always thought they were harmful concoctions refined from heavy metals by ancient alchemists. Modern people always think they are smarter than ancient people, but have they ever considered that in the past, emperors held power over the world, and had all kinds of talented individuals under them? Do they really think those favored Taoists could just fool around with some pills? Makes sense. However, we can't be careless. With the advancement of science nowadays, it's easy to create something with good appearance. Who knows if this ice-clear pill is really effective? She vouched for it in the name of Wodong Mountain, so it shouldn't be fake, right? Be cautious but not overly so. That's true. No need to worry. Mr. Song has tried it before, we'll see his reaction. Despite the pill's good appearance, many people remained skeptical. They were secretly observing Song Haiping's reaction. After all, he should be the only one confirmed to have taken the ice-clear pill. Song Haiping understood their thoughts, observed carefully for a moment, then nodded solemnly. Indeed, it should be from my Uncle Chen's hands, it can't be fake. Meowie nodded slightly in thanks to Song Haiping. Then she looked calmly at everyone and said with a light smile, before the auction, I'd like to share some news with you all to prevent anyone from missing out on a chance due to coincidence. This news is that Master Chen's pills are only given to those destined for it. If he appreciates you, he won't ask for a single coin for the pill. If you don't catch his eye, no amount of money can buy it. In the past, many important figures sought pills from Master Chen, without exception, all were rejected. Many should know that Master Chen is currently in this city. If anyone wishes to seek the pills directly from him, feel free to try and see if you have the fate for it. TSK. These words made many people look disappointed. The recent news about Chen Shen had been widely spread in the city, known to many, even that he lived in Ziyuan. It wasn't a secret. Just now, many clever individuals wanted to bypass the auction of half an ice-clear pill and find a way directly from Chen Shen. As long as they weren't foolish, they knew the price wouldn't be low. But now Meowie had shattered their hopes directly. Indeed, if it were easy to obtain pills from Chen Shen, someone would have succeeded long ago, and there wouldn't be so many people at the auction. It's better to bid honestly. The auction began. 10 billion, 20 billion, 21 billion, 30 billion. Most people in the hall felt a chill. They expected the price to be high, but not this high. In just a few minutes, it had already reached 30 billion. And this was far from the final price. Don't forget, those big shots hadn't spoken yet. As expected, when the price reached 50 billion and gradually no one else bid, Mr. Ma calmly raised his paddle. 60 billion. Before his paddle could drop, the young Ma beside him also raised his paddle. Penguin Company wasn't short on money. 70 billion. 80 billion. 90 billion. The two sat side by side, chatting occasionally, showing no signs of competition. Yet, within a few bids, the price had soared to 100 billion. Chen Xiang and Yu Xiaoshuang were dumbfounded, staring at the small bag with fiery eyes. Inside the bag were 7 ice-clear pills. Then, Yu Xiaoshuang covered her face in agony, almost crying. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Xiang was startled and quickly pulled her back. Yu Xiaoshuang, with a tearful face, said, Oh, if I had known ice-clear pills were so expensive, I wouldn't have taken one. I could have sold the one you gave me and become financially free. The thought of having spent billions yesterday made her heart ache so much she couldn't breathe. With that, she buried her head in Chen Sheng's arms, seeking comfort. Chen Sheng awkwardly looked around at the people, pushing her head away with force. You silly girl, get up, embarrassing me. Yu Xiaoshuang, in a fit of pique, closed her eyes and squeezed into her arms. Having spent over 100 billion in one go, it was too extravagant. 100 billion once, 100 billion twice. Meowie wasn't a qualified auctioneer. She didn't promote or incite emotions, just calmly counted the bids. As soon as she counted to 3, the deal would be done. Fortunately, there was no need to promote the ice-clear pill, otherwise it might have sold for much less. The atmosphere between the two horses also became more solemn. A cash flow of 100 billion was not a small amount for them. You are considerably younger than me, you will have opportunities in the future. 110 billion. Teacher Ma raised the placard and said lightly, 120 billion. Little Ma followed closely, turned his head and said, Who knows if we can find it when we need it? Teacher Ma raised the placard, 130 billion. He fell silent for a moment and whispered, "I'll give you the entire market of shared cars. I'm 50 this year, I really need this pill. Hee hee, 140 billion. Little Ma looked at him sideways, as if looking at a fool. Forget about shared cars, community shopping, group purchases, I'll withdraw from all of them. How about this pill? You are a bit older than me, but I write code all year round, I have professional illnesses." With just that sentence, 10 billion more, and half a ice clear pill gradually pushed to a staggering 200 billion. It exceeded the predicted price before the auction by 100 billion. Not to mention others, even the three major families couldn't help but glance sideways. Then they secretly rejoiced. Fortunately they didn't have to compete, otherwise it would have been a tough battle. Old Chen hinted that they should do well, they couldn't afford to offend them in the future. Abstain. In the end, Teacher Ma coldly threw down the number plate. 200 billion in cash flow was his limit. Alibaba's share structure was too complex, and pushing further could easily lead to problems. Little Ma wiped the cold sweat secretly, feeling lucky. This price was almost at his highest point of tolerance. However, fortunately, he won. Witnessing this heavenly battle, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Along with the countdown by Miaoi, many people began to round things off. "Well done, Directors Ma, you have strength, making us old folks feel ashamed. Ha, new talents emerge in every generation, we old folks are no match." Don't be angry, having competitiveness now is a good thing. It's rare to come together, let's meet this afternoon. Right, we should also find Mr. Song, since we're in the Magic City, Mr. Song should bring out his collection of fine teas. Just as everyone was laughing and joking, suddenly a young man stood up and shouted, 300 billion. The room fell silent, not even a bird chirped. Li Chongyang proudly stood up, enjoying the surrounding gazes. After holding back for so long, he was just waiting to crush you all. Surprised, right? Hee hee, who can compare to my Li family in wealth? Nonsense. The Li family head is still in the capital, and Li Fugue is seriously ill and bedridden. Naturally, the choice of participants for the auction fell on Li Chongyang. He deliberately didn't bid at first, just waiting to crush the final winner. The thought alone was thrilling. As it turned out, he succeeded. Didn't you see little Ma's face turning black as if dripping water? Ma Dong felt extremely aggrieved. This brat was not giving him face at all. You could have bid earlier if you were going to. What's with this intentional targeting of me now? If Ma Dong could have come up with more money, he would have raised the bid just to save face. It's rare for someone to be so humiliated in the business world. It's easy to make enemies. Without waiting for Miaoi's countdown, he coldly glanced at Li Chongyang, threw down a remark and walked out. I abstain, you win. Seeing the overall situation, others also got up and left in twos and threes. No one approached Li Chongyang, even those with good relations with the Li family avoided him. Some muttered, what bad luck has befallen the Li family, bringing out this thing. Li Chongyang had no sense of having done anything wrong, on the contrary, he was smug. Hey, don't leave, weren't we supposed to meet this afternoon? Old Lu, where are you going? What are we going to eat later? Uncle Zhuan, where are you going? Take me with you, are we going to a gathering? The people who were stopped all had dark faces. No, I have something to do with the company, I'm going back now. No gathering, my wife is giving birth at home. Another day. Cough, Chongyang, you should go back quickly. Isn't your grandfather unwell? He must be waiting for medicine to save his life. As the big shots around dispersed, Miaoi and Li Chongyang, with the help of Jiada Auction House, successfully completed the transaction. Although the big shots had left the scene, there were still numerous reporters present, swiftly relaying detailed information back to their respective units. This auction completely set off a frenzy, with too many explosive points. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming reports swept across the entire internet. Half a pill for 3 billion? It's really not expensive, can cure all illnesses, and extend life by 5 years. A true disciple of Wudong emerges. The editor is truly amazed. The Xuanma duo defeated, the terrifying power hidden behind the Li family in Kyoto. The Chen family rises to fame, the collision of alchemy and science. At this moment, under the escort of the three major families, Chen Qing also got into a car and left. Although many people wanted to get to know her, they were all stopped by the Song family, so she was not disturbed. What was the name of that person just now? Shouldn't he be the one who caused trouble in my live broadcast room last time? Chen Chang patted Song Shanyu's shoulder and asked. Several rich second generations were with her, saying they didn't trust Wang Dashao's ability to handle things and wanted to help her look at houses to avoid being deceived. Chewing gum, Song Shanyu nodded and said, yes, Li Chongyang, the only grandson of the Li family in Kyoto, very wealthy, but a bit foolish. Xingjie, don't worry, he wouldn't dare to mess with you in the Magic City. Lin Zi shook her head solemnly. I think we need to be careful. The Li family has great influence, and they have always pampered this only child. Be careful if he acts recklessly. Really? But who with any kind of information channel would dare to provoke Jie? Others wouldn't dare, but Li Chongyang is unpredictable. Lin Zi sighed, his mind is not normal, so anything he does is not surprising. With these words, several rich second generations were speechless. The truth is, what a normal person wouldn't dare to do, someone with a problem might actually do. Li Chongyang is the opponent everyone is reluctant to face. Foolish yet wealthy, with strong connections, if you provoke him, even if you win, you won't gain much advantage, and if you lose, you'll be in big trouble. Chen Qing felt a chill in her heart and didn't want to cause trouble. Nodding seriously, she said, "You're right, it's better not to provoke him. But we probably don't need to worry too much. I don't think he would come to my house for some trivial matter in the live broadcast room, right? Hey, the more you talk, the more I feel that this person is abnormal. What if he really comes to my house to cause trouble?" Chen Chang and Yuxiashuang were a bit worried. They were confident in themselves, not afraid if Li Chongyang really came, but they were afraid of disturbing Grandpa Zhang. The old man was getting old, and encountering such a mess would inevitably make him angry, which was not good for his health. The other few exchanged a strange glance, their mouths twitching slightly. Li Chongyang coming to your house? Then there's no need to worry, he'll be thoroughly cooled off. Needlework, it's quite terrifying. After suppressing her worries, Chen Xing opened the live broadcast. She didn't dare to broadcast at the auction just now. After all, there were many celebrities, it wasn't appropriate to start filming without their consent. But now she had to work, she had promised her fans to watch houses together, so she couldn't break her promise this time. When she entered the live broadcast room page, everyone was stunned. There were already over 1 million people online in the live broadcast room. What did this mean? It meant that these people, when the screen was black in the live broadcast room, they had been waiting in the dark room all along. They were giving her face. As soon as they saw her online, countless barrage messages flooded in. Do you want to make it big? Where's the live broadcast of the auction? Why do you always go offline when it's a big event? Yeah, it's so annoying, right? I really want to see the internal video of the auction. Does anyone have it? Please share it? No video, but there are pictures leaked on the SeekDog news website, TSK. The beauty who auctioned the pill was so elegant, definitely on the same level as the host. I heard a lot happened at the auction, the two worst directors clashed? Host, reveal some insider information. What's the situation with the Li family that suddenly emerged? Is it the one who caused trouble in your live broadcast last time? Questions came one after another, and the viewers were all interested in what happened at the auction. Chen Qing felt a bit overwhelmed. The participants in the competition were either wealthy or noble, all very famous. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to disclose any information without their consent. So, she pretended not to see such questions and forcefully changed the topic. Ahem. I can't say much about the auction, or I might offend someone. You wouldn't want me to receive a lawyer's letter, right? Don't worry, I believe there will be detailed reports soon, as there are reporters on site. Alright, everyone knows that I wanted to secretly change a house for Grandpa Zhang to live in, to give him a surprise. Didn't I ask Wang Daxiao for help in the morning? Now we have news, and we are on our way to see it. As she spoke, the business car arrived in a peaceful suburb, with fields of flowers and endless willow forests in sight. The willows swayed gently, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Coincidentally, a few barrage comments in the live broadcast room also caught Chen Qing's attention. Fields of flowers and willow forests, why are you going there, host? Besides a private manor, there are no other houses there, right? I knew it looked familiar, it's that place, the scenery is so beautiful. TSK, this scenery, so envious. The mood would be different every day living in such a place. Yes, we wake up cramped in pigeon cages every day, can we be like them? Want to live in this place? Ha, don't even think about it. I wouldn't dare dream of such an extravagant thing. Do you know who owns the flower courtyard? Seeking inside information, I've always been curious who has such great power to have such a large piece of land near the Magic City, even better than the Song family manor by 3 points, right? Ha, no one can acquire it now, but when the Xia nation was just established and opened up to foreign investment, there was someone who seized the opportunity, hence the Willow Forest and Flower Sea. You all know who, the Li family of Hong Kong. Oh, Li Superman, I was wondering who had such great abilities. In general, this piece of land and the manor are products of a special period, left over from historical coincidences. Even with money and connections now, it's impossible to obtain. Hey, Wang Daxiao, why did you bring me here? Chen Qing asked in confusion. The place was beautiful, but she was here to buy a house today, not for a leisurely outing. Did they come to the wrong place? As for the only flower courtyard here, she didn't dare to think about it. Forget about the price of the house, just this piece of land would cost at least hundreds of billions, not even her remaining 2 billion in her pocket would be enough. The others also criticized Wang Daxiao one after another, blaming him for being unreliable. Wang Daxiao smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't worry, just follow me," he said confidently, but he was also nervous inside. If it weren't for his father saying everything was arranged, he wouldn't have brought Chen Sheng here. He secretly speculated whether his father wanted to give the flower courtyard to Grandpa Zhang. Their own assets were in a mess. It shouldn't be possible unless his father sold the entire Chinda group. But his father wasn't foolish, there should be a limit to gift giving. A while later, a manor with blue bricks and gray tiles came into view. It was a typical Suzhou Hangzhou style, definitely designed by a master-level designer, incomparably beautiful. Not far from the entrance, a small stream flowed gently. Just standing at the entrance, one could feel a sense of joy. It's like a paradise. I never thought there would be such a place in the Magic City. Yu Xiaoshuang said enviously. The purple garden where she lived was famous for its beautiful environment, but compared to this, the difference was too great. It's like the distance between a small dirt slope at the door and Mount Tai. Wow, I've never been here before, it's even more impressive than our home. Song Shanyu was also amazed. Wang Daxiao, what exactly do you mean? If you don't want to help, just say so. I'm busy buying a house, and you're taking me sightseeing. Chen Xing said gloomily, turning his head away, afraid to look too much at the courtyard, fearing he couldn't resist buying a few ice-clear pills at the auction. It's too comfortable here. In the live broadcast room, envy filled the screen. Brothers, I feel inferior. This is where people live. Where I live should be called a dog's den. A dog's den? That's already good enough. My rental house probably doesn't have a dog kennel as big as the one in this mansion. Damn, the humans are worse than dogs series. Hey, suddenly I feel bored hanging out in the Magic City. I'll save up some money in a couple of years and go back to our hometown to build a small villa. Brothers, stop lamenting. I have some money at home. Tell me how much this house costs so I can give up hope. The house isn't too big, only about 2,000 square meters. It should cost at most around 10 billion. But this piece of land will definitely be sold together, with at least 30 acres. According to the current auction price, the total won't be less than 50 billion. I must be daydreaming. Daring to think of a 5 billion house, excuse me for the disturbance. Who can live here? It's like lying on a bed of gold, right? Envy, jealousy, hate. 5 billion? Chen Xing secretly exclaimed when he saw it, the price was too high. Even if ice-clear pills were sold at today's highest price, she would need to sell 2 to have enough, but of course, she couldn't do that. Although she still had 7 ice-clear pills in her hand, such life-extending treasures absolutely could not be sold for money. She had a vague intuition that Grandpa Zhang might be testing her. Why else would he casually let her dispose of such valuable pills? There must be a conspiracy, she absolutely couldn't fall for it. Stick to your heart, money is just an external thing, Chen Xing silently repeated to herself. Chen Chen and Ziyuan was also unaware of what his great-granddaughter was thinking, otherwise, he would be at a loss. Just giving her a snack, and she imagined something? Ice-clear pills were just a pastime to pass the time. She had accumulated so many in her storage ring that she couldn't even count them. Hee, how could I dare to tease you? Although Wang Daxiao was also puzzled, he still bravely said, what we're looking at today is this, you wait, I'll go knock on the door. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang softly, and soon, an elegant old man came out from inside. Hello, you must be Miss Chen Cheng, right? I'm Mr. Li's personal butler, surnamed Zhou, please, come in. Mr. Li has already instructed everything. I hope this property will satisfy you. The old man who called himself Butler Zhou ignored Wang Daxiao. His eyes lit up when he saw Chen Xing, and he immediately stepped forward politely. Mr. Li, who was still in Hongchang, had specifically instructed that there should be no negligence towards the Chen family, and when this person came out, several rich third generations became somewhat restrained. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's just a butler, that's just modesty. This man has been by Li Chaoren's side for decades, a true confidant, and he has the authority to handle many of the Li family's properties in the mainland. Hello, Grandpa Zhou. Grandpa Zhou, when did you come to the Magic City? Faced with the greetings of several juniors, Butler Zhou just nodded casually, not bothering to exchange pleasantries, his gaze still gentle as it focused on Chen Xing. Chen Xing's scalp tingled a bit. Mr. Zhou, there may be a misunderstanding. Weren't you looking to buy a house? Yes, I want to buy, but here. Then you're in the right place, please come in. Butler Zhou was extremely polite. Before finishing his sentence, he was already leading the way. Chen Xing had no choice but to follow. Forget it, let's just consider it a spring outing. She thought helplessly. Behind her, several rich third generations were also at a loss. Although no one had explicitly stated it before they came, they all had the intention of helping to pay the bill, which was also the intention of the three families' elders. Among the flower courtyards, the one they were currently in was truly beyond their means. Not to mention them, even with billions in liquid assets, it was doubtful that the three major families could gather the funds at once. At this moment, they all started to blame Wang Daxiao. Old Wang, what are you up to? What if Chen Qing takes a liking to this place? Can we handle it? Can you afford it? Song Shanyu muttered silently. Zhao Zishang said, Wang Daxiao's handling of this matter is unreliable. You could have taken Chen Qing to Tangjuipin instead, but I doubt Chen Shang would even want to buy this. She's very considerate, isn't she? I don't think she would let us pay. Lin Zi massaged her temples, feeling a headache. Wasn't the task given to us by Grandpa to make her happy with the purchase? Now the problem is, after seeing this, even if we go elsewhere, how can we satisfy her? With this said, the others felt even more uncomfortable. It's not that they don't know quality, but they fear comparison. There isn't a better house in the entire city of magic. Wang Daxiao waved his hand and whispered, do you think I'm stupid? My dad told me to come here, or do you think I'm here just for fun? He said everything is arranged, so we don't need to worry. Wang Dong? The others felt embarrassed to say anything more and followed along. Wang Dong wouldn't do things without a plan. Wow, Shen Shang, look at that, it's so beautiful. Oh my goodness, I love this corridor, how delightful it would be to walk here in the summer. Mom, is this an observatory? Oh my, there's even a garden, imagine how beautiful it would be to swing on a swing here. Yu Xiaoshuang exclaimed all the way. She knew she couldn't afford it, but it didn't hurt to look. Yu's personality had always been carefree. Quiet down, you troublesome girl. After a round, Zhou, the steward, led everyone back to the entrance. Miss Chen, do you still like this property? What we saw earlier was just the main residence, the 30 acres of garden nearby are also included, you can take your time to explore in the future. If there are no issues, we can proceed with the handover procedures now. Chen Qing glanced back at the flower courtyard, admiring it. I'm satisfied, very satisfied, I've never seen such a beautiful house. Then she shrugged, but unfortunately, the handover may not be possible, I don't have the money, I can't afford it. With that, she turned to leave. The longer she stayed here, the more painful it was in her heart. The most painful thing in life is to see beauty but have no money in your pocket. No, you misunderstand. Unexpectedly, Zhou, the steward, stopped Shen Shang. He smiled kindly, the payment has already been made by someone else, you can just move in, the paperwork has been transferred to your name. Legally speaking, this house is already yours. In an instant, the scene fell silent. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. Put. Cough, cough, I almost choked on my water. Wow, just wow, giving away a house worth billions, it's challenging my imagination. Who has that much money? The three major families or Mr. Wang? Everyone wanted to know who footed the bill, not just the online users but also the people present. However, they all shook their heads in confusion, as this generosity clearly exceeded the limits of each family's capabilities. No, if I didn't buy it, I won't live in it. Shen Qing decisively shook her head and said seriously, please take it back, no matter who paid for it, I won't accept it. After speaking, she turned slightly angry and was about to leave. There's no such thing as a free lunch, a lesson she had learned since childhood. Ah, please wait. You might have misunderstood, it wasn't any family that paid for it. Here's a receipt issued by Mr. Zhongli, show it to Ling Zhu and you'll understand. Zhou, the steward, handed over an envelope with both hands and then left directly in the car. Chen Chang was dumbfounded. Full of doubt, she opened the envelope. Inside was a blank piece of paper with just 3 sentences. Do you still remember the 4 buns and 10 silver dollars at Pier 3 in Hongcheng? The house payment was settled 85 years ago. After some time, when my health improves, I will definitely come to thank you in person. Well, Grandpa Zhang, that's the situation. What do you think I should do? On the other end of the phone, Chen Qing's somewhat gloomy voice came through. Chen Chen pondered for a moment and asked in confusion, the Li family? Yes, Li Chaoren, very famous, let me introduce him to you. After listening for a while, Chen Chen finally had an impression. Memories faintly returned to over 80 years ago. A young man who was clearly thin but had an exceptionally stubborn look in his eyes appeared before him. He couldn't help but smile. This kid had a temper back then. He remembered wanting to give him a large sum of money with the condition that he would work with him. But the kid only took 4 buns and 10 silver dollars, rejecting the invitation. Over the long years, those who could refuse him were few and far between. Indeed, he had made a name for himself. Since it was a gift from him, just accept it. Come back and pack up, we'll move tomorrow. Ha? How do I know him? He. It's a long story. Back then, I took your grandmother to the port city, and coincidentally, he was handling luggage at the dock. On the side of the flower courtyard, the onlookers were still in shock. Mr. Lee's generous gesture left everyone who heard about it dumbfounded. 500 billion, not million, but billion. 1 yuan weighs 15 grams, 1 billion is over a ton, and over 500 billion is over 500 tons. Not to mention ordinary people, even for the vast majority of listed companies, this was an unimaginable wealth, and it was given away as a gift. This might be the most expensive gift in history. The Song family intended to return half of the profits from the past 80 years of the HSBC building to the Chen ancestors, probably amounting to several hundred billion. They had barely settled the accounts for a month, and it was said that even with hundreds of professional accountants hired, it would still take some time. Moreover, it would take a long time to raise the cash after the accounts were settled. This showed how massive this sum of money was. While they were still not done with their affairs, Mr. Li Chaoran quietly accomplished this feat. Chen Shang, what did Grandpa Zhang say? Seeing Chen Xing hang up the phone, Yu Xiaoshuang hurriedly asked. She could barely walk after seeing this place and dreamed of living here. The others also looked at her eagerly. Chen Sheng's mood was complicated as he said, Grandpa Zhang said he accepted it. Let me go back and pack up, we'll move in tomorrow. Wow! The flower courtyard had completely changed hands. Amazing! Qingjie, how did the old ancestor know Li Chaoran? What does the message on the note mean? Song Shanyu looked at her with envy. Chen Shang nodded and shook his head. Grandpa Zhang said he met Li Chaoran over 80 years ago, but he didn't go into details. He just said if I wanted to know, I should go back and he would tell me. Well, since Grandpa Zhang has decided, we should move in as soon as possible. Wang Daxiao, are you busy? If not, could you give us a ride to Zun on your way? We'll go back to pack up, and tomorrow we'll find someone to help us move. If you're busy, forget it, Xiaoshuang and I will take a taxi back. Not busy, not busy. Wang Daxiao finally came to his senses and said hurriedly, not busy, I came here today just to accompany you. No, let's go to Zun together. Since everyone is here, let's help Grandpa Chen move. If it's convenient, we can also ask the old ancestor about some matters. What do you think? This proposal received unanimous approval from everyone. It was a way to please the old man and satisfy their curiosity. Alright, no problem, I was just thinking the same. Let's go, quickly. I didn't expect Grandpa Zhang to have had dealings with Li Chaoran 80 years ago. Isn't that interesting? Life is about movement, let's go together. Deciding on the next steps in a flash, the group got back into the car. Destination, Zun. Inside the car, Chen Xing faced the lively live broadcast room and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Brothers, don't ask me, I'm just as confused right now, I don't know much. This whole thing makes me feel like I'm dreaming. It's too unbelievable. Could it be that I'm still dreaming and haven't woken up? As she spoke, she fanned her cheeks with her hand. The viewers in the live stream room chuckled. Ha, the host's dream is truly beautiful, can I dream next? Host, please make a special video about the flower pavilion, let us have a look. Count me in. I'm more curious about how the old man knew Li Chaoran. Li Chaoran was only about 10 years old over 80 years ago, right? I want to know what happened back then. Me too, if my calculations are correct, Li Chaoran was just a child of about 10 over 80 years ago. How could he have any connection with the old man? And why would he give the old man such an expensive house over 80 years later? Hurry up, host, come back home quickly. I really want to see the old man. He probably doesn't even know that the ice clear pill he refined was auctioned for over 30 billion. I want to see his reaction. He'll probably be shocked. The host must livestream the whole thing this time. If you dare to end the stream, I'll unfollow for real. Exactly, if we don't get to see it this time, there's no love left. While they were heading home, several groups of people also set off. Li Mansion. Under the gaze of many people in the steward's service, Li Fugue put half of the ice clear pill into his mouth and slowly closed his eyes. No one in the room dared to breathe. This half pill was worth over 30 billion, definitely the most expensive medicine in the world. The effect would be known soon. Even the carefree Li Chongyang quieted down. He quietly waited for his grandfather's reaction. He knew that whether his grandfather could survive was crucial to the Li family. In no time, Li Fugue opened his eyes. The cloudiness in his eyes dissipated a lot, clarity returned, and his complexion gradually became rosy. Master, how do you feel? My goodness! The effect is immediate, it really works. Water, bring warm water quickly. The people in the room were overjoyed, chattering excitedly before gradually quieting down. The pillar of the Li family had truly survived, which was crucial to those dependent on the Li family. After being supported to sit for a while, Li Fugue was completely revitalized. He didn't show much excitement, as if he had expected this result from the beginning and never doubted the efficacy of the ice clear pill. He gazed at the jade bottle containing the ice clear pill for a while with a complex expression, then ordered, "Steward, prepare the carriage." Now awake, he couldn't wait to return to his godfather's side. "Master, you just woke up, the experts are ready. Why not have a physical examination before going?" The steward expressed some concern. "I'm fine, don't worry. Prepare the carriage. It's most important to see my godfather as soon as possible. If I can't get his forgiveness, I won't be able to rest in peace." Li Fugue looked at his grandson, Chongyang. "Let's go. Let's go home with grandpa." As he uttered the word home, Li Fugue trembled for a moment. Memories seemed to return to Luochang, to that small courtyard where his godfather and godmother were. Vaguely, it seemed like his godfather was still writing at the stone table in the courtyard, and his godmother was smiling beside him. He and Shen Fei, the youngest, carefree, running around the courtyard. Big brother hadn't died yet. The Chen family hadn't undergone any major changes. Those were good times back then. Roughly calculating in his mind, he left home as a young man and now he was almost ready to be laid to rest. Unknowingly, over 70 years had passed. "Godfather, Fugue misses you. Now, the long-lost wanderer is returning home." Unfortunately, this feeling of nostalgia didn't last a minute. "Let's go home, all right." When Li Chongyang heard this, he grinned and shouted outside the door, "Hurry up and get ready, Grandpa is going back to the capital." Li Fugue couldn't hold back anymore and slapped him on the head. "I told you to go to Luocheng. I told you to go back to the capital. Are you trying to piss off your grandpa to death or what?" The little rabbit dared to run. "I'll beat you to death today." For a moment, chaos ensued in the Li family. But everyone watched with joy, all very happy. This used to be a daily show at the Li family, but it hadn't been seen for a long time since the old master fell ill. Li Chongyang was getting beaten up but still seemed happy. He felt doubly pleased. Niaoyi walked with an old Taoist whose eyebrows were all white. She was dressed in a Taoist robe, exuding a sense of detachment. If she seemed like a fairy about to ride the wind during the auction, now she appeared as a nun of ancient wisdom. Different styles, but equally charming. Both seemed oblivious to the bustling surroundings, as if untouched by the mundane world. Although they walked through a busy market, people around them strangely ignored them, as if deliberately overlooking the two. It was quite mysterious. "Niaoyi, don't you have any questions for your master?" As they were about to reach the Chun family, Niaoyi followed quietly, while the old Taoist couldn't contain his impatience. No, if the master has something to tell Niaoyi, he will say it. If he can't tell, there's no use in asking. Everything will happen naturally, as the Taoist scripture says. Niaoyi curiously replied. The old Taoist couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "But didn't the master tell you that we are going to challenge a deity now, with no way back? Aren't you worried? You won't see the master again in the future." Niaoyi stopped in her tracks, gazing at her master and bowing respectfully. The master's lifelong wish is to challenge the immortal Chen, to witness the gap between man and God, and has prepared for this for 100 years. Today, the wish is fulfilled, and life and death are no longer important. "Congratulations, master." You're right, let's go." The old Taoist began to wonder if he had made a mess of this perfect Taoist teaching. What a disaster. Chen Cheng and the others arrived at Ziyuan ahead of time, as both the flower courtyard and Ziyuan were in the suburbs of the Magic City, relatively close to each other. Everyone was in high spirits, whether it was the ice clear pill auction for 300 billion or the flower courtyard inexplicably gifted to them. Both events left everyone in awe. Either of these events could shock a nation. It was a monumental achievement. When they saw Chen Chen, Yu Xiaoshuang ran over excitedly and grabbed his hand, exclaiming, "Grandpa Zhang, guess how much the ice clear pill sold for today?" Her eyes gleamed mischievously, as if trying to startle the old man. Chen Chen squinted and chuckled. "How much? 300 billion, my goodness, even half an ice clear pill was auctioned for a whopping 300 billion. Yu Xiaoshuang held up 3 fair fingers, admiringly saying, "Grandpa Zhang, I dare say you are the best moneymaker in the whole country." Everyone looked at Chen Chen with fervent eyes, as if expecting to see his reaction to the number. 300 billion was an unimaginable figure for anyone. Just imagining the astonished look on their ancestors' faces was amusing. However, Chen Chen was destined to disappoint them. Upon hearing 300 billion, he simply uttered a casual "oh." He remained reclined in his rocking chair, his expression unchanged. It seemed like a trivial matter to him. In fact, for him, it was indeed so. Even 3 trillion or 30 trillion wouldn't disturb his peace of mind. Money, to someone who could live without eating or drinking forever, didn't hold that much significance. It was just a string of numbers. Whether he had it or not was just a matter of fact. Grandpa Zhang, aren't you surprised? Do you know how much 300 billion is? It's a lot, a lot. Yu Xiaoshuang couldn't accept the old man's indifference. Surprised? A little, I guess. Didn't expect it to sell for so little. Chen Chen glanced at them with a smile, proudly saying, "Don't you have any backbone? What's so surprising about such a small amount of money?" Back then, not many people knew me, otherwise they wouldn't even have the qualifications to bid on such a small amount of money. Back in the day, I remember a prince who was willing to trade 10,000 acres of fertile land and 5,000 caddies of gold for the ice clear pill. I couldn't be bothered with him. The seller is from Wudong Mountain, right? I guess besides that stubborn guy, no one else would be willing to sell it. He's at a big loss. The group of people exchanged glances, unsure if it was true or not. But deep down, they all felt that the old man was probably exaggerating. It's not that the ice clear pill isn't worth thousands of caddies of gold and 10,000 acres of land, but what kind of status does a prince in a feudal society have? Would they be so easy to deal with? They wouldn't just snatch it. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was cheerful. Hee, I bet a pack of spicy sticks that the old man is definitely exaggerating this time. If he had revealed his skill in refining the ice clear pill in a feudal society back then, he would have been lucky not to be imprisoned. It's hard to say. Don't forget that the old man is also a master of martial arts. Brother, do you have any misconceptions about the profession of a prince? No matter how powerful an individual is, can they have a powerful army? Who knows, there might be some other reason. Don't forget that the old man also has a photo with the last emperor. His status back then was probably not simple. Hey, now that you mention it, the more we know about the old man, the more curious I am about the past. I really want the old man to write an autobiography. Alright, Yuxiashuang, stop messing around. Chen Qing led a group of wealthy third-generation individuals over, pulling Yuxiashuang alone. Then he handed the envelope to Chen Chen. Respected ancestor, hello. Chen Lao, hello. The group of people obediently greeted, standing upright, not daring to act recklessly. As they entered this courtyard, their hearts trembled, and sometimes they would subconsciously glance at the courtyard gate. Thinking back to the last time they saw Tang, who was still playing with needles and thread, they couldn't help but shiver. Well, tell me, which family among you did Li contact? Chen Chen asked, looking up and casually opening the letter to take a glance. Ahem, Chen Lao. Wang Dashao seized the opportunity to converse with Chen Chen and immediately stepped forward to explain the situation. It's like this. The whole incident was quite a coincidence, and it still left Wang and his father shocked. It turned out that after Wang Dashao finished a call with his father in the morning, Wang Dong learned that Chen Chen was looking to change houses, and they took it to heart. They had been thinking about leveraging their relationship with the Chen family, but progress had not been smooth. Now that this opportunity had arisen, they naturally had to seize it firmly. With this mindset, Wang Dong treated this matter as the most important strategic task, directly convening a board meeting of the group's senior management to discuss one thing: which property would be most suitable to offer. It could be said that this meeting considered all aspects, from building area to geographical location, from cultural aspects to convenience levels, all were quantitatively compared. Unfortunately, Wang Dong was not very satisfied with any of the options they found. The main reason was that their main business was in commercial plaza development, and residential construction was their weak point. Some suggested that they shouldn't aim for the best, just offer something decent. But for a conglomerate like theirs, even something decent was already considered a top-tier luxury home in the eyes of ordinary people. However, Wang Dong firmly refused. He had one thought in mind: this opportunity was rare and must not be wasted. If they offered a house that the recipient didn't like, it would be troublesome. It was better not to offer it at all. On the contrary, if the recipient grew to love it more and more, the Wang family would also benefit. Reluctant to let go of the opportunity, Wang Dong made a firm decision that if they didn't have a suitable property themselves, they would buy one outside, ensuring to offer a perfect house. Perfect. When this word came to mind, what appeared in the minds of the senior executives was naturally the flower courtyard. Li Chaoran's house, if price was not a consideration, was the most perfect house from every aspect. Of course, a high price was not a flaw of the house, but rather a flaw of yours. Wang Dashao had previously misunderstood. He thought his father wouldn't bear to spend billions to buy the Huajian courtyard for someone, but in reality, old Wang had the audacity. He was actually planning to sell off several real estate projects to raise funds to acquire the Huajian courtyard. Wang Dong, who rose from a small county contractor to the leading national real estate enterprise, truly had the guts to go all out. After setting his goal, Wang Dong directly contacted Li Chaoran, briefly explaining his thoughts. However, the subsequent turn of events greatly surprised him. Li Chaoran initially refused to sell it all, insisting that the Huajian courtyard and the adjacent 30 acres of land would never be sold, as they were prepared for a certain benefactor. It held special significance for him and would absolutely not be sold. Old Wang felt a hint of despair, and after being rejected despite raising the offer multiple times, he couldn't help but reveal his bitterness. Mr. Li, please help me. He laid out the Wang family's predicament, the relationship between Chen Chen and the Grand Eunuch, and his intention to purchase it as a gift. Unexpectedly, before he could finish, Li Chaoran, upon hearing Chen Chen's name, almost excitedly approached him. Mr. Wang, please promise me to give the Huajian courtyard to Mr. Chen. This house was built for him, and I have it renovated every 5 years. I have been waiting for 50 years. Mr. Chen is the benefactor of the Li family. Let me have this gifting opportunity. Name your conditions. Mr. Wang, help me out. Wang Dong was dumbfounded. Wang Dashao didn't exaggerate or beat around the bush, he described everything objectively. He truthfully conveyed his family's predicament and his father's intentions. He could see that Chen Chang and Chen Chen appreciated straightforwardness, so he didn't hold back. Indeed, after hearing it all, Chen Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. After some thought, he said, "Your family has a good heart." Although the Wang family didn't end up spending money in the end, their intentions were genuine. They put effort into it. Commendable. As for the difficulties hinted by Wang Dashao, he didn't mention them. Such trivial matters didn't require his attention. Upon hearing this, Wang Dashao felt a surge of relief and couldn't stop smiling. It's what we should do. As for the Qiande group, the entire company's executives were watching the live broadcast, and upon witnessing this scene, they were all ecstatic. Ha, we did it, we succeeded. Chairman, Mr. Chen has approved us. Wow, from adversity to prosperity, Qiande will surely survive. The chairman's vision is truly remarkable, I sincerely admire it. A daring gamble, and we won. Old Wang slumped in his office chair, feeling drained. It was worth it. The whole group had been busy all day, and to receive this affirmation made it all worthwhile. No, it should be said they made a huge profit. With this statement, the Wang family now had the qualification to act on behalf of Mr. Chen in the future. This statement was an invitation to enter a certain circle. I look up, beyond the moon, how many dreams soar freely. Before he could express his gratitude, his phone rang. Old Wang glanced at it and immediately sat up straight, raising his hand to silence the room. It's a call from Mr. Song. All the executives immediately fell silent, nervously watching the chairman. In the bustling city, Qiande Group was still a considerable distance from the top 3 families. It wasn't just about money, the more significant gap lay in the resources and connections they represented. To put it bluntly, it was about having influence, and even when Qiande Group was at its peak, Old Wang didn't have the qualification to directly call Mr. Song. Hello? Mr. Song, hello. What? There's an internal charity banquet this Friday? Alright, I'll be there on time. The governor will be there too? Could you introduce us? I would be very grateful. You're too kind. It's my honor to work for Mr. Chen. Alright, that's it for now, you're busy. Hanging up the phone, Old Wang felt refreshed. A weight had been lifted off his chest. The Wang family had someone to lend a hand. Standing up with great spirit, he declared, "Everyone, let's redouble our efforts, continue to work hard without forgetting our original intentions. To create more brilliance?" Someone below chimed in. Mr. Wang glared and said, "Brilliance my foot, let's work harder to serve Mr. Chen well." With that, he happily left the meeting room. He now realized that if he could stick closely to Mr. Chen, he would have a hard time not prospering. It's better to work with the right person than to work well. Zun. Chen Xing, knowing the ins and outs of the matter, unexpectedly regained her composure, with a hint of worry on her face. A property worth hundreds of billions is too precious. Getting it for free made her feel uneasy. Did Li Chaoran really give it to repay Grandpa Zhang's favor from back then? What favor could be worth hundreds of billions? Did he have other motives, requiring Grandpa Zhang to pay something in return? Any gift in life has long been secretly marked with a price. Li Chaoran's reputation isn't that great. It's hard to believe that he would generously spend hundreds of billions just to repay a favor. If Grandpa Zhang were to leave one day, would this property bring trouble? It might be fine while the old man is around, but if he really leaves one day, whether it's the priceless elixir or this property, it will cause immense trouble. Faced with such temptations, she, a small anchor, would be devoured completely. There are many aspects to consider. Grandpa Zhang, do we really have to move to the flower pavilion? Actually, I think living here is quite nice, she said slowly, subtly expressing her concerns. Nice? It's far worse than the flower pavilion. Xingqing, I want to live there with you. Yuxiashuang coquettishly held onto Chun Qing's arm and swayed. Shut up, Chen Sheng pinched her discreetly. This silly girl is so carefree, no wonder she was tricked before. She really needs to wise up. Shen Shen seemed to understand her thoughts and smiled satisfactorily. He praised, to think of this, my good granddaughter, you are stronger than most people. With a glance at Yuxiashuang, he added, Yuxiashuang. Yuxiashuang was taken aback, sensing the atmosphere was off, and lowered her head in dejection. Standing up and gazing into the distance, Shen Shen said, without farsightedness, there will be immediate worries. When the fish takes the bait, it's the moment of death. I can bear everything, but you can't. Grandpa Zhang would be pleased to hear those 2 sentences from you. Remember, in this world, it's never wrong to think more. Sometimes unexpected wealth is not a joyous occasion. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Who dares to say what is good and what is bad? These words sparked deep contemplation among the crowd. Superficially, they may seem ordinary, but the more they thought about it, the more they felt it was the truth. Discussions also began in the live broadcast room. Damn! I resonate deeply with those words from Grandpa Zhang. Let me tell my brothers about my experience, it must serve as a warning. I used to be a taxi driver, earning modestly each month. With food, drink, a wife, children, and a warm bed, life was decent. But 2 years ago, I received 10 million from a demolition, and I went astray, indulging in alcohol and luxury every day. My own brother turned against me, my wife couldn't stand it and left, taking the children with her. Now, after less than 2 years, I was set up and lost all the money. I'm back to driving a taxi, all alone, regretting deeply. Brother, you're really in a tough spot. Isn't this exactly what Grandpa Zhang warned about? Unexpected wealth may not always be a good thing. Brother upstairs, cheer up. It's never too late to mend your ways. Talk to your wife sincerely, show her your attitude. There's a chance to make amends. I support that. Hey, I'm in a similar situation. If only I had heard Grandpa Zhang's words 2 years ago, I wouldn't be in this mess now. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. After Qin Shen finished speaking, he noticed the solemn atmosphere in the courtyard. He chuckled lightly. Of course, I'm just teaching you the ways of the world, not talking about this incident. The house Li Xiaozai gave us, we should move in without worries, everything is fine. The story between him and me is quite interesting. Even I was surprised when you guys came over to help with the move. I'll tell you about Li Xiaozai later and give him a call, huh? Zhao Zishang and the others immediately perked up and rolled up their sleeves to work. They worked enthusiastically. Not a single person complained of tiredness, nor did anyone think of asking for help. This was a rare opportunity to connect with our ancestors, and no one was foolish. The guards from the Song family who were stationed outside and wanted to help were secretly driven away by Song Shanqing. They were all clueless. Every morning, the fragrance of flowers would sneak in through the window cracks. When you stood on the balcony and looked out, all you could see was willow trees swaying in the wind. Of course, there were also bird songs and insect chirps, creating a peaceful atmosphere. It was expected that every day's mood would be very good. After moving in, Chen Xingchang thought about her future life and felt satisfied. Living in a concrete cage for so long, being in this flowery courtyard felt like a return to nature, relaxing both body and mind. It's just a pity that there are so few people nearby, she sighed. On the other hand, Yu Xiaoshuang didn't care about it and said nonchalantly, what's the big deal? It's only about 30 miles from the city center, just a 10-minute drive. When I lived in Ziyuan before, I often spent half an hour stuck in traffic. Moreover, didn't Grandpa Tseng say that Shanha Big Brother and my dad would move here? And in the future, Song Yi Big Brother will also come back, so there will be plenty of people. As they spoke, the two went downstairs. The setting sun outside was just right, and Shen Shen was unusually interested, lying back in the chair and telling the younger generation about the past. At that time, Li Xiaozai should have been around 10 years old, very thin and weak, but extremely clever. He would help the people on the passenger ship to carry some boxes, targeting young women. Even if the women were unhappy about being asked to carry boxes, they would still pay some money. Even if some didn't pay, Li Xiaozai didn't mind, nor would he cause a scene. Instead, he would quickly find a new target. I noticed him at the time and had him called over for questioning. I found out that he had fled from a famine, had just arrived, couldn't communicate, and didn't have a stable job, eating irregularly. Wow, I didn't expect Li Chaoran to have such a childhood. I guess he never thought he would become the richest man in the country. Song Shanyu sighed. Without the ancestors' words, no one would have imagined Li Chaoran's experiences back then. The others also nodded in agreement, finding it unbelievable that someone could start from such a humble beginning and achieve such success. This was the true rags to riches story. Hee hee, you're wrong about that, Shin Shin shook his head. He had a clear goal back then, to make money, lots of money. At the time, I learned that his mother was seriously ill, and he himself often went hungry. I suggested he come with me, and I would take care of his mother, teach him some skills. A good seed like him shouldn't be wasted. Chun Chun chuckled self-deprecatingly. But he refused. What? Everyone was greatly surprised, finding it hard to believe. The live broadcast room also erupted in lively discussions. What was Lee Chaoran thinking at the time? For a child who couldn't even eat properly, having someone willing to take him in was a huge opportunity. In those days of chaos and disorder, it was rare to find a chance to be taken in. Maybe he was worried that the ancestor was a bad person? You think it's like the peaceful times now? In those days, orphans were everywhere, and life was cheap. I can't figure it out either, but fortunately, he didn't go with the ancestor, or there wouldn't be the Lee Chaoran we know today. That's not entirely true. Isn't Chen Laoyi an ordinary person? If you follow along, the achievements might be even greater than now. Can it be greater than becoming the richest person in the country? If the old man wants to make money, how long do you think it will take to surpass the current richest person? It will be a matter of minutes. Just refining a few pills will do. Can't you see it now? The old man truly doesn't care about material possessions. That's true. It seems like Lee Chaoran missed the most important choice of his life. Fate is unpredictable. What a pity. Several rich second-generation individuals also felt regretful. The ancestors had great opportunities around them, which could be seen from the three major families who rose to prominence. That's why countless people are trying hard to get close to the Chun family. Not to mention outsiders, even the descendants of the three major families have to work hard to maintain this honor. Do you really think they have nothing to do all day except hang around Chun Chang? They all have their own purposes. The older generation is already quite old, and sooner or later, they will pass away. So, who can get closer to the Chen family now will have a better chance of gaining great benefits. From this perspective, they even feel secretly delighted, thinking that they have better luck than Lee Chaoran. I wonder if Lee Chaoran regretted his decision later on. They felt secretly pleased. Chen Chun understood their thoughts very well but just smiled without commenting. At that moment, Song Shanhe walked in. Ancestor, I've contacted Mr. Lee. Do you want to talk to him now? Connect us. Chen Chen said calmly. Everyone got excited upon hearing this. Since Lee Chaoran retired, he had disappeared from the public eye. It would be nice to see him in the video today. The live broadcast interface connected, and soon the screen split in two, with Chen Chen on the left and an elderly man on the right. Dressed in casual home clothes, leaning on a hospital bed, looking somewhat excited. It was indeed Lee Chaoran. Mr. Chen, it's really you. Cough. His health had not been very good in the past 2 years. Although he had heard about Chen Chen's news before, seeing his old friend from 80 years ago at this moment still brought about many emotions. Chen Chen could be said to be the beginning of his career, and now, seeing him again, it probably meant that it was time for it to end. He was not doing well. Of course, there was still a chance, depending on how the conversation went next. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. His own doctors couldn't help him, but maybe this person could. Why do you look so sickly? Chen Chen couldn't help but frown. If he remembered correctly, Lee was a few years younger than Song. The viewers in the live broadcast room also found it amusing. The people of Xia country didn't have much respect for Lee Chaoran. He might be wealthy, but his reputation wasn't great. The pigeon cages scattered throughout the country were all brought in by him. It was no surprise that they teased him without mercy. The superhero got choked up. I just wanted to ask, is that polite? I timidly ask, what should a person in their 90s look like normally? Tisk tsk, what can money do? Death will come regardless. Brothers, wave your hands with me, let's sway together. Old Master Chen is truly one of a kind, over 130 years old, not deaf or blind, everyone envies him. Look at Lee Chaoran, he must be regretting it now. Lee Chaoran was taken aback for a moment, his emotions disrupted. He smiled bitterly and said, you are a legendary figure, I'm just an ordinary person, aging and dying is normal. He also genuinely admired Chen Chen. When they first met, Mr. Chen was probably in his 30s or 40s, and now, after more than 80 years, he still looked like he was in his 60s or 70s. Was there really such an old person in the world? To say he didn't yearn for that would be a lie. Chen Chen nodded silently for a moment. The house you gifted me is quite good, I'm quite satisfied. After saying that, he remained silent. Lee Chaoran chuckled, that's good, it was prepared for you. Cough, 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 cough. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly bent over and started coughing. The audience watched, feeling anxious for him. Dad, how are you feeling? A middle-aged man hurried over to Lee Chaoran's side to help him pat his back, looking very anxious. After a while, Li Chaoran gradually calmed down. Weakly smiling, he said, I must have made a fool of myself. I don't even know how many days I have left. About a year, Shen Shen interrupted before he could finish. You don't know that I know, I can tell you. Li Chaoran. Rich third generation. Audience. Li Chaoran felt uneasy, his face turning pale. People who usually don't care about life and death haven't faced it themselves. When it really comes down to it, no one remains calm. Li Chaoran unwillingly asked, Mr. Chen, can you teach me if there's any other way? I still have many things unfinished. Yes. Chen Shen nodded naturally, just take an ice clear pill, it's that simple. Li Chaoran's breathing became heavier, trying to suppress his excitement. Since he learned about Chen Shen's birth, he naturally knew about the ice clear pill. Unfortunately, today's auction was too rushed, and he knew the information too late to catch up. Helplessly, he prepared to give away the house this time. It was to enhance their past relationship, establish a connection with Chen Shen, and ask for the pill. Li Chaoran never engaged in losing deals. The buns and silver coins from decades ago were not worth so much money. They had only met briefly in the past, with no deep impression. They had not been in contact since. Now, finally getting to the point, he felt sweat in his palms. Mr. Chen, please sell me an ice clear pill. Li kid, do you remember what you said back then? Chen Shun interrupted directly, smiling, you said you wanted to witness all the splendor of this world in this lifetime, not follow others. You chose your path, now you must stick to it. Finally, thank you for this house. The buns and silver coins are worthless, but when I helped your mother recover her health back then, consider it as payment for 80 years. After speaking, Chen Shen smiled. Song Shanha beside him quickly cut off the microphone. Everyone was stunned. Could it be played like this? The courtyard fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. They guessed the beginning of the story but not the ending. The group looked at Chen Shen with complex expressions, not saying a word for a long time. Wow! The old man really broadened everyone's horizons. Let's take the house and leave it at that. Li Chaoran had really taken a loss this time. No one expected the calm Chen old man to refuse so decisively. Grandpa Zhang, isn't it inappropriate to do this? Chen Xing felt a bit embarrassed and suggested, if you don't want to give Mr. Li the ice clear pill, let's just not stay here and go back to Ziyuan. She was thin-skinned and thought about moving back. Yu Xiaoshuan also nodded frantically, feeling it was unfair to accept gifts without doing anything. Move? No need. Chen Shen coldly snorted, we'll stay here, the environment is decent. I've always detested scheming. Li Kid has lost his wit, all he thinks about is money, let this be a lesson for him. Don't feel sorry for him, although I didn't give him the pill, I gave his mother one back then. In the end, a mere house is nothing. These words carried a hint of anger. This anger was not directed at Li Chaoran but at Chen Shen himself, feeling he had misjudged. When they first met, Li Chaoran was lively and clever, handling things smoothly, showing early wisdom. That's why he had the idea of having him follow. Despite being rejected, he was not angry but rather impressed. To stick to one's original intentions was truly rare. However, he didn't expect that 80 years later, Li Chaoran would turn against him. He brought it upon himself. The bit of affection from the past was long gone. People in the courtyard had status and dared not speak out of line. But the online viewers had fewer reservations. Bravo! I must give the old man a thumbs up for this move, that's how you do it. Tisk TSK, what a relief. Li was playing a game of cat and mouse, but it backfired this time. He messed it up. I saw through it early on. Chen Sheng wanted to change houses, and they were ready to pounce immediately. Who would believe it wasn't premeditated? Businessmen, always scheming. But unfortunately, the old man doesn't fall for it. In the city, Li Chaoran's face was ashen, his eyes lifeless as he lay on the sickbed. The last glimmer of hope was gone. Dad, don't be sad. Your health is the most important thing. Let's think of another way. His eldest son comforted him anxiously. Mr. Shen might blame us for not visiting in advance. I'll make a special trip to the mainland tomorrow to apologize. Before he could finish, Li Chaoran waved his hand wearily and sighed. Do you think Mr. Shen rejected us because of this trivial matter? Wrong. His anger stems from two things. First, we were too self-preserving. We didn't lend a hand when the Chun family was in trouble back then, and now it's too late for regrets. Secondly, our methods of making money in recent years have crossed a line, displeasing him. How can we make up for past mistakes now? Don't bother. Dad, what really happened back then? Please tell us. His second son couldn't help but ask. Back then, too many things happened. The story unfolded slowly, unveiling the long-buried historical fog. Li Chaoran was always sharp-witted, easily grasping the essence of problems. Since receiving news of Chun Chen's birth, he had been filled with regret. Regret for many things in the past. Over 80 years ago, Chen Chen's reputation was much greater than it is now, and the Chen family was at the height of its power, renowned throughout the country. Anyone active in that era knew of the Chun family's reputation. Although Li Chaoran was young, he had read enough newspapers to know of him. Therefore, when they first met, he realized an opportunity had come. He had played a trick back then, refusing to follow Chun Chen but taking a bun and some silver coins from him, and asking him to cure his mother. Not only that, with his sharp mind, he took the silver coins directly to the Hua family, a subordinate force of the Chen family in the city, which paved the way for his future success. Otherwise, starting from scratch might sound easy, but it's incredibly difficult to achieve. How could he have done it so easily? In the end, it was all because he had met Chen Chen once, which led to many connections and opportunities. Taking advantage of everything. In theory, after Li Chaoran rose to prominence, he should have stuck close to the Chen family, not abandoning such a towering tree. But the problem was that not long after, Chen Chen disappeared. People within the Chen family knew he had gone to Taishan Mountain for seclusion, but the outside world was unaware. Rumors spread, some saying Chen Chen had been ambushed by warlords, others claiming he was killed by martial arts experts, and there were even reports of him being terminally ill and passing away. Initially, it wasn't a big deal, but as time passed and Chen Chen never reappeared, many began to have unwarranted thoughts. A few years later, the Chen family fell into hardship. Everything happened so quickly at the time, with external forces uniting, the military hunting them down, internal traitors, and attacks by martial arts experts. In the blink of an eye, the once prosperous Chen family was no more. Following that, a nationwide, even worldwide, crackdown ensued. It was chaotic, with some forces trying to protect the Chen family's descendants being assassinated, those hiding Chen family members being blown up on the spot. After various struggles, the Chen family vanished without a trace. It was many years later when news emerged that the collateral branches of the Chen family had perished, most of the subordinates had also died, and the direct ally forces, except for a gatekeeper named Xiao Song, had all been eliminated. Mrs. Chen died of a sudden illness while fleeing, and the current head of the family, the eldest son, Grandpa Chen Xing, was assassinated on the spot, leaving behind one son, Father Chen Shang. The adopted son, Li Fugui, was rescued by forces from the capital, went into hiding, and only later revealed his true identity. Foster son, the third son Xu Fei did not appear in Europe, established the Chu-style alliance, controlled Xiao descendants' chambers of commerce worldwide, with the shadow of the Military Statistics Bureau behind him. He seems to be the original traitor. Li Chaoran slowly finished talking about the events of the past, closing his eyes in pain. I really didn't expect him to still be alive. Why didn't he come out earlier? If he had shown up back then, no one would have dared to scheme against the Chen family, and I wouldn't have just stood by. It's too late, it's over. If only I had known earlier, I wouldn't regret it now. The two sons listened in shock. They had not experienced that era, and now they found it hard to believe. Puzzled, one of them asked, "Dad, according to what you said, many forces united against the Chen family back then. Is it crucial whether Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen is still around? Or rather, who exactly is Mr. Chen?" A hint of blush appeared on Li Chaoran's face. "No, you wouldn't understand. The Chen family's prosperity and glory were because of him. He was the top expert who suppressed ancient martial sects. He was the cultivator who refined miraculous elixirs. He was the overlord who coerced warlords into concessions. He was the victor in gambling against Western capital. Mr. Chen is a divine being, or rather, an immortal. Dad, what do we do now?" the eldest son asked anxiously. The more powerful Chen Chen was portrayed, the more uncertain they felt. The only elixir of life in the world was in Chen Chen's hands. It would be as difficult as ascending to heaven for them to obtain it. What do we do? Li Chaoran wearily closed his eyes. It's all fate, there's nothing we can do. When I'm gone, the Li family may be in chaos for a while, but you must hold on. And remember, never have any dealings with the Chu Alliance, remember that. Withdraw all assets from the Alliance, donate them all to charity if you can't withdraw them, do it quickly. Go out, I need to rest. Yes. The two sons exchanged a glance and left the ward. However, they had a tacit understanding and did not go downstairs but headed to the rooftop. Click. Lier lit a cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring slowly. Looking at his elder brother, he said with a sinister look, "The old man can't die yet." Li Di nodded in agreement. The situation in the harbor was too complicated, with many hidden big shots. If their father died now, the two of them might not be able to hold on. At that time, losing their business would be a minor issue. The real problem would be whether they could save their lives. In fact, they hadn't told Li Chaoran that there were already ripples outside. Countless hungry wolves were eyeing the Li family, waiting to share the feast. Second brother, what do you suggest? Forcing our way through may not work. If our father, such a strong man, is frightened by Chen Shen, then Chen Shen must be somewhat extraordinary. Let's do this, send someone to contact President Chu, he must be more anxious than us now. Lier smirked, our family is at stake, and this traitor might have become a coward, let him take the lead. There are many skilled individuals in the alliance. I know there are several offerings at the innate realm level. It depends on whether President Chu dares to go all out. Snap! The cigarette butt was thrown on the ground and crushed underfoot. Lida said, let's do it this way, there's no turning back. The old man is old now, without the courage he had in the past, there's no chance of staying out of this now, retreating means certain death. As the sun set in the west, the sky darkened. Leaving aside the Li family, an unexpected guest arrived at the flower-filled courtyard. A grand convoy approached the estate. Leading the way was a police car flashing red and blue lights, followed by cars with red flags flying small banners. Surrounding them were several escort vehicles, and if one looked through the dark car windows, they could see elite soldiers armed to the teeth inside. The scene was grand. Wailing sirens filled the air, leaving the people in the courtyard stunned. Why would police cars come to this place? Grandpa Zhang, I'll go check it out. Chen Sheng immediately stood up to open the door. This place belonged to her family alone, so it was definitely not a case of mistaken identity. She signaled to Yu Xiaoshuang. Will you accompany me? I'm a bit scared alone, she said, feeling a bit uneasy. Could it be that the Li family has sent someone to capture Grandpa Zhang? After all, swindling someone out of such a large estate, it would be strange if they just let it go. Could Grandpa Zhang have committed fraud? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. In an instant, she thought about all the outrageous things Grandpa Zhang had done in the live broadcast room, whether it was selling a painting for billions or something about Haqiao. Could he have been reported? Does this involve feudal superstition? Oh no, at this moment, Grandpa Zhang seems to have committed quite a few things, just like herself. The tips she received amounted to billions, money that came so easily, she couldn't feel at ease. Lost in her thoughts, she could barely walk. Yu Xiaoshuang was the same, her face pale. Ultimately, they had only recently entered society and naturally felt a sense of fear towards the authorities. They were all being teased in the live broadcast room. Scared, the host is scared. Don't talk nonsense, it's called being sincere. Why did the police come? I told you before, old man Chen is a fraud, but you didn't believe me. Gun, dare to talk nonsense again and I'll fight you. Believe it or not, a painting sold for how many billions, a single elixir exaggerated to hundreds of billions. Believe it if you want, I think it's a professional scam. How do you explain the old man blowing someone several meters away with a single leaf? What about Haqiao? How would I know? Let's see what the police say later. What are you afraid of? Come on, I'll accompany you to open the door. Wang Daxiao was more experienced than them, knowing that even if the police car came, there must be some misunderstanding here. The Li family wanted to arrest someone with just a phone call? Too simplistic. The Sanjia and their own family were not to be trifled with. Alright, thank you. Before Chen Xing could speak, Yu Xiaoshuan looked relieved and pushed Wang Daxiao forward. Following behind him, they felt a lot braver. Chen Shen squinted but didn't say anything, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He already knew who had come, but he wasn't in a hurry to say, teasing the two girls a bit. Let's go see who's so blind, setting off fireworks at the ancestors' doorstep. Let's go together, brothers. Seeing Chen Sheng a bit flustered, Zhao Zishang and Song Shanqing immediately jumped up, seizing the opportunity to impress. And so, a group of wealthy third-generation heirs in Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuan walked out of the estate gates. Swish! Oh my, damn! Who is it? Which idiot is so blind? What the heck? Just as they stepped out, they were dazzled. Outside the courtyard were 7 or 8 cars with their headlights on, facing the gate directly. They were caught off guard as soon as they emerged. With the glaring xenon lights, their eyes couldn't open, and they cursed as they made their way out. Wang Daxiao squinted and walked up to the front car, banging on the hood. Who's the idiot? Get out of the car. Can't you see someone in front? As he wished, the next moment, 4 fully armed police officers sprang out of the car, swiftly subdued him, pressing his head to the ground. Don't move, stay still. Hands up, do you hear me? Lie down. With a gun pressing hard against his head, Zhao Zisheng finally realized something was wrong, forcibly opened his eyes to look at the license plate, and his heart sank. The number 1 car of the Mo-Du governor. Gulp, misunderstanding. Before he could finish his sentence, his head was forcefully pushed down. Swish! In an instant, the group of arrogant rich heirs were all obedient, raising their hands and not daring to move. Oh my goodness! The Modu governor had personally arrived. Their elders might have a say, but the younger generation was not worth much in the eyes of others. In the midst of the conversation, a middle-aged man with a dignified look got out of the car. Glancing at the wealthy heirs, he asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" As he spoke, without waiting for their response, he turned and briskly walked to the back door of the car, courteously opened it, and gently said, "Jean Lao, we have arrived." Everyone's gaze focused on the car, unable to help but widen their eyes. Even Zhao Zishang on the ground couldn't help but crane his neck. Who could it be that made the chief of the magic capital open the door? A cloth shoe stepped on the ground, and then, an old man with white hair and a youthful face stepped out of the car. There was a hint of helplessness in his expression. Beside him, a young nun also came out. "Niao Yi? Oh my god, Master Zhang? Hiss! Master Zhang himself has come?" Whether it was the rich second generation on the scene or the live broadcast audience, they were all in an uproar. In any era, there are legends that circulate. The most mysterious legend of this era is about Master Zhang. Master Zhang, whose real name is Zhang Shanqing, is the 76th generation disciple of the Wudong Taoist temple. Because of the many videos he filmed instructing his disciples, he became well known among netizens. In the videos, the old Taoist master wielded the Tai Chi sword with grace, demonstrating extraordinary skills like shooting an arrow through a willow leaf and walking on walls, astonishing the world. For the first time, the general public learned about the existence of ancient martial arts. It can be said that if it weren't for Chen Chen, he would be the universally recognized cultivator of the present world. This is the view of ordinary people. Some influential figures who understand the existence of ancient martial arts are even more aware that he is a true master from birth, one of the top in the innate realm. Such strong individuals are like walking strategic weapons, and they must be properly accommodated wherever they go. Therefore, upon learning of his arrival in the magic capital, the authorities immediately contacted him and accompanied him throughout. Who would challenge a strong opponent alone? It's impossible. It must be arranged by the authorities, otherwise, who would be responsible if the surrounding people were affected by a casual fight? The grand reception and security forces were both a sign of respect and a precaution. It was to prevent such a high-level expert from suddenly going berserk. In the live broadcast room, a wave of excitement swept through. This person had more die-hard fans than Chen Chang. After all, he had been famous for over a decade, while Chen Chang had only gained fame in less than a month. Master Zhang is here. Master, when will you release a new video? It's been a while since the last update. Last time I went to Wudong Temple specifically, but unfortunately, I didn't see Master Zhang. What a pity. My goodness, I'm starting to doubt science more and more. Look, Master Zhang hasn't aged much in the past 10 years, just like before, hasn't he? Could he be on the same level as Master Chun from 10 years ago? Personally, I believe no one in the world can compare to Master Zhang. I think so too. Master Zhang is the true immortal in the human world. He has lived for over 120 years for real, with records of his life every year. Master Chen claims to have lived for over 130 years, but I always feel it's too unbelievable. That's right, this doubt has never been clarified. Does anyone really believe in seclusion for 70 or 80 years? No arguments accepted. I am a die-hard fan of Master Zhang. Little did they know, before the discussion in the live broadcast room could finish, the first words uttered by Zhang Shanqing left everyone speechless. He looked excitedly at the courtyard of flowers, as if he could already sense a familiar aura beyond the courtyard wall. Clapping his hands on his sleeves, he bowed solemnly and said, "Zhang Shanqing pays his respects to Master Chen. Separated for 80 years in haste, I recently heard that Master has returned to the mortal world. The younger generation is excited and unable to contain themselves, so I have come to visit, hoping for forgiveness for any offense." After shouting loudly, Master Zhang maintained his bowing posture, not daring to lift his head. It seemed like a genuine apology, and his respectful attitude left those around him in awe. Everything relies on comparison and contrast. For example, in school, being praised 100 times by a poor student is not as good as a single compliment from a top student saying, "You study really well." Chen Chen had created many grand scenes in the past, whether it was throwing leaves to attack, exchanging the crane bridge, or refining the ice-clear pill. These were all divine methods. However, everyone couldn't understand them. They knew they were powerful but didn't truly understand how powerful they were. Now, the original top expert in the world, Zhang Daochang, proved with his actions that Master Chen's level was unimaginably high. In front of others, he was just a junior. With just these two sentences, Chen Chen's status was firmly established. The courtyard gate opened, and Chen Chen stepped out. "Ah, I knew you would come over, why don't you hurry up?" He sounded somewhat pleased. In this era, this person in front of him was one of the few he could have a conversation with. Their thoughts resonated on a similar frequency. Such individuals were extremely rare. Zhang Daochang raised his head, and even with his mindset, seeing Chen Chen's appearance still surprised him. He hadn't aged at all. 80 years had passed, turning himself from a spirited youth into the elderly man he was now, yet Master Chen seemed hardly changed. Time seemed to have stopped flowing around him. I couldn't see through your realm back then. I thought after 80 years, I would at least have a rough idea now, but it seems you were still the same as before. Zhang Shanqing shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling a tinge of bitterness in his heart. To think that Master Chen's level from 80 years ago surpassed his entire lifetime's achievements. It was truly disheartening. Chen Chen ignored his words, furrowing his brows as he looked at him closely. Are you not doing well? This statement left everyone around with question marks in their heads. Chen Xing quietly tugged at Grandpa Zhang's sleeve. Isn't this cursing Master Zhang? He looks like he can walk and jump, with a straight back. How does he not seem well? Is this provocation? The official security personnel all stepped forward, eyeing Chen Chen warily. They were responsible for Master Zhang's safety in the City of Demons, trying to prevent him from taking action personally. My physical condition is fine, plus I've taken the ice clear pill, so I don't show signs of aging, but inside, I'm rotten to the core. Chen Chen shook his head with a sigh. People are divided into essence and body. Daoist Zhang's physical condition was fine, but his spirit was nearing extinction. His situation was different from Song Haiping and Li Chaoran before him. They had a sound essence but decaying physical functions, and could extend their lives by taking the ice clear pill. However, Daoist Zhang's situation was the opposite. His body was fine, but his essence was depleted. In such a situation, it could take a week at the slowest, or just 1 or 2 days at the fastest. It was a done deal, with no hope of salvation. Indeed, I can't hide it from you, Zhang Shanqing admitted frankly. It should be in these few days. After seeing you, I may not be able to return to Wudong Mountain. Boom! A wave of shock swept through the surroundings. No one had expected to hear such a horrifying piece of news. Especially the officials in the City of Demons, their hands and feet turned cold. Although Zhang Shanqing was not an official personnel, his kind nature had led him to protect the coastal areas in recent years. If he were to pass away, the top experts of Xia country would need to be quickly deployed to guard against any unexpected threats. Messages were swiftly sent out to various places. Chen Chen paid no attention to these, knowing that Daoist Zhang was aware of his own situation, and said no more. As long as he understood, it was enough. Come in. After speaking, he turned and entered the house. Zhang Shanqing followed with Miaoyi. Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang, being sensible, went forward to support Daoist Zhang and entered the house as well. When everyone had entered the courtyard, the official security personnel subconsciously tried to follow, but before they could take a step, bang! The gate closed firmly on its own. It's getting late. I won't entertain guests anymore. You all may leave. Inside the courtyard, Chen Chen's calm voice rang out. He preferred tranquility and was unwilling to let a group of people come to his house and disturb the peace. It was too bothersome. The governor of the City of Demons was taken aback. This wouldn't do. Master Zhang could pass away at any moment, and someone had to be with him, at the very least. How could they explain this inexplicable loss to their superiors? Ahem! Mr. Chen, please open the door. I am the governor of the City of Demons, Zhou. Get lost. The City of Demons held a special position in Xia country. It was not only the economic center of the country but also renowned worldwide. The person who could hold the position of governor of the City of Demons must be of a high rank. As soon as this word was spoken, everyone present was startled. Especially the younger generation, their hearts skipped a beat. Was the old man too impressive? Even if their own elders were formidable, at most they would be on equal footing with a governor, but no one dared to insult them like this. Such a slap in the face. Unbelievable. However, Governor Zhou's reaction left everyone astonished. He immediately turned around, without any hesitation, waved his hand and said, "Let's go, all of you. Get on the car, quickly, don't disturb Mr. Chen." A group of guards were confused, getting on the car in a daze. Be gentle with your movements, keep quiet, understand? Governor Zhou quietly got on the car, only wiping the cold sweat off his forehead when they had driven far away. Governor, that person just now was too disrespectful to you, the chief secretary said discontentedly. Governor Zhou glared at him with lingering fear in his eyes. Shut up. He cautiously looked back, made sure the car had driven far enough, then whispered, don't ever mention this person again. I just wanted to pay a visit today with the help of Master Zhang. If it didn't work out, so be it. Inform the others, don't come bother us here in the future. Seeing the chief secretary's puzzled expression, he thought for a moment and vaguely explained, Huang Lao came last time for this person. The chief secretary was shocked. He realized the seriousness of the situation. To make the pillar of the town specially come over, and be so respected by Master Zhang, this person must be a super strong individual. The words heavenly Tao flashed through his mind. In the courtyard, a group of people stared in disbelief at old Master Chen, their heads buzzing. They were truly scared just now. Even Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang felt a chill. They had never seen such a domineering Grandpa Zhang. A bit intimidating. What are you all staring at? Go boil water and make tea, Chen Chan ordered nonchalantly. Crowding into his house in the middle of the night, if he didn't scold them, who would he scold? It's only now, if it were a few hundred years ago, being so unruly, they would at least get a beating. As for status, let alone a mere governor, even if it were the emperor of the dynasty, one must follow their own rules when coming here. It was like this before, and it will be like this in the future. Chen Qing snapped out of her daze, hurried to make tea and pour water, inviting the guests to sit down. The maid who usually served the old master was off today, so she had to do it herself. Master Zhang thanked her, sat on a stone chair in the courtyard, while Miao Yi stood quietly behind him. Yu Xiaoshuang and a group of wealthy young heirs were also present, but they were sensible enough not to sit at the table, each holding a stool to sit on. The two old immortals chatted, and they were more than willing to listen on the side, just to broaden their horizons. The nourishing spirit tea still tastes the same as before. After taking a sip of the fragrant tea, Zhang Shanqing praised, I've been fond of tea all my life, having drunk for over 100 years, among them, the best has to be your nourishing spirit tea. 80 years ago, after tasting it, I've been craving it for so long, finally able to enjoy it again. He slowly took another sip, showing immense enjoyment in his expression. It's no use to you anymore. Chen Shen shook his head, saying calmly, nourishing the spirit requires having a spirit. Zhang Shanqing's spirit was nearing extinction, except for refining elixirs for himself, nothing else would work. Ha, indeed, but it's enough that it tastes good. After finishing the tea in his cup, Zhang Shanqing saw Chen Chang about to pour more. He quickly raised his hand to stop her. I'm on the brink of death, just tasting the flavor is satisfying, drinking more would be a waste, let's not squander resources. Immortal, can I have the remaining half pot of tea as a gift for this little disciple of mine? With a turn of phrase, Zhang Shanqing shamelessly asked for a favor. The harsh reality. The style of this Master Zhang was something not seen by the group of wealthy young heirs, nor even by Miaoi. This didn't match the influence of the high-ranking cultivators you've encountered before. A crack was heard in the hearts of the young people, shattering the image. The dignified Master Zhang was nowhere to be found. Zhang Shanqing paid no attention to the gazes of others, smiling as he looked at Chen Shen, waiting for his response. What a face! This thing is a divine object, rare to find outside this courtyard, capable of letting Miaoi have a few drinks, greatly beneficial for cultivation. Achieving this realm in this lifetime, half of the credit should be attributed to the well water soaked with half a piece of ice clear pill 80 years ago and a pot of invigorating tea. Coming to seek Mr. Chen now is to seek some benefits and opportunities for the young disciple. Otherwise, it would be much better to lie at home near death. Who would want to run around for no reason? What nonsense is this? It's not something good, just enough. Chen Shen was amused by him, waved his hand generously, and said, Qing, go prepare a tub of tea. There's plenty of invigorating liquid in the kitchen. Today, everyone is welcome to drink as much as they want. Rarely having someone they find pleasing as a guest, Chen Shen is not stingy. Invigorating liquid may be a treasure to others, but to him, it's just ordinary water, as much as you want. Even the pigs he used to raise drank invigorating liquid. Ah, thank you, ancestors. Thank you for the tea, ancestor. Xing Jia, hurry, we'll help you. He, together, I'll get the tub. Before Zhang Shanqing could react, several wealthy heirs jumped up excitedly. Their mouths were all wide smiles. They knew about the invigorating liquid, having tasted it at old Master Song's birthday, one small teacup each. After drinking it, their backs no longer hurt, legs no longer ached, their spirits doubled, and their minds became much sharper. Today, helping with the move is definitely worth it, a big profit. Now that they've started, no need for further words, just keep pouring. Pour vigorously. In no time, each person had a large tub, gulping down the liquid. Zhang Tianchu's face twitched at the sight. Can such a good thing be drunk so freely? Even the well water soaked with half a piece of ice-clear pill on their mountain, which had lost its taste, had to be limited daily. Shaking his head in amazement, he took out a large cup and handed it to Miaoi. Silly disciple, what are you waiting for? Drink up. Prepared for this, Miaoi drank absent-mindedly. Ha! Another sip. Keep going. Her cherry lips were small, but she drank at a rapid pace, finishing a cup in no time. Her eyes were shining brightly. Without needing her master to say anything, she continued pouring, calm yet not foolish. Facing such an opportunity, no one could remain calm. Drinking a cup of invigorating tea is even more effective than eating thousand-year-old ginseng. Who could resist that? Ignoring the younger generation, Chen Shen's voice became heavier. Speak, what do you want to do this time? He was straightforward, knowing that Taoist Zhang coming to him at this time was definitely not just for catching up. Zhang Shanqing shook his head, smiling bitterly. I originally wanted to have a final spar with you, but now, let's forget it. This statement brought mixed feelings. Before, he thought that even if he couldn't surpass Immortal Chen after 80 years of cultivation, at least he could have a decent match. However, upon meeting, he realized that the gap was not narrowing but widening. 80 years ago, he could vaguely sense the terrifying aura of Immortal Chen, but now, sitting face to face, he couldn't even feel the other's presence. There was no point in sparring anymore. Chen Shen nodded. Your realm is too low, there's no point in sparring with me. You might as well preserve your energy and do something else. After a moment of silence, Zhang Shanqing tentatively asked, Ahem, if you were to suppress one realm, could I withstand a few moves under your hand? He still couldn't let go. He had been longing for a fair match with Chen Shen for 80 years, and he couldn't rest in peace without trying. Thinking that it wouldn't work, he tried to come up with a plan, asking Immortal Chen to suppress a realm, just to exchange a few moves to fulfill his wish. Chen Shen calculated for a moment, shook his head, and said, it's still not possible. Even if it's just for a moment, if you want to withstand a move under my hand, I would have to suppress over 100 realms. But in that case, do you think it's meaningful? Click. Even on the verge of death, Zhang Tianshi couldn't calm down, looking at Mr. Chen in horror. What realm was he in? His previous title of immortal was just a joke, but what if he had accidentally hit the mark and encountered a real immortal in the mortal world? This topic was skipped. Even if Master Zhang Tian wanted to fulfill his dream, it wouldn't make sense for others to suppress over 100 realms to act with him. He also felt that he couldn't afford to lose this person. But then the problem arose, what to do with the little remaining vitality? He wasn't the type to lie down and wait for death. This question needed to be carefully considered. Chen Shen spent most of his time drinking tea by himself, occasionally answering a few questions from Zhang Shanqing. However, at some point, he kept looking outside the wall as if anticipating something. Outside the small courtyard, about 5 or 6 miles away, a luxurious convoy was parked. A large group of accompanying personnel looked at the old and the young in front, waiting helplessly. Li Fugue gazed towards the distant mansion, pursing his lips tightly. He didn't dare to approach, nor did he want to leave. Nostalgia made him timid. His godfather was there, but he always felt unprepared. What should he say when he saw his godfather? Could his godfather forgive him? The Chen family was gone, but he was still alive. How could he explain to his godfather? He hadn't avenged his godmother and elder brother yet. How could he face his old man? Each question weighed heavily on his mind. He couldn't take a step closer or move further away on this short 5 or 6 mile journey. His thoughts were particularly complex. Further back, Li Chongyang couldn't stand it anymore, clutching his head, tentatively asking, Grandfather, if you still don't want to go, shall we go eat first? At the same time, his stomach rumbled. This whole day of rushing around without stopping for a moment, he had only eaten a little in the morning and hadn't had lunch until it was dark. Click. His thoughts were interrupted as Li Fugue slowly turned his head. There was a hint of killing intent. Li Chongyang immediately shrank his neck, awkwardly saying, I was just suggesting, if you don't want to, forget it, you're busy. Li Fugue looked at his foolish grandson and couldn't help but wonder what sins he had committed in his past life. If it weren't for the fact that the Li family only had this one seedling left, he would have strangled him. Sigh. Li Fugue pointed to the small courtyard in the distance, sighing, My godfather lives there, your grandfather, I want to go see him, but I'm afraid he won't open the door for me. After all, they were family, and Li Fugue couldn't help but share his worries with his grandson. Li Chongyang was delighted to hear this. He grabbed the keys and jumped into the front car, starting the engine and rolling down the window, shouting, Grandfather, is that all? You should have said so earlier. Don't worry, leave it to me. Calling for someone to open the door is my specialty. There's no door in the capital that I can't open. Even if they're closed in the morning, I can open them. Buzz. By the time the last sentence floated over, the car had already sped away. Li Fugue had just recovered, so his reaction was a bit slow. When he realized what was happening, he pointed shakily in the distance, Nizi, come back to me. The people around him were also stunned by the young master. Was this really about calling for someone to open the door? Get in the car, quickly, catch up with that bastard. If he disturbs my godfather, I'll never be able to go home in this lifetime. In a few minutes, the luxurious and grand flower hall courtyard was right in front of them. After parking the car, Li Chongyang got out quickly. Without any hesitation, he walked up to the door and knocked loudly. "Open the door, open the door." He shouted twice, and immediately heard footsteps from inside. He couldn't help but feel relieved. What's the big deal about calling for someone to open the door? Look how worried you've made grandfather. You should have said so earlier. I could have opened it in 800 tries. Chen Qing came out and immediately recognized Li Chongyang. Her face changed drastically, and she hurriedly shouted to the back, "Something's wrong. Song Shanyu, come quickly, Li Chongyang is really here at my house." Her impression of this young master from the capital was based on his arrogance in the live broadcast room and at the auction. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. But she never expected that after arguing with him in the live broadcast room, he would dare to come to her house. Was he holding a grudge? Going too far? Ha! Oh my god. Wang Dasha was dumbfounded, Zhao Zishang was dumbfounded, Song Shanyu and Z were also dumbfounded. Was Li Chongyang out of his mind? He really dared to come to the Chen family and cause trouble. This wasn't the way to do it. Let's go out and see. Just as they were about to leave, Chen Shen stood up first. No need for the ancestors, just a wealthy third generation. We'll go and make sure to protect Chen Chang, Wang Dashao's lackey said. No need, it's an old friend who has come, let's go and have a look. Isn't it Li Chongyang who has come? A group of people didn't quite understand but obediently followed behind. Zhang Shanqing, on the other hand, remained seated without moving. He preferred sitting whenever possible and gestured for Miao Yi to go out and take a look. As the group went out, they witnessed a startling scene. 3 burly men were surrounding Li Chongyang, causing a commotion. The old man being supported on the side was hopping and shouting, "Have you all not eaten? Put some effort into it. You little brat, keep hiding, put in more effort, and there will be an additional 10,000 bonus for each person this month. I told you to knock on the door, I'll beat you to death, you bastard." Goodness! The group of people never expected such a scene. Soon, someone with sharp eyes recognized the old man's identity. Isn't that Li Fuguei, Li Chongyang's grandfather? That's right, it's Grandpa Li, but didn't they say it's not allowed? Have you forgotten they found the ice-clear pill? The Li family is truly wealthy, not just the richest in the country, they should be at a different level. Definitely, this person is a living legend from before the founding of the country, his status is even higher than Master Song. Grandpa Zhang, we. Chen Qing turned her head and was stunned. She noticed a change on Grandpa Zhang's usually calm face. His eyes held a mix of complex emotions. Indeed, as she looked at the aged Li Fuguei, Chen Shen's gaze seemed to pierce through 80 years of time, seeing the timid young boy who used to call him godfather, the child who saved up pocket money to buy him a tobacco pipe. Fuguei! A soft call. Li Fuguei finally saw Chen Shen on the steps, slowly turned his head, and his eyes instantly welled up. It was his godfather. Without a doubt. The image of his godfather, he thought of every day for the past 80 years. Thud! His knees went weak, and he knelt on the ground, bowing his head and crying out, "Godfather! Fuguei, you've come back!" Boom! The people around felt as if their throats were being squeezed. They stared in astonishment at this scene. Seeing this, Li Chongyang tried to get up to help his grandfather, but was fortunately stopped by the quick-witted steward Zhou. He whispered, "Kneel down," and discreetly nudged his knee, prompting Li Chongyang to kneel behind the old patriarch. Chen Shen looked at the kneeling old man and couldn't help but recall the past of the Chen family, remembering the eldest brother who danced gracefully for him, the dignified eldest brother who had his own style, the somewhat introverted and sensitive second brother, and the bold third brother. With a slightly bitter feeling in his eyes, he quickly walked up to him and pulled him up. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Dad always told you, no matter what mistakes you make, as long as you come home, you have your dad. Let's go home." Li Fuguei choked with tears, being led by his godfather, walked into the house. At this moment, the wanderer who had been away for 80 years finally returned home. The others also understood the situation and were happy for Chen Shan and the old patriarch, helping to tidy up joyfully and entering the flower-filled courtyard. A little while later, Li Chongyang knelt desolately on the ground, pondering whether he should stand up. Have they all forgotten about me? The Chen family. A large group of people rushed in. These were all the bodyguards, doctors, drivers, and stewards accompanying Li Fuguei, along with the visitors Zhang Shanqing and Miao Yi. It was fortunate that they had moved to this flower-filled courtyard today, with enough rooms, otherwise, they wouldn't have had enough space. Godfather, many things happened back then. Li Fuguei, being old after all, although he had taken half a ice-clear pill, his mental state was clearly lacking, and upon suddenly seeing Chen Shan, his emotions fluctuated greatly, and he soon fell into a drowsy state. At this moment, while still talking, his head was already nodding involuntarily. Chen Chen patted his hand and said gently, "Alright, it's getting late. Go rest for now, we can talk about it tomorrow. Shingerin Yuto, this is your second grandfather. Take him to rest first, we'll introduce you properly tomorrow. You're all family. Xiao Wang, and you little ones, don't leave today. Help with welcoming the others." After arranging everything, Chen Chen went straight back to his room. Seeing his relatives suddenly, his emotions fluctuated a bit, and he couldn't help but recall the Chun family from decades ago and that woman. He needed some time to calm down. Second grandfather? Chen Xing, witnessing the scene just now, although she had already guessed something in her heart, couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It's hard for ordinary people to understand the longing for family from an orphan. She had been alone and destitute for over 20 years, and this year, not only did she have a grandfather who loved her, but also gained a second grandfather. Although she didn't know much about this second grandfather yet, just the title alone warmed her heart. Second grandfather, I am Chun Chang. She walked up quickly, gently supporting the old man's arm and whispered softly. Upon hearing this, Li Fugue forced himself to open his eyes, although there was no sense of unfamiliarity in his gaze, only countless love. He raised his withered hand, rubbed Chen Xing's head, and said, I know, I have always known you. Your first fight as a child, the first love letter you received, the first award you won, I know them all. Xing, you are the one I watched grow up. It's just that I didn't dare to meet you before, and today I finally did. Turning to look at you Xiao Shuang, he continued, even her, Xiao Shuang, was arranged by second grandfather to go to school with you. Li Fugue's words were sincere, and indeed true. If someone were to open the most secret safe in his study in the capital, they would find not valuable assets, but all of Chun Xing's photos from childhood to adulthood. Over the years, he didn't dare to appear directly in front of Chun Xing, fearing to bring danger to this girl. The cleaner the break between her and the past Chen family, the safer she would be. However, he knew everything that this relative had experienced in the past. Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang exchanged a glance, bewildered. Unable to understand what was happening, they held back their questions as the old man was clearly not in good condition. They helped him to the guest room first. Everything could wait until tomorrow. As they went downstairs, Wang Daxiao and Zhao Zishan were about to start a fight. They glared at each other with red eyes and thick necks. Not for anything else, but for who would take Miaoyi to the room. Everyone else had been arranged, leaving only Miaoyi and Li Chongyang, both wanting the other to take Li Jianjian away. Watching the two at a standstill, Li Chongyang was at a loss, while Miaoyi was somewhat surprised. After a moment of stalemate, Wang Daxiao softened his tone, grabbed Zhao Zishan's neck, and whispered, Lao Zhao, let me have this chance. You can pick any car from my garage, I haven't asked you for anything, brother. Cut it out. Zhao Zishan was not buying it at all, rolled his eyes. Wang Daxiao, what kind of reputation do you have now? Let me tell you, as long as I'm here, you won't get near Miaoyi. Thinking of harming her? Forget about it. Whether intentional or not, his voice was slightly louder, just enough for the four people present to hear. Wang Daxiao's face turned as dark as the sole of a shoe, almost losing his temper. Slander, you're slandering me. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll sue you for defamation. He's defaming me. Ahem, brother, this time I'm really interested. Can you help me out? Ha ha. Zhao Zishan decisively refused. You act like I'm not interested at all, and you want me to help you. $3 for one key, $10 for 3, do you deserve it? Deserve it. Deserve what? You two bastards, if you wanna die, go die at home, don't drag us down with you. Daring to cause trouble in our ancestors' home, have you both grown a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? Coincidentally, Song Shanyu had just settled a group of doctors and returned. Seeing this scene made his teeth itch with anger. He viciously kicked each of them in the shins. They had tricked him badly last time, and now they dared to act recklessly again. Do they really not know the word death? Remembering favors but forgetting beatings, these bastards. Without listening to their explanations, he directly took Miaoyi away. Now, in the living room, only Wang Xiaozong, Zhao Zishan, and Li Chongyang remained. The three looked at each other. Being old acquaintances, they could speak freely. Ah, it's a bit early to go to sleep now. Yes, I'm not very sleepy yet. Ahem, I remember there's still half a bucket of refreshing tea outside that hasn't been put away. Shoo, let's go. Seeing that the two of them were about to leave without him, Li Chongyang grabbed Wang Daxiao. Where are you two sneaking off to? I warn you, this is my grandfather's godfather's house, which is my home. Li Chongyang was rarely clever this time, his relationship with them was indeed faultless. Zhao Zishan hesitated, gave Wang Xiaozong a signal, should we take him along? Let's take him, Li Jiannian is lucky to have a big backer. The two quickly agreed, immediately putting their arms around Li Chongyang's neck and heading out. "Ah, we didn't plan to leave you behind, Li Jianyan. I mean, Li brother, you rarely visit the Magic City, we should make arrangements for you to follow along, don't be polite. Right, when we get to our turf, you can let loose and have fun today." Make arrangements? Let loose and have fun? Li Chongyang was lost in thought, feeling a bit embarrassed. Isn't this inappropriate? My grandfather instructed me earlier, I have to get up early tomorrow to serve tea to our ancestors. Wang Dashao chuckled, don't worry, the place we're going is not far, coming back will be easy. Ahem, stop dawdling, let's go, it's getting cold. Zhao Zishan pushed the two of them, impatiently urging. Getting cold? Were they already undressed and waiting? Li Chongyang couldn't bear the loneliness, immediately picked up the car keys and headed out. Hurry, don't keep them waiting. Lao Wang, Lao Zhao, I misunderstood you before, not bad, you guys are considerate, next time when we go to the capital, I'll treat you well. 30 seconds later, the cold wind blew. Watching Wang Xiaozong and Zhao Zisheng squatting under a tree, each pouring water from a large tub, Li Chongyang slowly formed a question mark. Have the hospitality standards in the Magic City really dropped so low? The next day, sunlight shone through the window, accompanied by the scent of flowers. The Chen family's dining room was already full of people. Two maids rushed back early in the morning, busy in the kitchen, preparing exquisite and simple breakfast dishes. Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuan kept helping to serve the dishes. In no time, the aroma of food wafted through the courtyard. Chen Chen came downstairs, sat at the head of the table, and felt satisfied looking at the spread. Golden pumpkin congee, nourishing soup, 8 treasures dish, spicy cucumber. All these are appetizing and healthy dishes. Seeing him come down, Li Fugue quickly stood up and saluted. After a night's rest, his spirits had indeed improved a lot, and he happily said, Godfather, these are the flavors you used to enjoy, the chef is thoughtful. Joe Steward, don't forget to prepare 2 big red envelopes later. Yes. Joe Steward bowed. Everyone, please sit down. Chen Chen gestured for them to sit, feeling pleased. Yes, all arranged by Hai Ping. Who would have thought that the little rascal from back then would be so meticulous now, huh? Everyone laughed in agreement, but no one touched their chopsticks, clearly aware that there was more to come. Soon, when everyone was seated, Li Fugue nodded slightly at the back. Joe Steward understood and quickly brought out a tray from behind, covered with red silk, with a cup of tea placed on top. Li Fugue picked up the tea, his heart filled with extreme excitement. He took a deep breath, his lips quivering for a moment before he knelt down on both knees and exclaimed loudly, Son Li Fugue pays respects to Godfather, Godfather please have some tea. His voice was loud yet filled with emotion. This was the voice he had longed for 80 years, and now he finally shouted it out again. Even if he were to die at this moment, he would die content. No more regrets. Heaven had been kind to him. Chen Chen watched this scene with a heart full of relief. Just as he was about to pick up the tea, he suddenly remembered something, paused, and then put the tea back down. Godfather. Li Fugue's expression turned anxious and fearful, his heart turning cold. If Godfather refused to drink the tea he offered, did it mean he hadn't forgiven him yet? Others subconsciously held their breath. Chen Chen ignored him and instead looked at Chen Qing sitting obediently beside him, gently saying, Xinger, open your live stream. Everyone was puzzled, unable to understand what the old master was planning, except for Li Fugue, who trembled with excitement after a moment of shock. Godfather. Chen Chen nodded solemnly and said, Today, I want everyone to know that my son has returned home. The Chen family still has descendants. Li Fugue felt his blood rush to his head, his eyes instantly turning red. Could his name be written again in the Chen family genealogy? This was a luxury he had not dared to dream of before coming to the city. Moreover, from yesterday's meeting until now, Godfather had not asked about his past, had not blamed him, but had only cared for him. Overwhelmed with emotions, Li Fugue shed tears freely, placing the tray aside and bowing deeply. Godfather, Godfather. I'm sorry. Back then, Big Brother and Godmother shouldn't have knocked me out and sent me away. I should have died in the Chen family. Sob. I'm a useless person. I couldn't kill those scoundrels, many people are still alive. I couldn't even kill Chu Fei. I hate it. Cough, sob. I'm sorry, Big Brother. I never thought those people would find Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Yuan, Chen Qing's parents, and eradicate them. I regret it so much that I'd rather die. I wouldn't even have the face to meet them in death. These years, to protect Xinger, I didn't dare to call her, didn't dare to see her, didn't even dare to give her any money. Watching her suffer, my heart ached so much that I couldn't help but hit myself. At this moment, he completely opened his heart, crying like a child despite being an old man. He cried as if he wanted to let out all the grievances of the past. The sorrow in his voice made everyone around feel his pain. If he hadn't accumulated countless sorrows in his heart, How could he cry so heartbreakingly? Moreover, Li Fugui's words revealed a lot of information. The reactions of those around varied. Chen Qiang and Yu Xiaoshuang were shocked, while the servants wished they could cover their ears. Several wealthy heirs had different expressions, quietly remembering every word. Even Zhang Shanqing's expression turned serious. He knew some things about the Chen family, but it was all vague. He happened to be in seclusion at the time, and when he came out, it was too late for everything. All right. When Li Fugui's emotions calmed down a bit, Chen Chen helped him up and said softly, Fugui, it's okay. Godfather is here. It's Godfather's fault for leaving so suddenly back then. But don't worry, none of those bastards can escape. Do you know why I haven't gone to find them? Hee, I want them to live in fear every day, to shiver at the thought of me still being alive. Even if those people want to die, they have to get my permission. His tone was gentle, as if chatting casually, but everyone in the living room shuddered. Cold. A bone-chilling coldness permeated everyone's hearts. Many couldn't help but retreat in panic. The old man sitting at the head seemed like an unfathomable abyss, and they were now standing on the edge of that abyss, where one wrong step could lead to irreversible disaster. Grandpa Zhang. Only Chen Xingqiang, enduring fear, trembling, approached and squatted down, holding Chen Chen's arm. This was the first time she had seen Grandpa Zhang like this. It was terrifying yet heart-wrenching. She didn't know what had happened in the past, but she vaguely understood that her grandparents, parents, seemed to have been killed. At this moment, she didn't comfort Grandpa Zhang in any way. She had no right to say anything comforting, and the enmity of killing one's own kin was too pale and powerless to speak of. She just held Grandpa Zhang's arm tightly, using all her strength, afraid that this loved one would disappear the next second. Ordinary people felt great terror, and Zhang Shanqing and Miaoyi, who had a certain level of cultivation, felt it even more acutely. They stared in horror at Chen Chen. The fleeting killing intent of the old man just now made their hair stand on end. Especially Zhang Shanqing, inexplicably remembered a sentence. If you want to withstand one move under my hand, you need to break through more than 100 times at least. It wasn't a joke. Chen Senran was not the master he had guessed, he was definitely above the master. After a moment, Chen Chen calmed down and looked affectionately at Chen Chang, who was squatting beside her, and rubbed her head. Good child, it's okay. With Grandpa Zhang here, no one will dare to bully you in the future. After a brief calm, Chen Chen scanned around and said firmly, today is a happy day, let's all be happy. Why the long faces? My son is coming home, it's a joyous occasion, let's celebrate. As soon as the words fell, the willow branches swayed without wind, as if saluting. Outside the window, countless birds flew in, chirping around the manor incessantly. Words follow the law, influencing nature. This magical scene once again left everyone bewildered. Holding back the saliva in their mouths, magical means. Zhang Tianshi shouted madly in his heart. At this moment, witnessing a higher level of scenery, he suddenly didn't want to die. Yes, Grandpa Zhang, I'll start the live broadcast. You're right, we need to let everyone know that second Grandpa is back. Let those who have harmed us see that the Chen family is doing well now. Chen Xing wiped away her tears, forced a smile, and said, that's right. Chen Chen, rarely serious, straightened his collar and prepared to appear on camera. Seeing this, Li Fugui beside him grinned and picked up the tray again, thinking that he would serve tea to his godfather in front of countless people later, his hands trembling with excitement. This was something he had been looking forward to for 80 years, and finally, the day had come. With the two old men acting like this, who else dared not to show respect? Everyone tidied up their clothes, waiting to applaud when serving tea later. The background boards were very cooperative. Chen Qiang took out her phone and opened the live broadcast. However, in the blink of an eye, the live broadcast room was flooded with a large number of viewers. With her current number of fans, even when she wasn't live, there were bored people waiting in the live broadcast room all day long. Oh my god, why did you start the broadcast so early today? I'm still not used to it. Wow, I made it to the first floor. Hello, second floor. Hello, second floor. Hello, second floor. Huh, why is the host crying so early in the morning? Her eyes are all red. What's wrong with the host? Hug, feel sorry for you. Pat, don't cry, be good. Hey, what's making the host so happy today? Tell us, let us be happy too. Huh, I don't know why, but seeing Chen Qiang uncomfortable makes me want to laugh. Is the person upstairs sick? Chen Qing, clearly in a state of having just cried, was surrounded by a chorus of caring comments from countless true fans, but there were also a few mocking comments from some black fans. When the size of a group is large, there will be all kinds of people. It's impossible to expect everyone to like you. Chen Cheng was already used to this and automatically ignored the black fans' comments, intending to thank those who cared about her, but Li Chongyang, who had sneaked into the live broadcast room behind her, had other plans. His brain wasn't working very well, but he understood one thing: this was his grandfather's house, and Chen Shang was his relative. How could he tolerate someone greeting his relative? If he could tolerate it, he wouldn't be the little demon king of the capital. Kyoto. Lee Chongyang rewards the anchor with 100 super rockets. Boom! 100 rockets soared into the sky. Not a lot of money, only around 200,000 in total, but the animated special effects could interrupt the barrage rhythm. Sure enough, the live broadcast room quieted down, no viewers were talking, all busy rushing to grab the free fish balls sent with the super rockets. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Chongyang swiftly stepped forward, squeezed next to Chen Xing, snatched the phone, nose up in the air, fiercely shouted, "Watch your mouth when you speak. Do you even know who Chen Shang is? That's my. Dare to curse me? Are you living?" Don't. Speaking at an extremely fast pace, with a fierce expression, without any hesitation, a series of national classics came out of his mouth. He warmly greeted all the female members of the families of the black fans and their ancestors. His actions were very decisive. After scolding, he gave Chen Shang a smug look. "Don't worry, I've got your back in the future." Chen Shang was not moved by him. Instead, she was startled, her head buzzing, her face turning pale. She had only one thought in her mind: she probably couldn't make a living from live broadcasting anymore. The anchor's relative speaking in the live broadcast room. What kind of despicable behavior was this? It could easily go down in live broadcast history. I'm sorry, Before she could finish her apology, the screen went black. Your live broadcast room is suspected of serious breach of contract and has been permanently shut down. In the internet age, monitoring is very strict in all aspects. If any anchor is found to be doing anything against the rules, it can be cut off within minutes. Because of Lee Chongyang's performance of national classics, the live broadcast room was shut down. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events, completely dumbfounded. Not a single person wasn't stunned. Each one looked at Lee Chongyang with eyes full of astonishment. What kind of operation was this? Gurgle, from now on, I'm willing to call Li Jinjin the strongest, he's so damn awesome. Zhao Zishan's expression was blank, muttering to himself, the ancestors are still waiting. He actually blew up the live broadcast room. Wang Dashao's eyes widened. I really need to stay away from him in the future, he's not an ordinary person. The other rich second-generation guys all nodded vigorously. This guy was definitely not ordinary. An ordinary person couldn't pull off such a thing, and even someone with a bit of brains wouldn't act so foolishly. The scene was extremely awkward for a moment. Chen Chen was a bit dazed, looking at Lee Chongyang with a strange expression. Could his great-grandson be a fool? Chongyang, come here, come here. Li Fuguei couldn't stand it anymore, sat down shakily, and beckoned gently. Ahem. Grandpa, the internet control is quite strict now. Li Fuguei walked over with small steps, smiling awkwardly. He also knew he seemed to have caused trouble. I'll strict you. If I don't beat you to death today, you're not my grandson. Li Fuguei stood up abruptly, grabbed the cane next to him, and started hitting. He really hit hard. With just one hit, a red welt appeared on Li Chongyang's body. Grandpa, please stop, I was wrong. Li Chongyang cried while running away. It's not that he's not a normal person. Theoretically, he had just recognized his great-grandfather and should have stood there and taken a few hits, but he didn't expect all this, so he ran away. Seeing him still daring to run, Li Fuguei was even more furious, and he rushed up directly. Zhou Kong, what are you looking at? Catch him for me. Dare to run, I'll beat you to death today, you little brat, run. Run. After all, this was his own home. Could he just stand by and watch someone being beaten without trying to stop it? Chen Sheng's mind was still blank, subconsciously trying to stop Li Fuguei. Second grandpa, don't be angry, take care of yourself. With Chen Sheng's movement, others finally dared to plead, and the situation suddenly became chaotic. Running, chasing, persuading Li Fuguei, blocking Li Chongyang, chaos ensued. Chen Shen rubbed his temples and suddenly felt like kicking these two sons out. Douyu Live Broadcasting Headquarters. Director Wang, thanks to your quick response, your department's bonus will be increased by 20% this month. The campaign to purify the online environment has just begun, and such incidents must be dealt with promptly, otherwise it will have a great impact on us, praised CEO Zhang Xiao. Their company, as a propaganda window of the internet era, is under strict control in Xia country. Because the anchors are considered public figures, their behavior may influence many viewers. Therefore, there are strict agreements in place. No vulgar language, smoking, or any uncivilized behavior is allowed during live broadcasts. Once it happens, getting permanently banned from the livestream is a minor consequence, but causing serious damage to the company's image may lead to legal consequences. Director Zhang, although we did nothing wrong, as you saw, that girl's live stream room has many second-generation and third-generation wealthy individuals. If I'm not mistaken, the Songs, Zhao's, Lin's, and Wang Xiaozong are all there. They seem to have a good relationship with the anchor. I'm worried they might seek mercy from us, and it will be difficult for us then. The wealthy second and third generations are not ordinary people. If they want to, they can definitely contact the CEO. Director Wang asked with some difficulty. It's not appropriate to unban them later, but it's also not appropriate to keep them banned. If they are unbanned, many insulted viewers will disagree, and official opinions need to be considered as well. But if they are not unbanned, these wealthy second and third generations may not be easy to deal with. Zhang Xiao waved his hand. No matter who pleads for them this time, we won't consider it. Once banned, it's final. It's useless whoever comes. Director Wang, keep your heart in your stomach. I'll say this here, if I order to unban, I'll make you the vice president tomorrow. Director Wang? Are you serious? Chen Shen's identity is very special. In this world, the more prominent a person is, the more terrifying they are known to be. For example, the innate powerhouses of Xia country, financial giants like Shuangma, and families with legacies. They have their own sources of information. These people taboo and fear Chen Shen, and they never mention him in daily conversations, let alone deliberately inform their subordinates about such a person's existence. Therefore, there is an information gap. In the eyes of the general public, Chen Shen is just a remarkable person, mysterious in many aspects, and nothing more. Douyu Company is not small, but it is clearly several levels away from the top. Ding ling ling. Zhang Xiao's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. See, the pleaders are here. These little guys can directly reach my private phone. I don't know which friend they found, but it doesn't matter. Today, I won't give anyone face. Zhang Xiao said with a smile, taking out his phone and glancing at the caller ID. With just one glance, he was stunned. Song Shanhe. The third generation of the wealthy is not the same. Wang Xiaozong and Song Zixiang are also third generation wealthy from the three major families, but at best, they can be called playboys. Zhang Xiao dares not give them face as they do not represent their families. But Song Shanhe is different. Not to mention that he is the future head of the Song family, he also manages the Huifeng building. Who does he usually interact with? Different circles determine status. Conservatively speaking, Song Shanhe is at least 8 streets ahead of Zhang Xiao in the country. It was also during the last birthday banquet of the old Song that Zhang Xiao had the audacity to ask for this person's contact information. Yes, we won't give anyone face this time. Director Wang replied firmly. But before he could finish, don't speak. Zhang Xiao directly glared at him fiercely, not wanting any disturbance in his relationship with the Song family. Then he took a deep breath and answered the call. Brother Song, what orders do you have? About the live stream room? I understand. What? Chen Chang is your sister? Mr. Song wants to talk to me? Okay. Mr. Song, this is a misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding. Yes, it has nothing to do with me. My subordinates acted without thinking, I was completely unaware. I will lift the ban immediately. Alright, you're busy. I'll come to apologize next time I have a chance. Phew. Zhang Xiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, breathing heavily with lingering fear. The pressure from Mr. Song was too much for him to handle. With Mr. Song's status in the political and business circles, he might not be able to help Zhang Xiao improve, but a single word from him could shut down his business. He couldn't afford to provoke him. Director Wang, quickly. Ding ding ding. Another call came in. Zhang Xiao paused, glanced at it again, feeling a chill down his spine. The head of the Li family in Kyoto. Mr. Li, nice to meet you. I've always wanted to get to know you, but never had the chance. Regarding the live broadcast? You mean? What? You're Chen Qing's big uncle? Mr. Li is Chen Chang's second granduncle? A misunderstanding. I will handle it immediately, please rest assured. The call ended. Ding ding ding, another call. Zhang Xiao stared blankly, feeling numb. Director Ma. Before he could answer, his phone kept buzzing with consecutive notifications. Vice President Wang called you, but the call was automatically rejected due to an ongoing conversation. Director Ali Ma called you, but the call was automatically rejected due to an ongoing conversation. Director Zhao from the Ministry of Commerce called you, but the call was automatically rejected due to an ongoing conversation. Zhang Xiao swallowed hard, raised his head blankly. Vice President Wang, go restore my sister's live broadcast room immediately and feature it as a top trending page. Yes, the one that was just banned, she's my real sister. Vice President Wang nodded understandingly and left. No need to ask anything, he understood. If one had such a well-connected person under them, not only recognizing them as a sister but even as an ancestor would be acceptable. No shame. Returning to the flower courtyard, after the commotion, the live broadcast room was smoothly restored. Everyone resumed their positions. Li Chongyang was escorted to the back, surrounded by 6 or 7 people. Many viewers who hadn't left after the sudden shutdown flooded the chat with comments. Damn, was it just banned earlier? Where's that guy? Let the host bring him out. Brothers, big news, that was Li Chongyang, the famous wealthy third generation who appeared in the live broadcast room last time. Look him up online and you'll know. Ah, that's a lot of information. Early in the morning, the host just cried, and now some mysterious wealthy third generation appears. Damn, my heart is broken. Could it be? No, no, the host is mine. Snowflakes fluttering, the north wind howling, the world vast and desolate. Seeing the chat going off track, Chun Qing opened her mouth speechlessly. You guys are thinking too much. Here's the thing, my grandfather had a relative, a godson from many years ago. After a brief explanation and a pan of the camera around the hall, the misunderstanding was cleared up. As she handed her phone to Song Shanyu to continue the tea ceremony formally, Qin Shen sat on the grandmaster's chair, smiling down below. She picked up her teacup again, and Li Fugue, suppressing his excitement, slowly walked up to Chun Shen and knelt down. Son Li Fugue pays respects to Godfather and offers tea. As he said this, his face flushed with excitement. His hands couldn't help but tremble. Countless people watched this scene, all serving as witnesses. From now on, he would return to the Chen family. Chen Shen sat up straight, took a sip from the teacup, then handed it to Yu Xiaoshuang beside her. Next, she took out a jade bottle from her bosom and handed it to Li Fugue. Son, welcome home. This is the marrow cleansing pill prepared for you by father last night, take it. Although it's a low-grade pill, its effects are several times that of the ice clear pill. After cleansing your meridians, it should extend your life by 30 years. Whoosh! Everyone was shocked, their eyes fixed on the small jade bottle. An upgraded version of the ice clear pill? Capable of extending life by 30 years? This thing can be considered a priceless treasure. Even if you don't eat it yourself, selling it conservatively would fetch hundreds of billions. The old man's alchemy skills have been proven through practice, as both Song Haiqing and Li Fugue can attest. The most well-informed individuals are aware of this, having witnessed the changes in the 2 old men before and after taking the medicine. The viewers in the live stream room also became excited. Huh? An upgraded version of the ice clear pill? I've always heard about the miraculous effects of the old man's alchemy, but have yet to see it with my own eyes. Let's see someone take it live. Ha ha, does anyone really believe there are elixirs in the world? This is clearly scripted, right? Is that so? Then what about the ice clear pill that was auctioned for 300 billion last time? Bro, you're too naive. Didn't you see Niaoyi next to them? They must all be actors. I think everything is planned out, all for the sake of traffic. Think about it, ever since the elixirs emerged, Chen Lao sells the elixirs, Song Lao and Chen Lao know each other, and the one who bid 300 billion for the elixir is Chen Lao's good son. They're all family. This is a big game. Great minds think alike. I've long suspected that Chen Lao is up to something. Enough talk, if you're capable, take one live and let us see the changes. If it can extend life by 30 years, there should be some changes, right? Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Come on, it's time to witness a miracle. Godfather, can I just eat it directly? Li Fugue poured out a jet black pill from the jade bottle, which didn't look as appealing as the ice clear pill, resembling somewhat like Luwei Dihuang pills. Upon seeing it, everyone felt a hint of disappointment. Li Fugue also felt a bit uneasy. He had only seen his godfather take out the ice clear pill before, never the marrow cleansing pill. Compared to the transparent and cool ice clear pill, this marrow cleansing pill seemed a bit unreliable. Not only did it not look as good as the ice clear pill, but it also lacked the fragrance and even had a slight foul smell. Chen Chen observed everyone's reactions without explaining. He pointed outside. Look! Everyone looked through the window, puzzled as there was nothing there. But soon, distant sounds came closer. Does it sound like the flapping of bird wings? Yu Xiaoshuang whispered softly. Before she could finish, she was stunned. Oh my god! Outside, countless birds flew in, covering the sky and chirping wildly. There were various species, too many to count. All the flocks of birds kept circling above the living room, converging into a torrent. Mom! Song Shanyu, who was by the window, turned pale and quickly closed the glass window. Everyone stared outside in disbelief. This scene had surpassed common sense and was inexplicable. It was even more exaggerated than the crane bridge that the old man had created before. Grandpa Zhang, what's going on? Chen Qing subconsciously leaned towards Chen Chen, her face showing fear. With so many birds, it was no longer cute but terrifying. Fugue, hurry up and eat, or these birds will uncontrollably crash into the window in their craving, Chen Chen said calmly. After Li Fugue swallowed the pill, Chen Chen continued to explain, all things have intelligence and perception, what you often refer to as the sixth sense. However, animals' alertness is much stronger than humans, as they can naturally sense what is beneficial to them. Placing the marrow cleansing pill outside, calling it a spiritual treasure is not an exaggeration, hence attracting the spirits to fight for it. But there's no need to worry, just consume it. Just as Chen Chen finished explaining, the birds outside gradually stopped chirping discontentedly and flew back into the sky. The enticing aura that drove them crazy disappeared. Within a few minutes, the sky cleared up again. It's so amazing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it no matter what. Lin Zi shook her head, sighing, I'm starting to doubt the world. As a Ph.D. in biology, she couldn't comprehend this scene at all. Li Chongyang's eyes lit up, this move is so impressive, a masterstroke that will leave everyone stunned when we go out to play. Others also marveled. Even the usually calm Miaoi had a strange look in her eyes. Zhang Shanqing couldn't help but shake his head inside. The methods of immortals truly broaden one's horizons. Even if I were to cultivate for another 100 years, I'm afraid I still wouldn't compare to your one move. Chen Chen waved his hand, focusing on the changes in Li Fugue. He noticed that Li Fugue had closed his eyes at some point and was now sitting cross-legged on the ground. Warm, just like soaking in a hot spring. In the darkness, Li Fugue felt a warm sensation all over his body, as if a warm stream was flowing through his blood, making him comfortably drowsy. And for some reason, he always felt like he was sweating profusely. He could vaguely hear a commotion outside, but couldn't make out what was happening. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, why have you turned black? Li Chongyang stared wide-eyed at his grandpa, looking terrified. Everyone else took 2 steps back, keeping their distance. Li Fugue's current appearance was too frightening. Every inch of his skin was oozing a layer of foul-smelling black mud, a truly horrifying sight. In the living room, only Chen Chen, Zhang Shanqing, and Miaoi remained unfazed, their expressions unchanged. Ugh, what's happening? Is the elixir poisonous? Song Shanyu's face turned pale. She felt like she would be left with a psychological shadow. Miaoi shook her head enviously, it's not poisonous, the elixir is actually helping this old man cleanse his body of impurities, purifying him, what a great opportunity. Seeing Song Shanyu still looking confused, she couldn't help but explain further. Babies are the purest, born without any impurities, but from the moment they are born, they will be tainted by impurities from the world, it's inevitable, no matter how careful you are. Because the food you eat has impurities, the water you drink has impurities, even the air you breathe. For cultivators or martial artists, the amount of impurities also represents one's innate aptitude, the fewer the better. People with fewer impurities often have longer lifespans. Master Chen's elixir is unheard of, it actually helped Mr. Li cleanse his impurities, achieving the goal of prolonging life, it's truly profound. So, do you understand now? I do. So that's how it is. Song Shanyu nodded solemnly, showing a look of sudden realization. When Miaoi wasn't paying attention, she quietly moved next to Lin Zi and asked in a barely audible voice, Sister Zi, what did she mean just now? Lin Zi. After a while, when the black mud stopped oozing from Li Fugue's body, Chen Chen instructed the Li family bodyguards to help him up. Take him upstairs for a bath with warm water. When he wakes up, let him come down directly. Butler Joe nodded quickly and personally assisted the old master upstairs. At the same time, he discreetly signaled the accompanying doctors to follow. They had brought along a lot of medical equipment this time, capable of conducting simple examinations. No matter how good Elder Chen's words sounded, he couldn't rest easy without letting the doctors check. The hall fell into silence. No one spoke, all waiting for the outcome. If the ancestors' words were correct, the old Master Li would soon come down. If the old man did undergo a change, without much thought, it would surely cause a new storm. No one could refuse an elixir that could cleanse impurities, enhance longevity. Chen Chen saw through their thoughts but paid no attention, starting to eat on his own. If he didn't eat soon, the food would get cold. Chen Sheng took a glance at the live broadcast when she had a moment, as she expected, it was chaotic. I was scared to death, isn't this scene too terrifying? Every hair on his body is oozing black mud, I can't hold it in, ugh. Is there anyone who understands alchemy to explain? 10,000 birds pay homage to the phoenix, able to refine elixirs. I say the old master can cultivate immortality, none of you would doubt it now, right? I'll recommend this live stream to our science teacher later and see what he thinks. It's terrifying to think about. Is this really something I should be watching? Why hasn't the authorities controlled the live stream yet? Don't panic, Guys, despite seeing so many inexplicable scenes, I still think it's like magic, not real. Think about it, we live in a materialistic society. Where does cultivation come from? Of course, old Shen might have some special abilities, like bird training, a profession that existed in ancient times. Everything else is definitely fake. Just wait and see. After Li Fugui comes downstairs, his back will surely straighten, his legs won't ache anymore, he'll act like the elixir had a great effect, nothing else will change. Remember, it's all an act, deceiving us. Don't call me stubborn now, you'll see in a bit. Many viewers thought like this, which wasn't surprising. People's cognition comes from their upbringing. In this materialistic environment, it's difficult to make someone accept something contrary to common sense, like cultivation. Schools have spent decades teaching us various knowledge, helping us understand the world's composition, fundamentally eliminating the existence of theology. If a few live videos can break this cognition, that would be strange. Therefore, despite witnessing scenes like He Qiao and Bingqing Dan that defy logic, knowing that old Chen is special, some people still instinctively doubt. They'd rather believe that Chen Chen is a top martial artist or has some bird training skills, rather than believe he's a cultivator, as it contradicts their worldview. Subconsciously, people don't believe in things they don't understand. However, finding incomprehensible scenes funny the first time, entertaining the second time, will their inherent impressions change after seeing them many times? Yes, worldviews are never set in stone. Clack clack clack. The sound of footsteps on the floor was crisp, powerful, and quite fast-paced. The sound seemed like a young person, at least not the kind of steps an elderly person would take. However, when the figure appeared at the corner of the stairs, entering the screen, everyone fell silent except for Qin Shen. Li Fugui smiled as he came downstairs, paying no attention to the stunned gazes of the crowd. Just moments ago, after he came out of the shower upstairs, he was so engrossed in looking at himself for a long time that even the doctor who followed him upstairs was still studying various data in a daze. The changes in his body were significant. His once striking silver hair had turned into a mix of gray and white, with at least half of it reverting back to black, shiny and intimidating. The loose, sagging skin on his face had undergone a drastic change, tightening up, making people wonder if Li Fugui had undergone cosmetic surgery upstairs. There were other noticeable changes too. His back was straight, he had discarded his cane, and he walked steadily like the wind. In short, in the time it took Li Fugui to go upstairs, he had become 30 years younger. From a frail 90-year-old, he now looked like he was around 60. GGR grand. Grand. Grandpa. Grandpa. Li Fugui struggled to speak, his mouth refusing to close, constantly swallowing saliva. This was his grandfather? Are you kidding me? Looking younger than his own father? Li's family had a tradition of late parenthood. His father, the head of the Li family, was already in his 50s. If Li's father were to come over now and stand next to Li Fugui, it would be easier to believe they were brothers rather than father and son. In the live stream room, after a brief silence, chaos erupted. Holy cow, did they switch people? Rejuvenation? No, I don't believe it. How is this possible? It's too damn magical, isn't it? I can't handle this, I need a smoke. I need to calm down. Can someone who understands explain what's going on? I can't take it, I must be hallucinating. I must be. Is there really an elixir of youth in this world? Hyacinth rewards the anchor with 100 super rockets. Hyacinth, anchor, please help me ask if the old master sells the elixir pills, I beg you. Hongda Sugu rewards the anchor with 100 super rockets. Hongda Sugu, anchor, our group intends to cooperate deeply with the old master. As long as we are in charge of promoting and auctioning the marrow cleansing pill, all other conditions can be negotiated. Alibaba Mama Ma teacher rewards the anchor with 100 super rockets. It's chaotic, really chaotic. This time's uproar is even bigger than the last ice clear pill incident. When Song Haiping took it last time, although many people saw it, there was no video leaked. This time is different. Almost the entire process of Li Fugui consuming the marrow cleansing pill was live streamed. It can't be hidden, there's no way to hide it. The speed at which this video spread was unbelievable. In the shortest time it surged to the top of the hot search. Almost simultaneously, countless dignitaries flooded into the live broadcast room. The animated super rockets they sent have frozen the screen. Everyone has only one purpose, to seek the medicine, or to reserve the qualification to seek the medicine. The ice clear pill that could extend life by 10 years last time already drove people crazy. The commotion caused by the marrow cleansing pill that can extend life by half a century can be imagined. Everyone is afraid of death. The richer and more powerful, the more so. Afraid of not having enjoyed life enough before losing it. It's just a pity that the boiling atmosphere in the live broadcast room is of no use. After Qin Xing set up the phone, it was time for dinner. Didn't watch the live broadcast. While the whole Xia country was fervent to the point of near madness, the people in the flower house started having breakfast. The nanny's skills were very good. A simple breakfast was perfect in color, fragrance, and taste, definitely at the level of a top chef. It's just destined to be in vain. In the entire hall, regardless of old or young, everyone's minds were focused on Lee Fuguei, stealing glances from time to time. How big a heart do you need to be able to eat calmly in the face of miracles? After a long time, Chen Chen finally put down his chopsticks. He took the towel handed to him by the nanny to clean his hands, then looked at everyone. Do you have a lot of questions? Yes, yes, yes. A group of people, especially a few rich second generations, nodded frantically. Chen Chen threw the towel to the nanny and calmly said, "Hold it in." The group of people were speechless, almost exploding on the spot from frustration. Chen Chen mainly couldn't be bothered to explain, what's the use of talking so much, whether they understand or not? Put. Shen Xing couldn't help but laugh, then quickly covered her mouth. But with her doing so, she actually lightened the mood. Chen Shen's aura was too strong. No one dared to speak up first just now. Hee Godfather, you are still so mysterious. I haven't felt this relaxed in decades. I didn't expect that not only did I see you today, but also returned home without saying a word, and even rejuvenated. It's like a dream. Li Fuguei sighed, then frowned with concern and whispered, however, is it not too good for so many people to see the marrow cleansing pill? I'm afraid it has already spread. Since ancient times, it's been said not to flaunt wealth. If you have a rare treasure, the more people who know, the more likely someone will covet it. Li Fuguei remembered that his godfather used to be like this too. Even if he wanted to reward someone with elixirs, it had to go through rigorous inspection and the person had to be taken to a heavily guarded secret room. The recipient would also swear an oath of secrecy, never to disclose any information about the elixir. In this way, even though Chen Shen had given out a considerable amount of elixirs 80 years ago, it still didn't attract much attention. Very little information leaked out. But this time he came out of seclusion. His behavior style changed from before. Li Fuguei faintly felt that his godfather seemed to have a kind of reckless attitude, not as cautious as before. When they heard this question, others also perked up their ears. Chen Chen smiled faintly. It's fine. There were various reasons in the past that made it inconvenient to act, trying to avoid karmic entanglements as much as possible, but now it's no longer a concern. If someone negotiates with me properly, it's fine, but if someone wants to forcefully take it, then let them try. Chen Shen's words were domineering and unmatched. After completing the 10th nirvana, achieving great success in cultivating immortality, he was so confident. He truly felt invincible. Tick, tock, tick, tock. In a dark underground basement, the ceiling was leaking slightly, with water droplets falling continuously. The sound, originally not loud, seemed particularly harsh due to the silence of the surrounding environment. The basement was empty, with only a tattered mat on the floor, on which lay a person covered in blood and flesh. His whole body was covered in gruesome wounds. Tianyi licked his chapped lips, struggling to move his head towards the direction of the dripping water, only to inadvertently agitate his injuries, causing a piercing pain. He couldn't help but grimace in pain. I wonder how Junior's sister is doing now, he sighed softly, feeling a hint of despair. The story goes back to the day after Tian's funeral. After discussing, the 7 brothers decided to go their separate ways, with the other 5 choosing different paths, while the eldest, Tianyi, and the 7th, Tianyu, chose to seek refuge with Chen Shen. However, what they never expected was that on that very night, the Tian family thatched cottage was attacked. The attackers were numerous, about a dozen in total, all terrifying experts in the realm of the sixth sense. These enemies were desperados who completely disregarded the constraints of the law, striking lethally with every move. Fortunately, Tianyi, as the eldest of the Tian family's 7 siblings, had a solid foundation and sacrificed himself to hold off the enemies, creating an opportunity for his 7th sister to escape. Tianyu managed to flee. The last scene Tianyi remembered was being knocked unconscious, and when he woke up again, he found himself here. Clang! The sound of the iron door being pushed open interrupted his thoughts. Looking towards the door, he saw a burly man over 2 meters tall walking in. His face looked fierce, with a scar running across his entire face, making one wonder how he had survived. Have you made up your mind? You should be able to give me an answer today, right? The burly man walked to the edge of the tattered mat, stepping on the wound on his arm, grinding his foot as he asked fiercely. Swish! Beads of cold sweat instantly seeped from his forehead. Tianyi endured the pain, glaring at the burly man with hatred, gritting his teeth. Hiss! Who are you people exactly? I've said it many times, I don't know this Chen Shen. I only saw him once at my master's funeral. As for what you said about me wanting to join him, it's nonsense. Their demand was simple, to make him a spy by Chen Shen's side and provide intelligence when necessary. Naturally, Tianyi refused, adamantly claiming he didn't know Chun Chen. He inherited his master's integrity. He couldn't agree, nor could he deceive. Once he agreed, he would inevitably have to hand over compromising information. Once certain mistakes were made, there was no turning back. The burly man snorted, sitting down cross-legged directly, grinning like a ferocious bear. Talking nonsense is useless. Have you ever thought about how we knew that you and that little girl were in the cottage that night? Tian Yi's face changed, lips pressed tightly together. Yes, how did these people know they were in the cottage? With about a dozen people, as soon as they appeared, they had clear roles. 6 restrained him, for besieged his sister. It was clearly premeditated. If he hadn't risked his life, he would have definitely failed. They didn't act on impulse but had detailed plans in place. How did you know? Hee, I'll tell you the truth without fear. One of your brothers has long been taken in by the president. Otherwise, how could we have received the information so quickly? Tian Yi, I'm a few years older than you, and I really advise you, a wise man submits to circumstances. You're still young, dying here is not worth it. Buzz. Tian Yi's eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't believe this answer. The 7 brothers were as close as brothers. How could someone betray them? How was that possible? Bastard, how dare you slander my junior brother? I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Tian Yi struggled to get up, clenched his teeth, and threw a punch, but his body was weak and frail. Before the burly man could act, he stumbled and fell back down. Hee, don't be so uptight. Come, our leader will personally talk to you. Silly boy, seize the opportunity. If you join us, you will realize how lucky you are in the future. The burly man took out a tablet and handed it to Tian Yi. The screen flashed, revealing a very handsome young man who looked at him expressionlessly. Tian Yi stared back at the man known as the leader with hatred, but soon a hint of confusion appeared on his face. For some reason, this person felt strange to him. There seemed to be something off about him. Soon, he realized what was wrong. The young man's eyes were filled with age and wisdom. It was a strange feeling, a young man whose eyes seemed to have seen it all. Why? Why are you like this? Tian Yi couldn't help but ask. The young man looked surprised for a moment, then praised, impressive. I didn't expect your intuition to be so sharp, to notice my unusualness at first sight. In the realm of perception, you can be considered top-notch. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chu Fei, the leader of the new alliance. You can call me the leader. By the way, I am 87 years old. Boom! Tian Yi was stunned. Even if the other party was an enemy, he couldn't help but be shocked. First, he didn't expect the enemy to be from the new alliance, sending a chill down his spine. The new alliance's reputation was not only well known but also formidable in the world of martial arts. It was a behemoth in every aspect. Rumor had it that they controlled all overseas Xiao people, with the new alliance having stakes or direct control over any Xiao people's businesses overseas, earning immeasurable profits every year. Some even hinted that the new alliance was secretly the world's largest arms dealer. Many of the conflicts in small African countries had the shadow of the new alliance behind them. If these were not directly related to Tian Yi, the other title of the new alliance truly made his scalp tingle. The World Martial Arts Association. In recent years, the new alliance had been dedicated to the development of martial arts overseas, not only attracting many masters but also personally training them one after another. Due to the chaotic environment overseas, these masters were more terrifying than those in the country, with many of them having blood on their hands. Tian Yi never expected that the formidable enemy he faced was the new alliance. Moreover, the mysterious leader claimed to be over 80 years old. Although he looked like a young man in his 20s, Tian Yi subconsciously believed he was not lying. Those eyes couldn't deceive anyone. Leader Chu, what do you want me to do? What have I done to make the new alliance interested in me? Tian Yi's voice was hoarse. Facing such a behemoth, anyone would feel despair. Chu Fei smiled. We need you. We need your help to win this war. Anyone who can help us gain an advantage is worth pulling out all the stops for. Tell me, state your conditions. As long as I can do it, I will agree. War? Tian Yi asked in confusion. Chu Fei nodded, bitterness in his tone. Yes, this is a war between the new alliance and one person. Forgive us, our hope of winning is too slim, so we had to resort to this plan with you, hoping you can understand. After all, our enemy is a deity. What? Tian Yi doubted his ears. The illustrious new alliance admitting to having slim chances against one person? Chu Fei sighed almost imperceptibly, lamenting, you don't understand how terrifying he is. He didn't want to dwell on this topic. His expression changed, and he said seriously, what do you think? Join us, whatever you want, we can discuss it. Bang! Tian Yi leaned against the wall, his tone light. It seems you haven't caught my junior sister, otherwise you probably wouldn't be trying so hard to persuade me. A moment of silence. Chu Fei couldn't be bothered to hide anymore and said directly, yes, Your junior sister is very clever. She has run away, and we haven't caught her yet. But I can guarantee she won't make it to the Huajian courtyard. The Huajian courtyard is where Chen Chen currently resides. The alliance has set up tight defenses around the Huajian courtyard for dozens of miles, ensuring the target won't escape. They need to make sure the news of Tianyi being turned doesn't leak out. Phew! Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief, looking much more relaxed. He was tired of pretending and looked at Chu Fei with a mocking smile, saying, "To disappoint you, I choose to refuse. If you want to kill me, go ahead. Also, please tell your junior brother who has joined you that my master and I are waiting for him down below." With that, he calmly closed his eyes. Poverty cannot be moved, and power cannot be bent. The principles his master taught him, he hadn't forgotten. Ah! Chu Fei seemed to have anticipated this and didn't appear too disappointed, nodding gently. "Alright, I will pass on the message to him." He then waited quietly for a moment, until the burly man took back the tablet and instructed, "Send him on his way tonight. There's a ship at Pier 6 at midnight, someone will contact you, come back as soon as possible." "Yes." The burly man respectfully bowed, admiringly glancing at the figure on the screen, filled with fervor. The screen went black, the video ended. The burly man clenched his fists a couple of times, lowered his head menacingly, and chuckled, "Kid, you have no idea what you've missed. The president's power, you can't imagine. Hee, in your dying moments, let me tell you a secret, the president is a grandmaster." Tianyi's eyes widened in shock. Grandmaster, those two words represented the pinnacle of individual power in the world. He had experienced the terrifying power of his master firsthand, which was unreasonable strength. How much stronger would a grandmaster level be? He couldn't imagine, or rather, he didn't dare to. Huajian courtyard. Chen Chen lay leisurely on the grandmaster's chair. Yes, the grandmaster's chair from Ziyuan had been brought over, the old man was used to sitting in it. Below, a group of juniors sat on cushions, obediently listening to the old man talk about alchemy. The popularity in the livestream was overflowing. The barrage had reached a point where people were almost invisible. Everyone knew the saying about giving a man a fish versus teaching him to fish, not to mention that the old man's elixirs were simply unattainable. It was rare for the old man to be in a good mood and willing to talk about alchemy. Who would dare to miss it? If they could understand something, wouldn't they prosper in the future? "Grandpa Zhang, I remember you said before that alchemy isn't made from various heavy metal ores? But I remember my teacher saying so." Chen Cheng played the role of the sidekick, asking the question that many viewers wanted to ask. Chen Chen snorted disdainfully and said, "Your teacher knows nothing, is he right?" Chen Cheng argued back somewhat defiantly, "Our teacher is a professor in Magic City. So what? Can he perform alchemy?" Chen Chen glanced at her askance. Ha ha, this remark really amused everyone, even Li Fugui grinned. Several juniors were laughing uncontrollably. Let alone a professor in Magic City, even the principal of Magic City wouldn't know alchemy. Could an ordinary person master this skill? "Oh, stop laughing at me, Grandpa Zhang, please continue." Chen Shang blushed deeply, pretended to be impatient, glared at Yu Xiaoshuan, then turned and shook Chen Chen's arm playfully. Chen Chen smiled and continued seriously, "What your teacher said isn't entirely wrong, just not comprehensive. Elixirs come in many varieties, and mineral refining is indeed one of them. However, minerals inherently contain stone toxins, and the elixirs produced are not for longevity but for certain cultivation techniques, like the famous 18 Bronze Man technique, which requires the hard skin elixir as an aid. But this situation is rare. Let's not discuss it for now. In most cases, alchemy requires plant-based materials. To put it simply, it's about extracting the innate essence of plants and condensing it into elixirs." The online audience almost burst out laughing again. This sentence, why does it sound so much like a facial mask advertisement? Wang Daxiao and the others felt uncomfortable, wanting to laugh but not daring to. Chen Chen glanced at them, snorted coldly, "The innate essence I mentioned is not the same as what those machines crush plants to extract. In my opinion, extracting with machines is even more wasteful," he said with a hint of sorrow, realizing after this rebirth that while technology has made unprecedented progress, many good things have been desecrated. For example, ginseng that has grown for thousands of years has been almost depleted in just a few decades, and it's even sliced and ground into powder, disrespecting nature. What effect can that possibly have? If it were in my hands, I could at least refine a furnace of top-grade elixir. These 1,000-year-old herbs are not something that can be bought with power and influence. Disrespecting them diminishes their value. Godfather, I have a pharmaceutical company under my name, doing fairly well, so I understand a bit about these things. You just said that extracting beneficial components with machines is wasteful? Do you have some special technique? Li Fugue smiled and helped the old man refill his tea, asking obsequiously. Being able to make the Li family so successful, he was indeed astute. Even in casual conversation, he didn't forget to flatter. It couldn't be said that he was scheming, it was just his nature. Chen Shen didn't mind, sipped his tea, and calmly said, "It's a technique, but it's not just about the technique, all things have spirits. What you extract is the physical, while what I extract is the spiritual." Seeing everyone looking puzzled, he gave an example. Let's take humans for instance. What's the difference between a living person and a dead one? Clearly, the body parts are all there, so why does a person die? Yu Xiaoshuang raised her hand eagerly. I know, it's because humans have souls. A person can only live with a soul, without it, they die. There was an experiment by foreign scientists, proving that a person's soul weighs 21 grams. Others nodded, most of them had heard of this experiment. In the last century, a famous scientist bribed a dying patient, placed him on a scale, and got an accurate weight. Moments after the patient passed away, with no changes in any conditions, the patient's weight inexplicably decreased by 21 grams. The conclusion of the soul weighing 21 grams gradually spread. Chen Shen hadn't heard of this experiment and was a bit puzzled. After the others explained, he smiled and said, "The soul is not that simple, and it can't be measured in this way. It's a far-fetched idea. But that's not relevant to what we're discussing. Let's put that aside for now. What I mean is that all things have a spiritual essence from birth, some contain more, some less, some remain constant throughout life, some diminish slowly, and some grow with time. What I extract is precisely this essence, like ginseng, containing an immense amount of spiritual essence accumulated over 1,000 years. The lineage of elixirs stems from this, always rooted in the manipulation of the spiritual essence of plants and animals. The herbs themselves are just carriers of this essence, and their efficacy comes from the residual essence within." Ha, foolish child, have you heard the saying buying a box but missing the pearls? Boom! These words caused countless thunderstruck reactions. In such a calm afternoon, Chen Shen casually informed the whole world that the medical research they were conducting was just scratching the surface. They hadn't even stepped through the door. Over these years, they had only been using the scraps of herbal medicine, discarding all the good stuff. In the courtyard, people involuntarily swallowed their saliva, feeling parched. In the live broadcast room, excitement reached its peak. It makes so much sense, the logic is completely self-consistent. My goodness, does this mean that as long as we can understand what the old man means by spirit, medicine will see a comprehensive advancement? Gulp, this is too crazy. Just thinking about the countless times the efficacy of various medicinal herbs could be increased, I feel like I'm going crazy. If that's the case, will there be any diseases in the world that can't be cured? Stay calm, this is just an old man's opinion. Don't let your thoughts stray. If plants really had energy, wouldn't so many medical research institutes have discovered it? Brother upstairs, are you telling me that Ice Clear Pill and Marrow Cleansing Pill are both fake? The old man has presented evidence. I knew it, there's never a lack of big scenes in this live broadcast room. Li Fugue is an expert in the medical field, deeply shaken. He knows very well that if what his godfather said can be proven, it would be a significant breakthrough. The pace of humanity seeking to unravel the mysteries of life is crazier than anything else. It has even reached the point of being willing to do anything. If energy is truly proven to exist, it will be a grand feast and a tremendous trouble. No force in the world can stay out of it. The godfather who revealed this secret will also be at the center of the storm. Soon, a wave of rewards flooded the live broadcast room. But the viewers who were rewarding were no longer ordinary spectators but many pharmaceutical companies who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Dongling Pharmaceuticals rewarded the host with a Super Rocket 100. Dongling Pharmaceuticals, Old Chen, hello. Does the energy you mentioned have mass? If so, how is it measured? Carry Pharmaceuticals rewarded the host with a Super Rocket 100. Carry Pharmaceuticals, hello, sir. How can ordinary people observe the energy you mentioned? Are there any special instruments? Unscrupulous Biotech rewarded the host with a Super Rocket 100. Unscrupulous Biotech, Old Chen, is energy classified? If, as you said, all living beings have energy, is the energy of animals and plants the same? Boom! The rockets kept bombarding the live broadcast room without stopping for a long time. They were all rewards from pharmaceutical companies, and they had an unspoken agreement to reward 200,000 and ask a question. Ordinary viewers were stunned. In just over 10 minutes, over 100 companies entered the live broadcast room and rewarded more than 1 million super rockets. Damn! The host made over 20 million in just 10 minutes. What kind of money-making speed is this? Terrifying. Chen Xing, however, paid no attention to the gifts at this moment. He looked at the densely packed questions with a headache. After some thought, he decided not to ask and instead held up his phone to Chen Chen. Grandpa Zhang, many people are interested in the energy you mentioned and have many questions. Can you answer them? Chen Chen glanced over, his expression blank for a moment. How long would he have to answer all these questions himself? He waved his hand and said seriously, "It's almost time for my nap. I don't have enough time to answer everyone's questions, so I'll address the first 3 questions. Firstly, energy has mass, similar to what Fish had just said. The experiment measured the energy, which can also be calculated in grams. An average person's energy is roughly 15 to 30 grams, more in adulthood and less in the elderly and children. However, this varies with species and is not related to weight. Perhaps an elephant's energy is only 5 grams, while a mountain grass plant has 100 grams. Overall, plants have more energy than animals." The head of Dongling Pharmaceuticals was delighted to see his question answered. He quickly noted down the answer and didn't forget to reward again. Different pharmaceutical companies have different research focuses and concerns, so knowing the answer to their specific questions first could give them an advantage. This represents unimaginable benefits. Dongling Pharmaceuticals rewarded the host with a Super Rocket 1000. Dongling Pharmaceuticals, thank you, Chen. Dongling Pharmaceuticals welcomes you as a guest at any time. If you are willing, we hope to hire you as a special consultant for a fee of 1 million per day. Wow! Countless viewers were sour, envious, and resentful. Dongling Pharmaceuticals is one of the leading pharmaceutical companies in the country, so their official offer is not made lightly. 1 million per day, isn't that nearly 4 billion a year? Most people in the world don't earn that much in 10 years. Of course, with old Chen's skill in refining ice clear pill and marrow cleansing pill, he himself couldn't spend all that money even if he had a lot. Sure enough, Chen Chen couldn't be bothered with these words at all, and directly looked at the next question. Can qi be observed? Of course it can, how else would I know? Ordinary people can't see qi directly, but I have a secret method. As long as you prepare the ointment according to the secret method and apply it to your eyes for 12 hours, you can see the existence of qi directly, and the effect can last for 12 hours. Boom! The atmosphere in the live broadcast room escalated, one wave after another. Many pharmaceutical companies were ecstatic. They never thought that the first difficult problem in researching qi, how to observe qi, would be solved so easily. It was like a dream. The person in charge of Carry Pharmaceuticals took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then slowly sent a new barrage. Excuse me, Mr. Chen, how can we obtain your secret method or finished ointment? Carry Pharmaceuticals rewards the streamer with a Super Rocket X 10,000, boom. The live broadcast room almost crashed, unable to move for a while. In the video, Chen Chen stuttered, unable to speak. Damn! Slap! The person in charge of Carry directly slapped himself, getting a bit too excited and adding an extra 0. 20 million wasn't a big deal, but if he passed the old man's answer, the board of directors would definitely not spare him. Fortunately, after a moment, Chen Chen waited for the live broadcast room to return to normal before answering the question. My great-granddaughter told me you just sent 20 million? The secret method is not for sale, but you can send someone to pick up the finished product. I'll give you 20 copies, and if you want to sell them, it's almost the same price. Countless viewers quickly calculated that it was 1 million per copy. Hiss! A consumable that only lasts for 12 hours, priced at 1 million? Too extravagant. However, pharmaceutical companies didn't care about the price at all, eagerly anticipating the opportunity. The development cost of a new drug on the market easily exceeded $1 billion, let alone a completely new medical system? Not to mention 1 million per copy, even tens of millions per copy wouldn't make them bat an eye. If they could refine ice clear pill and marrow cleansing pill, the profits would be beyond imagination. In short, there was no limit to the research and development budget. Thank you for your generosity. Can we reserve 100 copies now? Sure, send someone over, find Chinger to make the purchase, Chen Chen said indifferently. Well, this set a precedent, with over 100 pharmaceutical companies expressing their desire to buy, some ordering hundreds of copies, some ordering 30 to 50 copies. In just a few sentences, around 1,000 copies were already reserved. 10 billion? Chen Chang was secretly shocked. Viewers were now breathless with heartache, regretting why they weren't surnamed Chen. Chen Chen ignored them and turned to the third question asked by the unscrupulous life sciences company. Types of qi. Chen Chen, there are many types of qi, each with different effects. Just think about it, it's impossible to have only one type, otherwise we would only be able to refine one type of elixir, right? Some animal qi may enhance strength, some plant qi can grow plants, some can increase human reaction speed, some can cure diseases, and some qi can be highly toxic. As many types of creatures exist, there are as many types of qi. You need to research the specifics yourselves. By the way, in my spare time over the years, I have already thoroughly researched several types, ice clear pill and marrow cleansing pill being two of them. In addition, there are blood replenishing pill and wisdom pill, which will be sold next. Xinger will be in charge of the specific matters. Across the country, countless people jumped up, especially those with power and money. Chen Chen finally agreed to sell the longevity elixir, which relieved many people. The miraculous elixir finally had a stable sales channel, and they weren't afraid of the high price, just afraid of never being able to get it. With a stable supply channel, there was hope. Moreover, as long as there was a stable sale, the price would definitely be cheaper than the astronomical price of 300 billion for half a pill. Many people were also interested in the effects of the other two new elixirs mentioned by Mr. Chen. They began to inquire one after another. Chen Chen made a supplementary response to the last question. The healing effect of the blood replenishing pill is quite miraculous. It can quickly heal wounds on your body. For example, a patient who has undergone surgery, as long as they take one pill, the incision will completely heal within a few minutes, without the need for sutures. Everyone felt parched and dizzy. This pill may not seem as magical as the lifespan extending ice clear pill, with more modest effects, but upon closer inspection, is it really so? The occasions where this pill can be used determine its wide popularity. From battlefield injuries to various trauma repairs, it's truly a miraculous medicine, isn't it? And there's a terrifying thought: if a person carries many blood replenishing pills with them into battle, would they become invincible? The more you think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. Chen Chen seemed to guess their thoughts, smiled and shook his head, saying, the blood replenishing pill is just a basic pill. Its effects are not that extraordinary, and there's a price to pay for consuming it. Forcibly healing wounds with it consumes a lot of energy. For example, for a palm-sized knife wound, you can heal it in the blink of an eye after taking the pill, but it requires consuming around 5 caddies of fat at the minimum. The larger the wound, the more energy it consumes. With a serious tone, he continued, remember, do not take the blood replenishing pill for fatal injuries, as the energy consumed will completely drain a person. Of course, this pill requires less energy, has a simple refining process, and is therefore inexpensive, costing only 10,000. Chuckles. Before everyone could react, Zhao Zishan laughed. His face contorted uncontrollably with laughter. Ha! Dare you laugh at me? Chen Chen glanced at him askance. Zhao Zishang shivered, quickly composed himself, and explained, Elder, no, I just thought of something amusing. Tell me. Well, Elder, think about it. The main purpose of the blood replenishing pill is weight loss, right? This is a godsend for countless overweight people. Just go to the hospital, get some anesthesia, have the doctor make a small incision, then take the blood replenishing pill you mentioned. Wouldn't you lose as much weight as you want? Chen Chen was taken aback. Although he invented the blood replenishing pill, he never thought of this additional function. Mainly because there weren't many people needing to lose weight back then. However, he couldn't deny its effectiveness. That's a good idea, Zhao Zishang, you've finally shown some intelligence. Lin Zi, with her extensive knowledge, immediately thought of more possibilities. Compared to weight loss, the blood replenishing pill has greater potential in other areas, such as selectively increasing soldiers' muscle mass. This way, a significant amount of physical training time could be saved, and everyone would have the chance to become like Schwarzenegger. The most miraculous aspect of this pill is that it only absorbs fat. There are many ways to use it. For a moment, everyone's imagination ran wild, coming up with all sorts of fantastical ideas like improving lean meat production in farming, genetically modifying species. Chen Chen listened in silence. He waved his hand to interrupt them and proceeded to introduce another type of pill. The wisdom pill's effect is quite miraculous. This is also one of my proud creations. It can make you feel blessed and intelligent for a few minutes. To put it simply, after taking it, your brain will become very sharp, lasting about 5 minutes. However, after the enhancement effect ends, your mind will be very fatigued. I recommend taking it once a month at the minimum, as taking too much is exhausting. After introducing all the pills, Chen Chen went upstairs to take a nap, calling Chen Xing up as well. He noticed Chen Xing's somewhat low spirits while introducing the pills. The two stood by the second-floor French windows, looking at the enthusiastic crowd in the courtyard. Xinger, tell Grandpa what's on your mind. Why do you look so down at such a young age, making me, an old man, seem more lively? Chen Xin picked up the teapot, but before pouring water, Chen Xing quickly took it and happily poured the tea. He was always pleased with his great-granddaughter. As Chen Xing poured tea, she softly said, Grandpa, look outside, isn't it wonderful here? The two looked away, and in the courtyard, everyone was still there, enthusiastically discussing the elixirs. Excited voices answered phones constantly. Looking further out, there were gardens, flowing water, and a swing. Willows swayed gently, flowers bloomed in abundance, a beauty not of this world. Farther out, a line of luxury cars belonged to the wealthy second-generation Emily family. Chen Chen remained silent for a moment, then chuckled, "Isn't this great?" Chen Shang lowered her head, feeling uneasy. "It's great, but almost too good. It feels somewhat surreal." She raised her head, bit her lip, and poured out her heart. "Grandpa Zhang, I've been an orphan all my life, without parents' care, without family love, always alone. I used to think I might be the most insignificant person in the world, that if I suddenly died, maybe only Yu Xiaoshuang would mourn, no one else would care. But now, everything has changed. I can't even dream of this life. I live in the most beautiful house, have endless money in my account, enough interest every day for a lifetime. And suddenly, I have countless friends, Wang Xiaozong, Zhao Zishang, and Song Shanyu. They never used to associate with me, they were high and mighty, never even glanced at me before, but now they revolve around me, please me, flatter me." After a long string of words, Chen Qing seemed to let out a sigh of relief, her shoulders drooping, leaning on the table, murmuring, "I'm scared, I'm afraid this isn't real, I'm afraid I'll wake up and it's all a dream, and when you're gone, everything will be fake. And I can see, you intend to do something, otherwise you wouldn't mention the elixirs and the livestream. I'm afraid I won't do well, disappoint your hopes. And I'm more afraid those fanatics will ruin our lives. Grandpa Zhang, those people won't always be easy to deal with, won't always reward tens or hundreds of thousands for every question. If someone takes a risk, I'm afraid I'll die, more afraid you'll be in trouble. Can we stop playing? Tell them everything you know, reveal it, let's not stay here, find a place where no one can find us, live quietly, okay?" Her eyes pleaded. Chen Chen laughed. Ha 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 ha. He was delighted, filled with contentment. He never expected his just 20-year-old granddaughter to think so far ahead, willing to give up everything in hand and willingly retire. Being prepared for danger in times of peace, how many great figures throughout history couldn't achieve this? If her grandfather had had this foresight back then, he wouldn't have met his later fate. Chen Chen stood up, smiling as he ruffled Chen Qing's hair, messing up her hairstyle. "Xinger, so you're scared?" Chen Qing remained silent. Silence meant consent. Chen Chen turned around, stood tall, blocking the scorching sun, casting a shadow over Chen Shang. "Xinger, you only see the elixirs, what we enjoy, the money. But why didn't you see Huan Yi unable to look me in the eye? Why didn't you see Tianan die without regrets? Why didn't you see Master Zhang coming specially to visit as his big day approaches? And why didn't you see Ni Trickly Xiuji, he doesn't dare make a sound?" Chen Shang was puzzled, her eyes lost. Before she could understand, Grandpa Zhang continued with a domineering tone. "Remember, Grandpa Zhang is high, so high you can't imagine, high enough to make anyone despair. You said something wrong just now. Those people never speak nicely. The reason they do in front of us is that I'm here, no one dares to get angry, they have to behave. Relax, enjoy to the fullest, do what you want to do." My Qin family has been respected, feared, flattered, and dreaded from ancient times to the present. In this world, there is nothing that you cannot bear. Grandpa Zhang is invincible. Chen Chen playfully blinked. Chuckles. Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh. In the evening, under the bright moon and sparse stars, in the courtyard, Chen Chen and Zhang Shanqing drank and discussed martial arts, or rather, Chen Chen enlightened Zhang Shanqing. Miao Yi stood quietly on the side, pouring wine. This was also a practice wine for Taoist Zhang. In just 2 days, Zhang Shanqing's hair had turned completely white, and he had aged significantly, nearing the end. He was already on the verge of enlightenment, but he insisted on visiting Chen Chen for this final conversation. Perhaps he initially wanted to exchange pointers, but realizing the vast gap, it seemed meaningless. Master, this heavenly barrier has blocked countless heroes and immortals throughout history. I wonder if there truly exists a grandmaster in this world." Zhang Shanqing emptied his cup and asked desolately. At the age of 40, he ascended to the peak of Wudong, advanced to the innate realm, and then descended the mountain to defeat various ancient martial arts masters, causing chaos in the world. He fought 18 battles in a row, defeated 3 innate masters without a single loss, making the mediocre tremble in fear and turning Wudong Mountain into a renowned holy land. How magnificent he was back then! Full of pride and arrogance, relying on his unparalleled talent, he believed that the Grandmaster was just around the corner. However, a century passed in the blink of an eye, and he wasted away without ever stepping through that door, unable to help but doubt its existence. Chen Chen smiled, took the wine jug from Miao Yi's hand, and poured himself a drink, saying, "Here, pick up this cup and try." Zhang Shanqing was puzzled but reached for the cup. However, when he touched it, it was empty. His hand went straight through the cup, touching the stone table. "I thought I was still sober, but it seems I'm already drunk," making the immortal laugh. Thinking he had drunk too much, he apologized and tried again. This time, his hand passed through the cup once more. Confused, Zhang Shanqing stared at the cup. As a Pekinate expert, he immediately realized the issue. The cup was on the table, visible to the eye, with the wine inside rippling from the breeze, yet he couldn't touch it. It was quite mysterious. Miao Yi also looked puzzled, her cherry lips slightly parted, not understanding what was happening. Chen Shen, with a slight smile, casually drank from the cup, then placed it back on the table, indicating that it wasn't an illusion, the cup truly existed. Zhang Shanqing refused to believe it and tried to touch it 2 more times but failed. Even Miao Yi couldn't lift the cup when she tried. She had an idea and poured wine from the jug into the cup, but the wine passed through the cup and remained on the table. The cup seemed like a phantom. What's going on? She blinked her bright eyes, utterly puzzled. Chen Shen didn't explain, just drank and replied with a smile, naturally, there are grandmasters in the world. This realm may seem mysterious, but it's not inaccessible. There should be one in Dragon City, and my rebellious son, who consumed many elixirs in the past, should have entered as well. There are also 2 in the West who entered through religion, along with some unorthodox individuals who managed to sneak through that door. Roughly speaking, there are quite a few. So many? Why haven't I encountered any during my travels over the years? Zhang Shanqing asked in amazement. Don't worry, listen to me first, Chen Shen waved his hand. Once I finish, you'll understand. Daoist Zhang, today I will tell you that ancient martial arts are divided into 4 stages: limbs, torso, the 6 senses, innate, and grandmaster. But in my opinion, the first 3 are one stage, focusing on enhancing oneself, building a solid foundation. This is the initial phase, and the deeper the accumulation at this stage, the smoother the path ahead. Most people in the world who struggle with the 6 senses lack a well-nurtured body and the essence of innate energy. The second realm of martial arts is the innate realm. At this stage, you should have some understanding. In battle, not only is your body extremely powerful, but you can also subtly influence the environment. For example, you can leap tens of meters because the effect of gravity on you is weakened, and your speed is greatly increased because the resistance of the wind has less impact on you. Your body even spontaneously absorbs the innate energy freely roaming between heaven and earth, becoming strong and resilient to the point where even small-caliber bullets cannot penetrate your body. The third stage, Grandmaster. At this point, Chen Shen deliberately paused, took a sip of wine. Zhang Shanqing and Niuyi were left hanging, not daring to blink. Chen Shen smiled and continued, the biggest difference between a Grandmaster and the innate realm is the ability to influence changes in space. For example, this wineglass, it is both here and not here. You can see it because its position hasn't changed, but you can't touch it because it's not in this space. Space. Zhang Shanqing fell silent, never expecting that a Grandmaster could already influence space. How powerful must this ability be? If the innate realm is nearly invincible in the world, it's still approximate. When there are many people or when faced with a large number of firearms, one can still die. But a Grandmaster on a higher level is truly invincible. If this spatial ability is used on oneself, enemies will never be able to touch you, placing you in an invincible position in the innate realm. Is this the Grandmaster? He murmured in awe. Now he finally understood that he had no chance of winning against a Grandmaster in battle. Even engaging in combat would be impossible. Only a Grandmaster could deal with another Grandmaster. Otherwise, if you can't even touch the enemy, how can you fight? No matter how many people there are, they are all targets in front of a Grandmaster. With a glint in his eyes, he nervously asked, Immortal, what realm are you in? Zhang Shanqing felt that Chen Shen was not as simple as a Grandmaster, but very likely above that level. What kind of scene lay beyond the Grandmaster level? Chen Shen remained calm, profound, and said, aim too high and you won't make it. If one day you comprehend it, you will naturally understand. Otherwise, no matter how much is said, you still won't understand. He then shifted the topic and explained some aspects of the Grandmaster realm, clearly reluctant to discuss realms beyond the Grandmaster level. Those belonged to the realm of cultivators, and while Chen Shen could teach martial arts, he was unwilling to spread the path of cultivation. Martial arts were insignificant, but the path of cultivation was different. If too many people entered, it would not be good. It might have a certain impact on the world. He wouldn't deliberately spread it, nor would he deliberately obstruct it. If someone entered on their own accord, he wouldn't interfere. All opportunities are predestined. Chen Shen lived as long as the heavens, walking alongside the mysterious heavenly path, naturally unwilling to interfere too much. Zhang Shanqing was tactful, seizing the opportunity to ask many questions about the Grandmaster realm, and many of his doubts were resolved. The more they talked, the more astonished they became. Niuyi's gaze towards Chen Shen was also filled with curiosity. Both master and disciple had the same thought in their minds, to speak so clearly and profoundly about the Grandmaster realm, Chen immortal is unfathomable, likely surpassing the Grandmaster realm by several levels. Understanding a realm is one thing, comprehending it all is another. Zhang Shanqing admitted that even though he was in the innate realm, he couldn't explain the realm of the six senses so clearly. The title of immortal was not an exaggeration. The old man before him was truly like a deity walking among mortals. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang, breaking the atmosphere. Shen Shen took it out of his pocket and answered the call. On the other end was Yu Junyi, who had been missing for a long time, the father of Xia Shuangyu. He had been sent to do something a long time ago. Mr. Shen, the matter is done, I have returned. Yes, everything went smoothly. I just arrived home, and a young girl has come to our house, asking me to take her to see you. Her name is Tian Yu? A nondescript black car drove through the flower sea in the night. Yu Junyi glanced at the girl sitting in the passenger seat, feeling a sense of curiosity. This girl is really tough. She hid downstairs in her own building for several days, eating steamed buns when hungry and drinking tap water when thirsty. She managed to stay hidden for so long without being discovered. She looked so exhausted that she could barely keep her eyes open, yet she remained vigilant, observing the outside from time to time. Yu Junyi cleared his throat and said, "You can lean back on the chair and rest for a while. We'll be there soon, don't worry." Tianyu silently shook her head, clutching a cold snow dagger tightly in her hand, whispering, "Uncle, be careful, there are experts nearby. Very strong experts." Yu Junyi heard this and stopped asking further questions, silently increasing the speed of the car. If he were still a merchant, he would never have believed in experts like that, and might have even suspected that this girl was crazy. However, after encountering something this time, he was no longer curious even if an Ultraman appeared. Shocked and numb, when he agreed to follow Mr. Chen, he never thought that being a driver could be so magical. It was just a job change, but the whole world seemed different now. Don't worry too much. Mr. Chen has already sent people to meet us. As they approached the flower courtyard, Tianyu's expression grew more tense, and Yu Junyi couldn't help but advise her again. This girl was about the same age as his own daughter. Tianyu said, "Uncle, you don't understand. The people trying to stop us are extremely powerful, at least 2 experts at the Six Senses realm. Unless Mr. Chen comes in person to meet us, otherwise." She felt a hint of anxiety, not understanding why Mr. Chen hadn't come himself despite her clear explanation over the phone that there were many Six Senses realm experts among the enemies, and she carried important information and needed to rescue her senior brother. At this moment, she felt a slight dissatisfaction towards Chun Shen, thinking that her senior brother and her decision were wrong. 2 powerful experts at the Six Senses realm like them were not being valued. Yes, during these days of escape, she had accidentally entered the Six Senses realm herself. Shouldn't Chen Shen, upon receiving 2 such powerful experts, have paid more attention? Even if he was a congenital expert, there shouldn't be many underlings at the Six Senses realm, right? If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have gone to Chen Shen's side. Any other force, even any military district, wouldn't have treated them so indifferently. Boom! Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a burly man suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, fiercely lifting a half-human-sized rock and smashing it towards the car. "Be careful!" Squeak! Yu Junyi reacted swiftly, sharply turning the steering wheel, and the car crashed into the flower field, narrowly avoiding the giant rock. He wiped his forehead, drenched in cold sweat. If they had been hit, they would have been severely injured if not dead. The car was now stuck and slightly deformed, so they both got out. Bang! Tianyu kicked open the car door, staring solemnly at the burly man, bitterness in her mouth as she licked her dry lips. Peak of the Six Senses realm, much stronger than herself. Moreover, 4 figures appeared around them, subtly surrounding them. It was evident that the burly man had thrown the giant rock to force them to stop. "Hee, little mouse, we finally caught you." As they got closer, the 5 figures became clear. They were all of East Asian descent, with frightening tattoos on their faces and bodies. 5. Tianyu felt despair creeping in. She had thought there would be at most 2 opponents, but unexpectedly there were 5. The enemy had reinforcements. Otherwise, in such a vast area, they wouldn't have all been hit by her. It was too terrifying. She shivered, unable to help but wonder how many experts at the Six Senses realm the enemy had. Damn it! Weren't there supposed to be few experts at the Six Senses realm outside? How come so many suddenly appeared? Tianyu tightened her grip on the dagger, glaring at the burly man with hatred, but whispered softly, "Uncle, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to find you. I'll try to hold them off. You run as fast as you can. But I may not be a match for them, so please run as fast as you can." Yu Junyi held up his phone and whispered, "It's okay, don't act rashly, the backup is arriving soon. We've located her." With these two sentences, a circle had already formed around them. The burly man clenched his hand, the bones creaking as he spoke. "After our brothers have been waiting for so long, we finally have you. Are you planning to surrender on your own, or shall we take you away limb by limb?" Rong Yuan's tone was unpleasant. He was in charge of this operation for the Alliance. The latest news had just come from the president. Tianyi had refused to go undercover and would be executed tonight. Since Tianyin had found Chen Shen's people, their plan had completely failed. It was not hard to imagine the severe punishment awaiting him when he returned to Europe. "Where is my senior brother? Bring him out, and I will go with you," Tianyu asked in a deep voice. Rong Yuan put on a pair of spiked gloves casually and said, "Tianyi has refused us, he should have already been disposed of at sea. Don't worry, soon you will join him." Boom! Tianyu felt like thunder had struck her. Her eyes instantly turned red. Senior brother was dead? She had anticipated this outcome, but when it was confirmed, she still felt extremely upset, unable to accept it. For a moment, she felt utterly desolate. "Enough, stop talking. Once she appears by Yu Junyi's side, the president wants us to withdraw immediately. You insisting on intercepting her here has already violated orders," another expert grumbled discontentedly. With this mission failed, none of them would have a good outcome later. If I don't kill her, I'll feel uneasy." "Don't worry, it won't take long," Rong Yuan said. Boom! Rong Yuan's combat experience was extremely rich. While seemingly conversing with his companions, he simultaneously exerted force under his feet, propelling his body forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Tianyu, and his iron fists came down fiercely. As Tianyu's mind was shaken and inexperienced, by the time she reacted and tried to dodge, it was too late. Gritting her teeth, she blocked with her bare hands, and with a bang, the burly man Rong Yuan had an overwhelming advantage in strength, and with just that one strike, Tianyu was sent flying. Before she could land, the other four attacked in perfect coordination. In an instant, Tianyu found herself in a desperate situation. In that moment, tears streamed down her face. She deeply regretted venturing out with her senior brother. She should have stayed quietly in Luo City. This was nothing like the wandering Jianghu she had imagined. It was ending before it even began. Buzz! A sword hum interrupted Tianyu's thoughts. When she opened her eyes again, a venerable Taoist stood before her, frail in appearance but wielding a sharp sword that repelled the attackers at an unseen speed. Looking to the side, she saw Chen Chen had also appeared next to Yu Junyi. He was looking at her with disdain. "How did Tianyin teach you? Are you all this useless?" Chen Chen had arrived long ago but had not shown himself because he wanted to see how his little disciple Tianyin would fare. After all, she was entrusted to him by Tianyin before his death. Seeing her performance, he was utterly disappointed. Despite being at the sixth sense realm, her reactions in battle and her experience against enemies were very immature. Faced with opponents of similar levels, she kept making mistakes. It could only be said that Tianyin had protected these precious disciples too well in the past, or else they wouldn't have survived until now. "Chen Chen!" Rong Yuan's expression darkened, and the others also stared warily at the two, gathering behind him. Those who could cultivate to the sixth sense realm were intelligent people. At the very least, they understood one thing: the enemies that even the mysterious president feared were not ones they could handle. They exchanged a glance and made a decision in an instant. "Split up and run!" Rong Yuan roared, charging like a heavy tank towards the rear. The others followed suit, sprinting in different directions as if their lives depended on it, cursing their luck for not giving them an extra pair of legs. "Master, we can't let them escape. My senior brother is still in their hands." Seeing the situation, Tianyu hurriedly shouted, struggling to get up and wanting to chase after them, but the blow just now had caused a serious injury. She stumbled and fell to the ground after taking just a few steps. Just as she was trying to get up, she was pressed down by Chen Chen. "Don't move, calm your blood, rest assured, they can't escape." At the same time, he signaled to Zhang Shanqing who had come with him not to move. "Come back to me," Chen Chen lightly ordered, a mysterious light appearing in his eyes. Immediately, something shocking happened. The group of people, including Rong Yuan, who had already run hundreds of meters away, forcibly stopped their steps, turned around, and headed towards Chen Chen. They were extremely obedient, as if their bodies were being controlled by someone else. What's even more terrifying is that they were conscious but unable to control their bodies, causing them to scream in fear and confusion. "Ah, what's happening? My legs won't listen to me. Me too, I can't control my whole body. What kind of sorcery is this? Have mercy, have mercy." In the time it took to speak, the five people had obediently come to Chen Chen, their faces showing extreme submission but their mouths shouting in fear for mercy. It was extremely eerie. A single sentence could take control of someone else's body? This scene left not only the enemies but also Tianyu and Zhang Shanqing dumbfounded, as they had never heard of such methods before. Chen Shen looked calmly at the 5 people in front of him and casually asked, "Who is the leader?" Rong Yuan's body silently took a step forward, bowing submissively in front of him like a tamed dog. However, his words were in stark contrast to his actions. "What kind of sorcery is this? Let me go, let me go. I surrender, I'll tell you everything, spare my life, I don't want to die. I was sent by the Alliance to control Tianyu and Tianyi to get close to you, and when necessary, make them turn against you. We have already captured Tianyi, we have someone guarding him, if you let me go, I will tell you his location." Chen Shen completely ignored his pleas, treating him as if he were a piece of meat on a chopping board. Looking at the other controlled individuals, he asked softly, "Do any of you know something that he doesn't about this operation?" The other 4 shook their heads honestly. Rong Yuan was in charge of this operation, so naturally, he knew the most. "Well, since that's the case, you are of no use anymore." Chen Shen waved his hand casually. Immediately, the bodies of the 4 individuals began to disappear, starting with their limbs, then their torso, and finally their heads. Accompanied by their agonizing screams, the 4 living people vanished without a trace, as if they had been erased from a blackboard. Hiss! This scene once again shocked the remaining people. Yu Junyi, Zhang Shanqing, and Tianyu felt a chill from head to toe. It was a summer night, but they felt shivers running down their spines. The techniques used were beyond what normal people could conceive. Controlling an enemy's body with a single word, making living people disappear out of thin air, was this something a human could do? This was completely beyond their comprehension. If Chen Shen could unleash tremendous force with a single blow or use some exquisite technique, it wouldn't have been as shocking. After all, they were still on the same level, but this unreasonable way of fighting was truly terrifying. "Alright, everyone get in the car, show the way." The car turned around and headed back to the city. Tianyi was hidden in an underground room near the dock, and Rong Yuan, terrified by his companion's fate, didn't dare to hide anything. The way Chen Shen looked at him was as if he were looking at a ghost. At that moment, he finally understood why the president was so tense, even showing signs of despair. The opponent was truly not human. How could they continue this battle? Yu Junyi drove the car, and apart from Rong Yuan occasionally giving directions, the car was unusually quiet. Chen Shen was resting with his eyes closed. Zhang Shanqing was recalling everything that had just happened, feeling like he had grasped something. Being able to witness such high-level combat at the peak of innate talent was undoubtedly beneficial. Tianyu pretended to be calming her blood, but in reality, she discreetly opened her eyes a crack to observe Chen Shen. The more she looked, the more shocked she felt. This old man was different from the master. When she was with the master before, she could always sense a strong sense of danger, never daring to get too close. Even if the master had no ill intentions towards her and the others, her body's intuition would still make her head ache, warning her of potential danger. But by Chen Shen's side, she found her vigilance unusually quiet. This was not a good sign. It indicated that the person before her had surpassed the sensitivity of intuition. How strong must one be? The innate realm was not enough, the master had proven that. So, could it be that old Master Chen belonged to the? She couldn't dwell on it. She quickly stopped her thoughts, feeling a chill down her spine. Soon, they arrived at an inconspicuous residence. Upon reaching the place, Chen Shen sensed something, nodded slightly, and casually waved his hand behind him. "Don't!" Before Rong Yuan could finish, his body had silently disappeared. With the location found, his guidance was no longer needed. As for the secret intelligence of the alliance that he mentioned, Chen Shen was not interested. If things went as expected, their so-called secret weapons were probably brought out from the Chen family of the past, like formations. Anything made by Chen Shen himself would surely hold no curiosity. Seeing a living person transform once again, several people beside him couldn't help but tighten their lips. It was terrifying. No matter how many times they saw it, they couldn't help but feel afraid. "Let's go." Chen Shen took the lead, strolling casually towards the main gate. Since he had promised Tianan before his death, he naturally had to take it seriously. Creak! The gate silently opened. They proceeded unimpeded and quickly arrived at the entrance to the basement. Bang! Die! Just as the group arrived, a loud shout came from above, and a burly man jumped from the second floor, his eyes wild as he held a stone, aiming to strike Chen Shen fiercely. Someone entered without the password. They were definitely enemies. However, before he could land, his fierce expression turned to fear. Ah! No! Before he hit the ground, while still in midair, he and the stone he held vanished without a sound. Setting an ambush in front of Chen Shen was clearly unrealistic. Even in the darkest night, a living person would stand out conspicuously around him, like a big light bulb. They could be seen from hundreds of meters away. There were quite a few hidden enemies inside the residence. There were over 10 people at the Sixth Sense realm, in addition to the previous 5, making up a number of experts comparable to an elite army. The Alliance had invested heavily in this plan. Unfortunately, by provoking Chen Chen to take action personally, they were doomed to fail. Proceeding into the basement, every enemy encountered met the same fate: disappearance. No bodies were left behind. Zhang Shanqing's eyes sparkled more and more. He faintly felt that after watching so many times, he had touched the threshold of a grandmaster. By now, he understood that this was a blessing from Master Chen. Making enemies disappear was definitely the manipulation of space at the Grandmaster realm, corresponding exactly to what Master Chen had previously explained. This was deliberately shown to him, more vividly than the wine cup demonstration. Whether he could reach the Grandmaster realm before death depended on himself. If successful, he would extend his life by at least 10 years. If he failed, tonight would likely be his last night. He suppressed his distractions and focused on sensing the changes in space. He faintly discovered something. Chen Chen glanced at him with a faint smile, feeling quite pleased. Daoist Zhang's aptitude was indeed excellent. Such a person, given a little help, was very likely to rise swiftly. "Senior brother!" Tianyu exclaimed, hastily running towards a corner of the basement, tears streaming down her face. There lay a figure covered in blood and flesh. On closer inspection, it was none other than Tian Yi. However, his injuries were so severe that his form was barely recognizable from the beating. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tian Yi slowly opened his eyes a crack, grinned, and said, "Junior sister, you're here?" Without waiting for a response, he slumped over, unconscious. His injuries were too severe, and his ability to hold on until now was purely driven by willpower. With his mind at ease, he could no longer endure. "Senior brother!" Tianyu saw this and shouted at the top of her lungs. She shook him vigorously. "Senior brother, wake up, wake up. Master has left. Are you going to abandon me too? Enough!" Chen Chen impatiently scolded her, regretting agreeing to bring Tian home. Why did he bring someone with such a temper back home? She's been spoiled. Not to mention compared to Chen Xing, even compared to Yu Xiaoshuan, she's much more willful. It seems like it's time to give her a good lesson. Otherwise, she won't be of much use. He's not dead yet, bring him back for treatment. After Chen Chen finished speaking, he frowned and left the bloody underground room directly. Yu Junyi sensibly carried Tian Yi on his back and followed him out. The initial plan of this alliance meeting ended in a perfect failure. Not a single one survived. Australia. Among the mountains. A large mansion stood tall here. There were teams of soldiers patrolling around, their disciplined steps and vigilant eyes indicating they were well-trained elites. This is the headquarters of the Alliance. The orders issued from this mansion control numerous forces worldwide. At this moment, in a dark room in the mansion, 10 figures were watching a live video. The angle of the video was very peculiar, some very low, as if filmed from the perspective of a small animal, and some very high, as if filmed by a flying bird. The protagonist in the video was Chen Chen, firmly captured by the camera. His control over people like Rong Yuan and others, erasing them effortlessly, was clearly shown. When the video ended, the room fell silent. Everyone was shocked by his miraculous abilities. Even the experienced senior members of the Alliance present were chilled by such unbelievable attack methods. After a while, murmurs began to rise. "It's too terrifying. How do we deal with such an enemy? Relying on experts alone won't be enough to defeat him." Exactly, we must not engage in close combat. Even if we are innate masters, we would still die. My God, is this Satan? Ahem, I suggest using long-range weapons to attack him directly. The more powerful, the better. I don't believe he can withstand an intercontinental missile. Are you crazy? Using intercontinental missiles to attack Xia country's mainland? Do you want to start World War III? This won't work, that won't work. What do you suggest? Everyone, don't be afraid. The warriors of our Sakura country fear no challenges. We can kill him. My warriors can attack in a self-destructive manner. Let's try to come up with a foolproof plan. Thud. The old man sitting on the left side slammed his cane heavily twice, and the others immediately quieted down. This man was the Grand Elder of the Alliance, a master of ancient martial arts who had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. He was second to none and superior to all in the Alliance. The Grand Elder looked at the young man sitting at the head, and calmly said, "President, you had the most contact with him back then. Do you know if Chen Chen has reached the level of a Grandmaster?" Straight to the point. This question was crucial. If he is not a Grandmaster, it would be much simpler, as long as we can find a way to counter his bizarre attacks. But if he is, it would be almost impossible to defeat him through force alone. A grandmaster is synonymous with invincibility. Chu Fei shook his head. Beneath his youthful appearance was an old soul. His profound gaze revealed a hint of weariness, and after some thought, he said, I don't know. I never saw him make a move back then, but he's terrifying, most likely. We sent someone to test him this time, and you all saw the results, unfathomable. Let's try to think of the worst-case scenario. Just the thought of the enemy being his godfather made Chu Fei tremble all over. Since the betrayal years ago, Chen Shen had been his nightmare, waking up countless times from dreams where his godfather came to kill him. Now, the nightmare had become a reality. The Grand Elder slightly nodded, also noticing the president's uneasy expression. After a moment of silence, he chuckled softly, hee hee. President, you're too nervous, calm down. The terror of this person, we knew it back then, didn't we betray him? We had the courage back then, now that he's back, what's the harm? With the military power we have now, does he really dare to come to Australia? Chu Fei took 2 deep breaths, knowing that he was not controlling his emotions well, probably putting a lot of pressure on himself and others besides the elders. He stood up, hands on the table, and solemnly said, yes, the elder is right, we can't lose our composure. Even if Chen Shen is terrifying, he wouldn't dare to set foot in Australia easily. Otherwise, the missiles controlled by us in various countries will be launched immediately. We may not be able to kill him, but we can flatten the world. Send someone to contact the dragon head of Xia country immediately. Tell him that if he doesn't want to start the third war, then keep Chen Shen busy for me. As long as he dares to step out of Xia country's territory, we will launch an attack. The dragon head claims to be the guardian deity of Xia country. It's time to do something productive. Also, don't hold any illusions, you have enjoyed the benefits of the alliance for these years, but he is our mortal enemy. You have seen how Chen Shen treats his enemies. Alright, let's disperse for now, go back and think of any good solutions. The group of people all looked helpless. The invincible alliance was forced by one person to resort to mutually assured destruction. But there was no other way, that person was too terrifying. No, he was not human at all. Goodbye, President. Good night to you. After the remaining senior officials respectfully saluted and disappeared one by one, their figures fading away, these high-ranking officials were all virtual images, with their actual selves scattered around the world. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Fei and the elder were left in the dark room. When there was no one else, the expressions of the 2 men darkened. They could act nonchalant in front of others, but the 2 men who were involved in the past knew the details. Pretending further would only be deceiving themselves. Is he really not coming to kill us? The elder chuckled self-deprecatingly, not even believing his own words. The shadow left by Chen Shen was too immense, there was nothing that man couldn't achieve. Whether nuclear deterrence was effective, only heaven knew. Do you regret it? Chu Fei calmed down, speaking in a mocking tone, if it weren't for you back then, why would I have betrayed the Chen family? It was all your doing, what's the use of regretting now? The events of the past were hard to explain. Why did Chu Fei, as the second son of the Chen family, betray them? Many people found it puzzling, like Li Chaoran, who couldn't figure it out even after a lifetime. In reality, he was also lured into it back then, committing unforgivable sins. What's the use of talking about this now? We are all in the same boat. The elder stood up, slowly walked towards the door. We are all going to die. I don't have many good days left. Now the ice clear pill and bone cleansing pill don't have much effect even if taken daily. Of course, I'm not afraid of death. After all, how many people can live to be 160? But President, you, barring any accidents, can live for at least another 50 or 60 years, right? Dying now would mean all those elixirs you've consumed were in vain. The door opened, and the dazzling sunlight streamed in. Chu Fei stood at the intersection of light and shadow, his face cast in uncertain darkness. He said fiercely, I'm not afraid either, he wouldn't dare to kill me. I have already linked my heart to the nuclear arsenal of the peninsula. When I die, many will accompany me, I won't be lonely. The elder paused for a moment, didn't turn back, and walked out completely. Faint voices could be heard. You're still so arrogant, Het, if you weren't so conceited back then, how could you have fallen into our trap? Bang! Chu Fei slammed the teacup hard against the wall. The pressure Chen Shen put on him was too great. Bang! Bang! Just then, there was a knock on the door of the dark room. A secretary with an excellent figure appeared at the door, looking at the agitated Chu Fei with fear. What's the matter? President, Li Kai from Gang City is here, waiting outside the manor. He wishes to see you, the secretary said. Chu Fei frowned. Li Kai? The secretary replied, the second son of Li Chaoran from Gang City. What does he want with me? Oh well, bring him to the reception room. Chu Fei waved impatiently. Li Kai sat cautiously on the chair, his palms sweating nervously. After all, this was the renowned headquarters of the Alliance. The Li family was wealthy and influential, but compared to the Alliance, they were insignificant. He had come here today hoping to try his luck, never expecting to actually be received by President Chu, which naturally excited him greatly. His purpose was simple: he wanted the Alliance to deal with Chen Shen, he wanted the ice clear pill, and if possible, the marrow cleansing pill. After a moment, a young figure walked into the reception room. "Speak your business." Chu Fei couldn't be bothered with pleasantries. He sat directly at the head without even sparing a glance at Li Kai. Li Kai, looking at the young man who was not much older than his own son, furrowed his brows and said with an air of authority, "I want to see President Chu." "Who are you?" "Go fetch President Chu. I have matters to discuss that you cannot decide on." Chu Fei was taken aback and gave him a strange look. Even he didn't recognize himself. What was this kid doing here? "I am Chu Fei," he explained patiently, still considering Li Chaoren's status. Li Kai was stunned. He was already 37 this year. According to his old man, Chu Fei should be in his 80s or 90s. What was going on? Subconsciously disbelieving, but seeing no reaction from the others in the hall, he figured it couldn't be a hoax, and no one would dare impersonate President Chu in the Alliance. After ruling out all impossibilities, the remaining answer, however unbelievable, was true. Could Chu Fei be immortal? Various thoughts flashed through Li Kai's mind, and he became excited. The more mystical the Alliance was, the better. The more mystical it was, the greater the chance of dealing with Chen Shen. "President Chu, it's an honor to meet you. Get to the point." "Well, recently in Xia country, 2 types of pills have appeared. You must have heard of them, the ice clear pill and the marrow cleansing pill? I heard that the Alliance deals with all kinds of businesses, so I came to purchase a pill. I am willing to pay 50 billion for the ice clear pill, and 100 billion for the marrow cleansing pill," Li Kai said mysteriously. Chu Fei was no longer interested in listening. There had been many people seeking to buy pills recently. "I'm sorry, we can't do this. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Someone, show him out." "Wait." Seeing Chu Fei about to leave, Li Kai no longer dared to hide anything and hurriedly said, "Wait, if this can't be done, I have other matters. President Chu, to be honest, I know some things about you and Chen Shen. Now that he has reappeared, you must be aware, right? I want to cooperate with you to deal with him. You eliminate a major enemy, and I get the pills to save my father. It's a win-win situation." Hearing this, Chu Fei stopped in his tracks. He wouldn't overlook any power that could oppose Chen Shen. He looked at him with a half-smile. "Li Chaoren has told you quite a lot? All the old stories? All right, tell me how we can cooperate?" After thinking for a while, Li Kai gritted his teeth. "I will provide 2 peak experts in the 6th sense realm, and you provide 2 as well, preferably a prenatal powerhouse, to directly assassinate him. How about that? After the deed is done, I can give each of them a bonus of 1 billion. Gang City was not large. 2 peak experts in the 6th sense realm were already the foundation of the Li family. It had cost a lot of money and many years to cultivate them. They were very powerful and had helped the Li family solve many problems. This time Li Kai was sent out. It was a heavy investment. Ha ha. Chu Fei couldn't help but laugh. Tears almost came to his eyes. Such a small group of people wanted to deal with Chen Shen? They weren't even as strong as the first wave he had sent out to test him. He lost interest, stood up disappointed. This shouldn't be Li Chaoren's intention, right? Go home and ask your father. Show him out. With no money left, Li Kai was directly escorted out. Dazed and confused, he still hadn't figured out what he had said wrong. Could it be that even a master of innate talent needs several peak experts in the 6 senses to deal with an old man? Impossible. After much thought, he decided to go to Xia country himself. Regardless, the elixir must be obtained, otherwise, if his father died, the Li family would fall. The next day, early morning. "Hello? Teacher Ma? You're here. Okay, I'll come out to pick you up right away." Just after breakfast, Chen Chang received a call from Teacher Ma. "Chen Chen, what's the matter?" Chen Chang put on her coat while smiling bitterly. "Grandpa Zhang, Teacher Ma, who was interested in your calligraphy, remember how you always let me throw away the practice characters? I couldn't bear to, so I kept them all. He wants to buy a few, so I let him choose a time to come over. I didn't expect him to come today. I'll go see him first. If it doesn't work out, I'll have to ask him to come another day." Unfortunately, there was an old man brought back with serious injuries yesterday. Chen Sheng didn't know what happened yesterday, but she knew Grandpa Zhang went out yesterday and brought back someone who was so badly injured that it was frightening. She didn't ask for details, only knew that it wasn't convenient to receive guests at home today. "No need." Chen Shen smiled mysteriously. "Bring him in, maybe he has other business?" Chen Sheng looked puzzled, completely puzzled. "He may not necessarily be here to buy characters, you'll know if you ask." Chen Sheng nodded and obediently went to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, she was stunned. In addition to Teacher Ma, there were many other people. Little Ma brother, Hung Tai Su Zong, Qian Du Search Li Yan, First Zhang Yisheng, Jingxi Strong brother. They were all prominent internet tycoons. When these people saw Chen Xing, their eyes lit up, and they hurriedly came up to greet her. Miss Chen, hello, we come uninvited, please forgive us. Miss Chen, I have a business deal I'd like to discuss with you, please give me some time. Ah, last time I promised to give old Chen a wild ginseng plant, and I specially brought it today. The chatter made Chen Xing a little overwhelmed for a moment, staring blankly at Teacher Ma, and asked in confusion, Teacher Ma, do you all want to buy my Grandpa Zheng's characters? Teacher Ma immediately put on a trademark smile and kindly said, No, we're not in a hurry for the characters. Today, we want to talk to you and old Chen about the elixir. We are all very interested. The others nodded, their faces eager to say something to express their presence, but afraid of being abrupt. Their expressions were so conflicted. The early bird catches the worm. Yesterday, Shen Shen just mentioned wanting to do business with elixirs, and today they came. Internet companies that value efficiency are indeed much quicker to react than traditional enterprises. They have money, channels, connections, and will never give up on the immense benefits of elixirs. Not to mention that if they can seize the opportunity with elixirs and partner with Chen Shen, they might be able to research qi ahead of others. There is an old saying that goes, it's better to sell medicine than to rob. Especially with such miraculous medicine. If they can secure this deal and become partners with the Chun family, the company will shine brightly. Sharp-eyed individuals have already seen that Chen Shen's words about qi yesterday will cause a huge wave. Some even assert that yesterday's live broadcast was the opening ceremony of the fourth technological revolution. Whoever seizes the opportunity will become a supporting role in this era. As for the protagonist, it is naturally the young girl in front of them who still looks bewildered. After all, she has the extraordinary ability of Grandpa Zheng's full trust. Lucky her. Alright, come on in. With a slight hesitation, Chen Xing invited everyone into the house. As they entered the courtyard, they saw Chen Shen sitting on a stone chair in the small garden. They hurried forward to greet him. Each of them behaved very politely, without a hint of the aura of business tycoons. It can only be said that they were very formal. Hello, old Chen. Hello, Mr. Chun. Sorry for the intrusion, please forgive us. Chen Shen waved his hand to interrupt their pleasantries and gestured for the young maid Xiang Ling to bring some chairs over. After everyone was seated, he said slowly, I know you all came for the elixirs, am I right? Everyone nodded, knowing Chen Shen's straightforward nature. It was the moment to speak one's mind plainly. Mr. Ma cleared his throat and said with a smile, Chen, let's not beat around the bush. I'll be frank. I am very interested in the elixir business you mentioned yesterday. I want to represent Ali Mama and deepen our cooperation with you. You have this miraculous product, the elixir, and we have the largest online retail platform in the country. Joining forces can quickly open up the market. Do you think the market still needs you to open it? Before he could finish, Xuzong from Hangtai Group sarcastically interrupted. Catching Chen Shen's attention, he continued cheerfully, Old Chen, although Hangtai Group's main business is real estate, our mineral water business is also doing well. Our contractors are spread nationwide. If you entrust the elixir to me, I will be fully responsible for its promotion, ensuring that each elixir reaches any part of the country at the fastest speed. Hearing this, Brother Chang chuckled. Old Su, are you joking about delivery speed in front of me? Before the two could argue, Little Ma felt he couldn't stay silent any longer. He hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, we also have significant advantages. We excel in instant messaging, with over 1 billion users nationwide. We are the best advertisers in the country. Hey, when it comes to advertising, are you underestimating our Chengdu? A group of billionaires soon started arguing, their faces red and tempers flaring, almost coming to blows. Chen Shen watched with a smile, unperturbed, listening attentively to each person as if contemplating. Now, the billionaires wouldn't let anyone speak without showcasing their strengths. In no time, Wang Xiaozong and Lao Wang hurriedly arrived. They were also very keen on this business and thought they were early, only to find a scene of argument upon arrival. Lao Wang was taken aback. These guys must have rushed here overnight, otherwise, they couldn't have arrived earlier than him. Before they could enter, Song Haiping and 2 others also arrived. Seeing the scene, they were puzzled. Xiao Wang, what's going on? Lao Wang, now addressed as Xiao Wang in front of Song Haiping, despite the difference in seniority. Lao Song, Lao Wang smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, what else could it be? They are a pack of wolves smelling meat, here to snatch business. As they spoke, they walked over, pondering if they should lower their bidding price, considering the strong competition. With everyone present, Chen Shen raised his teacup, took a sip, and the small garden fell silent. The old man was about to speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, he would reveal his thoughts. The billionaires perked up, afraid to miss a word. However, Qin Shen's first sentence left everyone stunned, their faces changing drastically. Old Master Chen was ruthless, he was about to bleed them dry. The elixir business is not for one to handle alone. I will auction off the selling rights of the 4 elixirs openly, divided into 8 directions: east, south, west, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. For example, the selling rights of Ice Clear Elixir in the east, or the Wisdom Elixir in the northwest, and so on. The 4 elixirs will be auctioned 32 times, with a validity period of 1 year. After a successful bid, I will hand over the full selling rights of that product in that direction to the highest bidder. The profit will be split 80 to 20, and you will bear your own costs. No cross-selling of elixirs is allowed. If you win the selling rights in the east but sell the product in the south, you will never have a chance to enter this door again. Buzz! The billionaire's teeth were chattering. Without thinking, they knew that the selling rights of these 32 elixirs would be the golden ticket in the future. Supreme and indispensable. Something that must be seized. Moreover, the more, the better. If the strength is sufficient, it's best to monopolize everything, then instantly becoming the national leader. 20% of the profit is already a terrifying figure, not to mention the benefits hidden behind it. After obtaining the rights to sell elixirs, the company will be in an absolute advantage in that direction. No force would dare to disrespect. After all, who dares to say they don't need elixirs? Dare to make trouble for our company, and we'll ban you directly. This is an immensely vast blank market, and the most terrifying part is that there are only up to 32 forces to share. In reality, there won't be 32, that's just a theoretical number. How could these big shots only bid on one item? They would want to take it all. Now, it's all about money. Old Chen, may I ask, what is the starting price? How broad is the auction participation? The starting price is just a formality. What he really wants to know is who the old man allows to bid. This question is crucial. It's fine domestically, but if it's on a global scale, the starting price doesn't matter. Let's set it at 300 billion. The scope, naturally, is global. The division of direction will be centered around my courtyard. Chen Chen had no sense of patriotism. When it comes to cutting meat and bleeding, naturally, he would go for the fattest prey. Once this bidding starts, those fat pigs with terrifying wealth will come out on their own. At the scene, everyone's faces turned a bit pale. The intensity of the bidding escalated several levels. They were wealthy, some even had enough to fill trucks, but with foreign capital joining in, they might find themselves lacking. J.P. Morgan, Sweden, Rothschild, Korean Chables. Not a weak one among them. These were top-tier giants who had accumulated wealth for centuries. Old man, can we discuss this matter? Little Mag pushed his glasses and said solemnly, elixirs are such miraculous things, if handed over to foreign capital, it may pose risks to our country's interests. I would like you to consider it carefully. We can assure you, we will raise as much funds as possible. Let's talk business, no need for these words. Chen Chen took a sip of tea, smiled and said, let me tell you the cause of this matter. Originally I was too lazy to bother, but a few days ago I found something, take a look. He casually threw a few pieces of paper on the table. Everyone picked them up curiously, their faces full of astonishment. They were donation receipts. It recorded many donations, funding poor children's education, supporting elderly widows, and critically ill patients. All the donors were Chen Chang. The earliest date back to 10 years ago, when Chen Xing was still in high school. He often donated. The smallest donation was only 12 yuan. The largest was a recent one, 20 million, all used for aiding poor children's education. Chen Xing also saw it, exclaimed, stomped his foot pretending to be angry. Grandpa Zhang, why did you bring these out? Chen Chen looked lovingly at him, said, Xinger, Grandpa Zhang is very happy to see you grow up like this, not ignoring small acts of kindness, sticking to your heart, very good, very well. Silly child, clearly without parents, alone, yet still can't bear to see the suffering of the world. These 2 sentences were heartfelt admiration. An orphan, with no one to guide him since childhood, yet not tainted by any bad habits, still holding on to his original intentions. It's really rare, no wonder when he woke up, her life was so frugal. It turned out that with her already meager income, she still donated it. These years, you've suffered. Before Chen Xing could speak, Song Haiping and Li Fugue beside him knelt down. Uncle Chen, it's our fault, we didn't take care of Qinger. The 2 looked fearful. A group of big shots were shocked again. Who were Li Fugue and Song Haiping? They were senior figures 1 level higher than themselves, actually kneeling down at the moment they were told to. They didn't dare to sit still and quickly stood up. At the same time, their minds were filled with continuous speculation. Who exactly was Chen Chen? He was so mysterious. Unfortunately, they couldn't find any information about him from any source, as if there was an invisible net that concealed all his past. Alright, Chen Chen chuckled and scolded, I'm not talking about you. I know you're worried that Chu Fei will find Xinger and bring her danger. The fault lies with Chu Fei. When I have time, I'll go and take care of him. Hurry up and stand up, stop kneeling all the time. Only then did Li Fugui and Song Haiping gratefully stand up. Chu Fei. Another keyword. A group of big shots forcibly suppressed their inner shock. They were all familiar with this name, representing an extremely powerful alliance that any domestic company wanting to enter the overseas market had to deal with. To put it bluntly, it was like paying protection money. What was the relationship between such a terrifying figure and Chen Chen? Ahem, old Chen, I have some connections with Chairman Chu. Do you have any misunderstandings with him? Should I help clarify things? After all, the alliance was founded by me, don't I know that? Chu Fei is just a traitor to his own family. What kind of person is he? Let's not talk about him, just a clown who can be easily eliminated, not worth mentioning. There was too much information, and the group of big shots couldn't even comment. They tried hard to remember every word the old man said. Skipping the topic, Chen Chen continued to look at Chen Sheng and said, I want to make some money, just to let my precious granddaughter do what she loves without restraint. Xinger, you used to have limited abilities, only able to do small good deeds on your own. Now, with Grandpa's help, you can help others as well. Money, we can have as much as we want, let's go and do it freely. We want to ensure that in Xia country, no one dies of poverty, no child is left without education, and no one dies untreated. If we want to do it, let's do it openly, help the world. Grandpa Zhang. Chen Xing couldn't hold back anymore, her mouth curved, and she cried. She felt that fate had been too kind to her, giving her such a relative. From knowing the news ahead of time, many big shots couldn't sit still and left one after another after the matter was discussed. They had to go back immediately to make preparations. The first thing was to get the most accurate world map. They needed to divide the world into 8 parts with the most precise ruler. This also solved a world problem. The debate over which country was the center of the world had been ongoing for hundreds of years without a conclusion, but today it was resolved. From now on, no matter which country, they had to acknowledge that the center of the world was this 30-acre estate. But that wasn't entirely accurate. It should be said that the world's center depended on whether old Master Chen would change his residence in the future. Wherever he moved to, that would be the world's center. Everyone had to acknowledge it. Unless they didn't want the elixir. So for now, we'll wait for your announcement and participate in the auction on time. We'll go back and prepare now. Goodbye, old Chen. We'll take our leave now. Mr. Chen, this Millennium Ginseng is specially given to you. It can only unleash its maximum value in your hands, so please don't refuse. At the moment of parting, when everyone else just said their goodbyes and left, Little Ma unexpectedly had a 5-meter-long box delivered. When it was opened, inside was a Millennium Ginseng, over 4 meters long, shaped almost like a human. Chen Shen was delighted when he saw it, he couldn't bear to let it go. This thing couldn't be bought with money alone. With this Millennium Ginseng, he even wanted to immediately start refining a furnace of 9th-grade elixir. With such good raw materials, he hadn't seen anything like it in many years. He left his phone number with Little Ma on the spot, asking him to come by often. Many big shots were envious and decided to send people to the deep mountains and old forests for business trips upon returning, with instructions not to come back without finding the old medicine. Everyone heard the phone number and could remember it. However, old Master Chen did not give it to them, proving that they couldn't call casually. Xiao Magua took the lead. When others were still neutral in their relationship with Chen Shen, he was already friendly. After a group of big shots left, they were stopped. Today, they were more confused than in the past 10 years. They were all intercepted by a middle-aged man. Sit in the car and wait. You'll be informed when you can leave. Give each of them a copy of the confidentiality agreement to memorize. The middle-aged man in Zhongshan suit said lightly, his eyes shining on the Chen Mansion gate without looking at the others. His attitude was disdainful, and his demands were outrageous. But old Wang and the others didn't dare to say a word and obediently sat in their respective cars, sensibly closing the car windows. It was all because there were several elite soldiers with live ammunition following behind each person. On their armbands, a line of small golden words shimmered, National Security Special Operations Brigade, Dragon's Tooth, damn it. This department had always existed in legend, and its existence was unverifiable, but today, they actually encountered it when they went out. At this moment, they didn't dare to make a sound, not even a peep. After a while, the sound of reading aloud resounded in each luxury car. Confidentiality agreement. Don't say what shouldn't be said, don't ask what shouldn't be asked. The once influential business tycoons had transformed into diligent students. They had to memorize it. The words of the middle-aged man were in order. If they couldn't memorize it, it was hard to say if they had a future. The gate creaked open once again. Chen Shen was still admiring the millennium ginseng in the small garden, not turning back. However, as if he had known someone was coming, Chun Shang and the others had already been sent back indoors by him. He was the only one here. Some things were not meant for children to see. The middle-aged man walked steadily, taking only 2 steps to stand in front of Chen Shen. This scene would surely leave anyone dumbfounded and questioning if they were seeing things. Within tens of meters, he had walked just 2 steps, as if he could teleport. Hello, old sir. I am the guardian god of Xia country. You can call me Dragon Head, Grandmaster Realm. Dragon Head bowed, then raised his head to look at Chen Shen. At first glance, there was no surprise. Upon closer inspection, his expression became somewhat serious. Looking further, he had already clenched his teeth in secret. In his mind, a torrent of complaints began. Huang Yi, don't make me go back. If I don't make you cry and beg for mercy, even if I'm sorry to you. Is this what you call the pinnacle of innate talent? How blind can you be? This is a realm even I can't see through. The guardian god of Xia country, Dragon Head, forcibly suppressed the urge to turn and run. The person in front of him was like the sun, and the closer one got to him, the more terrifying the feeling of annihilation became. He even had a sense that if this immortal stared at him, he might be killed on the spot. Chen Shen had been silent since the man entered, carefully arranging each root of the millennium ginseng. Only then did he stand up, expressionless, and look at Dragon Head, saying, "What did you just say I should call you?" "Little Dragon, you can call me Little Dragon." Dragon Head shamelessly smiled, in the face of a threat to his life. What was a face? "Don't tell me, I don't know." "Humph." Chen Shen snorted coldly, sat on the stone chair, squinted, and said, "You had quite the momentum just now, huh? Daring to release your battle intent in front of me, feeling playful?" This person probably wanted to show his dominance and released a majestic battle intent. If he were in the innate realm, he would surely be quite frightened. Without waiting for Dragon Head's response, Chen Shen smiled faintly and continued, "I don't understand this battle intent. It's been a long time since anyone in this world has been worth my serious attention, but there are still traces of killing intent left. If you don't reciprocate, it's disrespectful. Why don't you give it a try?" Boom! The leaves rustled without wind, and the white clouds in the sky dispersed. The small grass on the ground was covered with a layer of white frost in the blink of an eye. "No!" As Dragon Head was about to finish his sentence, his eyes closed, and he fainted. The overwhelming killing intent was too much for him to bear in less than half a second. Vaguely, he saw an endless sea of blood, countless skeletons roaring, even decapitated angels in the distance, and massive demons torn apart. All of them were enemies that Chun Shen had slain in endless ages past. After some time, Dragon Head slowly regained consciousness. He hammered his head hard, stood up unsteadily, feeling as if he had drunk fake alcohol. The look in Chen Shen's eyes was no longer surprise but fear. Chills ran down his spine. His mind went into a frenzy again. "Huang Yi, you better go eat something good. Is this what you call the longevity master seemingly not good at fighting? Possibly injured dealing with ghost Han Tang? I believed your nonsense. What did you see?" Chen Shen asked with a sly smile. Having killed too many enemies himself, he had no idea what this kid had witnessed. I didn't see clearly, didn't have time to look closely, just fainted as soon as I got up here." Dragon Head swallowed hard, fear evident in his voice. "But in your world of killing intent, the closest zombie to me was Golden. The Golden Zombie, also known as the Drought Demon, equivalent to a human grandmaster. Due to its reinforced body, the threat level had to be raised by half a grade, requiring several grandmasters to join forces to confront it. All this information was in the internal reference database that Dragon Head had seen. His face drained of color. If he remembered correctly, that golden zombie just now seemed to have been smashed into hundreds of pieces with a single palm. What realm was this longevity master in? At least above a grandmaster. Chen Shen furrowed his brow. "No wonder you woke up so quickly. Turns out you were lucky to see something harmless." "Heh, I wanted to scare you, but since you're lucky, forget it." Dragon Head slowly raised a question mark. "Did you just call the golden zombie a harmless little thing? That's terrifying." Chen Shen leaned back in his chair, squinted his eyes, pretending to doze off, completely unconcerned that the most terrifying powerhouse of Xia country was standing in front of him. No one could sneak up on him. He couldn't even do it himself. "So, what brings you here?" After giving Dragon Head a warning, he didn't press further. Although he wasn't afraid of offending the authorities, his great-granddaughter still lived here, so peaceful coexistence was preferable. At this moment, Dragonhead secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his tense muscles relaxing slightly. He looked around and saw that all the chairs were next to Chen Shen. Hesitating for a moment, he didn't go over but sat cross-legged on the ground, keeping his distance from the old man. Old man. Cough. Sir, I came to talk to you, asking you not to leave Xia country recently. Otherwise, there might be some trouble. Dragonhead's eyes flashed with anger as he recounted the threats from the alliance. He used many euphemisms during the conversation. To be honest, that bastard Chu Fei dared to threaten me with nuclear weapons. I wish I could beat him to death. Upon hearing this, Shen Shen, who had been expressionless, opened his eyes and calmly said, "What did you just say?" "I said Chu Fei threatened you not to leave with nuclear weapons." "No, the last sentence." "The last sentence?" Dragonhead furrowed his brow, saying, "That bastard Chu Fei." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground like a big toad. The air around him seemed to be sucked out, making it hard for him to breathe. The impact was too strong, and the ground tiles even showed a faint human shape. Dragonhead struggled to lift his head and looked at Chen Shen with a face full of resentment and confusion. "I admit I'm no match for you, and you still hit me? And this old man has no martial ethics, he actually ambushed me." Chen Shen bent down, squinted, and said, "I don't know why I made you kneel?" Dragonhead nodded frantically. "Because you have a foul mouth. I used to be Chu Fei's father. It's fine if you insult him, but insulting his father, should I not beat you?" The surroundings instantly returned to normal. The Dragonhead took a few deep breaths before standing up, his face grim as he muttered, "Fine." At the same time, he cursed inwardly, "Huang Yi, what the hell are you up to? You didn't even tell me about the relationship between this longevity master and Chu Fei, yet you dare to send me over here? Are you trying to set me up for failure and take my place? Just wait until I get back, I'll make sure you regret it." If Huang Yi were here, he would be crying injustice. When he came to see Chen Shen, he repeatedly tested whether Chen Shen had reached the peak of innate talent. Chen Shen didn't deny it, always tacitly agreeing. That's why the official assessment of his combat power was labeled as peak innate talent. Before the Dragonhead set off, he had already shown him the data, and the Dragonhead confidently said it was just innate talent. He could easily handle it. What does this have to do with the diligent and dedicated Huang Yi? Ignoring the Dragonhead's ramblings, Chen Shen tapped his fingers on the table. Nuclear weapons. He had seen videos about nuclear weapons. It was the greatest and most terrifying invention of this era, without a doubt. This weapon had the power to destroy the world, yet it also brought rare peace to the world. The warmongers now had boundaries, something to restrain them. Faced with this threat, Chen Shen fell silent. He wasn't afraid of nuclear weapons, he believed he could stand at the center of an explosion unscathed. It was foolish to think of using such weapons against him. However, he was somewhat at a loss when it came to explosions. Dealing with a single bomb was manageable, as he could redirect it to another space. But if hundreds were launched simultaneously at various cities in Xia country, things would get complicated. If he caused the death of massive beings due to his actions, the repercussions from the cosmic laws would be troublesome. It might lead to unforeseen consequences. Chen Shen didn't want to disregard countless lives, nor did he want to gamble on the outcome of his actions. Chu Fei alone wouldn't push him to this extent, but he couldn't just passively endure the threat. "Humph." He coldly snorted, his expression darkening. "What, do I have to hold my nose and let that traitor live?" Swish! A cold wind blew. "Danger!" The Dragonhead turned pale, quickly shaking his head in denial. No, you misunderstand. This threat has already crossed our bottom line. Before I came, I had already contacted nuclear-armed countries, and they are currently closely monitoring the risk of nuclear weapons being controlled. However, to prevent Chu Fei from acting out of desperation, they are conducting inspections under the guise of annual checks, keeping it discreet, which will take some time. This process won't take long, at most 2 months. 2 months. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Shen nodded. His eyes sharp, he said, "All right, let him live for 2 more months. After that, I will personally take his life." At this moment, he didn't want to play any more mind games. Not wanting to kill and being forced not to kill were two different things. With the task completed, the Dragonhead lay down on the ground, not moving a finger. It was too dangerous to chat with this old man. He felt that the idiom negotiating with a tiger for its skin could be modified to discussing matters with a sage, which was more appropriate. After a moment of silence, Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Why haven't you left yet? Do you have something else to say?" No, the Dragonhead hastily waved his hand, then forced a smile. Well, for the next 2 months, I have to stay by your side to prevent any accidents. This is our commitment to the various countries." As he said this, his palms were sweating nervously. His heart was pounding faster than ever. Since becoming a grandmaster, he hadn't felt this excited in decades. Huang Yi, what were you thinking when you asked me to monitor a longevity master above a grandmaster for 2 months? Just you wait until I get back. Throughout the day, the dragon had greeted Minister Huang hundreds of times. Sure enough, Chen Chen felt offended. He changed his indifferent attitude from before, his figure flickering, and reappeared standing in front of the dragon head. His face darkened slightly, although he was half a head shorter than Longzhou, his figure seemed to be a towering mountain that had stood here forever, giving him an indescribable pressure. Do you want to monitor me? Is it because I'm too easygoing, giving you the wrong impression? Chen Chen felt he was too tolerant enough to let some people act recklessly. The dignity of an immortal did not allow for provocation. He warned himself against using force casually to prevent distorting his character, but that wasn't a reason for any Tom, Dick, or Harry to swagger in front of him. If necessary, he didn't mind teaching this kingdom a lesson, helping them remember. For example, killing his so-called guardian god and incidentally changing an emperor. Doing these two things would only take the time for a meal, including the time on the road. The urge to kill rose again. No! Longzhou was almost scared out of his wits, speaking at the fastest speed of his life. Don't misunderstand, please don't misunderstand. With your realm, who can monitor you? Little Dragon is here to be your bodyguard, to worship you, to admire you, to learn from you. Were the advanced warriors of this era so humble? Chen Chen found himself at a loss because of him, and snorted, I don't need a bodyguard. No one in the world can kill me. I can't even kill myself. Humph. Longzhou's thoughts had never changed so quickly in his life. Old man, you don't need it, but your granddaughter does. I'm staying here for 2 months to protect Miss Chen Shine, in case Chu Fei, that desperate man, takes it out on your loved ones. I'm sure you don't want Miss Chen Xing to be stuck by your side for 2 months, right? That made sense. It was troublesome enough to guard against thieves every day. After a slight hesitation, Chen Chen agreed to the request. Fine. Remember, here you are Qingher's bodyguard, dare to put on the airs of a guardian god, and I won't hesitate to take you down. Longzhou spoke firmly, old man, you're wrong about this. For these 2 months, I am Miss Qingher's bodyguard, not some guardian god. I'll go quit that job later, it doesn't pay much and makes me run around all the time. I've been wanting to quit for a long time. Rest assured, just watch Little Dragon's performance. Chen Chen. Shameless. The next day, everyone in the Chen family gathered in the small garden. Li Fugui, Li Chongyang, Chen Xing, Yu Xiaoshuang, Yu Junyi, and Song Shanqing were all there, and a few wealthy heirs also came early in the morning, all at Chen Shen's command. One was to bid farewell to Master Zhang and his disciples when they were about to leave. The second was to introduce a bodyguard to everyone. These people were all close to the Chen family. After everyone had arrived, they bid farewell to Master Zhang and Niuyi one after another with reluctance. Although Master Zhang was old, he had a very good temperament. In addition to discussing Taoism with Chen Chen these days, when the younger generation asked him about some interesting Taoist stories or questions about immortals, he never refused, always explaining with a smile. Like an elder, very kind. Especially for a few second-generation wealthy heirs, Master Zhang said they had deficiencies in their bodies and must not stay up late anymore. He personally prepared some Chinese medicine for them to regulate their bodies, and secretly told them that old Master Chen's rejuvenating tea was a good thing. If they had the chance to come to this courtyard, it would be a great blessing to drink more of it. In just a few days, a group of young people had already regarded him as family, feeling a bit sad at this moment. Farewelling an elder, not knowing if they would meet again. Master, this is the health medicine I stole from my grandfather. It's said to be the latest product from the Research Institute, not available on the market. Please try it. Old man, my grandfather is in great health and doesn't need any health medicine, but this is a rare copy of a Taoist scripture I had someone bring back from abroad, hoping it will please you. Also, do you still have the medicine for treating back pain? You might as well write me a prescription. All of you, step aside for me, Celestial Master. I've arranged a car for you. It may not look fancy on the outside, but it's very comfortable inside, complete with a driver. Grandpa Chen said you don't have much time. Cough. Anyway, just go wherever you want to go, don't refuse. If you really can't, just consider it a loan from me. Zhang's Celestial Master was speechless, but accepted gratefully after thanking him one by one. On the other side, Chen Xing, Yu Xiaoshuang, and Song Shanyu were crying their hearts out. Of course, they were the ones crying, while Miaoyi remained calm, even a bit puzzled. She was naturally inclined towards the Tao, a rare sight among millions, devoted to the Tao since birth, with terrifying talent but clueless about other aspects of life. Yet, she was pure-hearted and easily gained the favor of others. Sob, Niuyi, you're leaving, we might not see each other again, aren't you sad? Song Shanyu asked with a trembling voice. Miaoi shook her head and calmly said, "We all have our own pursuits. After leaving, I know you will strive to fulfill your wishes and not disappoint life. I am happy for you. Why should I be sad? Our paths will converge, and we will meet at the end someday." Sob. The girls cried even louder. Miaoi was so innocent, what would she do without the old Taoist? They exchanged glances and all decided to find a way to deceive her into coming back in the future. The rich young masters repeatedly reminded her that if Miaoi decided to return to secular life, she must call them first. After bidding farewell, Shen Shen walked up to the increasingly aged Zhang Shanxing, gazing at him intently for a moment, and sighed, "I always thought you were clever, so I gave you the ice-clear pill, hoping that one day you could visit the Grandmaster. But I never expected that you never took it, instead giving half to the disciples and auctioning the other half to save sentient beings. You wasted this opportunity, which is somewhat beyond my expectations. I thought this meeting with you would be uneventful, but once again, you have surprised me by finding enlightenment in just these 2 days. Congratulations." He could see that Taoist Zhang was at a crucial crossroads. Crossing it would lead him to see all mountains as small before the Grandmaster. Unfortunately, his life was short, and he didn't know if he had enough time left. Zhang's celestial master solemnly paid his respects. "The immortal guided me yesterday,